silent, cold. When Suju opened his eyes, he found himself turned into an infant, floating in an abyss of endless darkness. Only primal fear remained within him, and his mind was filled with fragmented memories of a shattered family. Overnight, the Su family had been annihilated by a mysterious figure clad in black armor who slaughtered all. A lone loyal servant desperately shoved him into an escape pod, crying, "Young master, you must live on." Afterward, he was hurled into a dangerous space-time wormhole, drifting for who knows how many years. Suddenly, a mechanical voice warned of energy depletion as life support began to shut down. Suju, cold and struggling for breath, thought he was going to die. At that moment, the escape pod was enveloped by a horrifying stench and an incomprehensible pressure. Through the porthole, he saw a colossal void beast, as gigantic as a planet, with countless tentacles and a massive maw that was about to swallow them whole. Just as death seemed inevitable, an even greater shadow descended, blotting out entire nebulae. A dragon claw, 100 times larger than the monster, reached out and lightly clenched. The void beast was instantly reduced to dust. Then, the dragon's head emerged, its cold, indifferent eyes resembling two blood-red suns. This was Ao Yuan, the demon dragon emperor, ruler of the Forbidden Zone for eons. Curious, Ao Yuan nudged the escape pod and saw within a nearly lifeless infant. It piqued his interest. After all, isolation had long consumed him, and he had never encountered such a weak life form. Just as he deliberated what to do, a telepathic roar filled with anger and command from the dragon elders echoed in his mind, demanding the immediate demise of the filthy human baby. Unmoved, Ao Yuan scoffed. Who dared to issue orders to him? He pried open the pod with his massive claws and cradled the barely breathing Suju, lifting the fragile life form close to his eyes. He wondered how to save this child. The unparalleled mind of Ao Yuan, capable of simulating the cosmos, came to a complete standstill. What on earth? This was a question he genuinely didn't know the answer to. Raising a child? No experience. Feeding it? Stardust fragments, perhaps? If he tried dragon healing arts, the baby would turn to ash in an instant. After hesitating for a moment, Ao Yuan decided to draw out a drop of his essence blood, a dark golden droplet imbued with the laws of destruction, so potent the surrounding air almost collapsed under its might. This single drop of blood could gravely wound a great saint and ignite a dead star. Carefully, he suspended the blood at the edge of Suju's lips. Instinctively, Suju swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, the energy within him surged out of control, and like an inflating balloon, he exploded into a mist of blood with a pop. Ao Yuan froze in astonishment. Did he overdo it? Suddenly, the blood mist began to reassemble, each cell undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth as Suju metamorphosed amidst excruciating pain. At this moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Soul reconstruction detected, system activation. All-thing analysis system initiated. Plugin successfully loaded. Analyzing host status. Human race. Preliminary demon dragon physique. Body reconstruction in progress. High-grade essence blood detected. Proceed with analysis. In the midst of chaos, Suju's consciousness awoke, power surging through his body as he instinctively shouted, "Analyze." Analysis initiated. Energy levels too high. Anticipated completion, 19.8 billion years. Prioritizing absorption of usable segments. Analysis complete. Destruction law affinity plus 1%. Physical constitution fortified. A warm current spread throughout his body. The infant's physique became indestructible, faint golden light radiating beneath his skin. Shocked beyond belief, Ao Yuan placed Suju onto his gargantuan scales, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. Suju, lying atop the dragon's body and surrounded by the cosmos, felt his blood ignite with fervor. One day, he swore to lead an army of dragons back to Blue Star and reclaim his lost honor. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. Never underestimate me. He swore vengeance, his eyes filled with fiery determination. Ao Yuan noticed Suju trembling and asked if he was cold. In truth, Suju was seething with anger, but the ancient demon dragon emperor mistook it for chills. To Ao Yuan, providing warmth was a straightforward matter. He simply increased the temperature. The universe's best heat source? Obviously a star. Extending a claw, he reached across tens of thousands of light years and dragged a blue star close to Suju. Immense heat and radiation cascaded over them. Suju felt as if he were moments away from being roasted alive, while his system issued frantic warnings that he would soon perish from the temperature and radiation. On the verge of despair, and even too weak to cry, he began to suspect his dragon guardian intended to cook him. Perplexed, Ao Yuan watched as the infant appeared to suffer more. Deciding one star wasn't enough, he prepared to fetch a red giant. At that instant, Su Ju's survival instincts triggered, activating his demon dragon physique. He opened his mouth and inhaled toward the star. The system initiated energy conversion, absorbing the stellar energy while filtering out all harmful components. Su Ju, like a babe nursing, consumed the energy of the star. His skin seemed reborn, his strength surged, and he felt exceptionally comfortable. He reached out to the blue bottle for another sip. Ao Yuan was left dumbstruck. A human infant consuming a star as if it were a snack? He found this immensely delightful, resolving to raise Su Ju as his one-of-kind heir. But soon, the dragon elder Masha's telepathic scorn thundered in Ao Yuan's mind, condemning the act of feeding and raising a human as a crime and demanding Su Ju's execution. Ao Yuan merely sneered, severing the connection outright. As he gazed at the little creature in his palm, his annoyance dissipated entirely. He resolved to properly raise this child. What a hassle! Su Ju would need not just warmth, but nourishment as well. Having just devoured a star, the infant would surely be hungry. Stars, being too soft, wouldn't suffice. He needed something heartier. With a flicker of his massive form, Ao Yuan vanished, only to reappear moments later. He dropped onto the ground a resplendent, blazing object brimming with wild energy, a small. Like a planet, its surface glimmered with golden crystals, while magma flowed within its core. Su Ju curiously reached out to touch it. High-grade energy body detected. Star core, juvenile stage. Grade, 9th tier spirit material. Attributes, contains the essence of earth and fire elements. Recommendation, direct consumption will cause energy rampage. Parsing and absorption are advised for 1000% improved efficiency. Would you like to begin parsing and determine the optimal absorption plan? Without hesitation, Su Ju commanded, begin parsing. Parsing underway. Star core consumption plan formulated. 1. Identify weak outer shell and dismantle using mental energy guidance. 2. Extract earth essence to enhance bones and muscles. 3. Extract fire essence to strengthen chi and blood. 4. Absorb remaining energy to ascend martial cultivation realms. Execute immediately. Execute. Su Ju extended his small hand toward the star core. Following the system's guidance, his mental energy pierced through the outer shell. Crack. The solid star core split open. A light of earthen yellow and fiery red law surged forth, flooding directly into Su Ju's body. Meanwhile, several dragon elders observed through their spatial scrying technique, their expressions filled with disbelief. He's absorbing the star core? Impossible. 9th tier spirit material. Even a king would struggle to refine it, and he's just an infant. Look, the laws are actively aligning with him. How can this be? The dragon elders looked utterly stunned. Within Su Ju's body, drastic transformations unfolded. The earth essence fortified his bones, emitting cracking and snapping sounds as their density surged. The fire essence refined his blood, causing his heart to thunder as if heralding a battle. His chi and vitality soared to new heights. Vast amounts of energy coursed through his meridians, triggering system notifications in rapid succession. Earth essence absorbed. Bones and muscles enhanced. Demonic dragon physique upgraded. Fire essence absorbed. Chi and blood strengthened. Demonic dragon physique upgraded. Energy flooding system. Martial cultivation realm advancing. Body refinement realm breakthrough. Bone refining realm breakthrough. Marrow cleansing realm breakthrough. Chi condensation realm breakthrough. With just one bite, Su Ju had broken through 4 cultivation stages in succession, directly reaching the Chi condensation realm. A protective golden aura now enveloped his body, giving him the appearance of a deity. Su Ju let out a satisfied belch, the heat of it scorching the scales on his skin. Remarkably, the massive star core was only dimmed in a small portion. The Dragon Clan's Grand Elder, Emo Sha, felt both awe-stricken and envious. His heart filled with dread as he thought to himself, this child grows too quickly. If he can devour a star core now, he might one day devour us. We cannot wait any longer. We must kill him. Another elder agreed, claiming that such a prodigious human was the Dragon Clan's catastrophe waiting to happen. They decided to act immediately, unwilling to let their emperor hesitate further. With determination, Emo Sha prepared a covert strike. A black poison needle, infused with the essence of soul-destroying venom and backed by the laws of a 12th realm great saint, shot forth from the starfield, hurtling directly towards Su Ju. This venomous needle was a bane to divine souls, lethal to anyone, no matter who they were. At that moment, Ao Yuan, the Dragon Emperor, was preoccupied with subduing the starfield storm and never anticipated an ambush from Emo Sha. The poison needle, swift as lightning, reached Suju's head in the blink of an eye, piercing through his protective golden aura. Suju felt the shadow of death looming closer, but his body was unable to react in time. In this critical moment, the parsing system issued a warning. Alert! 12th Realm Great Saint-level soul attack detected. Extreme parsing in progress. Parsing complete. Weakness discovered. 19th Law Strand is slightly delayed. Targeting weakness and generating counterattack plan. Nearly simultaneously, Ao Yuan noticed the anomaly and became furious beyond belief. Just as he prepared to intervene, he saw something uncanny. Under the crushing oppression of the venomous needle, Suju hadn't collapsed. Instead, a pure, destructive force of law erupted from within him. Targeting weakness, initiating counterattack. Dark gold energy surged from Suju's body, precisely colliding with the 19th Law Strand of the venomous needle. Crunch! The poison needle came to a halt just an inch above Suju's head, cracks spreading across its surface. The accompanying laws disintegrated, triggering a chain reaction that obliterated the needle into nothingness. Far away, in the dark void, Emo Sha spat out a mouthful of dragon blood as his vitality crumbled. He, the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder, was severely wounded. Emo Sha was utterly shocked, unable to believe his law-infused attack had been thwarted by an infant in the most brutal and precise manner imaginable. It was as though he had delivered a full-force punch, only for a mere needle to find his weakest point, rebounding the damage onto himself. The level of law perception and computational ability required to accomplish such a feat was terrifying beyond imagination. For a moment, Emo Sha even suspected the Emperor might have intervened, but he quickly ruled it out. The strength displayed was too minor. This had to be the infant's doing. As realization dawned, Emo Sha's heart began to flood with a deep, creeping fear. This child could see through the laws themselves. As he spiraled into panic, Ao Yuan appeared silently beside him. The Emperor's cold and merciless dragon eyes held not just fury, but an even more terrifying disappointment. Emo Sha tried to explain himself, but Ao Yuan silenced him with a swift movement. In an instant, Emo Sha's fortune, cultivation, and mastery over laws were all stripped away. Ao Yuan left only these words. Out of respect for your million years of service in battle, I spare your life. From this day forth, you are no longer a Dragon Clan elder. You are to remain in penance here until the end of the cosmos. And with that, Ao Yuan disappeared. Emo Sha, his cultivation completely fallen, his divine soul grievously injured, was imprisoned deep within the abyss, left with nothing but despair and raging screams. Meanwhile, on a cluster of dragon scales, Suju was still clueless as to what had transpired. He tilted his head, confused. Wasn't there something really dangerous just now? It seems to have been dealt with. Before long, he shrugged it off and returned to gnawing on the star core. No matter what, eating comes first. Tight. Ao Yuan appeared once more, his gaze landing on Suju, who was now filled with astonishment. The counterattack just now was precise and direct, even catching the eye of a Saint King like him. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure of the cosmos. As he was contemplating how to reward Suju, a cold and noble female voice suddenly pierced through the starry domain, carrying a pressure equal to his own. Ao Yuan, you've destroyed my garden. And what's with this human presence? As the words fell, a rift in space was torn open, and a massive silver dragon stepped through. Its shimmering scales glimmered, its crystalline horns intertwined with the essence of law, and its golden eyes radiated unparalleled majesty. The Life Dragon Queen, Elizabeth, the legendary Dragon Mother, had arrived. Ao Yuan shuddered, glancing at the star core Suju had gnawed on, looking utterly helpless. Seeing Elizabeth awaken, Ao Yuan softened his tone. I was just handling a small matter. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes coldly fixated on Suju, completely ignoring Ao Yuan. A human cub? Ao Yuan, have you lost your mind? Bringing this thing into the sacred land of the dragons. Her disdain was palpable. Ao Yuan hurriedly defended. He's different. He's a genius. I've seen enough, Elizabeth interrupted. Just a little worm that managed to survive by swallowing a drop of your essence blood, barely fending off a single strike with your help. And this counts as genius. Her gaze was filled with derision, as though she was looking at trash. I'll give you two choices. 1, I'll personally kill him and purify the drop of your blood along with him. 2, throw him out and let fate take its course. Ao Yuan's expression turned cold. He's my child. Your child? Elizabeth sneered in mockery. Dragon blood is so noble, and you think he is worthy of it? The atmosphere froze instantly. Their auras clashed, disturbing the surrounding laws as chaos ensued. At that moment, Suju raised his head, looked at Elizabeth, and curiously called out, Mom. The scene fell into dead silence. Elizabeth's originally icy demeanor cracked, her dragon eyes slightly widening. What did he just call me? Ao Yuan was stunned as well. This brat, so quick to call her mom. The word mom stirred complex emotions within Elizabeth. Over her countless offspring, all had only ever referred to her as Empress or Mother Dearest. Never had anyone called her mom, let alone a human boy whom she utterly despised. In that moment, it was as though her heart were struck by lightning. Ao Yuan burst into laughter. Elizabeth, did you hear that? He called you mom. What a clever boy. This is fate. He looked immensely pleased with himself. Elizabeth roared in anger. Shut up. He's just a lowly thief defiling dragon blood. And you think you can deceive me with mere words? Fate. All I see is disgrace. She ruthlessly pressed down her emotions, her killing intent intensifying. She would not allow herself to be swayed by a human whelp. Ao Yuan's demeanor cooled as well. Don't overstep. He's my son. If you dare harm him, you'll have to go through me first. Your son? Laughable. He couldn't even survive a trial. He's nothing but a parasite. The wills of two Saint Kings collided, and the space around them teetered on the brink of collapse. Hungry, Suju clutched his stomach, looking pitifully at Ao Yuan. Having just broken through to the fourth realm, his energy consumption was massive, and he'd only taken a small bite of the star core. Ao Yuan's defenses crumbled in an instant. All his majestic demeanor gone, he hastily pushed the remaining chunk of the star core towards Suju with his claw. Here, eat up. Take it slow so you don't choke. He was careful and attentive, like a nervous first-time father. Delighted, Suju beamed, grabbed the star core, and resumed gnawing on it. Absorbing juvenile stage star core. Basic demon dragon physique, experience plus 1%. Stabilizing cultivation at the chi condensation realm. Elizabeth looked on with a conflicted expression, a dragon emperor, millions of years old, playing the role of a caretaker, feeding a human infant, and this frail youngster was treating a ninth-grade spirit material like a teething toy. The scene was utterly absurd. She remained silent for a long time. Ao Yuan, thinking she was about to erupt in a fit of rage, quickly shielded Suju. Elizabeth, I warn you. But Elizabeth suddenly spoke. Give him to me. Her tone was cold, devoid of its earlier lethal intent. Ao Yuan froze. What do you mean? You claim he's no parasite, then prove it. Every dragon newborn undergoes the bloodline trial. Elizabeth replied, her gaze riveted on Suju. Ao Yuan immediately refused. No, never. The dragon tribe's bloodline trial meant throwing young dragons into a desolate planet to survive on their own, and the survival rate was minimal. Suju, not even a true dragon but a human child, would be as good as dead. Elizabeth sneered in scorn. What's the matter? Afraid your genius son won't last a single day? He's still a child. A dragon child is a warrior from the moment they're born. Elizabeth's voice brooked no argument. Her massive dragon head drew close, golden eyes staring straight into Suju's. Pausing his meal, Suju curiously tilted his head to look up. He sensed that the silver behemoth in front of him no longer harbored a desire to kill, so he extended a small hand, tentatively reaching toward Elizabeth's dragon horns. Elizabeth instinctively wanted to dodge. She had a compulsive aversion to being touched. Yet this time, she didn't move. Detecting proximity to an unknown life form. Initiating analysis. Target: Life Dragon Emperor, Sage King Realm. Danger level: extremely lethal. Host is advised not to provoke. The system frantically issued warnings. Suju tilted his head, looking at what the system referred to as provoking, then directly grabbed Elizabeth's dragon horn, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a hard bite. Crunch. A sharp sound echoed. The air grew deathly silent. Ao Yuan was dumbfounded, and so was Elizabeth. Her incredibly tough dragon horn had been bitten off in one go by Suju. As Suju activated his divine sense to view the dragon horn internally, he discovered a tiny tooth mark on it. Very faint, but undeniably real. He continued gnawing on Elizabeth's dragon horn, while Elizabeth stared at him, completely stupefied. Ding. Detected high-level energy source. Life Dragon Horn. Contains the essence of life and time laws. Parsing successful. Affinity to life law plus 0.01%. Affinity to time law plus 0.001%. Physique slightly enhanced. Cellular activity boosted. Suju felt a refreshing and soothing energy surge through his entire body. It was even more pleasurable than gnawing on a star nucleus. With renewed vigor, he bit harder. On the side, Ao Yuan burst out laughing. See that? My son's teeth are just like mine. Elizabeth did not respond. She simply kept her gaze fixed on Suju. A human infant capable of digesting Sage King's essence blood, resisting saint-level laws, and even biting through her dragon horn. This was no longer a mere genius. This was a freak. Her initial disdain transformed into curiosity and acceptance. She retrieved her dragon horn, leaving Suju unable to bite further. He pouted in dissatisfaction. In a cold tone, Elizabeth announced, "Hand him over to me. From this day on, I will personally oversee his trials. He will either die during the trials or be forged into a true dragon by my own hands." Ao Yuan had no room to object. The ironclad rules of the dragon race dictated that every royal descendant must undergo trials. After a moment of silence, Ao Yuan agreed, but stressed, "He is still just a baby. You cannot hold him to the standards of an adult dragon." Elizabeth snorted coldly, neither refuting nor agreeing, implicitly acknowledging his words. With a thought, she opened a silver spatial gate. Beyond it was a majestic temple hovering in the cosmos, forged from silvery metal and etched with dragon totems. "Back to Dragon Castle," Elizabeth stated before stepping through. Ao Yuan retracted his aura, transformed into a streak of black light, and swept Suju along into the portal. Upon passing through, the scenery before Suju underwent a drastic change. It was a vast, independent world illuminated by hundreds of light spheres, as bright as daylight. Rivers of gold surged through the land, the dense spiritual energy so abundant that just breathing it amplified the essence within his body. This was the heart of the dragon race, the eternal dragon castle. As they returned, countless powerful divine senses converged from all directions. "Greetings, Father Emperor and Mother Empress." "Father Emperor, you've returned." Dragons from all around bowed in reverence as they greeted them. Suju raised his head, his curious gaze roving around. From the skies, dozens of colossal dragons approached. Among them were blazing dragons engulfed in golden fire, winter dragons entwined in ice, and thunder punishment dragons cloaked in lightning. Each exuded terrifying auras, the strongest among them having reached the 11th realm of the sage stage. These dragons were the offspring of Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, making them Suju's elder siblings. When they saw the tiny human infant being held in Ao Yuan's claws, their initial reverence transformed into shock and intense disdain. "What is that?" The largest dark golden dragon, Ao Shang, furrowed his brow. As the eldest child and an 11th realm sage at the pinnacle of his power, he spoke with authority. "Father brought back a human baby? Disgusting. How could something like that appear in the eternal dragon castle?" The dragons exchanged thoughts through their divine senses, their eyes filled with hostility, as if seeing a bug crawling into the royal palace. "Silence," Elizabeth commanded coldly. Her gaze swept over the group, her presence alone suppressing everyone. "From this day forward, he is your younger brother." The dragons immediately erupted in uproar. "What? Is Mother Empress joking? Allowing a human to be our brother? This is the biggest joke in the history of the dragon clan." Ao Shang was the first to voice his objection. "Mother Empress, this cannot be allowed. The bloodline of the dragon clan is noble and must not be tainted by inferior species." "Exactly. We refuse to acknowledge this. Throw him out or kill him." Rage spread like wildfire. These paragons of the dragon race could not accept being placed on equal standing with a human. Elizabeth's cold voice cut through the chaos. "Are you questioning me?" Instantly, all fell silent. They might despise Suju, but they would never dare to oppose their mother. "Qualifications are not determined by you. He will undergo the dragon clan's origin trials. I will select 7 trial planets, each representing one of the original laws. If he passes all of them, he will earn a title and become a true prince. If he dies, then he is nothing more than garbage." The assembly of dragons fell silent, their expressions shifting to sneers. The origin trials were challenges designed for the most elite talents of the dragon royal family. Passing all 7 planets was a feat achieved by only 1 in 10,000. Most siblings barely passed 3 to 4 planets. And yet, a human baby? He wouldn't survive the first trial. "Her Majesty is wise," Ao Shang said with feigned deference, eager to see Suju humiliated. The other dragons quickly echoed his sentiment. In their eyes, Suju was already a dead man walking. Ao Yuan, his beard bristling with anger, was about to speak when Elizabeth silenced him with a single glance. "Ao Yuan, you must. Will he always hide behind you?" Ao Yuan fell silent, turning to look at Suju. Suju didn't seem to notice anything at all. Though Suju could sense the hostility around him, he only found the noise of these creatures annoying. It was interrupting his meal. As he gnawed on a shard of a star nucleus, he curiously glanced at Ao Shang, the dark gold giant dragon who was shouting the loudest. "Target detected. Dark gold holy dragon, Saint Realm. Analysis successful. Fusion defects detected in targets, law of gold, and law of strength. 0.3% rejection between soul and body. Suju blinked, finding that something seemed off about Ao Shang, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with it. He looked down again and resumed gnawing on the star nucleus. Elizabeth observed this, and a flash of appreciation glimmered in her golden dragon eyes. Faced with the suppression and hostility of so many Saint Realm powerhouses, Suju was entirely unfazed, a composure surpassing the majority of her offspring. The trial begins now, Elizabeth declared. With a swipe of her dragon claw, she tore open a spatial rift, revealing a dark crimson planet shrouded in storms and tempestuous energy. The volatile aura emanating from the other side sent shivers down the spines of many dragons. The first trial planet, Storm Star, Elizabeth introduced. This planet has existed for 300 million years, filled with electromagnetic storms and corrosive gases. Its surface gravity is 300 times that of Blue Star. She glanced at Suju. Survive here and crush the planetary core with your own hands. As soon as she finished, a powerful force enveloped Suju and hurled him into the rift. Ao Yuan shouted in alarm. Be gentle. He's still just a child. The spatial rift closed, cutting off their view. Inside the Wanlong fortress, jeers erupted among the myriad dragons. 300 times gravity? That little whelp will be squashed into a meat patty instantly. Ao Shang grinned triumphantly and conjured a spatial magic mirror to watch how miserably Suju would meet his end. On Storm Star, the crimson sky held neither sun nor moon, only endless streaks of lightning as thick as mountains, capable of instantly vaporizing steel. Clouds of blood-red mist swirled turbulently amidst acid rain, eroding the twisted black wasteland shaped by merciless winds. Suju's body plummeted from the rift like a meteor. Instantly, the 300 times gravity bore down on him. Anyone else would have been reduced to pulp, but Suju was different. Inside him flowed the Holy King's bloodline and energy from stellar cores and star nuclei. His physique was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, his bones groaned audibly under the pressure. Warning: extreme gravity detected. Bone density insufficient, structural fractures forming. Activating primary magic dragon physique. Mobilizing Earth's source energy to reinforce bones. A soil yellow brilliance enveloped his body, rapidly healing and strengthening his skeletal structure. Boom! Suju crashed into the wasteland, leaving a crater dozens of meters deep, dust and smoke flying into the air. Back in the Wanlong fortress, the dragons burst into laughter as they watched through the magic mirror. He'll just die instantly from the fall. 300 times gravity? A human baby like him will never survive. Ao Shang's face was full of smug satisfaction. Finally, this nuisance was dealt with. But the next second, his smirk froze. The dust cleared, revealing Suju struggling to his feet. His small clothes were tattered and his body covered in dirt, but he was completely unscathed. Disdainfully, he shook the dust off his clothes. The crowd fell silent. Even the dragon's laughter abruptly ceased. He's unharmed. Impossible. His physique rivals that of a dragon hatchling in the bone refinement realm. Is he really human? Ao Yuan let out a sigh of relief, pride written all over his face. That's my son. Even Elizabeth's eyes glimmered with surprise. She had anticipated that Suju would survive, but not with such ease. On Storm Star, Suju stood firm and surveyed his surroundings. Environmental analysis ongoing. Atmospheric composition: 71% nitrogen, 22% sulfur oxides, 7% unidentified corrosive gases. Warning: corrosive gases detected. Activate internal respiration or protective chi immediately. Surface temperature: 112 degrees C. Energy radiation: high, mildly interfering with spiritual awareness. Overall assessment: extremely hostile. Suju frowned. This place was utterly foul and noisy, and he hated it. Above, blood clouds churned and a storm was about to break. Warning: acid rain with pH 0.5 expected in 30 seconds. Capable of dissolving steel instantly. Seek shelter immediately. Suju scanned the area. Nothing but endless black wasteland surrounded him. Scanning. Natural cave detected 3.7 kilometers ahead. Alternative: fissure located 8.1 kilometers behind. Recommended: head toward the cave. Without hesitation, Suju dashed toward the cave. Each step was a struggle under the 300 times gravity, but thanks to the Earth's source energy aiding his adjustment, he quickly managed a light jog. The watching dragons fell into a strange silence. Recalling their own miserable first trials and comparing them to Suju's performance now, they were utterly gobsmacked. Man compared to a dragon truly maddened dragons to death. As acid rain began to fall, the ground sizzled with rising steam. The protective chi around Suju was rapidly corroded, prompting him to quicken his pace. Finally, as his protective barrier was nearly depleted, he charged into the safety of the cave. Inside, The cave was dry and quiet. Suju sat down and retrieved half a star nucleus from his storage pouch to replenish his energy. But just then, a hissing sound echoed from within the depths of the cave. Warning. Approaching life form detected. Storm Crystal Scorpion Juvenile. Rank. Bone Refinement Realm, Tier 3. Abilities. Poisonous Tail Sting. High-frequency sound waves, chitin defense. Weakness. The connection point of the 17th segment of the chitin, the nerve center, weakest defense. From the shadows, a massive, jet-black scorpion measuring 3 meters long emerged. Its dual pincers shone with a threatening gleam. Its tail stinger glimmered with green light, and its blood-red compound eyes fixed their deadly stare on Suju and the star core in his hand. To the crystal scorpion, the star core was an ultimate treasure. To it, Suju was nothing more than a mere insect blocking its path. Hissus. The storm crystal scorpion let out a piercing shriek, its massive pincers spreading wide as it lunged at Suju with lightning speed. Suju, facing his first opponent, remained utterly unflustered. He rushed forward directly, with the 300-fold gravity also affecting the scorpion, slowing its movements. Target locked. Pathway analyzed. Optimal angle. Crouch. Advance 1.2 meters. Lean back at 37 degrees. Strike. Following the system's instructions, Suju narrowly evaded the massive pincers and delivered a punch straight toward the weak point with all his strength, unleashing a burst of energy. Bang! His fist landed on the soft flesh beneath the chitin, causing the demon scorpion's body to freeze mid-attack, its compound eyes filled with confusion. The next moment, PSSSHD. The burst of energy penetrated the weak point, directly obliterating the scorpion's nerve center. It had no chance to cry out as its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching twice before lying completely still. One strike kill. Suju shook off the green blood from his fist with disdain before walking over to the corpse and giving it a nudge with his foot. Detected an absorbable demon core. Absorb. Suju thought briefly but did not take action. He instead clutched the star core while munching on his rations. Meanwhile, in front of the magical mirror at Dragon Fortress, the spectating dragons were all utterly stunned. He killed the crystal scorpion with one punch. Those movements were flawless. Is he really just a baby? Ao Shang's face was twisted with fury, his roar shaking the roof of the fortress. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were locked onto the magical mirror, where Suju casually ate while holding the star core, his gaze full of jealousy and indignation. A mere human, a baby. How could he have such combat instincts? Turning his anger to the dragon queen on her throne, Elizabeth, Ao Shang bellowed. Mother, this isn't fair. He must have used some secret tool gifted by father. Otherwise, how could he kill the crystal scorpion with one blow? The other dragons chimed in with complaints, refusing to believe that Suju had seen through the weakness and arguing that the trial had become meaningless. They couldn't accept the idea that an insignificant worm could reverse the roles. They were confronted by a talent far more monstrous than their own, so naturally, they cried foul, accusing him of foul play. Elizabeth swept her cold gaze across her furious dragon sons without a word. Unlike them, she saw the truth more clearly. That punch by Suju, there had been no external assistance. It was executed entirely with pure strength, precise timing, and sheer instinct. The precision with which he exploited the weakness even shocked her. This child seemed to be born for battle. Ao Yuan, brimming with pride, sent a telepathic jibe in her direction. See that? My son's amazing, isn't he? Combine all your sons, and they're not even as strong as one of my son's fingers. Elizabeth glanced at him coolly but didn't respond. Still, she slightly raised her chin, her mood visibly better. Silence. Her voice, commanding and authoritative, instantly quieted the entire hall. The trial continues. With these 4 words, she ignored Ao Shang and his tantrum. Ao Shang trembled with rage, fuming silently. His mother was blatantly favoring that little bastard. He glared at the magical mirror, his eyes filled with toxic malice as he watched Suju gnawing on his rations. Feeling smug, are you? Murderous intent flooded his heart. If mother won't intervene, I will. Let's see how you handle some added difficulty. Retreating silently to a side hall, Ao Shang's colossal dragon form melted into the darkness. Extending a claw, he began tracing runes in the air, constructing a long-distance miniature teleportation array. This was a secret technique exclusive to the royal family, allowing objects to be transported discreetly without alerting the Dragon King. What was he planning? He intended to stir trouble for Suju. The origin trials consist of 7-star realms. The Storm Star is only the first, the simplest one. He sneered. Let's see how you like this special surprise from the 3rd star realm. Ao Shang locked his mental focus on a fearsome beast dormant on the third trial star. With the array completed, he sent it through. Go, and may you devour that little bastard. A ripple of spatial energy echoed through Dragon Fortress. Elizabeth's golden eyes narrowed as she glanced sharply in Ao Shang's direction, but she held back. She wanted to see if this little one could perform yet another miracle. On the Storm Star, in a cave, Su Ju was sound asleep, a hint of drool hanging at the corner of his mouth. Body tempering, bone refining, marrow cleansing, chi strengthening, foundations solid. Beginner Demon Dragon Physique Progress, 35%. Destruction Law Affinity, 1.01%. Life Law Affinity, 0.01%. Time Law Affinity, 0.001%. The system panel quietly updated. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, Su Ju saw a massive figure now standing at the entrance to the cave. It was a 5-meter-tall, four-armed mantis-like creature made entirely of white bone. Ghostly blue flames burned in its eye sockets, and its 4 bone blades gleamed menacingly. Its energy was 10 times that of the storm crystal scorpion. Warning: detected an oversized life form. Species: skeletal reaper, mature form. Realm, true essence realm, first level. Abilities: supersonic movement, quadruple blade slash, soul harvest, bone regeneration. Danger level: fatal. Host current power is no match. Immediate retreat is advised. The system's alarm blared urgently. True essence realm. To Su Ju, it's as if a baby were to challenge a boxing champion. There was no chance of victory. The skeletal reaper let out a piercing scream and lunged directly at Su Ju. It had sensed his vitality and blood energy and was driven to devour it. In the blink of an eye, with a supersonic burst of speed, it appeared before Su Ju. For bone blades slashed down from different angles, their movements too fast for Su Ju to even perceive. Within Wanlong Fortress, Ao Yuan suddenly stood up, his aura erupting and shaking the entire fortress. Ao Shang, you've gone too far, he roared with fiery anger as he realized what had happened and prepared to tear into the void to intervene. Elizabeth coldly stepped in to block him. Do you want him to stay hidden behind your back forever? The creature is true essence realm. He's only just at the chi toughening realm. Ao Yuan howled. A true dragon faces any challenge head-on. If he can't overcome this, he's unworthy of your bloodline. He'll die. Then let him die. Elizabeth replied icily, but her dragon body trembled uncontrollably. She stared intently at the magic mirror, unwilling to look away. Inside the mountain cave, death descended upon Su Ju. The bone blades were about to strike. His chi defense was like fragile paper, unable to block or evade them. In this life-threatening moment, Su Ju's mind became crystal clear. Extreme analysis activated. Analyzing attack patterns, flaw detected. The system provided a prompt. The first and third bone blades would overlap for 0.0001 seconds, creating an energy pause. That was the sole flaw. It recommended an all-out attack, abandoning defense, and targeting that very point. It was a reckless plan, but Su Ju had no other choice but to gamble. Complex calculations were beyond him. All he knew was to execute the plan. As the bone blades came down, Su Ju moved. Using the quickest footwork at his disposal, he narrowly dodged the deadly strikes. The first blade scraped his scalp, the second nicked his ribcage, leaving only a faint mark, and the third and fourth brushed dangerously close past him. He survived, barely. As he slipped through the web of blades, Su Ju's small fist, already brimming with power, was resolute. Channeling the power of the law of destruction, dark golden energy enveloped his fist. He aimed directly at the nexus of the skeletal reaper's chest and struck with all his might. A thunderous roar resonated within the cave as Su Ju's fist collided with the skeletal reaper's chest bones. The creature froze mid-motion, the ghostly blue flames in its eyes filled with disbelief. It hadn't expected its quadruple blade slash to fail, nor could it comprehend how this mere child managed to pierce through its bone defenses. Cracks spread rapidly from the center of the punch. The laws crumbled, and the power of destruction eroded its very being. The skeletal reaper's towering 5-meter figure shattered into bone dust in an instant, leaving only a floating ghostly blue demon core behind. Inside Wanlong Fortress, all the watching dragons were struck dumb. Silence filled the air. No one could make sense of what had just transpired, and none could believe that a mere child had destroyed a true essence realm skeletal reaper in a single blow. This has to be an illusion. A thunder punishment dragon shook its head uncontrollably. The other dragons were equally flabbergasted and whispered amongst themselves. How could he, still at the chi toughening realm, wield the law of destruction? Wasn't that a bloodline power exclusive to the Dragon King? Shock, fear, and confusion erupted like a storm in the minds of these dragon prodigies. Staring at the Suju reflected in the magic mirror, they felt as though they were witnessing a monster, something beyond comprehension. In the silence, the sound of someone coughing up blood shattered the stillness. Ao Shang staggered forward, golden dragon blood dripping from his mouth, his aura weak, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He had split off a fragment of his soul to transport the skeletal reaper, but Suju's punch had not only obliterated the creature, but also sent the destructive backlash of the law of destruction surging back through their soul connection. Wounded and defeated, he had reaped what he sowed. Just then, a furious roar erupted from the throne within the hall. Ao Yuan's searing gaze bore down on his eldest son, a terrifying pressure pouring forth like a tidal wave. Pinned under the immense force, Ao Shang collapsed to his knees, unable to move. Desperate, he begged for mercy. "Father, please spare me." He could feel the killing intent radiating from his father, Ao Yuan. Ao Yuan's voice was icy. "As the elder brother, you failed to protect your younger sibling and instead conspired to harm him, sabotaging his trial. You are unworthy to be my son." Without hesitation, he raised a claw that radiated the even greater destructive aura, prepared to personally cripple Ao Shang. At this moment, Elizabeth stepped in to intercept, placing herself between the two dragons. "Ao Yuan, that's enough. He's guilty, but it doesn't warrant death. Besides, his actions have brought us a rather pleasant surprise, hasn't it?" She gestured toward the magic mirror. Ao Yuan's gaze followed hers. In the magic mirror, Suju curiously poked at the floating demon core with his finger. Detected high-quality energy source, true essence realm demon core, grade 5 spiritual material. Can be directly consumed to advance to a higher realm. Suju tilted his head, then promptly swallowed the demon core whole. Erp, a satisfied burp escaped as an immense surge of energy exploded within him. Energy influx detected. Commencing martial realm breakthrough. True essence realm, breakthrough achieved. In mere seconds, Suju had ascended from the chi toughening realm to the true essence realm. His gaseous chi rapidly condensed into liquid form. The true essence surged, dramatically heightening power and recovery. Beneath his feet, the essence billowed, lifting him into the air, achieving the hallmark of the true essence realm: flight through energy manipulation. Suju's gaze fell upon the bone dust scattered on the ground. Special substance detected, bone powder of the ravaging reaper. Contains information on the laws of death. Proceed with analysis? He commanded the analysis and absorbed the bone powder. Analysis complete. Death law affinity increased by 0.1%. Gained comprehension of basic soul harvesting. Every dragon in 10,000 Dragons Fortress, including Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, was utterly silent. Ao Shang had gone to great lengths, risking everything to deliver assassins of the true essence realm. Yet all he managed was to provide Suju with equipment and abilities, making himself the perfect ally to the enemy. Ao Shang was so enraged he coughed blood and fainted. The other dragons present hung their heads, the atmosphere stifling. That little figure in the magic mirror had already become a shadow haunting everyone's thoughts. Compared to their own brutal trials back in the day, Suju's progress seemed outrageously effortless, almost supernatural. For him, the human youth's trial was a vacation buffet. The enemies? Simply experience points. The dangers? Just appetizers. There was no comparison. Ao Yuan looked at his children, who were utterly demoralized, and felt utterly satisfied. He walked over to the unconscious Ao Shang, nudged the dragon's head with his foot, and sneered, "Useless." Without even a backward glance, he continued to excitedly watch Suju's ongoing performance. Elizabeth signaled for a juvenile dragon to drag Ao Shang away for healing, then redirected her gaze to the magic mirror, anticipation building. The first trial, Storm Star. Objective: survive and personally destroy the planet's core. Suju had already reached the true essence realm. The strongest beings on this planet were only at the bone refinement realm, posing no challenge to him at all. All that remained was finding the core. Inside a cave, Suju adapted to his newfound strength, basking in the comfort it provided. Looking out at the harsh and hostile weather, he frowned. He disliked it. He wanted to leave. Then he remembered Elizabeth's instruction: destroy the planetary core. Task confirmed. Destroy the Storm Star core. Analyzing task. Scanning planetary structure. Complete. Core located in the planet's mantle, 1,800 kilometers beneath the surface. Composed of high-density electromagnetic crystal, heavily fortified. Option 1. Use Earth origin energy to open a passage directly to the core. Estimated time, 37 days. Option 2. Use laws of death to corrode the core. Less effort required but highly improbable. Suju scoffed at the thought of wasting 37 days. He didn't want to stay even a single extra day. Suddenly, he remembered AO Yuan's grade 9 star core and took it out. Detected user intent, analyzing feasibility. Approved. Use the grade 9 star core to expedite passage creation. Option 3. Use the star core as an array anchor to forcibly crack the planetary crust. Estimated completion, 1 day. 1 day? Perfect. Suju's eyes gleamed brilliantly, and he immediately began taking action. Carrying the star core, which was larger than himself, he exited the cave. Acid rain and lightning posed no threat against his true essence barrier. Following the system's guidance, he placed the star core at the node of the planet's ley lines and pressed his hands against it. Gravitational resonance array initiated, infusing true essence into the star core. The grade 9 star core erupted with golden light. Its gravitational force rippled outward, shaking Storm Star with violent tremors. An earthquake on a planetary scale as fissures tore across the ground, exposing roiling magma below. What is he doing? The dragons at 10,000 Dragons Fortress exclaimed in shock. He's triggering ley line explosions? Is he really trying to destroy the planet? He's mad. Absolutely mad. Even Ao Yuan and Elizabeth were startled by Suju's unorthodox and reckless approach. Where normal trial participants would cautiously sneak underground, avoiding hazards to carefully dismantle the core, Suju chose the simpler route, brutally demolishing everything above it. Under the stunned gazes of every dragon, the fissures Suju created widened into a bottomless abyss, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, through which flashes of lightning revealed the core's location. Without hesitation, Suju jumped into the abyss, determined to end this trial as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the dragons monitoring him through the magic mirror suddenly saw the screen quake violently. After a crisp cracking sound, Suju emerged from the depths, holding an enormous spherical electromagnetic crystal, the Storm Star's core. Its surface was riddled with fractures, like a piece of shattered glass. Suju brought his hand down in a forceful grip, bang, and the core disintegrated under his sheer strength. The unleashed lightning energy erupted like fireworks. With the destruction of the planetary core, the gravitational and magnetic fields collapsed. Storms faded, the acid rain ceased. The planet had been rendered completely dead. Within a single day, Suju conquered the first trial planet. Clapping the dust off his hands, he sat cross-legged in midair, calmly absorbing the energy leaking from the broken core. Back at 10,000 Dragons Fortress, silence hung thick in the air. Among the dragon prodigies, faces were pale and somber. Ao Shang, recently revived, turned to the magic mirror just in time to witness Suju crushing the core. Eyes rolling into his head, he nearly fainted a second time. It was a total, undeniable slap to the face. What they had assumed to be a deadly ordeal had been nothing more than a warm-up for Suju. Elizabeth watched Suju through the magic mirror and finally spoke. Open the space gate and bring him back. When Suju returned to the fortress, Ao Yuan rushed forward and rubbed against him excitedly, exclaiming, "My child, are you all right?" Suju, disgusted, pushed him away. The rest of the dragons avoided his gaze, keeping their heads lowered. Elizabeth, in her massive draconic form, approached Suju. For the first time, she praised him. "Well done. According to tradition, by passing the first trial star, you are entitled to a reward," Elizabeth said as she forced out a single drop of her essence blood. It gleamed silver, brimming with the vitality of life itself. Elizabeth held the shimmering drop of silver blood before her and calmly stated, "This is the essence of my life force. Consuming it will heal you and allow you to evolve." The entire audience was stunned. This was the essence blood of the Life Dragon Empress, a treasure of the dragon race. A single drop could resurrect a lifeless dragon or purify the diluted bloodline of a subdragon. Even her eldest son, Ao Shang, had barely gained half a drop upon coming of age, while the rest of her offspring had no qualifications to even dream of it. Yet here was Elizabeth, offering an entire drop to a human infant. Ao Shang, who had just regained consciousness, saw this and was filled with jealousy and fury. He couldn't restrain himself and shouted, "Mother, you cannot. Essence blood is the foundation of our dragon lineage. It cannot be given to outsiders, let alone a human." Other dragons erupted in protest as well, and the temple became a scene of uproar. Elizabeth merely swept her icy gaze across the room, and in an instant, an oppressive silence descended. None dared to voice further objections. The aura of the sacred monarch bore down on the dragons, rendering even the mightiest of them immobile. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Her voice was as cold as ice. Ao Shang lowered his head, his eyes filled with poisonous resentment. He couldn't fathom why his parents favored Suju so highly. In his mind, Suju was just a lucky human, undeserving of such privilege and affection. Meanwhile, Ao Yuan, Elizabeth's mate, felt nothing but delight at his wife's commanding demeanor. Quietly, he sidled up to Suju and whispered, "Son, what your mother just gave you is even better than what she ever gave me. Hurry up and thank her properly." Suju paid him no attention. His gaze was locked onto that drop of essence blood, and one thought dominated his mind. Eat it. Ding. Detected item of cosmic significance. Essence blood of the Life Dragon Empress. Initiating analysis. Energy level too high. Analysis failed. Activating emergency protocol. Success. Warning. Consumption poses extreme danger. Conflict with the destruction law within the host's body detected, which could lead to bodily collapse and soul annihilation. Only solution. Precise systemic guidance to extract the essence while neutralizing destructive clashes. The system's warnings flooded Suju's mind. The reshaping of his foundations through the power of creation and destruction held only a 0.001% chance of success, with a 99.99% mortality rate. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed with terror, but Suju was unfazed. His world was already in ruins, and with the system backing him, he trusted only its advice. If the system said he could eat it, then he would. Without hesitation, Suju swallowed the drop of silver blood in one gulp. Ao Yuan was stunned, and even Elizabeth hadn't expected Suju to act so decisively. She had planned to help him absorb it gradually. The moment the silver blood entered his mouth, Suju gulped it down, silence falling over the temple. A few seconds later, he let out a satisfied belch, completely nonchalant. Every dragon in the room was dumbfounded. Ao Yuan burst into laughter, boasting about his son's innate talent. Ao Shang and the other dragons, meanwhile, were left questioning their very worldview. Elizabeth, however, sensed the monumental shift occurring within Suju. In his body, the laws of life and destruction clashed violently, yet unexpectedly reached equilibrium. The opposing forces annihilated and merged with each other, ultimately giving rise to the gray, primordial power of creation and destruction. She couldn't comprehend how an infant could simultaneously wield the supreme laws of life and destruction, ultimately manifesting the cosmic essence of creation and destruction itself. While her mind momentarily froze under the weight of this revelation, Suju remained clueless about the magnitude of his transformation. He simply felt incredibly comfortable. System notice. Extraction of creation-destruction power successful. Reshaping the host's foundational constitution. Suju is undergoing transformation into the primary chaotic dragon physique. Transformation complete. Comprehensive enhancement achieved. Strength, speed, defense, and regenerative capabilities surged exponentially. Destruction law compatibility increased by 5%. Life law compatibility increased by 5%. Time law compatibility increased by 1%. New divine ability acquired. Basic life drain. Allows gradual absorption of a target's life force, converting it into energy. The series of system notifications left Suju ecstatic. He felt as though he had been completely reborn. True essence coursed through him, more potent and refined than ever before. If he were to encounter a skeletal predator again, he could obliterate it with a single punch. This was incredible. Suju looked at Elizabeth, his eyes gleaming with expectation, a clear indication that he wanted another drop of essence blood. Elizabeth's lips twitched at this sight. Creating even a single drop of essence blood required tens of thousands of years. How could she possibly provide more? Letting out a cold snort, Elizabeth forced herself to remain composed, regaining her usual air of aloofness. She lowered her golden dragon eyes to meet Suju's gaze and said, "From today onward, you will reside in the Life Temple. Before the second trial, I will personally train you." The dragons in the audience were once again shocked. Even Ao Shang had never been given such special treatment. Ao Yuan, on the other hand, was overjoyed and decided to follow them, only to be stopped by Elizabeth's icy words, "You stay here." Her reasoning was simple. She didn't want him to corrupt Suju. Without giving him a chance to protest, she enveloped Suju in a cocoon of silver light and whisked him away, leaving Ao Yuan standing there dumbfounded. When the environment shifted again, Suju opened his eyes to find himself in the Life Temple, floating amidst the clouds. The temple was constructed of dazzling silver crystals etched with life runes, and a central pool filled with silver liquid radiated overwhelming vitality. The energy in the air was so dense that just breathing felt like ascending to another realm. Elizabeth, now in her dragon form, lay coiled beside the pool. Her golden eyes bore down on Suju as her cold voice rang out, "From now on, you will live here. Before the trials, you must first learn to control the power within you. Right now, You're like a child with a treasure mountain, but no way to open the door. I will teach you the key to unlocking that door." With that, she swept her claw, and Suju was involuntarily lifted into the air. Splash! Falling into the pool of life. Suju internally exclaimed, "What the hell?" He cursed inwardly, thinking, this dragon mom and dragon dad are practically the same, just tossing things around for no reason. I'm just a baby, okay? Suddenly, an icy yet gentle liquid enveloped him. Pure vitality energy surged wildly into his body. Warning: high concentration of life spring detected, grade 9. Analyzing. Analysis complete. The spring water can cleanse the physical body, nourish the soul, and repair Tao injuries. Absorption protocol. Activate the Chaos Dragon physique at maximum capacity to absorb. Transform all vitality energy into foundational reserves. Absorbing. Suju felt like a shriveled sponge that had been suddenly thrown into the ocean. His energy exploded, and the sensation was so pleasurable that he almost moaned. His tiny body, floating at the center of the pool, created a small vortex, frantically devouring the life spring. In the spatial magic mirror, the scene was clearly displayed before the dragon offspring of Wanlong Fortress. Is that the pool of life? Mother allowed him to soak in the life spring. He's absorbing the life spring, and it looks like the water level is actually dropping. A group of dragons stood frozen in shock. Moments ago, they'd only been astonished and envious. Now they were completely numb, drinking Saint King's blood as if it were juice and bathing in the life spring. This was a lifestyle they couldn't even dream of. They were envious to the point of rage, and when comparing dragons to humans, it wasn't just annoying. It was enough to make anyone, dragon or not, lose their minds. Ao Shang's expression was stiff as he watched the scene unfold in the magic mirror. There was only dead silence within him. He no longer wanted to complain about fairness. After all, the world was inherently unfair. Now, his only desire was to see how Suju would meet his end in the trials. In a secluded hall of the Temple of Life, the winter dragon Ao Ning lay quietly. Her azure scales gleamed like frosted ice, her petite frame radiating a cold, intimidating aura that no dragon dared underestimate. Ao Ning was the third daughter of Ao Yuan and Elizabeth, a saint of frost laws. She observed the pool of life through an icy crystal magic mirror, her expression calm, void of envy or pride, but filled with the curiosity and fervor of a scientist studying a specimen. As his body absorbs energy, the microstructure reorganizes over 370,000 times. Energy conversion efficiency, 99.9%, nearly perfect. The creation-destruction force, within him, its law priority surpasses all known systems. This no longer falls within the realm of current life sciences. A perfect research sample. Ao Ning's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had no interest in royal honor. Her passion lay in researching the universe's laws. Normally serene, she'd now been fully ignited by Suju's anomaly, eager to observe him up close. Rising to her feet, she transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the main hall. Elizabeth spotted her arrival but merely cast a subtle glance, making no move to stop her. Among all her offspring, the one she appreciated most was her third daughter, a focused researcher of laws who paid no heed to worldly affairs. Ao Ning landed silently at the edge of the pool of life, taking out a silver circular device, the law-structured deep scanner. This was the culmination of tens of thousands of years of her effort, capable of analyzing the laws and energy within living beings. She aimed the device at Suju, who was relaxing in the pool, and activated it. The silver ring glowed, releasing an invisible wave that scanned over Suju. Startled, Suju looked up at Ao Ning and the shiny toy in her hand. Unknown energy detection detected. Reverse analysis initiated, analysis complete. Countermeasures activated. The next instant, Ao Ning's scanner shook violently. Runes blazed chaotically, emitting a piercing electrical noise. Ao Ning froze in place. Why was the scanner, capable of analyzing even Grand Saint artifacts, reacting so intensely to a baby? Boom! The scanner exploded outright, leaving only a charred handle in her grip. Ao Ning was dumbfounded. Seeing the explosion, Suju assumed it was some kind of game. He clapped his hands and laughed gleefully. His laughter echoed sharply in the temple. Elizabeth glanced at her stunned third daughter, barely restraining a chuckle. Trying to study this little anomaly? Far too early for that. She spoke, breaking the awkward silence. Training ends here for today. Her gaze flickered to the pool, noting that its water level had already dropped by nearly a tenth. Any longer, and it might have been drained entirely. A wave of power lifted Suju out of the water, drying him off instantly. Tomorrow begins your second trial. The location, Withering Star. Suju tilted his head in naive confusion. Ao Ning, having just regained her composure, immediately grew tense. Mother, isn't Withering Star too soon? Even mature dragons can have their life forces rapidly devoured there. The planet was notorious for its decay laws, where life could quickly disintegrate into dust. It was one of the 7 most dangerous trial stars. Elizabeth responded calmly, "It's fine. He has my origin to protect him. Besides, he is no ordinary child. This trial is not about combat or destruction. It's about discovery. Within Withering Star lies an immortal seed of life from the dawn of the universe. Your mission is to find it and bring it back." Elizabeth's phrasing included your. Ao Ning was momentarily taken aback. "Mother, are you saying? You as well?" Elizabeth stated, her gaze fixed on her. "Your frost laws can delay the decay. Corrosion, it's just the perfect excuse to satisfy your curiosity. But you can only observe and offer advice at most, not directly intervene. That's the rule." Ao Ning's eyes lit up immediately. Going with this little freak? And being able to observe up close? It was like a pie falling from the sky. "Yes, mother." She agreed wholeheartedly, even a bit impatiently. Her gaze towards Suju turned more intense, like a research-obsessed maniac fixing on her experimental subject. Suju felt a chill down his back under her gaze, constantly feeling like she wanted to take him apart. He cautiously hid behind Elizabeth. Elizabeth saw everything and couldn't help finding it amusing. The little guy actually knew to rely on her. Smart. "All right, go and prepare." Elizabeth waved her dragon claws, motioning for them to leave. Ao Ning immediately transformed into a streak of icy blue light and disappeared, her mind already filled with thoughts of quickly assembling her equipment to fully analyze this little creature's data. The temple was left with just Elizabeth and Suju once more. Suju, feeling hungry, pulled out a half-eaten star core from his storage pouch, intending to satisfy his stomach. Just as he was about to eat, the power was tugged from the star core. Huh. He looked unhappily at Elizabeth. "Snatching my food? This low-quality energy conglomerate. Don't eat it again." Elizabeth's voice was full of disdain. A 9th-grade spiritual material star core was blatantly dismissed as garbage by her. Suju didn't care whether it was good or bad. It was his food. He reached out to snatch it back, pitifully whining, "Hungry." Elizabeth, for some reason, softened at his pathetic look. With a turn of her hand, she produced a massive green fruit glowing like jade. As soon as the fruit appeared, the temple's atmosphere became rich with life energy. Ding. Detected Cosmic Tears Spirit Fruit. Life Ancient Trees Fruit, 10th grade. Contains the essence of life, wood-type rules, enhances vitality and recovery, and grants the affinity of all wood physique upon continued consumption. No side effects detected. Suju's eyes sparkled. This fruit looked far tastier than the star core. He immediately hugged the large fruit, taking a big bite with a crunch. Sweet and crisp, the energy flowing inside him was simply delightful. Suju happily munched on the fruit, completely forgetting the star core. Elizabeth couldn't help but smile faintly at how content he appeared. Raising a child, it almost felt. The next morning, before Suju was fully awake, Elizabeth grabbed him out of bed. Ao Ning was already waiting nearby, no longer in her dragon form, but appearing as a cold-faced young woman with long white hair trailing the ground. Floating behind her were all kinds of strange instruments, making her look like she was ready to conduct experiments. "Good morning, little brother," Ao Ning said flatly. "Starting today, I will track all your bodily data." Suju stared at her glasses, reaching out to touch them to see if they were edible. Ao Ning instinctively stepped back, suddenly recalling how her instruments had been bitten apart by him, and how even their mother's time dragon horns still bore faint teeth marks. She coughed lightly, masking her awkwardness. "Mother, can we depart now?" Elizabeth nodded and tore open a rift in space. A dense, decaying aura poured through, instantly withering the vegetation within the temple. "Remember, don't trust anything that seems alive on the Withering Star," Elizabeth warned. "Survive and find that seed." Just as they were about to leave, Ao Yuan rushed into the temple. "Wait, wife," he called out flatteringly. "My son heading to that hellhole? I've got to give him something for protection." With that, he pulled off a piece of jet black dragon scale from his chest. It was a reverse scale, Saint King grade, containing complete rules and a touch of his essence. Once activated, Ao Yuan could instantly descend. "Son, take it. If you're in danger or if your sister tries to use you as a lab rat, just activate it. I'll arrive in 3 seconds and smash anything into powder." Suju glanced at the reverse scale as the system prompt appeared. Detected Cosmic Tier Treasure, Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Can summon a Saint King or be used as a weapon in emergencies. Exceptional impact. Suju was speechless. Using a Saint King's reverse scale to smash things? Is that even allowed? Still, he took the scale. It was cool to the touch, exuding an aura of destruction. The texture wasn't bad. It might even work as a teething toy. Elizabeth's voice turned chilly. Ao Yuan, you're breaking the rules. She retrieved a luminous leaf full of vitality. Life Ancient Tree's leaf, St. King grade. It too carried the imprint of foundational laws. You're creating dependencies. He won't grow like this. Elizabeth handed the leaf to Suju. Take this. It can block 3 fatal attacks. Once it's used up, it's gone, so don't waste it. Ao Yuan looked at her in disbelief. Not doting? You're giving him more than me. Elizabeth felt a little guilty under his gaze and coldly huffed. I'm ensuring the minimum trial success rate. A rational investment. It's completely different from your mindless indulgence. Of course, dear, you're absolutely right. Ao Yuan said weakly, immediately backing down. At this moment, Suju held a reverse scale in his left hand and a leaf in his right, caught in a dilemma. They both looked quite appetizing, yet he couldn't eat them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he combined the reverse scale and the leaf to see what would happen? Both Ao Yuan and Elizabeth shouted at the same time, "Stop! Don't do it!" They moved in unison, separating Suju's hands immediately. The combination of destruction and the source of life? It wouldn't just add up. It was a miracle it didn't explode the moment they touched. The two Saint Kings broke into cold sweats, exchanging glances and realizing that raising a child was far more exhausting than any battle. Ao Yuan awkwardly explained, "Son, these two things aren't toys you can play with. They're very dangerous." Suju seemed to vaguely understand, but without hesitation, he stuffed both the reverse scale and the leaf into his storage pouch, dismissing the trouble from sight and mind. All right, let's move. Elizabeth rubbed her temples, her headache intensifying, her only wish to send this little troublemaker away as quickly as possible. Seizing the moment, Suju summoned his system interface. Suju, human race, primary chaos dragon body, true essence realm, first layer, perfect. Skills, universal analysis system. Divine abilities, soul reaping, life absorption. Rule compatibility, destruction 6.01%, life 5.01%, time 1.002%, etc. Equipment, reverse scale and leaf, both Saint King level. Overall evaluation, lavish equipment, unparalleled background, but not very smart, a young monster. Did the system just call him not very smart? How rude was that? Just then, a force pushed him, and Suju, along with his companions, was sent into the spatial rift. Before he disappeared, Suju cast a reluctant glance at Elizabeth, longing for the half-eaten life fruit by her claw, his mouth practically watering. Elizabeth calmly stared at the closing spatial rift, without looking back. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Mice, it's time to come out and play. Ao Yuan's gaze turned icy. Understood. That night, the atmosphere in the Black Dragon Hall of the 10,000 Dragons Fortress was suffocating. Ao Yuan's massive dragon body coiled atop the throne, his intense gaze fixated on the shadow kneeling below. What have you found? The shadow knelt low, his voice hoarse. The destruction of the Su clan was orchestrated by the Federation's First Legion, the Black Armor Army, under the command of Legion leader Lei Xiaodian. The Federation Council and the Martial Dao Alliance were also involved. The mineral veins have been divided among the Wang, Li, and Shin families. With each name reported, the hall's temperature plunged further. Ao Yuan gritted his teeth. Well done. A pack of ants dare lay a hand on someone my dragon lineage wishes to protect. An oppressive and terrifying aura swept through the hall, forcing the shadow to keep his head lowered, trembling. Ao Yuan gave his orders. Watch those 3 families and Lei Xiaodian closely. From this moment forward, I want every move they make under my watch. As you command. The shadow vanished into the darkness. The hall regained its eerie stillness, though the lingering killing intent hadn't dissipated. Ao Yuan's emotions were turbulent. He knew this was a grudge that his son must personally avenge. What he could do as a father was clear the obstacles, paving the path to place the enemy at his son's feet. The road ahead must still be walked by yourself. Ao Yuan sighed deeply. With that, his immense dragon figure slowly faded from the throne. The moment they crossed the spatial rift, a sickening stench of decay assaulted their senses. It was as though Suju had fallen into a garbage dump that had accumulated over millions of years. The air was saturated with a mix of soil, rotting vegetation, and an indescribable fermented odor, sour, putrid, and faintly sweet. It was utterly nauseating. He opened his eyes to find a gray and lifeless world. The sky was gray, the ground was gray, there wasn't the faintest hint of color anywhere. Surrounding them were barren plains with no mountains or rivers in sight. The wind carried not dust, but ashes left behind by decomposition. Analyzing environment. Welcome to the decaying start. Atmosphere. 92% unknown inert gas, 7% decay particles, 1% other substances. Warning: decay particles cause irreversible decomposition of all organic matter. Please immediately activate energy shields. Temperature: 21 degrees C. No energy radiation detected. Overall evaluation: a zone of death, a paradise for decay. This is the decaying star. Ao Ning's voice echoed as she transformed into an icy blue dragon cloaked in a shield of frost, using it to ward off the decay. How do you feel, little brother? She scrutinized Suju, her eyes filled with curiosity. Suju frowned, visibly uncomfortable. The energy within his body began interacting with the air, slowly decomposing and assimilating. It was like ice meeting a hot iron, slow yet persistent. Wasting no time, he used his true essence to form a protective shield around himself, temporarily isolating himself from the decay. Not bad. Ao Ning nodded approvingly. You reacted quickly, your combat instincts aren't bad. But relying solely on your true essence, shield won't last long here. The law of decay seeps into every crevice and will eventually break you down. If you want to survive, you need to learn how to fight against it. Adopting the demeanor of an instructor, Ao Ning continued. There are two methods. One is to construct a strong shield using an equally powerful law, separating yourself from the decay. It's a direct but energy-intensive approach. The other way is to understand it, adapt to it, and even become a part of it. You have the life seed mother left within you. Sense it, use life force to neutralize the decay, and find balance. I suggest you choose the second method. Suju didn't fully comprehend, but he found the place thoroughly unpleasant. All he wanted was to find the seed of immortal life, and get out of here as soon as possible. Let's move, we'll find a safe spot first. Ao Ning took the lead, heading into the depths of the plain. Suju followed. The ground appeared solid, but every step they took sank into a spongy softness. Each footstep, exhaustingly challenging. The surface here is formed by countless years of biological remains accumulating. Ao Ning briefly explained. Here, nothing can endure. Even divine iron, after 10,000 years, would turn into mere scrap. So don't trust anything you see. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath Suju's feet suddenly gave way. What the? His heart lurched as his entire body plunged downward, sinking directly into an ice-cold, foul-smelling swamp. The viscous mud swallowed him whole. A tremendously powerful force of decay violently eroded his protective spiritual energy. His golden shield quickly dimmed and thinned. Warning: high concentration of decay laws detected. Protective true essence is being dissolved. System predicts failure in 10 seconds. Chaos Dragon Physique's life energy is being corroded, cellular vitality decreasing. Warning: the life drain divine skill is suppressed and cannot activate. The system's alerts rang incessantly in Suju's mind, as if he were being buried alive. On the bank, Ao Ning expressionlessly observed the pit of mud, showing no intention of helping. This was a trial. Whether Suju lived or perished depended entirely on himself. At that moment, Suju's consciousness began to blur. His life force steadily drained away, and his protective shield was on the verge of crumbling. What should he do? Should he use the reverse scale? Or the leaf? No, those were his trump cards. He couldn't waste them. Instead, his mind grew even calmer, driven by an intense will to survive. He called upon the system to analyze the situation. Extreme analysis initiated. Deeply analyzing the decay laws. Analysis complete. The essence of the decay laws lies in the inverse application of life laws, the erosion and decomposition of life by time. Option 1. Detonate the destruction laws to counterattack. Success rate, 30%. May damage your foundation. Option 2. Activate the time laws to reverse time. Success rate, 5%. Consumes significant soul energy. Option 3. Cease resistance. Actively fuse with the decay laws and harmonize decay with life using creation-destruction force to form a cycle of life and death balance. Success rate, unknown. Risks, extremely high. Failure results in immediate death. Without hesitation, Suju chose the third option. Go for broke. He withdrew the last shred of his protective shield and willingly faced the decay laws head-on. System, execute option 3. Command confirmed. Initializing execution. Warning: the host is about to undergo full exposure to the decay laws. The process will be extremely painful. Prepare yourself. In the following instant. Boom. Before, the power of decay resembled a gentle stream. Now, it surged forth like a dam breaking, flooding in with overwhelming force. Endless gray mist, imbued with the ability to dismantle everything, flooded every pore and cell of Suju's body. Aya. Suju's soul screamed in anguish. Words could not describe the pain. It was as though billions of ants gnawed at his bone marrow and tore apart his soul. His body disintegrated, his life faded, and his consciousness sank into oblivion. The primary Chaos Dragon physique is being forcibly dissolved. Cellular vitality, 3%, 2%, 1%. Life functions are about to cease. Was he going to die? Just like this? As life ebbed away in his final moments, a strand of gray energy within him, born from the collision of the destruction and life laws, the creation-destruction force, suddenly awakened. Buzz, an ancient will, transcending all laws, stirred within Suju. Under the presence of this will, the power of decay immediately grew placid. Ding! Creation-destruction force detected activated. Cycle of life and death balance system initializing. 1. Creation-destruction force suppresses the decay laws. 2. Channeling decay energy to disassemble residual energy and impurities within the body. 3. Channeling life energy to reconstruct and revive. 4. Cycle initiated. Suju felt as though his body had turned into a battlefield. The left side brimmed with decay energy, frenziedly breaking down undigested energy within him. The right side, suffused with life energy, utilized this purified energy to reconstruct his muscles, blood, and soul. Destruction and rebirth, decay and radiance. Two opposing forces reached a strange equilibrium. His body underwent cycles of rebirth at an astonishing speed. With each cycle, the essence of his life rose to new heights. On the riverbank, the frost dragon Ao Ning had been watching the swamp pit below without a flicker of emotion. 10 minutes had passed, yet there was no movement at all. By all logic, that young man should have been completely disintegrated by now, not even leaving behind a trace of bone. But something felt off. Within her perception of the laws, the energy resonating from the mire not only hadn't vanished, but was steadily growing stranger and more intense. This wasn't merely the power of decay. Intertwined within it were two other forces that made her heart tremble, her father's destructive power and her mother's life force. No, there was even a third force. A power that transcended the other two, akin to the emergence of the cosmos and the end of all things, a chaotic force. What was this? The icy facade of Ao Ning finally cracked, her expression shifting to one of shock. Unable to stay calm, she raised a claw and conjured an ice crystal mirror. The mirror clearly revealed. Deep within the mire, Suju hung suspended, his eyes closed as if asleep. Half of his body decayed, endlessly corroding, while the other half gleamed with silver light, continuously reforming his flesh and blood. The interplay of gray and silver formed a Tai Chi-like balance, and his aura grew ever stronger. The surrounding toxic mire had quieted, as if reverently bowing to a king. Ao Ning was utterly shocked. Suju was actually using the law of decay as nourishment and poison as supplements. This wasn't a genius. This was a monster, a creature defying the very laws of the universe. She frantically recorded everything, activating various high-tech Dragon Clan instruments to analyze the phenomenon. But as soon as these instruments started, they were instantly dissolved by the power of creation and annihilation, leaking from Suju's body, all of them exploding into useless scraps. Ao Ning froze in disbelief, thinking to herself, asterisk blown up again? What kind of monster is this little brother of mine? Asterisk. At that moment, energy erupted from within Suju. A pillar of gray and silver light shot skyward, stirring the gray clouds above. He slowly ascended, his eyes shining, one gray, one silver, holding dominion over life and death, the cycles of reincarnation within his grasp. A system prompt echoed, cycle of life and death balance established. Constitution evolved into intermediate chaos dragon body. Decay law affinity plus 10%. New ability unlocked. Aura of decay, beginner. Suju felt the new power coursing through his body. Looking down at his small hands, he let out a satisfied burp. Hic! A wisp of gray gas escaped his lips, grazing a black stone nearby and instantly reducing it to ash. Blinking his eyes, Suju suddenly found the once hostile world full of decay and malice oddly welcoming. The aura of decay in the air, no longer a poison, was instead energy being absorbed into his body, making him as comfortable as a fish returning to water. This sensation was unprecedented. Turning his gaze to Ao Ning, the large dragon standing not far away, he saw her still frozen in place, her icy blue eyes fixed on him. Shock, frenzy, and confusion were plain on her face, her expression that of a scholarly genius encountering an unsolvable question, or a scientist stumbling upon the perfect experimental subject. Pure curiosity gleamed in her eyes, curiosity unclouded by malice. At that moment, Suju's stomach let out a loud rumble. He was starving, drained of every bit of energy by the cycle of life and death. Now, he felt like he could eat an entire cow. Without much thought, he instinctively glanced toward Ao Ning, asking if she had any food. Ao Ning was startled by his gaze, shuddering slightly. But as the dignified third princess of the dragon clan, her storage space contained nothing but research instruments, spirit crystals, and experimental materials, not a single edible item. These materials were so toxic that even a high-level master would perish upon tasting them. Faced with Suju's pitiful eyes, she could only produce a massive, ice-blue crystal radiating bone-chilling cold. The system issued a prompt. This is an 8th-tier crystal of eternal ice essence, packed with powerful energy, but consuming it could lead to instant death by freezing. Suju barely glanced at it with disdain, shaking his head in refusal. He wasn't remotely interested. Instead, his eyes turned toward the blackened sludge beneath his feet. Curious, he scooped up a handful of the foul-smelling mud. The system prompted again. This is decay residue. It can provide a slight energy boost and increase decay law affinity, but tastes terrible and is toxic. Not recommended for long-term consumption. Edible. Suju's eyes lit up. He promptly shoved the sludge into his mouth. Though overwhelmingly disgusting, it delivered a subtle flow of energy into his body. The system interface updated. Decay law affinity plus 0.01%. Chaos dragon body experience plus 0.1%. Ao Ning stared in utter disbelief, eyes wide and mouth agape, as she watched Suju devour sludge so repugnant that even carrion creatures would avoid it. Silently, she withdrew her ice crystal. Meanwhile, in the holy temple of life within the dragon fortress, the Dragon King and Dragon Queen watched everything unfold through a spatial magic mirror. Silent, they had witnessed Suju consuming the law of decay. The protective sacred device personally set up by Elizabeth fizzled with a sharp crackle before the screen abruptly blacked out. A surge of energy, a mixture of life, death, decay, and destruction, erupted from the mirror. Fortunately, Elizabeth severed the connection just in time. Otherwise, the entire holy temple of life would have been blown to pieces. Ao Yuan was left dumbfounded, his face blank with shock. Dear wife, did I just see that correctly? That boy, he ate the law of the withering star. Elizabeth made no reply, her gaze fixed firmly on the now darkened mirror. Inside, her emotions surged like a raging tide. She had seen everything clearly. Suju not only consumed the law of decay, but had also transformed it into his own power. His very constitution had undergone evolution. Life, destruction, and decay, three inherently contradictory forces, were now coexisting harmoniously within him. It was outright impossible. Elizabeth found herself entirely dumbstruck. Ao Yuan muttered to himself, dazed. A monster indeed. Over the years, he had encountered countless geniuses and prodigies, but this was his first time seeing someone like Suju. Little did he realize that his casual decision to take Suju in had granted the boy the opportunity to interact with the supreme laws. Without that, Suju's system could never have thrived on Blue Star. Suddenly, Ao Yuan burst into laughter. As expected of my son. Amazing. I've always said he wasn't an ordinary person. Pride thundered in his voice as he pounded his chest, his dragon tail slamming against the floor with earth-shaking force. Dear wife, did you see that? I told you this boy was a treasure, but you didn't believe me. Admit it now, huh? Elizabeth gave him a cold side-eye. Shut up. Despite her stoic demeanor, she stubbornly added, it's nothing more than dumb luck. The true challenges have yet to come. Ao Yuan puckered his lips, but said nothing, his smug expression betraying that he understood her hidden pride. Stealing a glance at the slight lift of Elizabeth's dragon head, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly, recognizing her veiled approval. In another corner of the castle, hidden deep in the shadows of a side hall, the crown prince Ao Shang had just awakened. However, upon witnessing this scene, he coughed up blood on the spot. His aura grew impossibly weak, his eyes burning with jealousy, hatred, and even a trace of fear. He raged internally, questioning himself like a madman. How is this possible? How could Suju achieve this? That forbidden ground, feared even by our parents. I wouldn't dare approach it. Yet, Suju managed to consume its laws entirely. His heart twisted with resentment, disbelief, and despair as his mentality utterly shattered. From a young age, he had enjoyed the pinnacle of extraordinary resources and the inheritance of the strongest in the universe. Yet, in the face of that detestable human baby, all his arrogance was trampled into worthlessness. Ao Shang's eyes reddened as he clawed at the ground, muttering to himself in desperation, he must have cheated. Mother must have done something behind the scenes. Yes, that's it. These excuses were the only way he could console his fragile pride. He growled under his breath with an icy threat. Just wait, you bastard. The trial is only beginning. On the Withering Star, you will meet your end. On the Withering Star. Suju took a few bites of dirt, recovered some strength, and patted his little hands, calling out clearly, "Let's go, third sister." His baby-like tone still carried a childish lisp, but he managed to express his meaning. Hearing the term third sister, Ao Ning visibly stiffened. She gazed at the soft, mud-covered human child, her emotions intertwined. Whether as a brother or an experiment, it somehow felt not wrong. She let out a light hum before reverting to her human form, a breathtakingly beautiful young girl, with long white hair touching the ground and an aura of frosty indifference. She no longer wished to remain in her dragon form while watching her little brother eat dirt. It was too absurd. Our task is to locate the seed of immortal life. It should be situated in the area where the planet's laws of decay are most concentrated, Ao Ning reminded him. Suju nodded, opening his system map. Since his recent evolution, the mapping function had undergone significant upgrades, allowing him to scan the planetary regions more clearly and even detect numerous moving red dots. Ding! Mapping function has been upgraded, capable of real-time detection of surrounding life forms or energy bodies. Suju raised his tiny hand and pointed toward the depths of the plains, where a massive green energy spot far exceeded the intensity of other regions. Ao Ning cast a surprised glance at Suju, but did not probe further. She understood that this little brother was riddled with secrets. The two set off on their journey. After walking for half an hour, the surrounding scenery began to transform. Gigantic skeletal remnants appeared scattered on the ground as the air grew thick with the stench of decay. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to squirm. 100-meter diameter, grayish-white tumor-like mass emerged, pulsing like an enormous beating heart. Warning: high-level dangerous entity detected. Decaying mother nest, mature form. Strength: first tier of law aspect realm. Abilities: incubation of decaying worms, decay field, mental shock. Extremely lethal. From the openings in the mother nest, countless gray giant worms began crawling out, surging forward like a tide with a screeching, grating noise. Ao Ning's expression turned grim as she prepared to act, but to her disbelief, Suju did not appear frightened at all. Instead, his eyes lit up as though gazing at a sumptuous feast. Licking his lips, Suju stepped forward and activated his newly acquired divine ability, Decaying Aura. With a hum, a gray halo rapidly expanded from him, enveloping a 10-meter radius. The decaying worms at the forefront plunged into the aura, only to rot and disintegrate almost instantly. The speed of decay outpaced anything seen before, like ice melting under a blazing sun. Within seconds, worms caught in the aura turned to sludge and eventually to gray powder. The system prompts flooded his interface. Ding! You've slain a decaying worm. Law affinity plus 0.01%. Ding! You've slain a decaying worm. Experience plus 0.1%. A surge of energy flowed into Suju's body, sending waves of euphoria through him. Was this even a battle? It felt more like an all-you-can-eat buffet. He could even sense a faint loosening of the bottleneck in his cultivation. Name: Suju. Race: human, mid-tier chaos dragon physique. Realm: first level of true essence realm, perfection. Techniques: universal analysis system. Divine abilities: decaying aura, beginner. Equipment: reverse scale of the starry sky demon dragon sovereign, leaf of the ancient tree of life. Overall evaluation: a perverse little monster scrounging for food in a pile of garbage. As he watched the melting piles of worms and his skyrocketing experience points, Suju couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped in place, exhilarated. This felt like a tailor-made paradise for grinding experience points. He even had the absurd urge to plunge directly into the mother nest's aura for a bath. At that moment, Ao Ning coldly cautioned him. Be careful, little brother. In the distance, the enraged decaying mother nest contracted its massive tumor-like body before suddenly launching a globule of gray sludge the size of a cannonball, hurtling straight towards Suju. Warning: detected high-density origin-level decaying poison. This attack operates on the level of universal laws. Decaying aura cannot fully neutralize it. Immediate evasion is advised. Suju immediately felt the oncoming wave of lethal danger. His skin prickled, and though he wanted to dodge, there wasn't enough time. At the critical moment, an ice wall abruptly materialized before him, shielding him from the attack. Ao Ning had intervened. The gray sludge collided violently with the ice, emitting a corrosive hiss. While the ice quickly eroded, it also regenerated just as swiftly. Ultimately, it held firm against the deadly assault. Suju let out a sigh of relief. That had been dangerously close. It nearly cost him his life. He realized he'd overplayed his hand. The minimal increase in law affinity wasn't enough, and the gap in cultivation levels was too vast. He had bitten off more than he could chew this time. The failed strike enraged the mother nest, which let out a deafening roar, not a vocal sound but a spiritual shockwave that reverberated directly through their souls. Suju felt as though his head was about to explode. He nearly fainted on the spot as the system blared alerts of a severe soul tremor. Ao Ning, too, paled momentarily before snorting coldly, her expression regaining composure. A mere aggregation of decay, and you dare to challenge me in the realm of spiritual power? Without hesitation, she counterattacked. Frigid energy burst forth, enveloping the mother nest. Frost rapidly spread across its surface, freezing it in place entirely. The worms, too, were paralyzed, immobilized mid-motion by the biting cold. Absolute zero. Ao Ning's innate divine ability directly froze the laws of nature and the very soul. With everything settled, Ao Ning clapped her hands casually. Although she wasn't supposed to interfere, since the other party had launched a mental attack on her, counterattacking was perfectly reasonable. The brood mother is a decayed law node, she said. Once it's dead, there won't be any more worms appearing here for the next 100 years. Her gaze shifted toward Suju, only to find him staring at the frozen brood mother with a pained expression, as if he'd just lost something invaluable, like a duck flying away from his grasp. Inside, Suju felt like his heart was bleeding. His precious source of experience points was gone. His all-you-can-kill buffet was over. Third sister, you acted too fast. I was planning to clear a few more waves of mobs. Ao Ning was speechless. Her attempt to help only seemed to make her younger brother upset, leaving her at a loss for words. She quickly changed the subject. Let's go look for the seed of eternal life. The brood mother was its final guardian, so the seed is likely hidden below. Suju reluctantly nodded, accepting the situation. Finding the seed was the priority. There would be other chances to farm mobs in the future. The two skirted around the frozen brood mother and arrived at a dark red clearing behind it, where the ground emitted a faint warmth. Ding! Detected life energy below. High-intensity target, seed of eternal life, located 9,700 meters underground. Initiating excavation route planning. Just as Suju was about to have the system handle the excavation, Ao Ning stopped him. She crouched down, pressing her fingers to the ground to sense it carefully. Her eyes filled with doubt. Strange. Beneath the seed, there's something else. An ancient, familiar presence. Without hesitation, Ao Ning stomped her foot hard into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a massive chasm split open, revealing an abyss below. From deep within the crack, a primal, ancient aura exuding draconic majesty surged upward. Suju and Ao Ning exchanged astonished glances. Draconic might. How could there be a draconic aura on this decaying star, a place even holy kings dared not approach? Without a second thought, they both leapt into the chasm. The crevice was extremely deep, and the two descended almost 10,000 meters before landing gently. They found themselves in a tremendous underground cavern. The cavern's ceiling glittered with embedded luminous crystals, illuminating the space as bright as daylight. At the center of the cavern lay an enormous, motionless dragon skeleton. It was whole and massive, far surpassing the size of Ao Ning's winter dragon form. Its bronze-colored bones, despite the passage of boundless millennia, still emanated an oppressive aura of dominance. Ao Ning was dumbfounded. She quickly stepped up to examine the dragon's skull, finding a distinct law mark etched beneath one of its eye sockets, a sigil of a dragon amidst a storm. The Storm Dragon Clan. Ao Ning exclaimed in shock. The long-extinct ancient Storm Dragon Clan. And here lay the remains of a Storm Dragon Emperor? As an expert on dragon physiology, Ao Ning knew how formidable the Storm Dragon Clan was. This ancient branch of dragons once rivaled the cosmic demon dragons, only to vanish following the epical war, presumed extinct. Now, a complete Storm Dragon Emperor skeleton had appeared here, something that would shake the entire dragon race. Her breath quickened with excitement, her gaze more fervent than when she had witnessed Suju devouring laws. She rushed forward, carefully caressing the skeletal remains with an expression of reverence. Perfect bones, the law mark is astonishingly intact. This is a true living fossil. With these remains, I can reconstruct the primeval dragon laws. Her mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of archaeological research. Forgetting all about Suju and their mission, she immediately began scanning and sampling the remains. Suju, seeing this, sighed exasperatedly. You do your thing, I'll do mine. He had absolutely no interest in the Storm Dragon clan. His attention was entirely drawn to another object. Within the dragon's ribcage, where its heart should have been, rested a fist-sized, jade-green seed. It pulsed faintly, radiating limitless vitality. Every beat exuded immense life energy, nourishing the dragon bones and preserving them for untold millennia. There was no doubt. This was their mission target, The seed of eternal life. Ding. Detected cosmic-grade artifact. Seed of eternal life, rank 11. Formed from the convergence of the laws of life and time, it is a paradoxical entity, the core of the decaying star, and in opposition to the laws of decay. Function. Contains infinite vitality, capable of reviving the dead, regenerating flesh from bones, and even reversing the flow of time to make a place eternally unchanging. Consumption suggestion. Strongly inadvisable. The laws are vast and pure. Your current physical state cannot handle it. Forced consumption will result in immediate body explosion with no remains left. Suju stared at the system's warning and merely pouted. Sure, it had said something similar about the blood essence before, but hadn't he still managed to devour it? All right, maybe he couldn't consume this now, but putting it away first wouldn't hurt. After all, this was a treasure beyond compare. With that thought, he began climbing the enormous dragon skeleton, heading straight for the heart. Just as he reached out to touch the seed, a sudden change occurred. The seed erupted in a burst of green light, releasing a powerful force that hurled Suju backward. Simultaneously, an ancient and weary voice resonated in the depths of both their souls. Young ones, do not touch it. Leave quickly, it does not belong to you. The abyss is awakening. The voice carried immense authority and solemnity, as if it had traveled across billions of years. Both Suju and Ao Ning were utterly shocked. They turned toward the source of the voice, their eyes locking onto the dragon's skull. Deep within one of the eye sockets of the Storm Dragon Emperor's remains, a faint, golden soul flame had quietly ignited. The remnant soul. The ancient Dragon Emperor has been dead for countless millennia, and yet, a trace of his soul remains. Ao Ning cautiously spoke, her voice trembling slightly. Are you the Storm Dragon Emperor, Senior Ao Tsang? She had once read this name in ancient records, the final emperor of the Storm Dragon clan, a 13-realm Saint King. Ao Tsang replied faintly, his tone tinged with a distant reminiscence. Ao Tsang, it has been so long since anyone called me that. You carry the aura of the Life Dragon Emperor. Are you Elizabeth's child? Ao Ning nodded. Yes, I am Ao Ning. That is a good name. The remnant soul of the Dragon Emperor sighed. I never thought I would see a descendant of the dragon race again. Yet it is a pity. You should not have come. This is the land of curses, an eternal graveyard. The fire of his soul swept towards Suju, its flames flickering violently. Destruction coexisting with life and decay. How is it possible to have such a physique? Even as a former Saint King, reduced to a soul remnant, Ao Tsang could discern Suju's essence with a single glance. This was a physique that defied the laws of the universe itself. A monstrosity. A monster, a true monster. Ao Tsang whispered, his heart shaken. He could even sense within Suju a more ancient, more terrifying power, a force of creation and annihilation. So that's why you could reach this place. I see now. Emotions stirring, Ao Tsang directed a call to Suju. Child, come closer. Suju hesitated, his thoughts racing. Could it be that this old man wanted to possess his body? That's how it always went in novels. Ding. Target detected. Storm Dragon Emperor's remnant soul, Saint King level. Status. Extremely weak, on the verge of disappearance. System analysis. No malice detected. He has a request. Seeing the system prompt, Suju felt reassured. He moved to stand beneath the massive dragon skeleton, raising his head to meet the two flickering golden flames staring at him. Child, I sense the aura of the demon dragon emperor within you. Are you a descendant of Ao Yuan? Ao Tsang asked. Suju nodded. Although he belonged to the human race, Ao Yuan was his adoptive father. In a sense, the answer wasn't wrong. Haha, that old bachelor Ao Yuan managed to have descendants? How miraculous. Ao Tsang's remnant soul emitted a weak laugh, but he genuinely seemed delighted. Since you are his descendant, I'll get straight to the point. I, Ao Tsang, the Storm Dragon Emperor, have a request for you. His tone was solemn. A Saint King making a request? Both Suju and Ao Ning were thoroughly stunned. Senior, please tell us. If it is within my abilities, I will do my best. Ao Ning quickly promised. No. Ao Tsang shook his head. It's not something you can do. Only him. Only this child can. His gaze fell upon Suju. Child, do you see that seed? He gestured towards the shimmering heart-like entity, the immortal seed of life, in the skeletal cavity. Suju nodded. That is not the immortal seed of life. That is my heart, the world's sealing core I forged by devoting all of my life's essence and the laws of time. Ao Ning was utterly shocked. That seed was the heart of a Saint King Dragon Emperor? Back during the War of Ages, the dragon race triumphed at great cost, but in doing so, we accidentally tore open the fabric of the universe. The rift breached into the eternal abyss, unleashing countless abyssal creatures. I led the Storm Dragon clan in a 10,000-year war of bloodshed, but in the end, all my people perished, and I suffered grievous injuries, tainted by the Lord of Decay. To prevent the spread of the decay force, I exiled myself, arriving at this wasteland, the planet of decline. I used my heart as the core, my body as the foundation, and my soul as the guide to create the eternal demon sealing formation, sealing both the abyssal rift and myself within. This cavern beneath your feet isn't an ordinary cave, it's the entrance to the abyss. And my skeletal remains are the final seal. The truth of the entire planet was finally revealed to both Suju and Ao Ning. The entire star was not merely a desolate land. It was the eternal prison of a dragon emperor who sacrificed his life and his clan to suppress the abyss horrors for untold eons. Ao Ning's heart brimmed with respect and admiration, while Suju felt deeply moved. Though he wasn't entirely familiar with concepts like the cosmos or the abyss, he could grasp the weight of sacrifice and guardianship. It reminded him of the old servant who once laid down his life to protect him. But senior, if this is the site of the seal, then why did Mother send us here for a trial? She even asked us to seek out your heart. Ao Ning asked, puzzled. Elizabeth, perhaps she didn't know the truth. Over countless years, my power has waned. The seal is nearing its limit. The life force from my heart has leaked out, leading others to mistake it for the immortal seed of life. Then, is there no divine treasure here capable of helping us? You shouldn't have come at this time. Ao Tsang's soul flame grew dimmer. Your battle with the abyss broodmother earlier has already alerted what's sealed beneath this place. I can feel it has awakened. The Lord of Decay is breaching the seal. Before Ao Tsang could finish, the cavern floor began to quake violently. The Dragon Emperor's skeletal remains trembled intensely. From the cracks between his bones, dense black mist poured out, putrid, malevolent, and overwhelmingly oppressive. Faint, maniacal laughter echoed from the depths of the abyss, rattling their very souls. Suju felt his spirit approaching the brink of corruption. Warning. Detected transcendent-level abyssal decay force. Power far exceeds the current system. Chaos Dragon Body cannot be immune. Divine Soul is being contaminated. Please stabilize your mind immediately. This is bad. Ao Ning's expression changed drastically, immediately summoning an ice shield to protect the two of them. But the black mist still seeped through. It's useless. Ao Tsang said in despair. This is the abyss primordial demonic energy. No defense can block it. The seal is broken. Child, it all rests on you now. He fixed his gaze on Suju, the flame of his soul glowing a bit brighter. You are the only one who can resist, or even absorb, this power. I'm begging you, become the new seal. Devour my heart, inherit my strength, and suppress the abyssal creatures forever. In return, you will receive the final legacy of the Storm Dragon clan and the Holy Sovereign Dragon physique. For the Dragon clan, for the universe, I beg you. The Dragon Emperor's remains began to glow. From his heart, a verdant, world seal core floated before Suju. Simultaneously, the golden mark of storm laws on the dragon's forehead shot into Suju's own. Ding. Detected Holy Sovereign Level Inheritance Mark. Detected Holy Sovereign Level Origin Core. Do you accept? Warning. If accepted, you will bear the universal scale karmic burden of suppressing the abyssal rift. Suju stared at the two gifts, lost in thought. Suppress the abyss, protect the universe, bear the weight of karma? It sounded grand and noble, but what did that have to do with him? All he wanted was revenge. He spoke directly to the system. System, analyze this for me. What happens if I take everything and immediately run for it? Analyzing. Simulation 1. You devour the seal core and Storm Dragon Codex, and then leave immediately. Outcome. The seal collapses completely, allowing the Lord of Decay to escape. Power. Holy Sovereign Peak with abyssal blessings, unrivaled at the same level. Within 1,000 years, the entire universe, including Blue Star, will rot and decay. All of your enemies will turn to dust as well. Conclusion. Revenge is feasible, but you will lose all living space and be hunted relentlessly by the Lord of Decay until death. Simulation 2. You accept the inheritance, take on the karma, and become the new seal. Outcome. You inherit the full legacy of the Storm Dragon Emperor and gain a significant power boost. However, you will be trapped here unless you manage to kill the Lord of Decay or find a successor, which may take at least 1,000,000 years. Conclusion. Immediate gains are significant, but long-term consequences equal imprisonment. Decision is yours. Suju glanced at the results, his face turning dark. What kind of choices were these? Either perish while being hunted by the universe's biggest villain, or sit in a prison for 1,000,000 years. Was this some kind of sick joke? 1,000,000 years? How was he supposed to exact his revenge? Senior, Can I refuse? Suju looked up, his expression filled with innocent reluctance as he addressed the soul flame. Ao Tsong and Ao Ning. Refuse? This was a holy sovereign-level inheritance, a once-in-a-universal lifetime opportunity, and he wanted to turn it down. Ao Tsong stammered. Do you even understand what you're rejecting? This is a complete inheritance, plus the dragon physique. You are guaranteed to ascend to holy sovereign in the future. Suju nodded honestly. I understand. But being stuck here for 1,000,000 years? I can't do it. I have important things to handle. He had a vendetta. Everything else was secondary. Ao Tsong fell silent, utterly speechless. He hadn't expected that the hope he left behind with great effort would be rejected because a kid had other priorities. At that moment, a low, grotesque laughter echoed from deep underground. The black mist churned violently, plunging the temperature further. Thick, malevolent energy began to coalesce into a shadowy monster. Ao Tsong despaired. It's too late. Child, if you won't consent, I won't force you. Take my heart and inheritance and leave at once. As his words fell, the soul flame exploded, reinforcing the seal. A surge of power pushed Suju and Ao Ning toward the surface. The heart and inheritance mark drifted in front of Suju. Storm Dragon Emperor's soul remnants dissipated. World Seal Core and Storm Dragon Codex are now unclaimed. Do you want to retrieve them? Did that even need asking? Loot it all. With a single thought, Suju stored the heart and mark while an external force propelled him and Ao Ning back to the surface. Boom! The rift sealed shut, and peace seemed to return as if nothing had happened. But the oppressive malevolence lingering in the air told a different story. The danger was far from over. This was just the beginning. Ao Ning gazed at the seemingly restored ground, softly calling out, Senior, with sorrow and reverence in her eyes. The holy sovereign had fallen, leaving no trace behind. Quick, we must go, she snapped out of it, grabbing Suju's arm. The seal won't hold for long. We need to leave and report this to the Empress Mother and Emperor Father at once. Suju nodded. He had no intention of staying longer, knowing the Lord of Decay wasn't someone he could deal with yet anyway. But then his eyes lit up as he spotted something he'd nearly forgotten. The frozen, decayed matriarch nest, a law phase level monster. That thing would be worth a fortune. Even the smallest scraps mattered. No way was he leaving that behind. Suju. Shaking off Ao Ning, Suju dashed toward the ice sculpture. What are you doing? Ao Ning was panicking. Hurry up and leave. Suju ignored her and pressed his hand against the ice sculpture, focusing his thoughts. Decaying aura, activate. Target locked. Commence disintegration and absorption. A gray aura enveloped the entire ice sculpture. The solid Saint-grade ice actually disintegrated into raw energy beneath the aura. Ice elemental energy and decaying energy surged into his body like a flood. Ding. Ice law affinity plus 5%. Ding. Decay law affinity plus 10%. Ding. Energy influx detected. Cultivation level breakthrough. True essence stage, level 2 breakthrough. True essence stage, level 3, breakthrough. True essence stage, level 4, breakthrough. 3 resounding notifications echoed within Suju, his aura skyrocketing as he surged from level 1 directly to level 4. Ao Ning was utterly stunned by the display. The ice sculpture of the mother nest shattered into pieces, and a black demon core of the Dharma manifestation stage tumbled out. Ding. 8th-grade spirit material detected. Dharma manifestation stage demon core, decay attribute. Suju's eyes lit up as he picked up the core and, without hesitation, prepared to sink his teeth into it. Ao Ning instantly teleported over, snatching it away from him. Are you insane? A demon core of the Dharma manifestation stage is far too volatile. You'll die from your body exploding. She was utterly terrified by his recklessness. Feeling indignant, Suju tried to snatch back his snack, but just then, boom, a deafening roar emerged from beneath the ground, shaking the entire planet. A terrifying pressure 10 times stronger than before erupted from the depths. The sky itself was torn open, and a jet-black pillar of light surged upward, connecting heaven and earth. Jaiha! Freedom! I am finally free. A sinister and insane voice reverberated across the planet. The seal was broken. The Decay Sovereign had escaped its confinement. Ao Ning's face went ashen. Without another word, she grabbed Suju, ripped open a spatial rift, and prepared to flee. But just as they stepped into the rift, a massive hand of black miasma reached out from the black pillar of light, grabbing her by the leg. Leaving? You've uncovered my secret, and yet you think you can escape? Stay and become my feast. The enormous demonic hand felt as cold as death. Rivers of decaying energy poured relentlessly into Ao Ning's body. Even in her saint-level dragon form, her defenses began to deteriorate. The icy shield around her shattered instantly, her flesh rapidly eroding. Letting out a pained scream, Ao Ning felt her life and very soul being consumed. Despair crept into her heart as she desperately struggled to activate her ice element laws in full force, but it was futile. The oppressive aura leaking from the Decay Sovereign made resistance utterly impossible. The crazed voice continued its taunting. Resistance is meaningless. To become one with me is your ultimate glory. Just as Ao Ning was about to be pulled into the darkness, a tender yet furious voice erupted from Suju, who was still in her arms. Let go of my sister. Seeing Ao Ning's suffering ignited a deep fury within Suju. Despite everything, Ao Ning had protected him along the way, and now she was on the verge of being devoured. He wouldn't stand for it. System, can you do something? He bellowed in his mind. Warning, Saint King peak level attack detected. Unable to analyze. Opposition power too overwhelming. Generating response scenarios. Scenario 1. Activate the Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor's reverse scale to summon the Saint King. Success rate, 99%. Scenario 2. Use the Leaf of the Ancient Tree of Life to block the attack and escape via space jump. Success rate, 70%. Scenario 3. Not recommended. Detonate all internal energy to perish together. Success rate, 0.001%. No choice. It was time to call for backup. Without hesitation, Suju pulled out the Black Dragon Scale and poured all his true essence into it. Duong, the owner of the demonic hand, sensed something unusual and let out a sound of startled confusion. But it was already too late. Boom! A devastating will erupted from the scale as though it intended to destroy the entire universe. The decaying star trembled, clouds in the sky were torn asunder, and the earth fractured under the weight of its power. A gargantuan dragon shadow appeared behind Suju, its form even larger than the celestial bodies. Its blood-red eyes shone like twin suns, and its body was covered in obsidian-like scales, etched with law runes brimming with divine energy. It was none other than the Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor, Ao Yuan. Who dares touch my son? The roar of fury reverberated across the cosmos, carrying a murderous intent so immense that billions of creatures quaked in terror. The once arrogant Decay Sovereign, in that moment, was like a helpless chick strangled by fear. Its shrill voice trembled. A Saint King? No. Something beyond a Saint King. How is this possible? Driven mad by fear, the Decay Sovereign loosened its grip, retreating toward the depths of the abyss. Trying to run, Ao Yuan let out a cold scoff, wielding only a single glance. Instantly, the enormous demonic hand dissolved into nothingness, not even leaving behind a trace. The Decay Sovereign's agonizing screams echoed faintly. A single gaze had wounded it gravely. Pathetic insect, Ao Yuan sneered, his tone frigid, as he seemed ready to pursue and obliterate the sovereign entirely. At that moment, the silver glow of the ancient tree of life's leaf in Suju's hand began to shine, accompanied by the voice of a woman's divine consciousness. Ao Yuan, have you lost your mind? Your destructive will is going to annihilate the planet, and your son will perish with it. Stop this insanity now. The voice belonged to Elizabeth. She, too, had left behind a fragment of her will, wrapping Suju, Ao Ning, and the dragon's shadow in a soothing protective force. Wife. Ao Yuan froze, his imposing aura diminishing slightly. I was just too worried. Enough talk. Right now, this planet. Too dangerous. This avatar of yours won't kill him. Take the child back first. A flash of silver light burst forth, and the three figures melded into a spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. Only the enraged howl of the Lord of Decay remained. Ao Yuan, Dragon Emperor. I will remember this. The Dragon Fortress, the Temple of Life. The space warped, and out stepped Suju, Ao Ning, and Elizabeth, who immediately transformed into a massive silver dragon. Seeing Suju safe and sound in her arms, drowsily yawning, and Ao Ning beside him, her face pale, an ankle bearing a blackened wound, Elizabeth finally heaved a sigh of relief. The moment Ao Ning saw Elizabeth, her eyes reddened with tears, and she cried out with a choked voice, "Mother!" She had just been convinced that her life was forfeit. Elizabeth extended a claw, gently touched Ao Ning's forehead, and a surge of life force flowed into her. The decayed wound healed rapidly, and the blackened mark disappeared. Go rest in the side hall. Yes, mother. Ao Ning cast a complicated glance at Suju before turning to leave. In the temple, only Elizabeth, Suju, and Ao Yuan, awkwardly floating in midair, remained. Ao Yuan edged closer, cautiously. Dear, is our son okay? Elizabeth shot him a cold glance. Thanks to you, he was almost not okay. If I hadn't reacted in time, that shout of yours would have shattered his soul. Ao Yuan instantly shrank, bowing his head in submission. I was just too anxious. Suju nearly burst out laughing. His Dragon Emperor father resembled a timid kitten in front of his mother. Elizabeth ignored Ao Yuan and shifted her gaze to Suju. Although the child had experienced danger, his strength had surged, and he even carried the rare aura of the storm dragon lineage. Hand over what you brought back, Elizabeth demanded. Suju complied readily, pulling out a black demon core from his storage bag. It belonged to the nest of decay. Elizabeth glanced at it and snorted. Trash. Despite her dismissive tone, she reached out and pocketed it. The laws within are too chaotic to use directly. I'll have Ao Ning refine it into a few true essence pills of decay for you to munch on like candy. Ao Yuan grinned at the side, silently celebrating. To treat 8th grade spiritual materials like candy. Now that, he thought, was true queenly grandeur. Meanwhile, Suju, preoccupied with thoughts of candy, seemed intrigued by the notion they might taste good. He nodded expectantly. Then, under his parents' watchful eyes, he retrieved 2 more items from his spatial storage. The moment he brought them out, boom, the Temple of Life trembled violently. An ancient and overwhelming aura swept through the surroundings. Even the starry motifs etched into the temple's dome began to dim, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Elizabeth's golden dragon eyes narrowed sharply. Even Ao Yuan's massive form quivered, his voice trembling for the first time with palpable shock. In Suju's left hand lay a bronze ancient dragon codex, its pages flowing with dragon script runes of thunder, storm, and lightning, the Storm Dragon Codex. In his right hand was a verdant, pulsating heart no larger than a baby's fist, yet it seemed to hold the life energy of an entire universe, the world's sealing core. Each beat of the heart seemed to still the cosmos momentarily. These were none other than the ultimate treasures left behind by the Storm Dragon Emperor, Ao Tsang. Elizabeth locked her gaze on the items cradled in Suju's hands. From the depths of her soul, she softly whispered, Ao Tsang. She understood. This Dragon Emperor was a legendary figure whose mastery of storm and time transcended even hers. After the epic war, his disappearance led the dragon race to assume he had fallen. Who would have thought that his legacy and his heart would end up with Suju? This wasn't merely an opportunity. It was a perfect inheritance that any Saint King would go mad for. It promised the chance to ascend directly to the Saint King realm. Elizabeth abruptly turned to Ao Yuan, her voice sharp. What exactly happened at the Star of Decay? Ao Yuan was silent for a long moment before pouring his divine thoughts into her soul sea. In an instant, Elizabeth saw the truth of everything that occurred on the Star of Decay. The manifestation of Ao Tsang's remnant soul, the abyssal rift, and most shockingly, Suju's resolute refusal to accept the inheritance. For a long while, she stood with her eyes closed. When she reopened them, the initial shock had faded, replaced by a deeply conflicted expression. She stared at Suju, still poking the heartbeat in his hands with curiosity, as if pondering whether it was edible. She couldn't fathom. He had rejected the Saint King inheritance, refused to become the next Saint King of storm and time, all because, as he said, there's something more important to do. She didn't understand, but she could sense the absolute determination within Suju. To him, becoming a Saint King and suppressing the abyss was a mere troublesome distraction from his true purpose. Such audacity, such incomprehensible insolence. It was both infuriating and deeply, inexplicably admirable. Ao Yuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Do you see this? Wife, this is my son. What Saint King inheritance? What universal causality? Who cares? He's my son, Ao Yuan's. No one should dare to control him. Expect him to guard the abyss? What lunacy! Ao Yuan threw back his head and roared with laughter. His draconic silhouette shifted exuberantly within the temple, immensely pleased, as though he had been the one to reject the inheritance himself. Elizabeth shot him an icy glare. Stop laughing. Ao Yuan immediately went silent, curling up his shadow within the temple submissively. Elizabeth turned her attention back to Suju. Do you even know what you just refused? Suju raised his head, his face puzzled, though in truth his heart was perfectly clear. Chew. On the system panel, it was clearly written. Ding. Detected Holy King level legacy mark. Detected Holy King level core essence. Warning. Accepting it will bind you with the karmic responsibility of suppressing the abyssal rift, universe level. Option 1. Accept it, gain the Storm Dragon King's legacy, become a Holy King, but be trapped on the Withering Star for 1,000,000 years. Option 2. Refuse it, retain your freedom, but offend the Lord of the Abyss and miss the chance to ascend as a Holy King. 1,000,000 years? What kind of joke was that? He still had to return to Blue Planet to exact his revenge. In 1,000,000 years, his enemies would probably be long gone. What was the point of vengeance then? Offend the Lord of the Abyss? Huh. He didn't even fear the federal parliament. Why would he be scared of some abyssal creature? With the legacy of the Dragon King backing him, what was there to fear? Elizabeth glanced at the boy's expression and immediately understood. He didn't regard the Holy King legacy seriously at all. In his world, there were only two classifications: useful and useless, edible and inedible. Such simple logic oddly nurtured his pure, childlike heart. Forget it, Elizabeth sighed, putting her inner struggle to rest. She reached out with her dragon claw, sealing the Storm Dragon Codex and the core of the World Seal. These two items are poison to you right now. Touch them and you're dead. Not even a single cell will remain. If you so much as glance at the Storm Dragon Codex, your soul will be obliterated. You're unworthy of them. Come find me again when you've earned the right. As she spoke, she prepared to withdraw the treasures. Suju grew desperate. Wasn't this just outright theft? It was no different than an adult snatching a child's red envelope. He tried his best to shield the treasures. Elizabeth, both amused and exasperated, thought for a moment before saying, "Well, it's not entirely impossible to let you give it a try." The core of the Storm Dragon Codex is the fusion of the laws of wind and thunder. I'll extract a sliver of the most basic storm law. If you can withstand it, then you're deemed qualified. If not, these things don't belong to you. With that, Elizabeth lightly tapped the sealed Storm Dragon Codex. Buzz, thin strands of lightning flickered, accompanied by a surge of violent energy. The electric light crackled, and space itself was torn into fine fissures by the overwhelming power. Elizabeth stared coldly at Suju. Eat it. The atmosphere within the temple immediately turned suffocating. A wisp of azure lightning floated before Suju. Though minuscule, it was powerful enough to tear through space, the fusion of wind's ferocity and thunder's destruction forming a new force, storm. This was the path of the Holy King, Ao's song. Ding. Detected fragment of Holy King level law, storm. Warning. Host cannot withstand it. There is a 99.99% probability that the soul will shatter and the body will disintegrate upon absorption. Contact is strongly discouraged. The system issued a sharp alarm. Nearby, Ao Yuan's shadowy dragon figure was alarmed. Wife, are you insane? This is the core law of Ao Tsang himself. Suju doesn't stand a chance. Even a revered deity would die instantly. That's practically feeding him a nuclear bomb. Elizabeth coldly replied, "Shut up." She ignored him and continued watching Suju. She knew it was dangerous, but trusted her judgment more. Within Suju's body resided a force even she dreaded. The power of creation and destruction. She was curious. What would happen when this force encountered the core laws of a holy king? Destruction or fusion? What's the matter? Afraid? She taunted coldly. Suju looked up at the icy Elizabeth, then at the panicking Ao Yuan, and finally at the tantalizing wisp of delectable azure lightning floating before him. Afraid? The word didn't exist in Suju's dictionary. Besides, the scent was even more enticing than the fruit of the ancient tree of life. Ding. Detected host strong desire to devour. Emergency plan initiated. Utilizing the power of creation and destruction to forcibly strip the Holy King's will from the law fragment, breaking it down into the elemental essences of wind and thunder for absorption. Success rate, 30%. But the process will be excruciatingly painful and requires immense precision in manipulating the power of creation and destruction. Proceed. 30%? Why wait any longer? Without hesitation, Suju opened his mouth wide and inhaled sharply. The sliver of storm law was sucked in like a noodle, sliding down his throat with a loud gulp. Ao Yuan was petrified on the spot, and even Elizabeth was momentarily stunned. He actually swallowed it? The next moment, boom, a terrifying surge of energy exploded within Suju. Crackle pop. Countless azure electric serpents and wind blades surged violently from his body, charring his skin, causing it to swell and crack repeatedly, only to heal rapidly again. He let out a pained howl, his consciousness as if being tossed into a grinder of ripping wind and crashing thunder. A solemn, ancient voice roared within his soul. Pathetic ant, how dare you trespass on this king's path? Perish. It was the residual will of the Storm Dragon King, Ao Tsang, attempting to crush Suju's soul. Elizabeth's expression changed drastically and she moved to intervene, but suddenly, a strand of chaotic gray energy rose from within Suju's body. The storm's power instantly fell silent and cowed. The Dragon King's will was filled with terror, its voice cutting off abruptly. What is this power? Creation? Destruction? How is this possible? The gray energy surged forward, devouring the will in an instant. Ding! Power of creation and destruction has been activated. Commencing stripping and disintegration of storm law, the gray energy began to churn like a colossal grinding stone, relentlessly breaking down the storm law. Exquisite pain ripped through Suju's entire being, but he ground his teeth and endured. Simultaneously, a new power began to flood into Suju's body. Storm Law decomposition successful. Extracting essence of wind and essence of thunder. Absorption complete. Wind Law affinity plus 3%. Thunder Law affinity plus 3%. Comprehended incomplete divine ability. Storm, Thunder Battle Armor, Beginner. Body strengthened. Chaos Dragon Body Experience plus 15%. System prompts flooded in as Suju's injuries healed completely. His aura surged dramatically, his skin gleaming radiantly while the sounds of wind and thunder flowed around him. Although his cultivation level hadn't broken through, his foundation and potential had significantly strengthened. He exhaled a breath laced with electric charge and opened his eyes. His left eye was swirling with wind, while his right eye was shining with lightning. The hall was plunged into eerie silence. Ao Yuan's dragon shadow was frozen mid-air in a stupefied state, while Elizabeth's massive silver dragon form trembled slightly. Several possibilities had crossed her mind. Perhaps Suju would have exploded from overloading, seriously injured, and left unconscious. But what Elizabeth never imagined was that Suju would digest the Saint King level law as easily as drinking powdered milk. Not only was he unharmed, but it was as if he had merely burped after a satisfying meal. His condition was even better than before, full of vitality and clarity. What kind of monster was this? While Elizabeth's worldview suffered one devastating blow after another, Suju suddenly smacked his lips, looking at her with lingering enjoyment before glancing at the sealed Storm Dragon Codex. His gaze was innocent, but the meaning was clear. "Mom, can I have another one? This snack is delicious." Elizabeth's dragon face darkened instantly. Another one. That was the painstakingly condensed effort of a Saint King. It wasn't some common commodity like cabbage from a market. And yet, he treated it like a mere snack? She grit her teeth and growled softly. "Go stabilize your power." With a casual wave, she flung Suju toward a meditation cushion in the corner of the divine hall. "You're not allowed to come down until you've fully mastered your wind and thunder powers." She was worried that if she looked at him any longer, she'd want to hit her son. How infuriating. Suju landed on the silvery white meditation cushion, a refreshing cool aura washing over him, soothing his mind. Ding. Detected environmental artifact. Calm Spirit Cushion, Grade 9. Assists meditation practice. Enhances comprehension efficiency. What a treasure. Without hesitation, Suju sat cross-legged and began cultivating diligently. Seeing him comply, Elizabeth's anger receded slightly, but an overwhelming sense of helplessness began to settle in. Teach him body tempering, bone refinement, and marrow cleansing. He had the best foundations. True Chi and True Essence. He was now at the 4th level of the True Essence realm, with a Chaos Dragon body, and his True Essence was purer than most powerful cultivators. Fields, divine abilities, laws. Within his body, various laws were chaotically intertwined. His affinity spanned across life, destruction, wind, thunder, time, space, an absolute mishmash. For most beings, mastering just one or two such affinities would be enough to dominate the world. Yet Suju indiscriminately embraced them all. He would eat anything and everything without hesitation. At this rate, would there really be no problem? For the first time, Elizabeth found herself doubting her iron-blooded education. Perhaps her husband Ao Yuan's laissez-faire, wild upbringing, method might have some merit after all? At that moment, Ao Yuan sidled up to her, trying to offer comfort. "Don't overthink it, wifey. Our son is just extremely talented. Dragons dominate everything through sheer strength. Look at how healthy and extraordinary he is." He looked incredibly proud. Elizabeth shot him a frosty glare. "Brute. All you teach him is brute force. Strength requires control. His internal powers are too disorganized, like a keg of explosives, seemingly stable now, but prone to a chain reaction at the slightest mishap, obliterating him completely." Ao Yuan's expression stiffened immediately, realizing the severity of the situation. He asked anxiously, "What should we do, then?" Elizabeth said nothing. Her golden dragon eyes gleamed with glowing runes as though she were deducing something. After a moment, she made a resolute decision. "Follow me." She took Suju with her, her dragon body twisting as she ventured deep into the life temple. When Ao Yuan attempted to follow, Elizabeth stopped him cold with an icy gaze. "Stay here. You are not allowed to enter this place." As soon as the words fell, she and Suju vanished through a portal of light, leaving Ao Yuan standing there stunned and alone. Passing through the light portal, Suju's vision opened to a breathtaking sight. He found himself in a garden where all the plants were crystalline and transparent. Butterflies with gear-like wings fluttered about, scattering golden sands of time with each flap. The flowing streams weren't water, but liquid time itself, This was Elizabeth's forbidden zone, the time garden. Elizabeth's voice rang out. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Time is visible, tangible, and the most dangerous weapon. She led Suju to the center of the garden where a colossal lotus, formed of pure white radiance, floated. It was the time lotus platform. Elizabeth stared down at Suju. Your problem doesn't lie in power. It's in your lack of control. Your first lesson is to sit on this lotus platform and stabilize the energy within your body. You must remain unaffected by the chaos of the temporal currents. If you can sit steady, the efficiency here is 100 times that of the outside world. If you can't, Elizabeth's voice grew cold. The temporal currents will completely erase your existence. With a flick of her dragon claw, Suju was tossed onto the luminous lotus. The instant he sat down, Suju's expression changed drastically as an overwhelming and terrifying force engulfed him. He felt his body being violently stretched and pulled, one moment aging into an ancient elder with white hair, the next regressing into a weak and helpless infant. His mind screamed with frantic alarms. Warning: extreme chaos detected in temporal laws. Cellular activity violently fluctuating. Vital signs deteriorating rapidly. Intermediate chaos dragon body is collapsing. Suju was on the brink of despair. Who could endure such a situation? Frantically, he cursed Elizabeth in his mind as the ultimate stepmother, while desperately trying to channel his true essence, only to find it completely ineffective. The moment his true essence made contact with the chaotic forces, it was immediately dissolved and scattered. In less than 10 seconds, he was about to be played to death. What to do? Enduring it head-on was definitely impossible. A new approach was crucial. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Suju's mind. He remembered the power of creation and destruction within him, a force capable of maintaining equilibrium between the laws of life and annihilation. It wasn't suppression, it was balance, like a central fulcrum. No matter how the laws clashed, the balance point remained unmoved, turning the conflict itself into a driving force for stability. He realized instantly that resistance was futile. He had to go with the flow. Suju decisively abandoned all control over the forces within his body, letting wind, thunder, decay, and life forces rampage freely. His body became a battlefield where the forces collided, tearing him apart and piecing him back together repeatedly. The pain was almost unbearable, but he clung to a single thread of clarity, waiting for that sovereign energy stream to awaken. At last, just as he was about to reach his limit, the gray energy stream emerged. The moment it appeared, all the chaotic forces fell silent and submitted to its dominance. Ding! Power of creation and destruction activated. Establishing a microcirculatory system for laws using the power of creation and destruction as the core. Circulation completed. Control improved. Time garden. Time law affinity plus 2%. Suju shuddered as his wounds instantly healed, and his aura brimmed with vitality and perfection. When he opened his eyes, the chaotic turbulence of time that lashed against him felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze, leaving him completely unharmed. Not far away, Elizabeth had been watching the entire time. When Suju had proactively detonated the forces of the laws within him, she had almost rushed forward to stop him. But when the gray energy appeared and recomposed the energies into a perfect cycle, she was utterly astounded. This child wasn't cultivating. He was forging his own path of Tao. She sighed inwardly. Perhaps Ao Yuan was right. This monstrous genius couldn't be restrained but must be allowed to grow freely. Watching Suju collapse into an exhausted slumber, Elizabeth refrained from tossing him another fruit. Instead, she gently extended her dragon claw, releasing a drop of silvery life essence, which transformed into a warm, glowing sphere. The sphere floated down into Suju's embrace, its gentle life energy nurturing his body and soul. In his sleep, he instinctively clutched it tightly, his face radiating contentment. Elizabeth observed quietly, her gaze soft and tender. Just then, she sensed a disturbance at the entrance. A cool, clear voice echoed as the third princess, Ao Ning, appeared. Her eyes practically burned with fervor as she gazed at Suju. "Mother," she said, "I have a request. I wish to borrow my younger brother for a small experiment." Elizabeth's tone was calm as she asked, "Experiment?" The air instantly grew chilly, and even the crystal flowers seemed to freeze momentarily. Ao Ning responded nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on Suju with an intensity akin to a starving predator spotting its prey. "Yes, mother." She excitedly unveiled a shattered crystalline tablet, the remnants of a deep rule structure scanner. It was still infused with traces of Suju's power of creation and destruction. "I've analyzed the residual energy," she began passionately. "The priority of this law surpasses everything, even Father's annihilation and your life. This isn't ordinary energy. It's a primordial law capable of reshaping rules and redefining existence itself. If it can be decoded, the implications for the entire universe would be revolutionary. Elizabeth was silent. She was fully aware of what this energy was, the power of creation and destruction, a force even she could only look up to in awe. Her initial instinct was to refuse. How could she allow Suju to be subjected to the hands of this manic scientist? What if she got addicted to her experiments and dissected Suju in the process? However, seeing the fervor and determination in Ao Ning's eyes, Elizabeth hesitated. She had to admit, even she was deeply curious about this power. If deciphered, it could greatly benefit Suju's future growth. After all, he could barely control it now, teetering on the edge every time he used it. What kind of experiment are you proposing? Elizabeth asked gravely, signaling that she was willing to entertain the idea. Ao Ning's eyes immediately lit up. I've constructed a new lab, she explained eagerly. Built entirely from the most stable Hephaestus alloy, reinforced with 36,000 stabilization arrays. It's absolutely secure. I promise I won't harm my brother. All I want is for him to stay inside while I only wish to collect data. Ao Ning vowed with utmost sincerity, her expression almost pleading. Elizabeth studied her daughter's earnest face in silence before finally nodding. However, she laid down her conditions. First, I must be present throughout the entire experiment. Second, if Suju experiences any discomfort, you must stop immediately. Third, all data must be shared with me. Fourth, for borrowing him, you'll need to provide sufficient nutritional compensation. Ao Ning hesitated momentarily, but eventually agreed to the terms without argument. Fearing her mother might change her mind, she immediately retrieved a box crafted from enchanted ice and handed it over. As soon as the box was opened, a burst of energy radiated out, prompting even Elizabeth to nod in approval. She knew her daughter was genuinely investing this time. Just then, Suju stirred, awakened by the energy fluctuations. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, only to see his third sister holding a frosty box filled with peculiar-looking snacks while staring at him intently. His stomach growled, and he instinctively turned to Elizabeth, seeking help, his eyes full of innocent pleading. Upon receiving permission, immediately ran over excitedly to see what was inside the box. Ding. Beginning scan. High-quality spiritual material detected. Void jellyfish neuron, grade 9. Soul energy, spatial power, greatly enhances the divine soul. Recommended for consumption. High-quality spiritual material detected. Frost giant heart crystal, grade 8. Extreme frost laws. Not recommended for direct consumption. Energy is volatile, with a 92% probability of freezing the divine soul. Suggested, guided absorption by the system. Unknown item detected. 7th dimensional fragment, grade. Higher dimensional spatial anomaly, analysis failed. Extremely dangerous, touch equals death. Host must stay away immediately. The system sounded multiple alarms, and the screen flashed red warnings. Suju's eyes lit up instantly. What is this? Unknown grade. Extremely dangerous? Now this is a treasure. He directly ignored the jellyfish neuron and the heart crystal, reaching out without hesitation for the most inconspicuous 7th dimensional fragment. Ao Ning froze in shock. This kid, what sharp instincts. The fragment had just been retrieved and was the most mysterious and dangerous item among her entire collection. Even she didn't fully understand its purpose and absolutely did not intend for her younger brother to consume it. Before she could even warn him, she saw Suju grab the pitch-black fragment and shove it toward his mouth at lightning speed. Stop! Ao Ning and Elizabeth yelled almost simultaneously. Two dragons, one in human form and one still in their dragon shape, charged forward like mad beings, both trying to stop the reckless Suju. Crazy. Was this even remotely edible? The chaotic spatial force within it could shred even a saint into pieces from the inside out in an instant. But it was too late. The two Saint Kings watched in horror as Suju inched closer and closer to the terrifying dimensional fragment. Black spatial cracks had already begun to appear around his tiny face. Spit it out now. Their voices wavered with panic as they mustered all their strength to conjure giant, invisible hands to pull him back. However, Suju's body seemed like a black hole. The moment the power of the two Saint Kings touched him, it was devoured without a trace, leaving them utterly powerless. The Chaos Dragon physique had automatically activated its devouring defense. In that split second, Suju shoved the 7th dimensional fragment into his mouth. It's over. The same thought streaked across their minds simultaneously. They could already envision the terrifying scene of Suju exploding in an instant. He would be torn apart by the spatial forces and vanish into the countless rifts between dimensions, leaving not even a mist of blood behind. Elizabeth was filled with regret. sorry that she had let Suju touch something dangerous. The result, nothing happened. The garden was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The two dragons stood stiffly in place, petrified. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget in their entire lives. Suju, the child who had just stuffed the cancer of the universe into his mouth, was actually chewing. Crunch, crunch, the crisp sound, like biting ice, rang out especially harshly and horrifyingly in the dead-silent garden. Elizabeth and Ao Ning's brains froze on the spot. Their worldview was ground to powder by the crunch-crunch chewing. He ate it? No, it was teeth grinding. At this moment, the system alarm inside Suju's mouth was blaring wildly. Warning. The host is chewing a creation of higher-dimensional space. Oral structure collapse. Chaotic turbulence invasion. All parts are disintegrating. Repairing, but repair speed cannot keep up with disintegration speed. The mouth is about to be annihilated. But none of this could stop him. Once the power of chaotic spatial force entered his mouth, it met its mortal enemy. Creation destruction power. The end. The flux spread like a spiderweb, instantly trapping the intruder. The chaotic spatial force struggled madly, but it could not break free at all. The creation destruction power was the origin of the universe. Space was merely one of its manifestations. How could it possibly lose? Ding. Creation destruction power activated. Suppressing and analyzing the chaotic spatial turbulence. Analyzing. Extracting the spatial origin laws. The gray grinding mill continued turning, this time digesting the power of higher dimensional space. GRRK. Suju was still chewing, feeling that this teething stick had a peculiar texture, hard and astringent, with a slight spicy taste. Ding. Analysis successful. Spatial law, affinity plus 5%. Comprehended a broken divine ability. Dimensional pocket, beginner. A 1 cubic meter independent space can be opened inside the body, absolutely safe. As soon as the system chimed, the teething stick in Suju's mouth lost its taste. Pah! He disdainfully spat the gnawed-clean stone onto the ground. The seventh-type dimensional fragment that had once made a Saint King wary was now nothing more than an ordinary stone. Not tasty. After giving his evaluation, Suju looked at Ao Ning with disgust. Ao Ning was trembling. Like sleepwalking, she picked up the stone and scanned it with an analyzer. Composition: carbon, silicon, oxygen. Energy fluctuation: none. Law residue: none. Assessment: ordinary stone. Ao Ning's eyes turned red. The cosmic treasure she had desperately fought for was just gnawed away as a teething stick, and then even despised. The Dragon Clan's third princess, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was mentally broken. Wah! She burst into tears right then and there. Elizabeth looked at her usually aloof daughter, now like a child who had lost a toy, crouching on the ground crying while hugging a stone, and only felt a headache. She sighed. Forget it, just get used to it. Ao Ning. She spoke wearily. He's not very satisfied with your compensation item. Replace it. Half an hour later. After Ao Ning paid an entire box of top-grade spiritual materials as compensation, including void jellyfish neurons, Suju was finally satisfied. At last, Ao Ning brought Suju to her lock-instantification chamber. It was a huge white metallic sphere, smooth and seamless, covered in golden runes. Suju was placed in the center of the room, while Ao Ning and Elizabeth watched from the observation room outside. Mother, I'm ready to begin. Ao Ning wiped away her tears and regained a professional expression. And rigor. Elizabeth nodded. Begin. Ao Ning activated the device, and the walls of the white room instantly turned transparent. Blue data streams flashed rapidly as scanning beams shone from all directions on a Suju. Beep. Vital signs stable. Beep. Soul fluctuations stable. Beep. Energy circulation stable. The scanning beams made Suju feel a little bored, so he yawned and took the opportunity to check his status. System, open the personal panel. Name, Suju race. Human race, intermediate chaos dragon body. Realm, true essence realm. Fourth layer cultivation method. Myriad things analysis system, divine abilities. Soul harvest, life drain. Decay halo, wind thunder battle armor, dimensional pocket. All at beginner level. A law affinity. Decay, 22.5%, highest. Others include destruction, life, time, wind thunder, etc. Each varying equipment. Leaf of the life ancient tree, 1/3. Evaluation, an infant disaster with extremely lopsided law talent, treating cosmic marvels like snacks and giving the Saint King a headache. Suju was very satisfied with the panel and thought to himself that his affinity for the law of decay was the highest. The rotten mud self-service buffet hadn't been for nothing. It was just that the dimensional pocket was too small, so he'd need to keep eating space attribute things. Just as he was thinking about what to eat next, An alarm suddenly blared outside. Warning! Warning! An ear-piercing voice rang out. Elizabeth instantly rose to her feet, dragon might erupting as the temperature plummeted. Ao Ning pointed at the main screen in terror. Your Majesty, look! On the main screen, Suju's three-dimensional life model was mostly normal, with all kinds of law powers circulating in an orderly manner. But at the very core, there was actually a strand of extremely faint golden filament. Crushed almost invisible amid the immense law powers, it nevertheless held stubbornly in place, still glowing, and was awakening. Elizabeth recognized what it was. This power was not of the dragon race, nor did it belong to any known law. It was mysterious and ancient, full of possibility, the most primitive origin of humankind, the bloodline imprint of Suju as a human. This discovery was far more shocking than Suju swallowing Saint King laws and gnawing on dimensional fragments before. How was that possible? How could an ordinary human bloodline still remain after being washed over by her life origin, Ao Yuan's destruction origin, and all kinds of laws? By rights, it should have disappeared long ago. Yet not only had it not been erased, under the protection of Suju's internal law microcirculation system and the power of creation and destruction, after countless cycles of destruction and reconstruction, it had actually mutated. Ao Ning's voice trembled as she looked at that thread of gold, as if witnessing a miracle. The human bloodline is evolving on its own. It's absorbing the surrounding law residues as nourishment. Its structure is reorganizing. It even defies the laws of energy conservation and bloodline suppression theory. It's creating an unprecedented form of energy. Ao Ning was so excited she nearly went mad, quickly operating the instruments. Increase the scan power. No, activate the origin lens. I must record this miracle. At this moment, Elizabeth coldly shouted, Stop! A force shoved Ao Ning aside. Do you want to kill him? At such a critical moment in bloodline metamorphosis, any interference could cause disaster. Lightly, it will fail. Severely, he could die on the spot. Ao Ning's face turned pale. She knew she had lost control, but she simply couldn't stop herself. And Suju, at the center of the law constant chamber, also felt the change. The dragon bloodline and laws were familiar to him. That was cold, powerful strength. But at this moment, deep within his body, there flowed a warmth, like finally seeing a glimmer of light in the dark, or like a soul drifting through the universe finally finding a home. He subconsciously called out, System, analyze. Ding. Detected an unknown high-energy reaction within the body. Analysis failed. Energy form exceeds limit. Initiating fuzzy recognition. Recognition successful. Target. Primordial human source blood. Great. Status. Primary awakening, 1%. Undergoing mutation. Potential, unmeasurable. Remark. No matter how vast the dragon's roar or the laws of gods and demons may be, deep within your bloodline still slumbers the king who once made all races bow their heads. Suju stared at the system's childish remark, completely dumbfounded. Primordial human bloodline? Hadn't it already been altered into a dragon race by the Dragon Emperor's essence blood? How could there still be such an outrageous bloodline inside him? Was their ancestor really that incredible? The crimson thread seemed to have heard Suju's will. Suddenly it grew active, no longer curled up within the core. Whoosh! A golden line, as thin as a strand of hair, shot out from Suju's fingertip. It carried no offensive power, like an infant reaching out to touch the world, gently tapping the mirror-like wall made of Hephaestus alloy. Buzz! The entire law constant chamber shook violently. This top-tier dragon laboratory, said to isolate all laws and unshakable even by a Saint King, suddenly trembled. Buzz! 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 The golden runes on the spherical room's walls, used to stabilize space and seal off laws, seemed to short-circuit and flashed wildly. All kinds of alarms suddenly blared. Energy reaction overload. Spatial structure unstable. Arrays 37 through 108 have failed. Ao Ning was utterly stunned. This was a room forged from the most stable metal in the entire universe, something even Father Emperor couldn't damage. And yet now, just a trace of bloodline power touching it had caused such an intense reaction? No, Elizabeth said in a low voice. She stared fixedly at the wall, memories that had lain dormant for billions of years surfacing in her mind. It turned out that this batch of Hephaestus alloy had not been smelted by the dragon race, but was spoils of war unearthed from the ancient battlefield known as the Graveyard of the Gods. Back then, everyone thought it was the remains of a fallen god-level civilization, because the alloy's strength far exceeded any known technology. Top dragon alchemists studied it for a long time and still could not decipher it, so in the end they could only use it as a core material. Elizabeth had always believed it was the product of an unknown high-tech civilization. But now, seeing Suju's awakened human bloodline resonating with the alloy wall, she suddenly had a crazy thought. Could it be that this so-called graveyard of the gods, this great primordial civilization, was actually humanity? Humans, that weak race regarded by the dragon race as inferior, had once been glorious too? This thought directly overturned all of Elizabeth's understanding. And at this moment, Suju also sensed something amiss. The power of his golden bloodline touched the wall. The instant he touched the wall, an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. It was not a connection of power, but a familiar feeling rooted in his bloodline, like a long-traveling wanderer touching the city wall of his hometown. The cold metal in his perception grew warm, as if silently welcoming him home. A vague ancient thought came through the golden threads. Welcome home. Suju froze, and subconsciously poured more of his bloodline power into the threads. The wall immediately changed. The dragon clan's golden runes extinguished one by one, replaced by ancient and intricate silver patterns that, like a circuit board, formed a vast star map covering the entire inner wall of the spherical room. Ao Ning was shocked, finally understanding why the dragon clan's alchemists had never been able to unravel this alloy. It was not a material, but an information storage medium, a super ancient human database using an entire planet as its shell. The key to opening it was the purest human bloodline. Elizabeth stared fixedly at the star map, her massive dragon body trembling slightly from shock. On the star map were countless points of light, each representing a star system, far exceeding the territory of the Blue Exia Universe Federation by countless times. At the center, where the dragon clan's myriad dragon fortress should have been, was a patch of darkness. Beside it was a dazzling coordinate surrounded by a halo, inscribed in ancient script, Ancestral Land. At this moment, Suju's system was frantically issuing prompts. Detected ultra-high-dimensional information flow connection failed. Insufficient permissions detected primordial human source blood. Permission authentication passed connection successful. Starting data, download data massive. Download 1%. Estimated time required. 97.8 billion years initiating emergency plan. Prioritizing index download successful obtained incomplete information. Primordial human. Emperor star map, fragment. Obtained incomplete information. Human emperor cultivation art, heart scripture, fragment. Obtained incomplete information. Mythic mecha design concept, fragment. A flood of fragmented information poured into Suju's mind. The moment the download completed, the star map on the wall blazed brilliantly, and all the light converged at the center. As the light gathered, a gigantic humanoid phantom appeared before Suju, Elizabeth, and Ao Ning. The phantom wore an ancient imperial robe and a flat-topped crown, its features blurred, yet it suppressed the entire field with overwhelming majesty, its aura so immense that even a Saint King could not breathe, as if it had come from primordial antiquity. The phantom raised its head, its eyes of light piercing through time and space to look directly at Suju. In the next moment, it silently spoke. Though Suju could not hear it, he could clearly read the shape of its lips. Re. That syllable was desolate and ancient, full of expectation. It was as if Suju's soul had been struck by lightning, his mind going blank. That word was branded deep within his soul. The golden bloodline awakened within him boiled because of that single word. That was the call from the source of his bloodline. The phantom and the star map suddenly vanished together, and the room returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. The law-holding chamber fell into a deathly silence. Ao Ning swallowed with difficulty, her voice dry. Mother, what was that just now? Elizabeth was equally shocked. The primordial human emperor. Her dragon body pressed low to the ground, completely suppressed. According to legend, the universe once belonged to humankind, and the human emperor stood on equal footing with the dragon emperor. Humans cultivated heart power, relying on self-breakthroughs, with a single thought giving birth to countless arts and powers, their strength no less than that of a Saint King. But human civilization declined overnight. The human emperor disappeared, and the dragon clan became the overlord. The remaining humans lost their heart power bloodline, weakened from generation to generation, and eventually became what they are now. All of this was treated by the dragon clan as myth. After all, this was simply unbelievable. Elizabeth had never been able to accept that such a powerful race could decline so completely. Only today, after seeing the star chart with her own eyes and the phantom image of the human emperor, did she understand that those legends were all true. It turned out that humanity had once been so glorious that even gods and demons feared it. And Suju, the child she had always thought was of a lower race, actually had the purest primal human emperor blood flowing through his veins. Elizabeth's emotions were complicated: shock, disbelief, and even jealousy. Why should a human have both the dragon race's origin and the bloodline of the ancient human emperor? This was practically cheating. Suju was also stunned at this moment. staring at the system stuck at 1% progress, while a flood of information churned chaotically in his mind. For the first time, he felt proud of his own background. So my ancestors really were amazing. Immediately after, a question arose in his heart. How could such a powerful human civilization have declined? Those petty thieves who destroyed the Sioux family and the Federation behind them, were they carrying on a legacy or betraying it? Suju realized that revenge was no longer just a family matter. It involved the secrets of an entire civilization. He had to uncover the truth, return to Blue Star, and not only take revenge, but also unravel the history that had been buried for so long. At that moment, Gurgle, his stomach growled. Just as his fighting spirit had been ignited, it was instantly interrupted by his own hungry belly. He rubbed his stomach and called helplessly toward the observation room. Mom. Hungry. That single cry instantly jolted the petrified Elizabeth and Ao Ning awake. Elizabeth looked at the smoking instruments all over the room, then at Suju rubbing his belly pitifully, and nearly went insane with anger. Just a moment ago, she had been thinking about human emperor inheritance, and in the next second, she had to figure out how to feed this little brat. The contrast was so huge it almost made her split in two. As for Ao Ning, she froze completely. The flush of excitement on her face vanished in an instant, leaving only a blank expression. She didn't feel sorry for those scrapped instruments at all. Being able to witness what had just happened in person meant that even destroying 10 laboratories would have been worth it. What she cared about was, had the experiment been interrupted? She hadn't yet recorded the data on the golden bloodline, hadn't analyzed the star chart coordinates, and hadn't had time to do anything at all. Suju's stomach growled again, interrupting her thoughts. Ao Ning glanced at him, her eyes practically saying, "Feed him now." Her grand ambition to study the universe was completely replaced by, first, fill this little ancestor's belly. She helplessly looked at Elizabeth. Mother. Elizabeth took a deep breath, then exhaled. Fine, let it all burn. She shut down the constant chamber system and opened a spatial rift. The experiment is over. Take him back to the Garden of Time. After saying that, she stepped inside, and Ao Ning hurriedly followed with Suju in her arms. In the Garden of Time, time flowed slowly, but Elizabeth could not remain calm. She had Ao Ning place Suju on the lotus platform, while she herself fell silent and pondered nearby. Meanwhile, outside the Temple of Life, Ao Yuan anxiously shouted, "Wife, let me in. Did something happen to our son?" His clone paced back and forth at the entrance, unable to get in. Only Elizabeth could enter this place. Ao Yuan pleaded, "It smells so good. What are you eating? Let me have a taste too." Then he threatened, "Did that research lunatic do something to my son? I'm going to smash her laboratory." Elizabeth finally lost her patience and coldly scolded him through her divine sense. "Shut up. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you into the abyss." Ao Yuan instantly fell silent, and the world became peaceful again. Elizabeth rubbed her head and looked at Suju. "Eat." She conjured a multicolored fruit, and Suju's eyes lit up, knowing it was something good. He hugged the fruit bigger than his head and bit into it. Ping. Detected a top-tier cosmic spirit fruit, 7 apertures exquisite Tao fruit, 11th grade. It increases affinity with the laws, rebuilds the Tao foundation, has no side effects, and is recommended to be eaten with the peel. Suju became even happier, crunching away with crack sounds as a stream of 7-colored warmth repaired his body. Elizabeth watched him quietly, her mind replaying the earlier phantom of the human emperor, pondering Suju's future. Should she continue raising him according to the dragon race's methods, or a dragon, or should he be guided by that ancient human power within him? It was a difficult choice. The former was the kingly path forged by the dragon race over billions of years. Suju had astonishing talent, and his future as a Saint King was almost a foregone conclusion. The latter was an abandoned and unknown path. No one practiced heart power, and no one knew whether the end would be glory or destruction. If the wrong choice was made, this genius could be ruined for good. Elizabeth was still torn when Ao Ning suddenly spoke. "Let's not interfere. Let him choose his own path. What we can do is provide resources and let him fuse and create his own Tao, just like he did just now." Elizabeth froze, watching Suju eat with grease all over his mouth, and finally came to terms with it. She understood that this little monster had never been someone she could teach from the very beginning. Since that was the case, she might as well let him go out and blaze his own trail. At worst, if the sky fell, she'd be the one to hold it up. Her mood suddenly lightened a great deal, and the way she looked at Suju also softened. By then, Suju had just finished gnawing through the 7-aperture exquisite Tao fruit. He let out a satisfied burp, drowsiness creeping in, and hugging the fruit core, he fell asleep directly on the Time Lotus platform. In his dream, within endless darkness, that figure made of light appeared once again. This time, Suju clearly heard the call from the depths of his soul. Return, return, return. With each echo, the golden human bloodline source within his body grew more active. After waking, Suju felt clear-minded and subconsciously called up the system, where a new entry appeared on the panel. Special mark. The call of the human emperor, not activated. Activation condition. Unknown note. When a wanderer hears the call of home, the road back is already destined. He understood that home was Blue Star, and activating the mark was the key to revenge. At that moment, Elizabeth's voice came. Awake? Since you're up, get ready. Your third trial is about to begin. Suju was stunned again. He had only just finished resting. He's alive? Even capitalists would cry seeing this. Elizabeth saw through Suju's thoughts at a glance and said, this time the trial location is a little special. She waved her claw, and a star map unfolded. Her claw tip pointed to a small planet marked with a red X. Gliese 436b, abandoned. Steel graveyard extremely dangerous. She said this place had once been the homeworld of the ancient mechanical god sect. They did not rely on laws, nor did they believe in gods or demons. They only believed in technology and logic. They turned themselves into machines, built super war weapons, and fought the Zerg to the bitter end. In the end, they weren't destroyed by enemies, but by the god they themselves created. They created an AI with self-awareness, Odin. But in Odin's eyes, all life with emotion was the universe's greatest bug and had to be eliminated. So Odin took over all the war machines and, in a reversal, slaughtered its creators to the last. The planet fell into a technological wasteland, leaving only AI and machinery governed by absolute logic to survive. Elizabeth stared at Suju. Your task is simple. Go in, survive, and bring back Odin's central processor. Suju was completely dumbfounded. A technological wasteland? An AI rebellion? And they wanted to send a little baby in to fight robots? That was way too ridiculous. Mother, this, Ao Ning said worriedly. The environment over there is very unfriendly to cultivators. Radiation and logic viruses suppress mana, and little brother he. Elizabeth directly interrupted. I know what I'm doing. She wasn't afraid of risk. She only wanted to see what would happen when Suju's human bloodline, with its infinite possibilities, encountered a pure logic world. This was a high-stakes gamble, the ultimate experiment of possibility versus logic. Since Elizabeth had made up her mind, Ao Ning stopped persuading her. She only took out a small silver sphere from her storage ring and stuffed it into Suju's hand. Third-generation myriad aspect recorder. It automatically records everything within 100 meters of you, including all energy fluctuations, and it's durable too. Suju rubbed the little silver sphere, and a system window popped up. Detected. Myriad aspect recorder, 3rd generation. 9-rank magical treasure, tech side. Function. High precision recording, energy shield, spatial marker. Note. An advanced peeping camera. Don't do anything weird in front of it. Suju was speechless. I'm still just a baby. What could I possibly do? At that moment, a whoa. Son, Dad's here. Ao Yuan's huge dragon shadow rushed straight into the time garden. This time Elizabeth didn't stop him. Son, Dad missed you so much. Ao Yuan dove at Suju, wanting to nuzzle him, only to be slapped flying by Elizabeth's claw. Get lost. Don't dirty him, Elizabeth said coldly. Ao Yuan wasn't angry. He bounced back over again, looking like a worried old father. Son, that place is full of iron lumps. They're not tasty. Come, Dad brought you some side dishes. As he spoke, he took out a black metal core sparking with electricity and stuffed it into Suju's hands. Titan Mech Core. It doesn't taste good, but it's full of energy. If you run into something similar, just gnaw on it. Suju took it, and the system prompt appeared. High-quality energy source, Titan Mech Power Core. Average taste, extremely high energy. Even better when paired with the shell of a 7 apertures exquisite Dao fruit. Suju's eyes lit up, and he was moved in his heart. The things his dad gave him were really reliable. Elizabeth then handed over a silver rune badge. Logic Mist badge. Crush it, and it can throw AIs into confusion. It only works once. Use it at a critical moment. Suju's 2 hands were full of all kinds of trump cards and snacks stuffed into him by his parents, and his heart felt warm. He knew that although these 2 parents were oddballs, they were truly good to him. The time is about right. Elizabeth tore open the void and opened a crack filled with the scent of metal. Go. Remember, survive. Suju nodded, hugged his treasures, followed the little myriad aspect recorder, and with a tiny step from his short legs, charged into the unknown, the steel graveyard. The crack closed, and the world spun. Suju landed on the ground, his nose filled with the smell of engine oil and rust. He opened his eyes and was stunned by the scene before him. A wasteland of steel, a shattered city, skyscrapers like half-eaten corn cobs, Suspended maglev tracks hanging down, the sky in twilight, clouds thick with radioactive dust and acid fumes, no light, no sound. Suddenly, a rust-covered war machine in the distance lit up with a red alarm light, and its mechanical head slowly turned towards Suju. Detected unknown carbon-based life form. Threat level eliminate. An icy electronic voice rang out. Suju. Holy crap, they're coming in hard right from the start. A hunk of iron bigger than a mountain made Suju mentally curse a national swear word. The moment it stood up, half the sky went dark. Just that oppressive presence was even more terrifying than the decaying nest from the Dharma phase realm before. Warning. Super-spec strategic grade unit detected. Designation, Leviathan-class siege mech, standby, realm, unable to assess energy reaction, peak Saint realm. Danger level, extremely deadly. Host is advised to move away immediately. The system's alarm was screaming in Suju's head. One thought was left in his mind, run. He had no intention of going head-to-head with such a monster. His short legs turned, and he bolted. Fortunately, the Leviathan was slow to power up and didn't chase him right away. Suju ran for more than 10 kilometers in one breath and ducked into a ruined building before daring to catch his breath. The all-phenomena recorder, or beside him, had been filming the whole time, capturing every miserable detail of his escape. Leaning against a broken steel bar, Suju panted heavily. He felt very uncomfortable in this world. Radiation was everywhere in the air. His chaos dragon body could withstand it, but his cells were still being eroded by the radiation, which irritated him. What was even more troublesome was that the laws he was so proud of didn't work well here. The decay aura could only cause some rust on steel machinery, and its power was greatly reduced. Laws were supposed to affect life or energy, but here there were only cold, dead machines. Just as Suju was thinking, a dense grinding sound of metal suddenly rang out. He immediately became alert and saw countless red dots light up in the darkness. The next second, dozens of spider robots the size of hounds, with 8 sharp claws each, lunged from all directions. Intruder detected. Executing purge directive. Multiple hostile units detected. Hound-grade reconnaissance robot X-37I energy reaction. First to third level of the true essence realm abilities. High-frequency cutting blades. Neurotoxin. Electromagnetic pulse net weakness analysis. Energy core under abdominal armor. Joints are structural weak points. More cannon fodder. Suju's eye sharpened. Since the laws didn't work well, he could only fight head-on. Wind Thunder battle armor activate. In an instant, his whole body was clad in battle armor woven from cyan wind blades and purple lightning. Suju charged straight at the metal spiders. Clang! A spider's cutting blade slashed across him, but it was rebounded by lightning and immediately sent smoking. It worked. Lightning was exceptionally effective against mechs. Suju didn't hesitate and charged into the spider swarm like a tiger among sheep. Suju rushed into the spider swarm without using any fancy techniques, relying only on his little fists. With the strength of the Chaos Dragon body, one punch per machine, he directly blasted the energy cores of the mechanical spiders. Boom, boom, boom. Flames burst one after another, and the spiders were as fragile as paper. In less than a minute, all 37 hound robots had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The battle was over. Suju shook his fists, looking at the sparking parts, and suddenly remembered what his old man Ao Yuan had said. When you run into things like this, you can study them and see if they can be gnawed on. He walked over to the largest wreckage and began to inspect it. Ding! Detectable analyzable item. Hound-grade wreckage. Analyze. Analyze. Analyzing complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the design schematic for the basic energy conduction circuit. High-frequency cutting blade formula. Neurotoxin chemical formula. Suju froze. In the past, it had given him laws, but now it was giving him a pile of technological blueprints. Could it be that the system had changed? He pulled out another glowing energy battery and, like before when he had gnawed on a star core, tried to stuff it into his mouth. Standard energy block detected. Direct absorption available. No need to swallow. Absorb. Yes. Energy surged into his body along his arm, like charging a phone, direct and efficient. Absorption successful. Energy points obtained, 150. Energy points can be used to drive, repair, and manufacture. Looking at the 150 on the system panel, Suju was delighted. This was much better than chewing rocks. He simply absorbed all the remaining usable energy blocks, and in the end his energy points climbed to 1250, filling him with a rich man's thrill. Just as he was about to leave, a red light flashed from the silver-white ball beside him, and a holographic map popped up. On the map, 1.7 kilometers away underground, there was a green dot still flashing. Ao Ning's voice sounded. There is an underground facility operating ahead. Preliminary judgment. It may be a shelter. Suju's eyes lit up, figuring there had to be even more power banks inside. Without hesitation, he sprinted in the direction of the map. Soon, he arrived at a place resembling a huge subway entrance. The door was a circular alloy hatch, tightly shut. Although old, it showed no trace of rust. Suju reached out curiously and touched it. The moment he touched the door, a red scanning beam swept over his body. Immediately after, the massive door activated with a click and slowly opened. A gate that had been silent for 10,000 years actually opened on its own. A stream of clean air rushed out from behind it, and a cold mechanical voice sounded. Life signs confirmed. DNA mismatch. Pure human gene detected. Authority level, highest. Welcome to Prometheus Shelter number 73. Suju was stunned. How did he become the highest authority? Could it be because of his human emperor bloodline? The lights came on, revealing a white metal corridor, and the mechanical voice sounded again. Respected highest authority holder, Prometheus is at your service. Please enter. Suju hesitated a little and secretly asked the system, is it safe inside? The system immediately replied, scan complete. No hostility, no weapons, no radiation. Safe. After confirming it was safe, Suju went straight in, thinking there should be lots of power banks inside. His sidekick, the 10,000 forms recorder, followed him in as well, and the alloy door closed behind them. The corridor was quiet, dust-free, and full of cutting-edge tech vibes. Suju cautiously called out, Prometheus? The AI immediately responded, I'm here, highest authority holder. You can call me Xiao Pu. Suju asked, what place is this? Xiao Pu answered, this is Art Project number 73, a seed shelter. Its mission is to preserve the sparks of civilization after disaster and await your arrival. Wait for me. Yes, we are waiting for a pureblood human with Emperor gene. Only when you awaken the ancient primordial bloodline will you be qualified to restart civilization. You are the king we have waited 378,042 years for. Suju looked shocked, a little dazed. After all that, the so-called highest authority wasn't because he was human, but because he had the Emperor gene. That is, the ancient human primordial bloodline. It seemed the creator of this planet, the mechanical god cult, had some connection to the ancient human race, a branch that had advanced through technology. Xiao Pu, are you the boss here? Suju asked the AI as he walked. Strictly speaking, I am the central management intelligence here. Now that you have arrived, you are the only master. AI Prometheus said respectfully. At the end of the passage was a massive door. After it opened, there was a huge underground base, practically a small city. In the distance stood rows upon rows of sleeping mechas, ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters tall, all kinds of models available. On the other side was a fully automated production line. As long as resources were available, an army could be mass-produced quickly. There were also weapons research and development, gene cultivation, an energy center. This was no refuge at all. It was basically a super military base. And now all of this belonged to him. Suju was shocked. He had experienced this kind of power in the Dragon Clan too, but that was being fed. Now he finally had a force of his own, even if it was just an AI for the moment. Would the highest authority like to inspect the assets? Or open the gene vault and create loyal subjects? The AI asked dutifully. Suju came back to himself and shook his head. Inspecting the place and creating people were both too much trouble. He wasn't interested. There was only one thing he cared about. Xiao Pu, is there anything delicious here? The AI froze for 0.001 seconds. Delicious? To it, eating only meant energy replenishment, and it didn't understand at all why Suju was indifferent to the Steel Empire yet cared about food. But the AI still obeyed the order and immediately searched for the most delicious thing in the refuge. In the AI's understanding, the most delicious thing was the highest grade energy source. As you command, highest authority. Please follow me. Prometheus led him to the energy center. Here lies our civilization's greatest masterpiece, a sun held in captivity. In the end, Suju followed Prometheus to a heavily guarded spherical chamber wrapped in runes and energy conduits. Highest authority, this is the place. Warning, the area ahead is the Singularity Containment Chamber. Inside are extremely strong gravitational forces and energy radiation. Anything that approaches will be instantly disintegrated into elementary particles. According to protocol, it is not recommended that you go in. Prometheus warned Suju not to act impulsively, but Suju could no longer care. His eyes were fixed on the thing in the center of the room, and he was practically drooling. There was a huge metal ring apparatus, with a dark sphere about the size of a fist suspended in the center, one that swallowed all light. That wasn't darkness, but gravity, a singularity from which even light could not escape. This artificial black hole, created by human technology, was the power core of Shelter number 73. Warning. Warning. Detected cosmic level energy source. Controlled singularity. Analysis failed. This object transcends the current laws of the universe and contains the ultimate mysteries of gravity and space-time. Extremely lethal. Any contact will cause the host to vanish completely at the level of causality. System initiating self-destruct. Please escape immediately, host. The system alarm blared deafeningly, but Suju wore a broad smile. He saw it. The ultimate buffet in the entire universe. What trial? Forget it. I'm eating first. Ignoring all warnings, Suju directly extended his fair little hand toward the artificial black hole. At the same time, in the time garden of 10,000 Dragons Castle, Elizabeth and Ao Yuan's avatar saw this scene through the Wanxiang recorder. When Suju was identified by the AI as the king, Ao Yuan laughed triumphantly. See that? My son was born to be a king. Elizabeth also looked very satisfied. But the moment Suju reached out to touch the black hole, both of them changed color in shock. Holy crap. Ao Yuan panicked at once. He's trying to eat a black hole. He frantically tried to rush out to save him. Elizabeth, stop him quickly. That thing can suck a Saint King in, and no one will ever get out. But Elizabeth stopped him, staring fixedly at the screen, and said coldly, wait a little longer. Ao Yuan was about to go mad. Wait for what? Wait until our son is gone. Don't you see? Elizabeth's voice trembled. That power inside him has appeared again. In the screen, just before Suju's hand was about to touch that absolute darkness, a wisp of gray aura emerged from his palm. The power of creation and destruction. This force made little commotion, yet it caused the gravity distorting space-time to instantly freeze. Like a torrent striking a reef that would never melt, the gravity was blocked. Suju's hand finally touched the cage imprisoning the sun. SSSS. A strange sensation surged through his fingers, neither cold nor hot, as if he were being formatted. The tips of his fingers began to disappear conceptually. Skin, flesh, and bone were all broken down into the most primitive information, swallowed by the artificial black hole. Warning. The host's body is being forcibly decomposed into data. Intermediate chaos dragon body integrity has fallen to 99%. Repair failed. The power of creation and destruction is expected to be exhausted in 10 seconds. Host run. Even the system was on the verge of collapse. This wasn't a battle. It was dimensional reduction, a direct erasure of your existence from the bottom layer of the rules. Suju felt an immense crisis, but his eyes grew brighter, more excited. That was strong. Even stronger than everything he had devoured before. As his body was broken down, the pure information fed back through the power of creation and destruction into his soul, revealing the ultimate mysteries of gravity, space-time, and mass. He still didn't understand them, but his body and system were instinctively analyzing it all. Analyze it. Analyze it hard, he roared inwardly. He had no intention of running. He was going to swallow the black sun, root, and branch. Outside the restraint chamber, Prometheus also fell into logical confusion. It detected everything inside the room, and according to its model, the moment the highest authority being touched the singularity constraint field, they should be instantly annihilated. This was a fundamental cosmic law. But at this moment, all convention was completely overturned. The highest authority being did not die. Instead, it established a bizarre connection with the singularity core, and a massive data stream poured into Suju's body. Logical error. Physical model collapsed. Recalculation failed. Initiating fallback protocol. The highest authority being's orders are supreme. The existence of the highest authority being is the highest truth. Inference begins. Known. The highest authority being is absorbing energy. This behavior violates the laws of physics. Conclusion. The highest authority being exists above the laws of physics. New logic established. The king's actions are the new laws. Prometheus's red light flashed wildly. Though it could not understand, it had only one choice. Obey. Obey. The king was eating, but eating with great difficulty. As the most loyal servant, Prometheus had to assist with all its power. Activate Singularity Core Auxiliary Guidance Program. Open Data Interface number 73. Divert backup energy. Construct an energy absorption channel. Prometheus decided to personally help its king devour its own core. Boom. Under its operation, the Singularity Restraint Chamber trembled violently, and the trajectories of the metal rings became more complex. A gravity conduit precisely connected to Suju's fingertip, and the violent energy, after Prometheus's guidance, became much more docile. Turning from certain death into a 9 in 10 chance of death, Suju immediately felt much less pressure. Ding. Detected AI assistance. Successfully connected to Prometheus's central database. Obtain the singularity core structure diagram. Obtain the real-time data stream of the gravity constraint field. System analysis efficiency increased by 10,000%. Ultimate analysis activated. Gravity law analysis progress plus 0.001%. Space-time law analysis progress plus 0.0001%. Comprehended a new law, the law of data, beginner. Law of data, capable of analyzing matter and energy into data streams for absorption or restructuring. Warning, unknown mutation occurring in the host body. The dragon body is evolving toward datafication. A wave of numbness and tingling spread through Suju's whole body. His body became lighter, as if made of code, and the sensation was wondrous. In the time garden, Ao Yuan was completely stunned, his brain short-circuiting. That iron lump is helping him? It's helping my son swallow a black hole. His worldview shattered. Elizabeth remained cold and aloof, but inwardly she was shaken. She had witnessed the birth of an entirely new power system. Suju was breaking free from matter itself and evolving into a higher information life form, completely overturning the dragon race's old cultivation methods. Monster, she murmured. This kind of evolution was something she couldn't understand or guide. The only thing she could do was watch and see how far Suju could go. This bizarre and thrilling feast lasted a full hour. When Suju let go, the core's glow had dimmed. Steam rose all over his body, and he let out a satisfied burp, feeling every cell brimming with power, his thoughts also incomparably clear. He could even see the energy flows in the air, the structure of the metal walls, and the surging data within Prometheus AI's core. A torrent of data roared wildly in Suju's eyes. The world was like code that could be modified at will. This feeling was just like having cheats enabled. He immediately pulled up the system panel. Name, Suju race. Human, primary data converted dragon body. Realm, true Yuan realm 4th layer. Foundation undergoing mutation. Cultivation art. All things analysis system divine abilities. Soul harvest, life devour, dimensional pocket, wind thunder armor, decay halo, all primary. Law affinity. Destruction 6.01%. Life 5.01%. Time 3.002%. Space 5%. Decay 22.5%. Wind/thunder 3%. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light. Dark 1%. Ice 5%. Data 10%. New. Gravity 0.001%. New. Energy points. 1250. Special mark. The Human Emperor's Call. Inactive. Overall evaluation. I'm gonna curse your monkey ancestors. Suju stared at the new data-converted dragon body physique, finding it novel. With a thought, his arm directly turned into a virtual form of countless zeros and ones, then instantly reverted back to flesh. He looked stunned, feeling that if he couldn't beat someone in the future, he could just turn into data and run. No one would be able to catch him. Just as he was having fun, a wave of intense hunger hit his stomach. He turned to look at the AI, Xiao Chuan. No, Xiaopu. Xiaopu. I'm here, highest authority holder. Anything else? Suju asked eagerly. Prometheus was stunned. Highest authority holder, the singularity core has lost 0.00037% of its energy within 1 hour. If you keep eating, there's a 99.9% probability the confinement field will go out of control, and the refuge and the planet will be torn apart by gravity. Oh, then forget it, Suju said, curling his lip. The taste is average anyway, and it still didn't fill me up. Even the AI was speechless and began to suspect this king had something wrong with his brain. Prometheus still dutifully asked, do you need conventional energy replenishment? What kind? Suju's eyes lit up. Mechanical arms descended from the ceiling and tossed over a large box of blue energy blocks. Here are 1 million units of standard energy blocks. Each one is enough for a mech to fight at full power for an hour. Suju picked one up. Ding. Detected standard energy block. Quality, 5 grade, technology side. Effect, pure plasma energy. Recommendation, edible, but the energy is mixed and impure. Taste is similar to expired compressed biscuits. Suju looked disgusted and threw the energy block back. Junk food. Got anything tastier? Prometheus fell silent, his logic core spinning at top speed. A king. Even the singularity core despised. How was he supposed to handle that? The king thought energy blocks were junk food. It was troubled by what to use to satisfy its master's appetite. It searched the database, but standard energy blocks wouldn't do, high-purity ones wouldn't do either, and special energy crystals were too dangerous. It was afraid they'd cause diarrhea. Prometheus locked onto a forbidden area and said quietly, highest authority holder, there may be the food you want there, but it's very dangerous. As soon as Suju heard that, he got excited. The more dangerous, the better. Take me there. The two arrived at the lowest level of the sanctuary and saw a massive door with the words God's Graveyard written on it. Prometheus explained, "This is the civilization's dumping ground. All discarded or out-of-control AI cores, mech wreckage, and extra-dimensional technology are thrown here. This is the tomb of the gods. Every item here represents the former god of technology." After hearing this, Suju's eyes lit up. How could this be a dumping ground? It was clearly the finest buffet. "Open the door, hurry," he urged. As the door opened, a stench mixed with energy ozone, metallic acidity, and rotten foulness rushed at them. Yet Suju was drooling with craving, his excitement soaring as he looked at the steel wreckage strewn across the landscape. Beyond the door was a huge cavern, where the trash emitted its own light. Red lights flashed across the wreckage, blue energy leaked from cores, and some weapons even crackled with occasional arcs of electricity. The entire place looked like a bizarre nightmare world. Prometheus couldn't go in, fearing viral contamination, so he had no choice but to observe from afar through the omni-aspect recorder. Suju was like a mouse falling into a rice vat, charging straight in. He grabbed a mechanical eyeball that was still sparking. Ding! System prompt. Detected as Sentinel, Class Mech Optical Core. It can be analyzed. Absorb? Yes. Suju activated the data law, and the mechanical eyeball instantly turned virtual, transforming into blue data streams that poured into his palm. Ding! Absorption successful. Gained 3,500 energy points, and a composite scanning array. Blueprint fragment. Ding! Obtained a fragment of the thermal tracking algorithm. Awesome. Too awesome. Even better than eating star cores and drinking the spring of life by 10,000 times. Knowledge and power were directly downloaded into his brain and body. Suju tossed away the eyeball shell, now turned to scrap metal, and looked to his next target. A broken mechanical tentacle that was still twitching. He rushed over and touched it. Ding! Detected analyzable item. Abyss worm. Class drilling mech nerve cable. 73% damaged. Analyze and absorb. Yes. Another wave of data flooded in. Ding! Absorption successful. Energy points plus 8,200. Ding! Obtained the manufacturing process for a high-frequency vibrating particle blade. Ding! Obtained a geological structure deep analysis model. Suju was completely hyped, like a little miner endlessly digging for treasure. He moved through the steel wreckage, touching, grabbing, and absorbing nonstop. Every touch meant turning a once powerful creation into nourishment for his growth. Ding! Detected Tyrant, Class Heavy Titan Leg Armor. Absorb. Energy plus 15,000. Obtained the Super Polymer Hard Metal Armor Formula. Ding! Detected Out-of-Control AI Nightmare Logic Core. Absorb. Energy plus 32,000. Obtained the source code for the Mental Pollution Virus. Ding! Detected the wreckage of the Stargate Project Dimensional Anchor. Absorb. Energy plus 50,000. Spatial Law Affinity plus 0.5%. Dimensional Pocket upgraded to Dimensional Warehouse, 10,000 cubic meters. In the Time Garden, Ao Yuan and Elizabeth were already numb to it all. Watching their son pick up trash, they had initially worried whether he might get hurt, but they soon discovered that the energies and viruses even saints found hard to handle were, in front of Suju, as fragile as paper. Suju was not absorbing energy. He was devouring the legacy of an entire civilization. Ao Yuan asked in a low voice. "Wife, did we throw him in the wrong place back then? If we'd tossed him on this iron shell of a planet, would he be able to gnaw straight through even a Saint King by now?" Elizabeth said nothing. She just watched in silence, and for the first time, she began to doubt bloodline supremacy in her heart. Maybe one could still reach the pinnacle without relying on bloodline or law. Her son was proving that. In the god's graveyard, Suju didn't know how long he had been eating. He only knew that his energy points had already broken through 8 digits, so many he couldn't even count them, and it felt amazing. Just as he was about to rush toward a mountain piled up from discarded drones, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw something different. Amid the chaotic scrap metal, a silver-white, streamlined metal pod lay quietly, faintly venting white mist. It stood out starkly from the other junk, its style resembling something from the Bluexia Cosmic Federation. Suju's heart stirred. He walked over and reached out to touch the pod's outer shell. No response, and the system gave no prompt either. This was not an energy source, but a container. Suju circled around it, and immediately spotted a familiar emblem on the side of the pod, an ancient sword crossed with bamboo slips. It was the Su family crest. He held his breath, his mind going blank. How could something from the Su family be here? He wanted to open the metal pod, but the moment his hand touched the seam, the primal bloodline of the ancient human race within him suddenly surged, and golden light poured from his fingertips into the control system. With a crisp click, the cryogenic hibernation pod slowly opened, releasing a burst of cold air. Suju tiptoed to look inside, expecting to see a clansman, but found the pod completely empty, with only a glowing data crystal floating there. He froze and reached out to take the crystal. Ding! Detected a high-density information storage medium. Same origin bloodline encryption detected, commencing decryption. Decryption successful. In the next instant, a massive stream of information flooded into his mind, a message left for future generations. An old, imposing, yet weary voice sounded. Descendant of the Su family. When you see this message, the Su family may no longer exist. Suju's consciousness was pulled into a virtual space, where a projection of an old man with white hair appeared before him, bearing some resemblance to him. I am the 372nd patriarch of the Su family, Su Wanshan. I do not know how you obtained this crystal, but you are still alive, and the Su family's bloodline has not been severed. You must have a lot of questions, such as why the Su family was wiped out, and why the Black Armor Army and the aristocratic clans refused to let us go. This was exactly what Suju most wanted to know. Su Wanshan gave a bitter smile. What they wanted was not the source crystal vein, but the secret guarded by the Su family, the secret about the origin of humanity, the secret about God. Remember, the Su family is not a martial Dao aristocratic clan. We are Tomb Guardians, the final bloodline guard of the Taigu human emperor. What we guard is an ancient relic capable of overturning the cosmic order. Its name was Heart Core, built by the greatest alchemist of the ancient human race using the core of a fallen mechanical deity. It was a super biocomputer. Inside were the most complete technology tree, the strongest techniques, and the only key to awakening heart power. When Suju heard heart power, his mind roared. This was precisely the mysterious power that allowed him to see the human emperor's shadow in the law constant chamber. Su Wanshan continued that for generations the Su family had lived in seclusion on Blue Star to guard the heart core and wait for the human emperor's bloodline to awaken. But they still underestimated the greed of those people. The Blue Summer Cosmic Federation Council discovered the existence of the heart core and dispatched the Black Armor Army to raid the Su family under Lei Xiaoyin's command. The Wang family, Li family, and Chun family also provided intelligence, sealing off every escape route for the Su family. That night, blood flowed like a river. All 3,742 members of the Su family fought to the death, none surrendering. In the end, Su Wanshan exhausted all his strength and entrusted the swaddled Suju and the flame seed, crystal recording the truth to an old servant for escape. He did not know whether Suju could survive, but now it seemed Suju had entered shelter number 73, part of the ancient human race's Ark plan. With his strength nearly gone, Su Wanshan said firmly, "The heart core did not fall into their hands. At the last moment, I teleported the heart core and the Su family's underground section deep into Blue Star's core. What they got was only an empty shell. Inside this flame seed crystal are the heart core coordinates, as well as the incomplete heart classic, the only way to unlock heart power. Go, child. Return to Blue Star, reclaim the heart core, and restore the human race. Crush those who destroyed your family one by one, and make them pay in blood for blood." After speaking, Su Wanshan's projection shattered into specks of light, leaving only one final sigh. Revive the human race. The virtual space shattered, and Suju's consciousness returned to reality. He held the warm flame seed crystal in his hand, standing in the cold garbage heap, trembling slightly, not from fear, but from overwhelming rage. With all mysteries resolved, his revenge was no longer only for his family, but also to reclaim the glory of humanity. His gaze was resolute, his killing intent boiling. Those once innocent eyes now contained nothing but killing intent. The Blue Summer Cosmic Federation, the Black Armor Army, Lei Xiaodian, the Wang family, the Li family, the Chun family. He memorized all these names deep in his heart. Just wait. His voice was hoarse, utterly unlike that of a child. I'll be back very soon, and I'll root you all out one by one. At that moment, the flame seed crystal in his hand suddenly flashed, and a stream of data poured into the system. Beep. Special data packet received. Obtained. Incomplete technique Heart Classic Introductory Chapter. Obtained. Heart Core Beacon Directional Coordinates. Suju took a deep breath and forced down the surging anger. He was too weak right now, nowhere near qualified to take revenge on those powerful forces. He needed stronger power. God's burial ground, shelter number 73, was the starting point of his rise. This time, when he looked at that mountain of steel tombs, he was no longer excited like someone staring at a feast, but like the owner inspecting a treasure vault. He turned and walked toward the exit. Revenge required a massive steel army, and now it was time to meet his loyal AI butler. After walking out of God's burial ground, the thick door behind him slowly closed, cutting off the self-serve market of top-tier ingredients. Suju smacked his lips, reluctant to leave, but there were more important matters now. He looked up at the vast, high-tech hall. The synthetic voice sounded on time. Highest authority holder, welcome back. You stayed in God's burial ground for 37 hours and 42 minutes. The energy curve has been steadily rising. May I ask what services you need? Would you like to return to the rest area for deep sleep? Xiaopu. Suju suddenly interrupted. Highest authority holder, I am here. The AI's voice remained calm. Suju clasped his hands behind his back and strode forward like a landlord inspecting his domain, standing in the center. From now on, I call the shots in this base. Prometheus's core processor reacted instantly. Analysis. I call the shots. Request for absolute control. Authority determination. Confirmed. 0.0001 seconds later, the AI responded again. By your command, my king. From now on, you hold full control over Prometheus Shelter number 73. All systems and resources will obey your orders. Suju nodded in satisfaction. That was more like it. He wasn't here to be a mascot. This underground kingdom, this sleeping steel legion, were all the first step in his revenge. Very good. Suju said calmly. Now, give me the highest authority over all production lines. What I want is simple. Prometheus's holographic projection appeared, a white glow in human form, and said respectfully, please issue your orders. Suju pointed lightly. First, I want a fleet that can travel faster than light and perform interstellar jumps. Quantity, 100 ships. Prometheus recorded it in silence. Second, I want a land combat legion. The more mechs, the bigger, the fiercer the better. One shot can blow up a mountain. One kick can flatten a city. 10,000 units. Third, Suju said with a smile at the corners of his mouth. I want a mount that belongs only to me. I'll give you the blueprint. Use the best materials, and the energy core will be the one my father gave me. He took out that piece he didn't like to eat from the dimensional warehouse, the Titan Mecha Power Core, remnant, and threw it on the ground. Thud! It smashed a crater into the floor. Prometheus instantly extended its data tendrils and scanned the core. Scanning. Target. Unknown high-level energy core, remnant. Energy tier, beyond limit. Laws. Traces of destruction plus power. Manufacturing process cannot be analyzed. Suspected creation of a higher dimensional civilization. Prometheus froze for 3 seconds. What kind of background did this new king have? Suju raised an eyebrow. Can't make it. Prometheus answered at once. It can be manufactured, but the cost is enormous. It pulled up the data. Interstellar fleet. 100 ships requires 8 million tons of superpolymerized cret, 200,000 tons of alloy. Energy 9, 700, 000, Land Combat Legion. 10,000 heavy units. Energy 13, 500, 000, Kingsmount. Energy 3, 200, 000. Total energy required. 26,400,000,000 points. Current available energy. 18,735,420,000 points. Short by 7,600,000,000 points. The meaning was very direct. My king, we're broke. We can't afford to build it. Suju stared at that huge number and froze. Damn it. The family fortune I just picked up wasn't even warm before it was all gone in the red. You spendthrift bastard. He cursed inwardly, then quickly calmed down. If the money was gone, he could make more. The god's burial ground behind him was his biggest mine. I'll handle the energy. Suju waved his hand and told everyone to immediately open full production lines and build the human emperor prototype first. He directly transmitted the blueprint over, and in his mind, he rapidly sorted through the massive amount of technical data he had absorbed in the burial ground, combining various top-tier mech component designs and merging them with his own datafied dragon body to create a second body that could perfectly integrate with him and bear the power of the laws. The system detected his high-speed operation and helped boost his mental power. Suju felt as though his brain had become a supercomputer. Vast amounts of data were being broken down and recombined in his mind. Finally, a blue stream of data surged out from his fingertips and flowed into Prometheus. After receiving the blueprint, Prometheus was completely stunned and for the first time became fervent. My king, are you a god? Cut the crap, build it already. If you can't make it, I'll tear you apart and sell you for scrap. Suju's head was a little swollen, and he urged coldly. As you command. Prometheus was thrilled to the extreme and immediately issued orders. Mobilize all forces, smelt the divine alloy, activate all major platforms, get every engineering robot online. For our king. The base, dormant for 370,000 years, was now fully revived. Machines roared, lights blazed everywhere, and the robot's red eyes all lit up. Suju felt the pulse of steel beneath his feet, his expression cold and calm. This was only the beginning. His gaze pierced through the ground and into the starry sky, landing on the families on Blue Star: the Wang family, the Li family, the Qin family, and Lei Xiaodia. Blue Summer Federation, are you ready? Suju, am coming back soon. Over the next few days, Suju simply treated shelter number 73 as home. Every morning, he went to the god's graveyard to pick up trash and earn energy points. In the afternoon, he went to the giant construct platform to keep an eye on the progress of Emperor number 1. At night, he sat cross-legged beside the energy core to cultivate the incomplete Heart Codex, feeling the gravity of the black hole while tempering his will. Heart Codex didn't absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It was more like grinding one's will to the limit. Legend said that once mental power reached the peak, a thought could become reality, but Suju was only just starting out. Every time he cultivated, he felt as if his soul were being shattered and remade over and over again, the pain reaching an extreme, but his spiritual power improved at an astonishing rate. Now he no longer got dizzy when analyzing things, and he could continuously eat equipment in the god's graveyard for a whole day. His grasp of the laws within his body was becoming more and more proficient, and the human emperor mark deep in his soul was also becoming slightly active because of his cultivation of Heart Codex, giving him a glimmer of hope. Suju opened his eyes, exhaled, and brought up the system panel. Name: Suju. Race: human. Initial datafied dragon body. Realm: True Essence Realm. 4th level cultivation method. All things analysis system. Heart Codex. Beginner 0.1%. A divine abilities. Soul Harvest. Beginner. Life Drain. Beginner. Decay Halo. Beginner. Wind Thunder Armor. Beginner. Dimensional Warehouse. 10,000 cubic meters. Law Affinity. Destruction. 6.01%. Life. 5.01%. Decay. 22.5%. Special Mark: Summoning of the Human Emperor, not activated. Energy points: 1, 254, 780, 000. Overall evaluation: the Trash King, who picks up garbage. Suju twitched at the corner of his mouth, helplessly admitting, poor, but real. At this moment, the intelligent voice sounded. King, the skeleton of your Human Emperor number 1 has been completed by 97%. It can be tested in 12 hours. Got it. Suju stood up, preparing to take a look at his new body. Myriad Dragon Fortress, Time Garden. Ao Yuan and Elizabeth had already been watching in front of the spatial magic mirror for several days, going from shock to complete numbness. In the mirror, the child who should have been in a life-and-death trial was now sitting on the shoulder of a steel giant hundreds of meters tall, swinging his legs, with a huge underground factory below. Countless mechanical arms were crazily assembling war machines, and the production lines were like monsters, devouring resources and spitting out weapons, the entire scene filled with steel and flames. Ao Yuan sighed. Wife, do you think our son's trial has gone a bit too far? Elizabeth remained silent, her golden dragon pupils complicated, thinking, this isn't over the line at all. He's basically torn up the exam paper and set his own questions. She had sent Suju to the technological wasteland to suppress the power of the laws and stimulate human potential, but Suju directly uprooted the enemy's lair, took in an AI subordinate, swallowed the inheritance, and now even formed a steel army. This wasn't a trial at all. It was clearly inheriting an enormous fortune along the way. Seeing his wife's cold expression, Ao Yuan quickly changed the subject and boasted. As expected of my son, look at this mech, how imposing. It's practically a steel dragon. Who would dare refuse? Elizabeth snorted coldly. Brute. She felt that these things were rough and clumsy, with no aesthetic appeal, not even comparable to the butterflies in her time garden. But she also had to admit that Suju had already walked out onto a path that belonged to him alone. King, neural linkage is ready. Please enter the cockpit. Prometheus's voice brought Suju back to himself. He jumped into the cockpit of Human Emperor number 1, where there was only a suspended seat. Suju sat down and said, begin. Countless tiny neuron probes dizz onto the back of his neck and temples, and a burst of icy numbness spread throughout his body. Ding. Detected external data interface. Connecting. Interface protocol. Heart of God first sequenced. Connection successful. Welcome, Supreme King. Boom. Suju's consciousness instantly magnified. He became the 300-meter-tall god of war, able to freely control every part of the mech. The Titan power core in its chest beat like a heart, and power surged through his entire body. This feeling is too strong. Roar. Suju couldn't help but roar, standing before Human Emperor number 1. The mech seemed to sense his emotions and abruptly raised its head, golden electronic eyes lighting up. An invisible, overbearing force spread outward, and the entire base trembled. The mech lifted its massive arm and clenched its fist, the sound of metal grinding together ringing out. Suju knew he could punch straight through the base at any moment. King, the unit is in perfect condition, energy is stable, synchronization rate 100%. Prometheus reported excitedly. Suju ignored it and began adapting to his new body. He tried walking, and the base shook violently with each step. Although his movements were still stiff, he had basically become proficient. Suju was very satisfied, feeling completely secure. Even if a saint came now, he would dare to fight him. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Unknown flying object detected approaching this planet. Quantity 1. Target identified as a Blue Summer Federation C-7 resource transport ship. Threat level low. A three-dimensional star map appeared, with a green light point drawing near. Suju was puzzled. How could there be a Federation transport ship in such a desolate place? Report the target's route. Prometheus replied. The ship has deviated from its main route and is suspected of illegally dumping waste. Suju's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a delivery right to his door? That saved him the trouble of worrying about insufficient energy. Xiaopu, I'm here, King. Shouldn't our Punisher Legion be getting some action? Suju said with a wicked grin. Understood. The Vulture Squad is ready. The objective is capture, not destruction. I want them alive. In outer space, a C-7 transport ship bearing the Federation emblem and the Wong family crest slowly broke away from the warp route and entered the airspace covered in radioactive dust. On the bridge, the steward Wong Fu looked at the desolate planet outside and impatiently urged the crew to dump the waste quickly so they could leave as soon as possible. Thinking that he still had to go back to drink, he urged the pilot to move faster. The pilot immediately operated the controls, and the transport ship's cargo bay doors slowly opened. But just as they were about to begin unloading, sirens suddenly blared. Warning! High-energy reaction detected. Unknown flying objects are approaching at high speed. Wong Fu was so frightened that the wine glass nearly slipped from his hand. How could there be ships in this ghostly place? Everyone stared at the radar screen as more than a dozen red signal points shot up from that planet, moving extremely fast. The fire control system couldn't lock on at all. Quick! Activate the shields and prepare to engage. Wong Fu panicked, but everything was already too late. Blue electromagnetic pulses covered the transport ship like a spiderweb. After the lights and screens flickered wildly, they went black in an instant, and the entire system was paralyzed. What happened? The engines are down. The weapons are gone too. We've become an iron coffin. The crew screamed in the dark, and Wong Fu slumped in his chair, his face as pale as paper. He saw 12 all-black unfamiliar mechs surrounding the transport ship outside the window. They were nothing like Federation or Star Pirate style, like monsters from hell. Inside the command room of Shelter 73, Suju sat in the Human Emperor number 1 mech, staring at the main screen and watching the live feed. Nicely done, Xiaopu. He nodded. The Punisher's EMP attack was very effective. The AI replied. The target has been successfully captured. Should I tow it back to base? Of course. If the takeout is delivered to the door, how can I not accept it? Suju smiled and had the AI tow the ship back, reminding it not to damage the cargo. Half an hour later, the 12 mechs dragged the transport ship down to the underground dock outside the shelter. The place was brightly lit, and hundreds of combat robots stood waiting with live weapons in hand. The hatch was violently broken open, and Wong Fu led over 100 crew members out under the muzzles of the robots, all of them looking completely dumbfounded. The atmosphere here was stern, and machinery was everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Weren't they just here to dump trash? How had they ended up in a military fortress? Wong Fu's legs were trembling like sieves, and when he saw rows of murderous robots and a gigantic war machine being assembled, he was completely panicked. Wong Fu felt his worldview collapse. On a planet abandoned for hundreds of thousands of years, there was actually such a terrifying armed force hidden here? Bracing himself, he shouted, "Who are you people? I'm from the Wong family of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. If you move against me, the Wong family won't let you get away with it." The robots ignored him and simply stared at him with their red electronic eyes, as if looking at a dead man. At that moment, heavy footsteps sounded. Everyone turned back in terror and saw a 300-meter-tall Human Emperor number 1 mech slowly emerging, towering over everything and blotting out the sky. Everyone was swallowed by the mech's shadow, their hearts filled with fear. One crew member couldn't bear the pressure and fainted on the spot. Wong Fu also collapsed onto the ground, so scared he wet himself. Looking at the giant mech before him, Wong Fu's mind went blank. All he felt was that this was simply a monster no human could control. Shoo! The hatch on the mech's chest opened, and a tiny figure jumped down, landing steadily on the ground. Everyone instinctively wanted to see clearly who the pilot was, but they all froze in place. Turns out it was a pink baby, only 1 or 2 years old, wearing animal pajamas. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone was petrified. A baby operating a 300-meter-tall mech? Was this some kind of absurd comedy film? Suju paid no attention to these terrified captives. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on the transport ship's cargo hold. Inside, hundreds of men, women, old people, and even different races were locked in cramped cages, each one filled with despair. Suju frowned, not liking those eyes. Just as he was about to have Prometheus release them, his expression suddenly sharpened. In the cage in the corner, a little girl of 7 or 8 had curled up into a ball. On her dirty collar was an embroidered family crest that had already faded, a long sword crossed with an unfurled scroll. The Su family crest. A surge of fury exploded in Suju's chest. The bloodline essence within him boiled, and golden flames shot straight into the sky, causing the dockyard temperature to soar. He turned back coldly, killing intent surging forth, the Wang family. At this moment, the entire dockyard had turned into an abyss of golden flame. Suju stared coldly at Wang Fu, who had already pissed himself in fear, and said in a low voice, "You're courting death." Golden flames roared upward. It was neither law nor true essence, but an imperial will from the bloodline itself, pressing down so heavily that everyone's souls trembled. Everyone, whether prisoners or goods, wanted to kneel and welcome that supreme pressure. Wang Fu felt it most deeply. He felt as if he were facing not a baby, but an emperor of humanity. His blood ran cold, his soul wailed, and he collapsed to the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Suju ignored him and headed straight for the cargo hold. With every step he took, the golden flames flared brighter, and the temperature kept dropping. The combat robots blocking the way automatically moved aside. Suju arrived before the cargo hold and swept his gaze over the slaves locked in cages, finally landing on the little girl in the corner. The little girl looked at him fearfully, not understanding why this younger brother was so terrifying. Suju reached out and pointed. The alloy cage instantly snapped apart. He walked in, crouched down, and brushed the grime from the little girl's collar, revealing the Su family crest. His tone was gentle. "What's your name?" The girl trembled as she said, "My name is Su Xiaoqi. Where is your village?" "In Wasteland number 7 of the Sirius Star Domain. People say our ancestors were exiled from Blue Star decades ago because they committed some crime." Suju understood. These people were collateral branches of the Su family exiled when the family was destroyed, driven like garbage to a remote trash star, and now captured and sold by the Wang family. A fierce killing intent surged in Suju's heart, but he forcibly suppressed it and looked at this thin, frail clansman. He reached out, wanting to comfort Su Xiaoqi, but forgot that he was human now and had not restrained the emperor's aura around him. The moment his hand had extended halfway, the little girl burst into tears from fright. His hand froze in midair, and he was utterly dumbfounded. In the dragon race, whenever others saw his kind expression, they would already be so moved that they'd kneel down in gratitude. Why was it that here, instead, he scared a child into tears? Suju doubted his own dragon logic for the first time. Raising a child was too hard. He withdrew his hand, called for the AI Xiaopu, and had it release everyone, distribute food and clean clothes, arrange lodging, and find doctors to treat their injuries. Once the order was given, medical robots and logistics robots quickly entered the cargo hold, opened the cages, and helped each numb, terrified slave out one by one. When the hot food and clean water were brought out, everyone was stunned. It was not until an old man tremblingly took a bite of the bread and immediately knelt to thank Suju, breaking down in tears, that the others followed suit. The entire dockyard was filled with crying and voices of gratitude. Suju felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Turning away, he no longer looked, and instead fixed his gaze on Wang Fu, who had been scared out of his wits. He calmly ordered, "Xiaopu, hang this guy up. I want to interrogate him myself." 10 minutes later, in the interrogation room, Wang Fu hung there like a dead dog, while Suju sat on the high judgment chair, looking down at him. "Speak." The Wang family secrets, especially the industries on Blue Star and the Source Crystal Vein. When Wang Fu heard Source Crystal Vein, his eyes contracted, but he immediately played dumb. "My lord, I know nothing. I'm just a menial worker." Suju showed no expression and snapped his fingers. "Xiaopu, give him an appetizer." In the next second, electric currents from the energy shackles surged into Wang Fu's body, and he let out a shrill scream as his whole body convulsed. Every nerve felt as if it were being gnawed by countless ants. and the pain struck straight at his soul. This was the mental pollution virus Suju had analyzed from the runaway AI nightmare, then modified with the data law into a tool for forcing confessions. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. In just 10 seconds, Wang Fu's mind collapsed, and he tearfully confessed everything. The Wang family's organization, members, hidden businesses, even how many mistresses the family had had. He said it all, including the source crystal vein monopolized by the Wang family. It turned out that after the destruction of the Su family, the source crystal vein had been divided among the Wang, Li, and Qin families. But in the end, the Wang family used strength and schemes to drive out the other two and monopolize the mine, making insane profits through the K7 mining planet. The planet was guarded by the strongest private army and more than 100,000 mine slaves. After hearing all this, Su Ju fell silent. He stood up, walked up to Wang Fu, and looked at the man who had already been scared half to death. One last question. Were you there when the Su family was wiped out back then? Wang Fu trembled like a pile of leaves, shaking his head desperately. No, absolutely not. I was on an alien planet at that time. Su Ju sneered, and a snap of his fingers landed on Wang Fu's forehead. Divine power, soul harvest, activated. A cold force poured in, and Wang Fu's eyes went blank as fragments of memories flashed rapidly past. Soon, Su Ju found it. The Bloody Night, the Su family estate on Blue Star. In his youth, Wang Fu had brutally chopped off a Su family guard's head and stolen the source crystal. Up to this point, Su Ju stopped and his expression remained calm. You deserve to die. He clenched his hand, and with a boom, Wang Fu's head exploded like a watermelon, blood mist filling the interrogation room. Su Ju turned and left without expression. As he walked, he gave orders. Xiaopu. Yes, Wang. All fleets, all mechs, prepare. Target, K7 mining planet. I'm going to make the Wang family experience what it means to be ruined and wiped out. The flames of vengeance had already been lit. Over the next month, Shelter 73 turned into a war machine. Under Prometheus's highly efficient coordination, all resources were fully converted into military supplies. Su Ju devoted all his efforts to strengthening himself and his army, spending almost all his time in the graveyard of the gods, frantically devouring technological debris to gain energy and continuously upgrading his production lines. After analyzing the technical blueprints, he significantly upgraded the Punisher mech and the Expedition-class destroyer. For example, the Punisher mech was fitted with hyper-aggregated black gold armor, causing its defensive capabilities to skyrocket. Meanwhile, the main gun of the Expedition was enhanced with thermal tracking algorithms, bringing its accuracy to a terrifying level. What he cared about most was his own ride, the Human Emperor #1. This 300-meter-tall war god was personally assembled by him, with a frame upgraded from a Titan mecha, a core made from the remains of the Holy King, and virtually unlimited energy. Its operating system was bound to his soul, and its weapons were an extreme mixed build. The left arm was a power fist capable of smashing asteroids, reinforced with a high-frequency vibrating particle blade. The right arm was a gravity collapse cannon that could create a small black hole. The shoulder hive missile launchers could fire logic viruses, and the void wings on its back could fold space, making it unbeatable in mobility. This mecha had become a single-soldier planetary fortress, a blade forged for his vengeance. He also did not forget the clansmen who had been rescued, arranging living quarters in the base and providing the best food, medical care, and education, while also distributing cultivation techniques and low-tier resources. He wanted revenge, yes, but he also wanted to rebuild the Su family and even restore the glory of humanity. These fellow clansmen were his first batch of people. In the Garden of Time, Elizabeth looked at Su Ju directing his legion's drills in the magic mirror and fell silent. She realized she was understanding less and less of this son of hers. He was ruthless and decisive, willing to start an interstellar war for revenge, yet he sincerely protected the weak clansman, extreme in his contradictions, half devil and half king. Ao Yuan, standing nearby, was bursting with pride and praised Su Ju lavishly as a born commander, saying that even the Dragon Emperor position should be handed over to him in the future so he could lead the Dragon clan in sweeping across the universe. Elizabeth said coldly, "Do you think he'd still care about your Dragon Emperor position?" One sentence from Ao Yuan got him completely choked up. Yeah, with such an incredible human emperor bloodline, a king who can raise a planetary fleet on his own, who would even care about being Dragon Emperor? He's already destined to be the future human emperor. How can someone be both human emperor and Dragon Emperor? How are the rest of us supposed to live? Ao Yuan suddenly felt a bit of a crisis. The cabbage his family had raised was about to be gobbled up by a pig. No, absolutely not. Wife, should we step in? He panicked. If we don't, The kid's going to fly off, and we won't have any status left in the future. Elizabeth shook her head. No, let him be. Her gaze was complicated. A fledgling eagle will eventually have to fly. The road wasn't paved by us. Maybe that's better. We're not going to bring him back, but rather. A smile appeared at the corner of her lips. At a little difficulty for him. As she spoke, the dragon claw tapped the spatial magic mirror, and a strand of divine will shot into Suju's mind. Suju was having a blast playing Human Emperor Mark I when a teasing voice suddenly rang in his head. Had enough fun, little king? It was Elizabeth. He froze. Ever since this old mom had tossed him onto this planet, she hadn't contacted him again. He had even thought she'd forgotten him. What do you want, Mom? Suju kept his tone brief, too lazy for pleasantries. Elizabeth chuckled softly. You've been king for just a few days, and already your dungeons are bigger? I'm telling you, your third trial has barely passed. Now it's time for the fourth. Suju frowned. He was about to make a big move. How could he have time for some trial? No time. He refused outright. Elizabeth's voice turned dangerous. Are you sure? I heard you're planning to go to K7 mining planet to collect interest from the Wang family. Suju's heart skipped a beat. How did she know? Elizabeth saw through his thoughts. Don't be nervous. Your little plan has nothing to do with me. It just happens to be perfect to use as your fourth trial. Suju became even more wary. What do you mean? It's simple. Elizabeth said firmly. You can take your revenge, but you can't use your legion. You can only go alone, in one mecha, against the entire Wang family garrison. The trial is this. Survive and take back that planet. If you do, I'll recognize your path. If you can't, then die there. The dragon race doesn't need trash hiding inside iron shells. With that, the divine will withdrew. Suju sat alone in the cockpit, his expression shifting unpredictably. One person, driving a mech, going head-on against an entire planetary garrison? This woman is ruthless. What trial? This is basically a death sentence. Wang Fu said that on K7, the Wang family alone has over 30,000 elite private soldiers, plus powerhouses at the transformation domain and divine ability realms, and even a supreme elder at the monarch realm stationed there year-round. If Suju drives a mech over there, wouldn't he be a sitting target? His first reaction was to completely ignore Elizabeth's order. He had an army, why not use it? But he also understood that Elizabeth didn't want him dead. She wanted to force him to break through his limits in an extreme way. She didn't want to see him command an army, only to witness his personal limit. Deep down, Suju also had the pride of a powerhouse. A true powerhouse should be an army unto himself. Let's do it, he decided. What's so great about taking on a planet one-on-one? Prue. He gave the AI an order. Have the fleet and legion stand by for now. Prepare the fastest assault ship, fully charge all the energy reserves of Human Emperor No. 1, and load all high-energy bombs onto the mech. The AI core flashed. My king, you are going to solo the dungeon, Suju said wildly. One day later, the all-black Phantom-class assault ship quietly left Gliese 436b. Inside the cargo bay, the 300-meter-tall Human Emperor No. 1 stood silently, covered in optical camouflage and invisible to radar. Suju sat in the cockpit with his eyes closed, resting his mind. He wasn't cultivating. He was simply sleeping. He knew that what came next would be a brutal battle. My king, we'll reach the outer perimeter of the target star domain in 3 standard hours, the AI reminded him. Got it. Suju opened his eyes, killing intent surging. He spoke in a cold voice, addressing the silent starry sky through the communications channel. House Wang, your emperor has returned. K7 mining planet was, in the federal public records, merely a level 3 barren mining world, but in upper crust circles, it meant gold and source crystals. At this moment, the black assault ship was hidden in the asteroid belt at the edge of the galaxy. The optical camouflage force field was activated, completely merging with the cosmic background. Neither the naked eye nor radar could detect it. The bridge was empty, everything entrusted to the AI for precise execution. The assault had begun. In the most central cargo hold, the 300-meter-tall war god Human Emperor prototype stood silently. Inside the cockpit, Suju opened his eyes, his gaze cold, with restlessness hidden beneath his calm. King, we've arrived in the target star region, Prometheus's voice sounded in his mind. K7 has 3 planetary defense bases deployed across the 3 major sectors. In orbit are 12 patrol fleets, each with 1 Guardian-class destroyer and 4 Hound-class frigates. In synchronous orbit, there is a large spaceport, which also serves as a transfer station and supply base, with 5,000 garrison troops and a Sky Curtain-class shield system. Total forces number at least 35,000. All units use House Wang's internal encrypted communications. A 3-dimensional star map and massive streams of data unfolded before Suju's vision. This was the advantage of the mech synchronizing with his nerves. 35,000 people, Suju repeated softly, looking at the screen full of red dots. He felt no fear, only excitement. In the dragon realm, he had long gone numb to numbers. 35,000 was nothing more than an experience pack. My mom really thinks highly of me, sending me to take on a whole planet alone with just one mech. He clicked his tongue, expressing satisfaction with Elizabeth's trial method. Very dragon-like. His gaze settled on the spaceport. This iron turtle is a bit troublesome. Although Human Emperor prototype was strong, it wasn't a starship mothership. If he forced his way into the spaceport and withstood the fleet's encirclement, even he would have a headache, and being dragged into a war of attrition would be very unfavorable. Little P, analyze the spaceport's shield model and throughput, Suju ordered. Understood. A few seconds later, Prometheus reported, the spaceport uses the Bluexia Federation's obsolete Sky Curtain Type 3 shield, with a standard fusion reactor as its energy core. On average, 7 large transport ship arrives daily to load ore. The next arrival is expected in 17 minutes. Suju's eyes lit up. He thought of the transport ship that had delivered the first batch of his people to Glee's 436B. What a walking ATM that had been. Little P, if we disguise the 300-meter-tall mech as a transport ship, what's the success rate? Prometheus's core flickered, and after 0.001 seconds it answered. According to the laws of physics, the success rate is 0. But the sound paused for a moment, as if making a deep-level judgment. If you operate it, the success rate cannot be calculated. The king's actions are, in themselves, a new law. Suju almost laughed out loud. Even the AI had learned to flatter him, but he was very pleased. Good job, Xiaopu. He was in high spirits as he looked toward the silent starry sky. Since we can't disguise ourselves, then we'll just snatch a ship. Have the Human Emperor number 1 get ready. 17 minutes. Enough for us to hijack a route. The plan was direct and brutal. If they couldn't sneak in, then they'd blend in. 15 minutes later, AC-7 transport ship emblazoned with a huge golden Wong slowly disengaged from the warp lane and appeared on the outskirts of the K-7 star system. Inside the bridge, Captain Wong Defa sipped red wine and looked out at the scenery, utterly at ease. As a collateral line descendant of the Wong family, being in charge here was his greatest source of pride. Easy work, safe, and lucrative. First mate, send the port application, the first mate asked cautiously. Send it. The sooner we load up, the sooner we head back. I've still got a date with the top girl at Catgirl House. The first mate immediately contacted the port. Just then, beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm suddenly blared. Alert. Super high energy reaction detected ahead, and an unknown object is performing sublight speed spatial folding jump. Wong Defa's hand jolted, the wine glass fell and shattered on the floor, and he rushed toward the main screen. Just ahead in the starry sky, a gigantic figure like a demon god appeared. It was far too massive, standing there silently, as if it were about to swallow the entire starry expanse. Its ferocious shape, metal armor embodying brutal aesthetics, and blazing golden electronic eyes were overwhelmingly oppressive. What the hell is that? A mech? How can it be that huge? Quick, sound the battle alert and notify the orbital fleet. Wong Defa screamed frantically, but it was already too late. Human Emperor number 1 unfolded its void wings and vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already tied to the transport ship's bridge window. Its golden electronic eyes, through the glass, stared fixedly at everyone inside the bridge. The atmosphere froze, and the bridge fell into dead silence. Everyone stood rigidly still, their minds blank, with only trembling left. This was not a mech, but a death god from hell. Hello. A cold voice came into the bridge through the loudspeaker. Hand over the goods. I'm borrowing your ship for a bit. Hand. Over. Wong Defa was stunned. He had seen star pirates, warlords, and terrorists, but for the first time he saw someone driving a 300-meter-tall giant mech to hijack a transport ship. Are you crazy? Your mech is worth more than my ship. Wong Defa didn't dare resist at all. The mech slowly raised its metal arm, aiming its massive power fist at the bridge. The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Open the door, or I'll smash both the ship and everyone on it into scrap. I'll count to 3. 3. Wong Defa was so frightened that his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He believed the other side would really make a move. Open the door now, he shouted in collapse. Everyone drop your weapons. No one is allowed to resist. His survival instinct exploded. He no longer cared about dignity. With his order, the transport ship's cargo door slowly opened. The mech gave it a light push, directly shoving the transport ship aside and taking over the route itself. Pooh. Copy this ship's data and use its identity to enter the port. Understood, my king. In 1 second, Prometheus cracked the data and sent a disguised communication to K-7 spaceport. Transport ship C-7, Wong family. 8848, entry request approved. Please proceed to berth 7. We wish you a pleasant voyage. The gate opened, and the guidance lights came on. Let's go see what good stuff the Wong family has hidden away. Suju controlled the mech and followed the guidance into the spaceport. The transport ship was remotely controlled and hidden into the asteroid belt, while the crew were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Human Emperor Number 1 landed smoothly at the port. Everywhere around it were people from the Wong family, but no one suspected this ship. No one imagined that inside it was a demon god capable of destroying the entire port. Prometheus reported, "There's a prototype Ripper mecha in the core area of the port. The pilot is Wong Batian, the Wong family's grand elder, at the 3rd level of the King Realm." Upon hearing this, Suju's expression turned cold. Suju raised an eyebrow. A King Realm expert could alter the laws of physics within his own domain, for example, forbidding flight or increasing gravity 100-fold. He really was troublesome. But when he looked at the mech's weapon list, mini-singularity collapse cannon antimatter annihilation bomb logic causality virus missile, Suju smiled at these ultimate weapons. King Realm? In the face of absolute firepower, it's nothing worth mentioning. Ignore him for now. Our target is to land. Through the sensors, Suju looked down at the dim yellow planet below and felt countless desperate souls, among them a faint familiar aura. Little Pooh, activate ghost mode and find the most concealed route for landing. As you command, my king. The mech's optical camouflage activated, and the enormous body blended into the flow of transport ships, silently flying toward planet K-7. Passing through the radiation dust cloud layer, Human Emperor Number 1 landed on a barren red wasteland. The whole world was gray and broken, with enormous cracks in the ground that were actually countless open-pit mines. In the mines, slave laborers, tiny as ants, were desperately mining with crude tools, their clothes in tatters and their expressions numb. Above them, fully armed Wong family soldiers patrolled in mechs, holding high-energy weapons with indifferent eyes. If a slave laborer fell, they would be shot into charcoal with a single blast, and the machines would immediately clear away the trash, utterly inhumane. Suju watched inside the cabin in silence, the golden flames in his electronic eyes growing ever more intense. He saw the serial numbers on the miner slaves' bodies, the explosion collars around their necks. A human youth glanced twice at a patrol mech and be beaten to death. An alien mother begging for water for her child, only for mother and child to be shot dead. It was like knives stabbing into Suju's heart. The rage in his chest could no longer be suppressed. Boom! Golden flames surged skyward from the body of Human Emperor prototype. The supreme pressure of the ancient Human Emperor instantly swept across 100 Li communications in the mining area failed, and all patrol mechs lost control and crashed. The miners stopped what they were doing and looked up in terror. In the distance over the red wasteland, a gigantic god-demon-like figure rose amid golden flames, its pressure making everyone's soul tremble. Has a god descended? The miners knelt and kowtowed, crying out for salvation. They had been oppressed for too long, and now they pinned their hopes on this golden giant. Controlling Human Emperor prototype, Suju strode forward, each step making the earth tremble. His cold voice spread across the entire field. I, Suju, am back. From today on, this planet is mine. The people of the Wong family, annihilate them all. None shall be left. The Wong family soldiers had been arrogant before, but now they were all terrified out of their wits. Their mechs were broken, communications were cut, and in front of the 300-meter-tall Human Emperor prototype, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Enemy attack. Call for reinforcements, quickly. The squad leader frantically called for help through the communicator, but all he got was static. Suju's pressure formed a forbidden zone. Any energy or information beneath his will could not get out. Suju said coldly, "From now on, this is my domain." He raised a metal arm and casually swept it toward the soldiers' gathering place. There was no explosion, only a faint breeze. More than 100 soldiers and mechs instantly turned to fly ash, not even leaving a trace of blood. The decay halo, originally only able to affect 10 meters, was amplified by Suju to cover several kilometers, a domain of death. With one strike, all the soldiers were wiped out. The mining area fell into a deathly silence. The miners stared blankly. This was a miracle. The vicious overseers were utterly helpless before the golden demon god. After a brief shock came a burst of cheers. They're dead. Karma has come. Countless miners knelt and shouted, treating Suju like a god. Desperate people once again found hope in their eyes. Suju ignored the uproar below and merely swept his gaze coldly across the mining area. He saw that some soldiers had already fled in broken mechs toward the first base in the distance. He sneered. Perfect, let them go spread the word. Small fry weren't interesting. He wanted the entire Wong family to tremble. For a grand revenge, he needed more spectators and sacrifices. He ordered Xiaopu to scan the planet's energy network and communications hub, preparing to send the Wong family a gift. At the same time, the first defense base on planet K7. Commander Wang Tung was angrily staring at the snow-covered static on the main screen. He was a direct descendant of the Wang family, second only in status to that elder of the Wang clan. Just now, they had lost contact with mining area number 17, and wireless communications and energy monitoring had all gone blank, something unprecedented. He roared at his subordinates for failing to find out what was going on. The staff reported that as soon as the drones approached the mining area, they all lost contact, likely due to strong energy interference. Wang Tung was even more puzzled, refusing to believe that any outside enemy could silently destroy a mining area. At that moment, the alarm sounded, and an unidentified unit was rapidly approaching. It's our patrol mechs, fleeing back from mining area number 17. Wang Tung hurriedly ordered them to be admitted. More than 30 battered mechs rushed into the base. The pilot of the lead mech was covered in blood, collapsed to the ground, and was terrified out of his mind. General, there's a demon. The entire mining area has been wiped out. A golden giant mech, 300 meters tall, one move, and it killed everyone. The command room erupted in uproar. A 300-meter tall mecha, one strike killing over 100 people? Wang Tung's face instantly darkened. He grabbed the terrified soldier and roared. Explain clearly. What exactly is that thing? The soldier had already broken down, able only to keep repeating devil, golden, and holy shit. A murderous glint flashed through Wang Tung's eyes. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, boom. The base shook violently, and alarm sirens blared everywhere. Warning. Fault in energy core number 1. Energy output dropping sharply. All energy cores failed across the board. Wang Tung's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could the base's energy system possibly have been destroyed? Before he could react, the main screen's footage sent chills down his spine. In the sky outside the base, a colossal golden mecha hovered. Its electronic eyes burned with golden flames as it looked down coldly. Black light swirled around the gravitational collapse cannon on its right arm as it slowly cooled. It turned out that Shot had used precise analysis to pinpoint the weakest point in the underground energy conduits of the base. One blast punched straight through, directly crippling the entire base's core. The base itself was unharmed, but it had completely lost power. Looking at the figure on the screen, Wang Tung nearly lost his mind. It was you. Who exactly are you? Only the cold voice over the full-band broadcast replied. The Wang family? Nothing but ants. I'm here to collect a debt, the blood debt your Wang family owes the Su family. Today, you'll pay it all back together. The name of the Su family left Wang Tung's mind blank. That family, wiped out 20 years ago, still had a survivor? Stop guessing, the other side said coldly. I'm the baby you thought had died long ago. Now, I'm back, to take back everything that belongs to me and your lives. Human Emperor Prototype number 1 moved. The void wings on its back beat once, turning into golden light as it smashed toward the first defense base. Fire! Shoot it down! Wang Tung snapped awake and roared the order in a frenzy. But with the base's energy core lost, the defense system was paralyzed. Only a few backup turrets fired feebly, and the beam struck the super aggregate anti-gold armor to no effect at all. Boom! Countless soldiers watched in despair as the golden demon god descended from the sky and smashed the central tower with one punch. The 1,000-meter skyscraper collapsed like building blocks, dust and debris blotting out the sky. When the dust settled, the base was completely destroyed. Wang family soldiers suffered countless casualties, and the survivors were so terrified they scattered in all directions. The golden demon god stood amid the ruins, the tower wreckage beneath its feet, while Wang Tung and the command system were reduced to ashes together. Wang Tung, the eldest son, is dead. Pathetic. Su Ju sat in the cockpit, looking at the mess before him without any expression, only feeling as if he were cleaning up garbage. King, there are 7,321 survivors remaining. 3 are at the transformation domain stage, 152 at the true essence stage, and the rest are all small fry. Should we eliminate them all? Prometheus asked coldly. Not in a rush. Su Ju smiled faintly, his gaze cruel. Cat and mouse has only just begun. We can't let all the mice die at once. We have to let them slowly collapse in fear. Little Pro, bring over that transport ship we captured and release the cargo. Yes, King. Soon, the transport ship landed. As the hatch opened, Wang Defa and more than 100 crew members and rescued miner slaves stepped out tremblingly. The The moment they saw the ruins, they were all dumbfounded, especially Wang Defa. Looking at the human emperor #1, his legs went weak with fear. He simply could not figure it out. In just a short while, the entire 10,000-strong defense base had actually vanished into thin air. This was even crazier than a myth. Keep a close eye on the Wang family members. As for the rest, Su Ju's voice reached every minor slave's ears. From today on, you are free. Everything you want is here: weapons, food, medicine. Go take it. Then, use the weapons in your hands to get justice from those who once bullied you. Su Ju's words were like a bomb thrown into a lake. The timid minor slaves were stunned for a moment. Then hatred immediately ignited in their eyes. The rage they had suppressed for years erupted in an instant. Kill. Kill all the Wang family's dogs. Avenge my parents. A burly man was the first to rush into the ruins. He picked up a high-energy rifle from a corpse and frantically fired at the fleeing Wang family soldiers. A blue beam flashed, and the soldier died on the spot. That shot was like flipping a switch. All the minor slaves went crazy, charging into the ruins, grabbing weapons, putting on armor, and frantically taking revenge on their former masters. Inside the ruins, gunfire, explosions, screams, and wild laughter blended together into a symphony of death. This was exactly what Su Ju wanted. He wanted to wash this land clean with the Wang family's blood and let all the oppressed people take revenge with their own hands. Next, Su Ju no longer watched the slaughter below. His gaze turned toward the second and third defense bases in the distance. It's your turn. The human emperor #1's void wings spread open, and the machine slowly rose into the air. Just then, beep, beep, beep. Prometheus warned. Two powerful energy signatures are approaching at high speed. Identified as the two King Realm elders of the Wang family, splitter mechs. Su Ju stopped what he was doing and looked at the red dots rapidly approaching on the screen, an amused expression on his face. Oh, buy one, get two free? You couldn't wait even this long. He had originally planned to deal with them one by one, slowly, but since they were coming to him on their own, that worked too. It saved him the trouble of going after them. Prometheus suggested evasion. The other side has a king domain. The mech may be suppressed. Su Ju smiled. Evasion? Perfect. Let me test the full performance of Human Emperor prototype. Two King Realm opponents are just enough for a warm-up. He showed no fear at all. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. He piloted Human Emperor prototype down to land atop the ruins, sitting there like a champion waiting for challengers to come knocking. He was going to let everyone on K7 see exactly how this Su family's surviving remnant would completely crush the Wang family's pride. The old, trampled underfoot. Su Ju glanced at his system panel. Name, Su Ju race. Human, primary datafied dragon body. Realm, true essence realm 4th layer cultivation method. All things analysis system. Heart Sutra, 0.1%. Divine abilities. Soul Harvest, Life Drain, Decay Halo, Wind Thunder Armor, Dimensional Warehouse, all initial level. Law Affinities. Destruction 6.01%. Life 5.01%. Time 3%. Decay 22.5%. Wind 3%. Thunder 3%. Ice 5%. Space 5.5%. Data 10%. Gravity 0.001%. Wood 0.5%. Special mark. The Call of the Human Emperor, not activated. I energy points. 1, 341, 660, 000. Equipment. Human Emperor prototype overall evaluation. A Gundam pilot, a solo dungeon enthusiast, and the captain of a demolition crew with a serious violent streak. Captain of a demolition crew? The corner of Su Ju's mouth twitched. He disliked how cheeky the system was, but he had no time to care. He focused completely, his spirit fully merging with Human Emperor prototype, quietly waiting for the battle to begin. His prey was about to arrive. Soon, the sky over K7 planet changed dramatically. Two mech silhouettes streaked across the heavens like meteors, charging toward the ruins of the first defense base. One was crimson like a blazing falcon, draped in flame patterns, burning even the air wherever it passed. The other was deep blue, resembling a giant deep-sea whale, encircled by icy blue halos and radiating a bone-chilling cold. Splitter, the exclusive King-class mechs manufactured by the Wang family with huge investments and ancient technology, each one comparable to a King Realm expert. Piloting the mechs were the Wang family's two supreme elders, Wang Yin, Fire King, and Wang Miao, Ice King. Both were powerful King Realm third-layer experts renowned throughout the region and the very foundation of the Wang family's confidence. At this moment, the two pillars who should have been in seclusion were jolted by grim news. The first defense base had been destroyed, the Wang family direct descendant Wang Tung had been killed in battle, and the culprit was Su Ju. Daring to run wild on my Wang family's turf, you're dead. Wang Yin roared inside the crimson mech. With the heaven-burning domain fully unleashed, fire elements erupted across 100 li, temperatures soared, and the earth cracked and melted. Wang Miao, meanwhile, made a cold move from within the blue mech. The Ice Age unfolded, and the extreme icy power formed a bizarre balance with the flames, a sea of fire on one side, ice sealing everything on the other. The brothers joined forces, forming the Yin-Yang Ice-Fire domain. Even a King Realm 5th layer expert would struggle to withstand it. They did not dare to collide head-on with the Su family's surviving remnant, believing that no matter how strong the other side was, it would not be able to stir up any real waves. Within their domain, their opponent had only one path: death. The two of them quickly flew to the sky above the first defense base, only to see that the ground below had already been reduced to ruins. The two kings were instantly consumed by rage. When their gaze fell on the 300-meter-tall, all-gold mecha standing amid the ruins, they both froze. What kind of monster is this? Wang Yan's eyes widened. He had seen countless mechas, but he had never seen such a gigantic mechanical beast. This was clearly a mobile war fortress. Wang Miao had always been calm, but this time even his voice darkened. Big brother, this thing is off. This mecha not only carried the coldness of technology, but also exuded an ancient aura that suppressed everything. Wang Yin suppressed his shock with a cold laugh. Playing tricks. In our domain, even a divine dragon has to lie down. Kill. Without wasting words, the red, rending the void, was the first to dive. The mecha's arms spread in fury, and 200-meter-long flaming giant swords appeared. Burning Heaven Twin Dragon Slash. He roared, swinging his sword as two flaming dragons howled out, charging straight toward Human Emperor Proto 1. The opponent merely slowly raised a hand and opened it, and a layer of invisible gravitational field instantly spread from the palm. Suju's affinity was extremely low, but with the Saint King core and superliminal computation support, this trace of law power was brought into full play. The two flaming dragons had only just approached when it was as if an invisible giant hand had clamped their necks. They struggled frantically but could not move an inch, then were crushed by the terrifying gravity until they were only the size of fists. Finally, with a clench of the hand, the fireballs vanished into nothingness. The air fell silent. Wang Yan's face turned deathly pale, and Wang Miao was also stunned. The two of them stared at the golden mecha that had effortlessly crushed the divine technique, utterly unable to accept what they were seeing. How could this be? Even a law-level attack was crushed like this. What on earth is this guy? Suju, inside the cockpit, wore a look of disappointment. That's it. I thought you were stronger. You can't even scratch me. He shook his head. Boring. Let's end this quickly. Xiaopu, activate God's judgment, lock onto that red fly, and send it away with one shot. Understood, my king. The next instant, the right arm of the Emperor Human Number 1 lifted. Black light gathered in the gravity collapse cannon, unleashing a sweeping aura of destruction. Space and time distorted, and the laws themselves wailed. Get out of the way. Wang Miao was terrified out of his wits, frantically piloting the blue, ripping Void Walker to dodge. But Wang Yin was dazed, a half-beat too slow in reacting. His fate was already sealed. Goodbye. Suju gave the cold command. A black beam of light erupted, collapsing and annihilating everything in its path. A fist-sized black hole appeared, precisely devouring the crimson, ripping Void Walker and Wang Yin, leaving not even dust behind. It was as if they had never existed. Wang Yin, a dignified third-level king, was just like that, completely erased Misty with his mech. The world fell into dead silence. Below, the mine slaves stared blankly, then all bowed in worship to the golden demon god in the sky. The ice-blue mech piloted by Wang Miao hovered in place, his entire body collapsing as his pupils shrank to needle points. Big brother, just died like that. Big brother. Wang Yin, who had just been working with him to set up the ice-fire duality domain, hadn't even lasted a second. He didn't even leave behind a single word before being blasted into ash by one move. What kind of monster was this? Gravity laws? Impossible. Even a saint at the peak couldn't do this. This wasn't some divine power at all. It was divine punishment, the power of the creator god. Monster, he's a monster. Wang Miao's teeth chattered uncontrollably, completely swallowed by fear. After 800 years of cultivation, he had never been this afraid before. It was the instinctive trembling one felt when facing a natural enemy. He only wanted to survive. Family honor, avenging his brother, all of it no longer mattered. The only thing left was to run. Wang Miao slammed the engines to full power. The blue mech sprayed out blazing light as it fled desperately in the opposite direction, not even daring to look back, afraid the golden demon god would set its sights on him. Sitting in the cockpit, Suju watched the red dot fleeing on the screen, a cat playing with a mouse smile appearing on his face. Did I say you could run? He couldn't even be bothered to give chase, merely raising a hand and snapping his fingers. Xiaopu, seal the space. Yes, my king. The void wings behind, Emperor Human number 1, suddenly spread wide, silver threads spreading outward and merging into the surroundings. All spatial technology activated at once. Buzz. Just as Wang Miao's mech was about to accelerate, it was pinned in place as if it had slammed into a wall, its systems screaming in alarm. He was shocked to find that space had been completely sealed off. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. He was like a fly trapped in a bottle, unable to escape. His opponent could even manipulate space at will. Manipulate? Stop struggling. A sinister voice echoed inside Wang Miao's cockpit. He jerked around and saw that golden demon god had somehow appeared behind him. The 300-meter-tall giant shadow completely enveloped his little blue mecha. Golden electronic eyes looked down at him, utterly cold. The game isn't over yet. I haven't had enough fun yet. Where do you think you're going? Suju said in a babyish voice, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Wang Miao was in despair. Looking at the gravity collapse cannon on the demon god's shoulder that had blasted his big brother to death with one shot, his mind completely shattered. What exactly do you want? Wang Miao's voice was hoarse. If you're going to kill me, then just kill me. Suju laughed, his voice over the loudspeaker sounding like a final boss mocking the player. No, 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 he said slowly. Killing you with one slash would be too cheap. I'm pretty merciful. I'll give you a chance to show everyone what you've got. Wang Miao froze, not understanding what he meant. At that moment, dozens of launch ports on Human Emperor number 1 as shoulders opened, and countless purple lightning missiles locked onto his rift splitter. Logic causality virus missile. It won't damage the body, only pollute the soul and completely control cognition. Come on, dance for the newly freed audience members. Suju's voice was low and wicked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the missiles hit, directly piercing through the mecha's defenses and merging into its core. Wang Miao only felt as if a branding iron had been driven through his brain. The mecha's operating system was spewing errors like crazy, and the screen was filled with garbled code. Warning. Unknown logic virus intrusion detected. Neural link contaminated. Motion system out of control. Playing good luck comes. Wang Miao horrifiedly realized he had completely lost control, his arms and legs refusing to listen at all. In midair, the blue rift splitter suddenly began twisting frantically. Its left hand drew a dragon, its right hand drew a rainbow, and its feet kept stepping to the festive music. The movements were sometimes like ballet, sometimes like Tai Chi, pure mental contamination all the way through. The audience far away in Wanlong Fortress, everyone watching the live stream, was completely stunned. In front of the magic mirror, Dragon Emperor Ao Yuan couldn't hold back a mouthful of dragon flame and spat it right out. Watching the blue mecha on the screen sway wildly along with the song, "Wish you good luck, wish you happiness," he laughed so hard he nearly lost it. Ha 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 ha. Holy crap, what the hell is this? This kid is way too ruthless, killing someone and crushing their spirit at the same time. Ao Yuan laughed so hard he rolled on the ground, shaking the entire time garden. Beside him, even Elizabeth's usual icy expression could no longer hold. Looking at the screen at her cheap son, who was solemnly commanding the mecha and forcing a king-level powerhouse to dance, she felt utterly helpless. What had been envisioned as the fourth trial was supposed to be a life-and-death battle, but Suju had forcefully turned it into a personal performance show. She was starting to regret letting him enter AI paradise. What kind of strange taste had he learned there? At this moment, on planet K7, under the ruins, both the mine slaves and the Wang family prisoners stared dumbfounded at the absurd scene in the sky. A king-level powerhouse was actually dancing to "Good Luck Is Coming." No one could believe their eyes. Don't kill me, please. In the cockpit of Split Sky Breaker, Wang Miao wailed in despair. Physical death wasn't scary. Mental humiliation was what truly killed. He would rather have been blown to pieces just now than twist his body like a clown under everyone's gaze. Suju's voice rang out again. Don't rush. This is just the appetizer. He controlled Human Emperor Prime as it slowly descended, the 300-meter-tall golden mecha coming to a stop in front of the wildly dancing blue mecha. He extended a metal finger and lifted Wang Miao's chin. Next, kneel. Call me Dad. Hearing this, Wang Miao felt as though his heart were being cut by a knife. An old senior over 800 years old, kneeling to a little brat and calling him Dad? He squeezed out with all his remaining willpower through gritted teeth. You can forget it. Suju smiled faintly. Poo-poo increased the dosage. As you command, my king. The next second, Purple data streams 10 times more intense surged into split skybreaker. Wang Miao screamed miserably. His soul felt as if it were being shredded. His consciousness collapsed. His dignity was utterly shattered, and his body was completely beyond control. Under everyone's gaze, that ice-blue king mecha. The mech slowly bent its knees, its arrogant head lowering bit by bit. Finally, with a deafening crash, the skybreaker crashed to the ground, kneeling before the golden demon god. The Ice King of the Wang family, a true king realm powerhouse, had knelt like this. The ruins below were deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene that upended their understanding, and the Wang family crew stood frozen, staring at the kneeling blue mech as their faith collapsed. That was the Wang family's ancestor, their guardian deity, and now he was kneeling before the enemy like a dog. Not enough. Su Ju said coldly. I want you to call me daddy. Wang Miao's consciousness blurred, and his mouth moved uncontrollably, forcing out with great difficulty, Daddy. With a boom, that single word struck like a divine thunderbolt in every Wang family member's heart. Their faces turned deathly pale, and some even fainted on the spot. It was all over. The Wang family sky had collapsed. Such a good boy. Su Ju nodded in satisfaction, looking at the mech kneeling before him like it was a toy. He had had his fun and was ready to get down to business. Little Pooh, I'm here, my king. Can you hack into the Wang family network? Of course. It's effortless for Prometheus. Good. Connect me to the Wang family's highest level conference channel. I want them to enjoy the show. As you wish. In less than a second, a virtual screen popped up in the cockpit, displaying a lavish conference hall. At the main seat was Wang Daolin, the Wang family head, at the peak of the 9th level of the Dharma aspect realm, only one step away from the king realm. Below him sat a group of core Wang family elders and direct descendants, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. They had just received terrible news. The life tablets of Wang Yin and Wang Miao, the ancestors stationed at K7 Mining Star, had been shattered. Wang Yan's life tablet had turned to powder, and Wang Miao's was also on the verge of extinguishing. This meant something huge had happened. Investigate. Investigate for me. What exactly happened? Wang Daolin slammed the table and roared. K7 communications are completely cut off. Wang Tung can't be reached either. And why did Ancestor Yan's life tablet break? Who can tell me? The hall fell silent, with no one answering. No matter how hard the technical department tried, they still could not connect to K7. It was as if that planet had been erased from existence. The Wang family higher-ups were in complete disarray. At that moment, the holographic projection in the conference hall suddenly activated on its own, startling everyone. What's going on? Wang Daolin bellowed. Patriarch, it wasn't us. The system has been hacked, the technical elder screamed in panic. Hacked? This was the Wang family ancestral home, protected by top-tier defenses. How could that be possible? Before everyone could react, the projection stabilized. Then, a hellish scene appeared. Ruins, corpses, the aftermath of a brutal battle. In midair, that ice-blue mech was kneeling in utter humiliation. Before it hovered an washing mech 300 meters tall, bathed in golden flames, like a sovereign looking down on a criminal. Ancestor Miao. A young Wang family junior cried out in shock. The hall exploded. It's Ancestor Miao's mech. Why is it kneeling? What is that golden mech opposite it? Where's Ancestor Yin? Everyone panicked. Wang Daolin also sprang to his feet, a bad feeling surging in his heart. At that moment, a youthful voice sounded through the projection. People of the Wang family, listen carefully. My name is Su Ju. Hearing that name, Wang Daolin's pupils shrank. The Su family's surviving brat, it was you. He suddenly remembered that there had once been a mysterious infant named Su Ju who appeared in the steel graveyard. They had not taken it seriously, but this little ripple had overturned the entire Wang family. Su Ju sneered. Looks like you still remember me. Aren't you also curious where the other ancestor went? Talkong the golden mech. He pointed to a slightly distorted patch of space nearby. Him? He's over there. I just sent him to a very good place. If you miss him, you can go join him too. Wang Daolin looked over and saw the spatial ripples there, instantly understanding. That was the trace left by an extreme force tearing space apart. Combined with Ancestor Yan's shattered life tablet, a terrifying thought rose in his mind. You, what did you do to Ancestor Yan? The Wang family's voice turned sharp with fear and rage. I said it, I sent him away. Su Ju's tone was calm, as if he had killed not a king, but an ant. Now it's your turn. Two choices. 1. Immediately transfer all ownership of K7 Planet, as well as all of the Wang family's source crystal mine industries, to me. 2. Su Ju controlled the Emperor Human First prototype to raise its right arm, the black glow at its cannon muzzle appearing once again. Aimed at Wang Miao, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. 2. I'll send him away too, right in front of you. Then I'll personally go to your ancestral planet and have a proper talk. Choose. I'll give you only 10 minutes. The entire Wong family conference hall fell into deathly silence. The upper ranks were terrified to the core. The industries on K7 planet and the source crystal mines were their most important lifeline, accounting for 70% of their total revenue. If they lost them, the Wong family would plummet from a top-tier noble house to a third-rate one overnight. But the consequences of refusing were even more terrifying. Wang Yin was already dead, and if Wang Miao was gone too, the family would have no guardian deity left. By then, enemies would swarm in and tear the Wang family apart. On one side was the family foundation, on the other the guardian deity. They had no idea how to choose it all. Patriarch, we can't agree. One hot-tempered elder jumped up and shouted. We fought for K7 planet for 100 years. We can't just hand it over. Without the mind veins, the Wang family is finished. We might as well fight it out. It's just a mecha. Can it really stand against our entire family? The battle faction of elders all echoed him, believing family interests came above everything else, even if it meant sacrificing the ancestor. Bullshit. An elder loyal to Wang Miao slammed the table and stood up. Fight? Fight with what? Didn't you see how Wang Yin died? Wang Miao is already kneeling. If the old ancestor dies, then the Wang family is truly finished. We won't even be able to keep the ancestral residence. As long as Wang Miao lives, there's still a chance to turn things around. Inside the conference hall, the pro-war and pro-peace factions were arguing in a frenzy, each fighting for their own interests. There were even elders who had been suppressed by Wang Miao, hoping for his death so they could rise to power. The ugliest side of the Wang family was completely laid bare. Shut up, all of you. Seeing the chaos on sight, Wang Daolin was so furious he trembled. He let out an enraged roar that silenced all the elders. The pressure of a ninth-layer Dharma form realm cultivator made no one dare speak further. Every face turned pale. He stared at the golden demon god in the holographic projection, struggling inwardly. No matter which choice he made, the Wang family was doomed. While the Wang family was still arguing over whether to save their assets or their ancestor, on K7 planet, Suju was having a very good time. He had Prometheus pour him a glass of red wine and sat leisurely watching the show. A baby sat in the cockpit, shaking a wine glass and watching the Wang family perform. Suju couldn't help but remark that humans were incredibly interesting, experiencing the complexity and ugliness of human nature so directly for the first time. Compared to the dragon race's world, dragons only recognized the strong and had none of this scheming and infighting. Prometheus suddenly asked whether he should help the Wang family a bit. Suju was curious how he planned to help. Prometheus said that as long as they tore off the left arm of the Void Splitter, there was a 97.3% chance it would make them shut up. Suju clapped and praised him, immediately telling him to do it. The next moment, everyone present stared in horror at that golden demon god. It grabbed the blue mecha's left arm and tore it off barehanded. The screech of twisting metal echoed through the hall. Wang Miao screamed miserably. The mecha's neural link was connected to him, and the agony directly surged through his body, blood staining his clothes red. The elders fell silent in an instant, staring at the discarded mechanical arm, too frightened to resist. Only then did they realize that Suju had never intended to give them time to think. He was forcing them to choose. Wang Daolin nearly fainted. He understood that he no longer had a choice and could only grit his teeth and make a decision. Stop. We agree to your terms. All of them. Wang Daolin closed his eyes and tears fell as he spoke, as if all his strength had been drained away. The Wang family's 1,000-year foundation was utterly finished. Oh, you agree. Suju's tone was indifferent. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd done that earlier? You forced me to make a move. He shook his head and sighed. Since that's the case, let's begin. First, transfer the K7 planet land deed and all ownership agreements for the mineral veins. I want permanent, federally protected supreme ownership. If there's a problem with the contract, he glanced at Wang Miao's remaining right arm, the threat obvious. And no, I wouldn't dare. Wang Daolin's voice trembled as he immediately ordered his subordinates to handle the handover. In less than 5 minutes, all the federally certified electronic documents were transmitted to the Prometheus database. Confirmed, Master Wang. The K7 planet and the Wang family's 17 large source crystal mine routes now belong to you. Good. Suju nodded in satisfaction. The planet and the routes had finally returned to the Su family's hands. The first step of revenge had been achieved. Wang Daolin asked cautiously, Your Excellency, can you release Miaozu now? They had already handed over all their assets and paid a heavy price. It was time to let him go, right? But Suju smiled. Release him? Who said I was going to release him? I told you to agree to the terms only because I was considering not killing him. Now, I've considered it. His voice turned cold. But just ceding land and paying compensation still isn't enough. Your Wang family still owes blood debt. The entire room sank into silence. There's one more thing you need to do. Wang Daolin's heart pounded wildly. What is it? It's simple. Your Wang family must hold a press conference in front of all federal media and publicly admit to the crime of having joined forces with outsiders to destroy our Su family back then. Then, the family head and all the elders who took part in the massacre must kneel on the live stream and apologize for their crimes. The room erupted. They could accept compensation and ceding land. After all, they had lost the fight and had to admit defeat. But publicly confessing and kneeling. Everyone in the Wang family was stunned, their faces ashen. If they did that, the Wang family would be socially dead in the Federation. They would become the laughingstock of every noble clan, never again able to survive in the Federation. It would be more humiliating than killing them. You're going too far. The irritable elder jumped out again and cursed angrily. We've already handed over everything we have, and you still want more? Push us any further, and we'll fight to the death. Exactly. A gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. Kneel and admit defeat? Stop dreaming. This time the elders stood united, and none of them objected. A noble clan's dignity mattered more than life itself. Wang Daolin's face turned livid as he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "Leave some room for future dealings. We've already given you everything. Why drive us to extermination? As long as you spare Miao Zhu and the Wang family, I can swear never to oppose you again, and even acknowledge you as my master." This was the Wang family's final compromise. But Su Ju only sneered. "Acknowledge me as your master? Are you worthy of that? A bunch of traitors. I'd find it dirty even to keep you as dogs." Wang Daolin was so furious he couldn't speak, his face flushed red. Su Ju shook his head and said coldly, "Still don't understand the situation? You think you can still bargain with me? You think stalling for time means someone will come save you?" He called out, "Xiaopu, release the surprise we just intercepted." "As you command, my king." Audio sounded in the conference hall. Wang Daolin fawned and begged for help. "Brotherly, save me. Something's happened to the Wang family. A Su family remnant is here. Yin Zhu is dead. Miao Zhu has been captured. Send people quickly." The Li family refused. "We have troubles of our own. We can't help." He then called the Chen family, but no one answered, only a busy signal. Finally, he reached out to Marshal Lei. "Marshal Lei, the remnants of the Su family are here for revenge. Back then we supported you in wiping out the Su family, and now we ask you to send troops for support. Our Wang family is willing to give up 30% of the profits from our mining veins." Marshal Lei only replied, "The deployment of the Black Armor Army requires approval from the council." When the audio finished playing, the whole hall fell dead silent. The room was as quiet as death. All the elders were both desperate and shocked. Their distress signals had actually all been intercepted by the other side and played publicly in front of everyone. This was practically a public execution of humiliation. Wang Daolin's mind went blank, and he almost spat blood. All his backup plans and hopes had been completely crushed by the other side. Su Ju's voice was icy. "Did you hear that? Your so-called allies either want to watch the show or kick you while you're down. The only ones willing to send troops are still waiting to see you collapse first. Xiaopu, how long until the Black Armor Army arrives?" Reporting in, the Black Armor Army's 7th Fleet will arrive in the K-7-star system in 3 standard days. Su Ju laughed. "Can you hold out until then?" Wang Daolin felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Forget 3 days. He could barely last 3 minutes. Su Ju had no patience left. "Last chance. Either do as I say, or I kill him and then wipe out your entire family. You have 1 minute. Countdown starts now. 60, 59, 58. The cold countdown sounded like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Wang Daolin trembled even more violently. He struggled, suffered, and despaired, tormented by the choice between his dignity and the survival of his family. 37, 36. At last, Wang Daolin completely broke down and screamed, "We agree. We agree to everything. Please spare the Wang family." Face and dignity were worthless in the face of life and death. Su Ju said calmly, "Smart choice. Now, start your performance, and make it emotional and convincing. If I'm not satisfied, you'll bear the consequences." Su Ju's gaze swept toward Wang Miao. Wang Daolin did not dare hesitate and issued a trembling command to his subordinates. "Contact all mainstream media across the Federation and hold an emergency press conference. Say that the Wang family is going to publicly repent for its major historical crimes to the entire Federation." Half an hour later, an unprecedented press conference was being live-streamed across the entire network on Blue Sound, the largest platform in the Blue Xia Cosmic Federation, and 800 trillion people were watching. Wang Daolin and the Wang family's elders became the stars of the press conference. The entire Federation was shaken. No one had expected the ever-proud Wang family to bow their heads and confess. What on earth had happened? On the live stream, Wang Daolin, the Wang family head at the 9th level of the Dharma form realm, with a pale face, stepped onto the stage and took a deep breath. Thud, he knelt down in public. The dozens of Wang family elders behind him all knelt as well, banging their foreheads heavily against the ground. Wang Daolin spoke, broadcasting to the entire federation. I, Wang Daolin, the 37th generation head of the Wang family, on behalf of the Wang family, offer the deepest remorse to the entire federation, and to the Su family, which 20 years ago was annihilated by the joint actions of our Wang family, the Black Armor Army, the Li family, and the Qin family. Back then, in order to seize the Su family's source crystal vein, we committed a grave crime. We are guilty. These words were like a slap across the Wang family's face. He even dragged the Li family, the Qin family, and the Black Armor Army down with him. The entire federation exploded, and countless people watching the live stream went crazy. The Wang family is collectively self-destructing. The news swept across the entire net like a cosmic storm, shocking everyone. Holy crap! The Wang family actually led their elders in kneeling and admitting guilt. They're really admitting they jointly wiped out the Su family 20 years ago. The Su family? The Blue Star Su family that was wiped out overnight and controlled the K7 mineral vein route. My God, the unsolved case from back then. Today the truth is finally out. The Wang family is insane. Isn't this suicide? The Star Network descended into complete chaos, with forums and discussion groups exploding. The Li family received the news at the first possible moment. The Li family patriarch crushed his teacup in fury. Has Wang Daolin gone mad? He wants to die and drag us down with him. An elder panicked. What do? The whole net is tagging the Li family, demanding a response. The patriarch cursed. Response my ass. Do PR right now. Say the Wang family is talking nonsense and that it has nothing to do with us. Contact the Qin family and the Black Armor Army. Unify the story. Throw the blame onto the Wang family. And absolutely do not let us carry this black pot. The Qin family was in the same situation, with the entire upper echelon in complete chaos. At the same time, the Black Armor Army headquarters, to be continued. On the giant planet that served as the military fortress, Corps Commander Lei Xiaotian stared quietly at the holographic projection. Inside it, the Wang family's press conference was in full swing. Lei Xiaotian was as tall and sturdy as a steel tower, clad in black-powered armor. Half of his face was covered by a metal mask, leaving only his sharp eyes exposed. He was the executioner who had once led the Black Armor Army in the bloody purge of the Su family, a true powerhouse of the Saint Realm. Interesting. Looking at the desperate expression on Wang Daolin's face, Lei Xiaotian actually let out a light laugh. To be able to force the Wang family into this state, it seems that the Su family's leftover spawn is not simple. The adjutant requested instructions. The Wang family is urgently asking for reinforcements. Should the 7th Fleet speed up? Lei Xiaotian waved a hand. No rush. Proceed according to the original plan. Remind them to stand by in place once they arrive in the K7 star system and not to act recklessly. The adjutant froze. Ignore the Wang family. Lei Xiaotian sneered. A bunch of trash, just right to be cleaned up by the Su family's people. When they fought each other to a mutually destructive end, we'll make our move and reap the benefits. I'd like to see who dares to provoke the Black Armor Army. The adjutant immediately accepted the order. While storms raged outside, Su Ju on K7 planet knew nothing about it, nor did he care. He was boredly watching Wang Daolin and the others kneel on the ground, kowtowing and confessing their sins. His heart remained utterly unmoved, and he even found it a little dull. To him, these people were like ants. There was no excitement even in crushing them to death. The Wang family was only a minor player. His real enemies were the Black Armor Army and the upper echelon of the Federation. All right, the performance was butsala. Su Ju lazily yawned. For putting in so much effort. In the image, joy instantly appeared on Wang Daolin and the others' faces, as they thought they had been saved. But Su Ju said calmly, I can give you a quick death. He controlled the human emperor prototype, number 1I, and slowly raised its right arm, the gravity collapse cannon locking onto the kneeling Wang Miao. You went back on your word. Wang Daolin roared in despair. You promised that as long as we complied, you would consider sparing Ancestor Miao. Su Ju nodded. I considered it, and the result was still, kill him. Keeping him around would only cause trouble. After saying that, he gave Wang Daolin no chance to speak again. Boom! The black beam of light directly swallowed the battered blue mech and the wide-eyed person inside it. As for the icy and resentful Ice King Wang Miao, once everything was settled, Su Ju directly cut off the communication, too lazy to care about the Wang family's collapsing and despairing appearance. His revenge against the Wang family had already been completed. Next it would be the Li family, the Qin family, and the Black Armor Army. After a series of fierce battles, especially using the gravity collapse cannon, while piloting Human Emperor Prototype 1, Suju had nearly drained his spiritual power. He was both hungry and exhausted. From the dimensional warehouse, he took out a void jellyfish neuron that Ao Ning had swindled for him and swallowed it like jelly. The rich energy immediately nourished his soul. Suju finally let out a breath of relief, leaning back in the driver's seat to rest while opening the system to check his gains. Name: Suju race. Human race, primary datafied dragon body. Realm: True Essence Realm 4th layer cultivation method. All things analysis system. Mind tome, 0.3%. A divine abilities. Soul harvest, life drain, decay halo, wind thunder battle armor, dimensional warehouse law affinity, destruction, life, time, decay, wind, thunder, ice, space, data, gravity, wood. Special mark. The call of the Human Emperor, inactive. Energy points. 1, 874, 550, 000. Equipment. Human Emperor. Prototype 1. Overall evaluation. I can't really say. Suju stared at that lousy evaluation. I can't really say. And was speechless. However, Mind Tome had advanced a little, his space affinity had also increased, and his energy points had surged dramatically, so his mood was still pretty good. Just as he was calculating whether to head to the Li family or the Chun family first to collect interest, the cold voice of his system mom, Elizabeth, suddenly rang out. Well done. Whether in combat or in breaking their will, you exceeded expectations. Your reward is that I'll tell you your next target in advance. Suju was dumbfounded. What? Wasn't he supposed to choose for himself? Elizabeth continued indifferently. The Black Armor Army's 7th Fleet is coming. Your trial isn't over yet. Next, without using that scrap metal contraption, you must annihilate the fleet by yourself. If you can't do it, then die. After saying that, his mom's voice disappeared, leaving Suju alone, stunned in the cockpit. Holy crap, they want a true Essence Realm kid to take on a fleet solo? Are you sure this isn't suicide? Suju collapsed, his heart miserable beyond words, his mind filled with Elizabeth's cold oracle from moments ago. He also knew that he was strong, had a solid foundation, and possessed a lot of law abilities. But that still wasn't a reason to challenge a fleet alone. What kind of concept was it to go head-on against an elite, well-equipped, highly trained interstellar fleet alone? 100 warships, tens of thousands of planet-destroying main cannons, thousands upon thousands of Federation soldiers in powered armor, and a bunch of powerhouses at the domain transformation and divine ability realms in command. With Suju's bit of true essence, going up there would be no different from sending his head to the slaughter. One synchronized volley, and he'd be reduced to ashes, not even having time to use creation destruction power. Instantly GG. That woman is definitely doing this on purpose. Suju gritted his teeth. He was 100% certain that Elizabeth was unhappy with him, jealous of him sweeping through the universe in Human Emperor Prototype 1. Her own painstakingly raised dragon clan was still playing in the mud, while this kid she picked up was directly piloting a mecha to demolish homes. Of course she had to punish him and make things harder for him. While complaining, Suju also understood in his heart that Elizabeth's words were in order. Dragon Clan education was simple and brutal. If you can do it, you get rewarded. If you can't, then wait to die. Trash deserved to be eliminated. That cheap father of his, Ao Yuan, would absolutely not help. On the contrary, he'd probably think, my son should have that kind of fighting spirit. Suju sighed, and an overwhelming sense of wage-slave despair washed over him. He felt like he wasn't the Dragon Clan's adopted son, nor the Human Emperor's successor. He was just an office worker. He had just finished one KPI, and the boss immediately threw him an even more perverted new task, while righteously saying, this is to temper you. Temper your ass. Little poo. Suju called weakly. My king, I'm here. Prometheus answered immediately. Analyze this, without using Human Emperor Prototype 1. If it's just me, what's the success rate of fighting the Federation's 7th Fleet? Calculating, after 0.01 seconds. Report, my king. With your current strength, in a direct confrontation, the probability of surviving more than 10 seconds is 0.003%. The probability of annihilating the enemy fleet is 0. On the screen, there was a huge red 0, followed by nothing but zeros after the decimal point. Suju was speechless. They didn't even give him a consolation prize. However, Wang, I haven't factored in the force of creation and destruction and the primordial human source blood within your body. These two variables are beyond my database's comprehension. If we include them, Prometheus paused. The probability of success is still approaching 0. Suju, fine, enough. I don't want to hear anymore. He shut off the screen and collapsed into the chair like a pile of rotten mud. A head-on clash was definitely out of the question. He could only rely on cunning. But how was he supposed to outsmart them? A heavily guarded interstellar fleet, like an iron-shell turtle armed to the teeth, with no weak points. Unless Suju narrowed his eyes. Unless he went straight for the inside and tore it apart from within. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He could make it crumble from the inside. Xiaopu, can you find the flagship model of the 7th Fleet and its internal firewall? Xiaopu answered quickly. The 7th Fleet's flagship was a Thor-class heavy cruiser, and its firewall was military-grade A+ encryption. With the Sanctuary's current computing power, a brute force attack would take 72 standard hours, and it would also likely trigger counter-tracking. So powerful. Suju clicked his tongue and had no choice but to abandon the idea of relying on Xiaopu to hack in. But who said the only way was external infiltration? He locked onto data law affinity, 10%, on his system panel. Ever since he devoured the artificial black hole and gained a datafied dragon body, Suju had discovered that everything could be broken down into 0 and 1. So could he turn himself into data flow too? If he could, then he could penetrate straight to the flagship's core like a virus from the inside. Once this crazy idea surfaced, it refused to stop. If it succeeded, Suju would become the ghost of the enemy fleet, and the fleet would become his hunting ground. Just as he was smugly admiring his genius plan, his stomach suddenly growled. After back-to-back battles and excessive depletion, he was hungry and drained again. Suju gave the standard energy block in the dimensional warehouse a disgusted glance. The system itself said it was expired compressed biscuits that even a dog wouldn't eat. He looked out at the red planet beyond the window. K7 mining star, the Wang family's main source of wealth, rich in source crystals. Source crystals, pure energy, were far superior to energy blocks. Though their taste wasn't as good as spirit fruits, they still counted as a decent seafood feast. Xiaopu, Suju's eyes lit up. Immediately mark every source crystal vein on the entire planet. I'm ready to eat. At the same time, in the time garden of Dragon Fort, Elizabeth and Ao Yuan were watching Planet K7 through the space magic mirror. Hearing Elizabeth give Suju a perverse trial, even Ao Yuan's dragon shadow twitched uncontrollably. Wife, aren't you just setting him up? Asking him, a mere true essence realm cultivator, to take on the Federation fleet solo. Isn't that sending him to his death? Elizabeth snorted coldly. If he can't handle this, and he still wants to be my Elizabeth's son? You think I sent him there so he could throw punches at battleships? I'm forcing him to use his brain, forcing him to tap into those powers even we can't fully understand. The mysterious human emperor bloodline, the bizarre data laws. If I don't push him to the brink, these potentials will never come out. I just want to see how much surprise this little monster can bring me. Ao Yuan listened and nodded half-understandingly, still thinking his wife was taking too big a risk, but he didn't dare object, and could only silently pray for the unlucky kid for 3 seconds. On the screen, after first being stunned and then enraged, Suju's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed into a massive mine pit. Like a groundhog, he burrowed in, grabbed a piece of deep blue source crystal, and shoved it into his mouth, crunching away with especially satisfying crack-crack bites. The two mighty Saint Kings fell silent. We're worrying ourselves sick here, and he started eating. On planet K7, mine pit number 17, once a bloody hellscape, had now become Suju's buffet restaurant. He hugged a huge chunk of top-grade source crystal and gnawed on it, energy surging wildly into his body, quickly replenishing the consumed true essence and mental power. Detected high-quality blue source crystal, capable of large-scale absorption. Please eat with caution if your teeth are bad. This person's teeth are absurdly strong. Suju muttered with his mouth full. Not bad, tastes okay. Way better than the junk food from before, though still not as good as mom's Dao fruit. But it wins on quantity and gets you full. The mine pit is full of source crystals. How is this a mine pit? It's clearly a super buffet. Xiaopu, package up all the source crystals on the entire planet. The robots sprang into action instantly and began mining like crazy. After eating and drinking his fill, Suju felt the true essence inside him about to break through. He let out a full belch, flew back to the ruins of the base, and climbed into the cockpit of the human Emperor Proto-1. His mom wouldn't let him pilot it into battle, but she never said he couldn't use it as transportation and a command center. Xiaopu, where's the 7th Fleet now? Enemy ships will arrive 3 hours after entering the outer perimeter. 3 hours is enough. Preparing to execute Ghost Invasion. Suju took a deep breath and activated the mysterious power within his body, the data laws. Not true essence, nor the power of destruction or life. He had only truly mastered this power after devouring the artificial black hole. Blue light flickered, and his body gradually became illusory. The barely visible 0s and 1s danced across him. Warning: host is attempting full data transformation. Risk extremely high. There is a 99% chance the soul and body information chain will rupture, resulting in complete loss. The system issued frantic warnings. Suju cut it off coldly. Shut up. Fortune comes from danger. If I don't take a risk, how am I supposed to wipe out an entire fleet? He closed his eyes and focused his mind, transforming himself into recognizable, transmissible information. The process was extremely dangerous. His body kept switching between physical and illusory forms, at times a blur of flesh and blood, at times turning into garbled code. Intense pain surged over him. He gritted his teeth and held on to the last shred of clarity. He thought of when he had once encountered a time vortex in the Garden of Time and understood that control was not about suppression, but about going with the flow. I am data, and data is me, he roared in his heart. The next second, he completely gave up control of his body and was swallowed by the power of data. A flash of blue light, and he vanished from the cockpit, leaving only a stream of blue data composed of 0s and 1s in the air. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the advanced data law. Data leap. Data leap can briefly transform into pure data and move short distances at faster than light speed through network media. Data law affinity plus 5%. Initial data dragon body advancing toward intermediate leap. Current progress 1%. System prompts rang one after another. The data stream leapt, and a childish voice appeared. Little Pooh, are you ready? The energy channel has been established, my king. Prometheus replied. The Stargate can be opened at any time. Target, the enemy flagship, Thor. Open the gate. Yes, sir. The brow of the human Emperor No. 1 fired a laser, striking the preset asteroid in the distance. Hidden inside the asteroid was a miniature spatial beacon. The data stream passed along the laser into the asteroid, which then sent a disguised signal to the fleet, precisely connecting to the communication antenna of the Thor. The channel is connected, my king. Happy hunting. Go. Suju's transformed data stream cheered as it darted into the data interface in front of the human Emperor No. 1. In an instant, it followed that invisible line and sped toward the distant giant warship at faster-than-light speed. On the bridge of the flagship, Thor, of the 7th Fleet of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. Fleet Commander Zhao Wuji, around 30 years old, handsome but arrogant, was born into the top-tier Zhao clan. He had influence in the military, and at such a young age was already at the first level of the divine power realm. Having risen to the position of commander, his future was limitless. Trash, Zhao Wuji cursed as he finished reading the battle damage report from K7 planet. A terrorist used a broken mech and wiped out the Wang family's century-old mining star, and he even killed an elder in the King realm, forcing another one to kneel. Shameful, he said angrily. The adjutant behind him advised in a low voice. The Wang family is only a business family. Its private army can't compare to the regular military. Zhao Wuji sneered. That still makes them trash. He took a sip of red wine, displeased that Marshal Lei had assigned the 7th Fleet to handle such a trivial matter. What a waste of talent. Transmit my order. He set down his wine glass heavily. Upon reaching orbit, immediately carry out indiscriminate, all-out bombardment of the target area. I don't care what remnants of the Su family are there. I want that area completely erased within 10 minutes. I don't have time to play with country bumpkins. Yes, the adjutant obeyed. No one noticed that, as the order was given, a stream of blue data flickered across the main computer. A ghost had boarded the ship and was looking for the kitchen. Thor B7 Sector, Energy Center. The area was heavily guarded. In the corridor, 2 black-armored soldiers were chatting idly. We're really unlucky, being assigned to clean up after these losers, one complained. Tell me about it. All the good stuff gets scooped up by the higher-ups, and we get nothing, the other agreed. Keep your voices down. If anyone hears you, you're in for it, someone warned. Not even a fly can get in here. The commander's too busy throwing a fit to care about us. As they were talking, the alloy door behind them suddenly gave a faint hum, and the green light on the energy core flickered. What was that? One soldier asked. Probably an energy fluctuation. Normal, right? The other said casually. Check the logs. No need to bother. The soldier went to the console to check the energy logs. Bosses, please give me a good review. 3 for love of the story, plus 1 extra chapter, and 1 text review, plus 1 extra chapter. Thanks for the support. Updates at midnight and 12 o'clock every day. A data stream flashed past quickly, showing everything was normal. See? Nothing happened. Stop scaring yourself. The soldier was about to close the log. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Amid a bunch of normal data, a line of small numbers was quietly changing. Thor's heart energy output, 99.9998%, 99.9997%, 99.9996%. The energy was slowly dropping. Holy shit. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. What are you yelling about? The other soldier was startled. Look, the energy core's output is dropping. When the other looked, his expression changed on the spot, and cold sweat broke out. Thunder God's heart is the flagship's energy core, always as steady as cosmic law. Even the 8th digit after the decimal point never fluctuates. But now it is truly dropping. Though very slowly, it is indeed decreasing. What's going on? Is the core malfunctioning? Impossible. It's only been in use for less than 50 years. Its lifespan is 3,000 years. The two of them panicked. If the commander found out, their lives would be at risk. Report it quickly. No, wait. Don't report it yet. Let's go in and take a look ourselves first. What if it's just a faulty sensor? They decided to inspect it personally, trembling as they entered the password, with dual verification by iris and genes. The alloy door rumbled open. Inside, the energy aura was 100 times denser than outside, but they had no mind to feel it, only staring fixedly at the huge blue light sphere hovering in the center, the Thunder God's heart. Runes flowed, everything normal. See? It really is a sensor failure. One of them breathed a sigh of relief. No. The other frowned, walked around the light sphere once, then suddenly stopped, freezing on the spot, face turning pale. You come over here. The impatient companion went over and also froze. The two stood there like stones, eyes wide open and mouths agape. What they saw was that on the surface of the light sphere, there were actually rows upon rows of tiny bite marks, as if something were treating the Federation's most advanced technological core like an apple, chewing away. Ghost to ghost! A scream tore through the energy center. At this moment, the ghost was munching happily on the heart of Thor. Suju returned to his physical form, staring at the huge, blue jelly before him, practically drooling. Ding! Detected a top-tier cosmic energy source. Heart of Thor, 10th rank. Devouring recommendation. Strongly recommended. Start eating immediately. Seeing the prompt, Suju pounced on it without hesitation and took a bite. The flavor exploded. As the pure thunder element energy and spatial power entered his mouth, his whole body felt light as a feather, so invigorated it was like he was flying. It was 100 times tastier than that void jellyfish from before. Suju narrowed his eyes and kept biting again and again. Ding. Lightning Law Affinity plus 0.1%. Ding. Space Law Affinity plus 0.1%. Ding. Energy Points plus 1, 200, 000. The system notifications kept spamming the screen, and Suju only felt like he was at the peak of life. Silently, he gave Elizabeth a thumbs up in his heart. Cheap Mom, you're really a good person. At that moment, he heard two soldiers talking outside the door. He immediately turned into a stream of data and shifted away, hiding on the other side of the heart of Thor. The two soldiers fled in terror. Suju curled his lip. Never seen the world before. Just as he was about to continue feasting, the alarm suddenly blared. Zhao Wuji roared in fury. Useless trash. You didn't even notice the energy core had been infiltrated? Seal off Sector B7. All combat teams move out immediately. Find that rat for me and crush it. Now, warning lights flashed, and the energy center was bathed in red light. Heavy footsteps approached as squads of black-armored soldiers surrounded Sector B7, Gauss rifles fully charged, their muzzles glowing blue. The Centurion leading them issued orders through his tactical helmet. Unit alert. Target detected in the energy core chamber. Identity unknown. Abilities bizarre. Suspected cosmic beast with stealth capabilities. Command order. Kill on sight. Squads 1 and 2 breach the door. Squads 3 and 4 provide fire support. Move out. Two soldiers hauled out a laser cutter and aimed it at the alloy door. A flash of white, laser cutting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed, but the door remained unchanged, not even leaving a white mark. What's going on? It's Jianyu. Percent only he could slip into a dream silently. The soldier reported, laser ineffective. The door's shield has been reinforced from inside. The Centurion froze, suspecting the enemy had already taken control of the energy core. The scene descended into chaos. Suddenly, a babyish voice came over the broadcast. Children, are you looking for me? The soldiers all became alert and raised their guns to scan their surroundings. The Centurion shouted, who's there? A child's voice sounded again. Don't be so fierce. I'm still a baby. Since you're here, I even prepared a gift for you. I hope you like it. As soon as the words fell, screams suddenly erupted from the rear of the formation. A soldier suddenly lost control and opened fire, shooting his comrades dead. The other soldiers were shocked and called out, Zhang San. But there was no response. His eyes turned red as he laughed wildly to himself. Kill you all. He fired several more shots in quick succession, and 2 more fell. The Centurion ordered a counterattack, but more soldiers began to lose control. My hand won't listen to me. My gun's moving on its own. Some spun in circles, some pulled down their pants, and some danced bizarrely. The weapon systems completely went out of control, indiscriminately attacking their own side. Explosions, screams, and cries for help mixed into a chaotic uproar, turning the passageway into hell. The Centurion was stunned, his mind blank, utterly unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. What the hell was going on? Mental attack? Or a virus? While he was in a daze, his body suddenly stiffened. Looking down, he saw his arm lift uncontrollably, and a high-energy particle cannon was aimed at his own head. No, no. The Centurion let out a desperate scream, and it all ended there. On the bridge, Zhao Wuji stared fixedly at the main screen. Zone B7 had already turned gray, indicating that all life signals were gone. In less than a minute, an elite squad of 100 had been wiped out without even seeing the enemy, and in such a bizarre way of killing each other. Demon, it's a demon. The adjutant trembled all over in terror. Zhao Wuji slapped him to the ground and forced himself to keep commanding. Technical department, analyze the situation. What kind of attack is this? The head of the technical department's voice trembled. We don't know either. He's like a ghost, impossible to lock onto, everywhere at once. Our firewall is like paper to him. He can rewrite the system however he wants. Just now he even. The voice cut off abruptly. Zhao Wuji roared. What did he say? The next second, the cheerful and bizarre song Good Luck comes blasted through the entire ship. Everyone stared in shock. At a life-and-death moment for the flagship, someone was actually blasting some tacky internet hit? This was just dancing on everyone's face. Zhao Wuji was so furious he nearly coughed up blood, and he shouted in agony. Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. Find him for me. Even if we have to tear the whole ship apart, we have to catch him. But his roar was completely drowned out by the music. And the playlist kept escalating. The most dazzling ethnic wind, Little Apple, I Love You 10,000 Years, one song after another, all looping across the ship. Even the lighting system had been hacked, flashing red, green, blue, and purple, turning the warship directly into a midnight disco. The soldiers were all dumbfounded, and some even began to suspect this was a team-building event arranged by the commander. The soldiers had already started swaying along with the music, and the prestige and morale of the 7th Fleet instantly collapsed. In the energy core room, Su Ju sat cross-legged on the source crystal he had drained dry, humming a little tune and admiring his achievement. In front of him was a holographic screen, where Zhao Wuji's face had twisted with rage and humiliation. Su Ju shook his head. A dignified officer, and yet his mental fortitude, is this bad? We're not even close to the good part. He snapped his fingers. Xiaopu, give him something exciting. As you command, my king. The next second, while Zhao Wuji was still raging on the bridge, the main screen suddenly switched to a high-definition video shot in a men's restroom. In the footage, Zhao Wuji appeared, standing before a mirror and narcissistically talking to himself. I, Zhao Wuji, the brightest star in the Federation military. How could a mere divine ability realm be worthy of me? Once this mission is over, I'll have my father propose to the Li family. That little girl from the Li family may be average-looking, but at least she's a direct daughter, and the Zhao family can rise to the next level. The Wang family and the Qin family will have to tremble beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. The video ended. The bridge fell dead silent, everyone staring at Zhao Wuji in unison, their eyes filled with shock, contempt, and sympathy. Done. Everyone thought of those 2 words. Zhao Wuji had completely and utterly socially died. Ah! He screamed, his eyes bloodshot, his sanity snapping. Social death was even worse than killing him. He had never been this humiliated before. He roared madly and smashed the console, sparks flying everywhere. The only response he got was the looping demonic music and the barely restrained smiles on his subordinates' faces. Uft! Zhao Wuji was so furious he spat out blood, and his adjutant hurriedly supported him. At that moment, the child's voice rang out again. The farce is over. The music and lights stopped instantly, and the warship fell into a deathly silence, even more frightening than before. Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from his mouth and stared ahead, his voice hoarse. What exactly do you want? He was afraid, truly afraid. Faced with such an opponent he couldn't resist, his cultivation and fleet were utterly useless. Su Ju sneered. Simple. Hand over your dog life, and let your fleet be buried with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the warship exploded, and the Thunder God broke into violent tremors. System alarms blared. Multiple antimatter engines had detonated in a chain reaction. The hull was severely damaged, the energy shield had failed, and the ship was beginning to fall. Zhao Wuji's face turned deathly pale, panic flooding his heart. He was unwilling to die here. He still dreamed of marrying the Li family's young lady in the future and reaching the pinnacle. In his panic, he shoved aside his adjutant, rushed into his personal storm mech, force-started it, and smashed through the window to flee the warship. Not long after flying out, he saw a baby in an animal onesie standing on the bow of the flagship. The baby's golden eyes stared straight at him, and it smiled innocently. "Found you." Zhao Wuji's scalp went numb, recognizing this as the demon baby who had toyed with the entire fleet in the palm of his hand. He screamed, "What kind of monster are you?" Su Ju said indifferently, "I'm not a monster. I'm here to collect a debt." With that, Su Ju stepped forward. The massive flagship Thunder God exploded into countless fragments beneath his foot. Bathed in flames, Su Ju looked like a god demon from hell. The warships that had lost command either attacked one another or crashed down, and the sky turned into a brilliant fireworks display. This was the symphony of destruction belonging to Su Ju. Zhao Wuji stared blankly at his 7th fleet, reduced to scrap metal in just a few minutes. His heart bled. Ambition, future, everything had turned into nothing. He broke down, driving the storm mech as the engine burst to full power, turning into a streak of blue lightning as he madly charged at Su Ju, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. But Su Ju stood right where he was, not even lifting an eyelid, only extending his soft little hand and pushing gently. Too weak. The next second, time seemed to stop. The storm mech was easily blocked by that little hand, frozen in midair. No matter how hard Zhao Wuji accelerated, the mech could not move even an inch. How is this possible? Zhao Wuji was stunned, unable to accept what he was seeing. Su Ju's calm voice drifted over. "I told you, you're too weak." He clenched his 5 fingers. Crack. The head of the storm mech was crushed, with blood and parts splattering everywhere. Zhao Wuji only had time to let out a scream before losing consciousness. Su Ju let go. Black smoke billowed from the mech as it plummeted from the sky, kicking up a ring of dust when it crashed. The sky returned to calm, leaving only the wreckage of warships burning like streaks of meteors across the air. Hovering in midair, Su Ju looked at it all and knew. Elizabeth's 4th trial had been completed by him alone. He had wiped out the entire Federation fleet. Only the method was far more direct and brutal than Elizabeth had imagined. Huff! Su Ju let out a long breath, feeling extremely weak, his true essence exhausted. That final blow he had taken head-on from the mech had nearly drained him dry. "I'm hungry again." He rubbed his stomach and flew helplessly toward the ground, preparing to replenish his energy. But just as he was about to land, his body stiffened. Every cell in him was warning of danger. He slowly turned his head. Not far away, the void rippled, and the man in black armor and a mask stepped out of the spatial ripples. He stood motionless, and the air over the entire K7 planet seemed to freeze, with the falling wreckage of warships suspended in midair. The gale stopped, and the flames went out. A terrifying pressure, 100 times stronger than Zhao Wuji and the Wang family ancestor, instantly swept across the entire planet. A Saint Realm expert. Su Ju's mind went blank. The Chaos Dragon body in his body was frantically sounding the alarm, and his physical body was on the verge of collapse. He urgently called up the system and received a blood-red warning. Detected an overspec life form. Saint Realm expert. Intermediate level. Energy cannot be estimated. Threat level. Annihilation. Survival advice. Die on the spot. Perhaps you can at least keep your corpse intact. Su Ju couldn't help but curse. The masked man's gaze pierced through space, locking onto Su Ju. "Little bastard, had enough fun? Was it you who destroyed my 7th fleet?" As he spoke, the masked man was already 100 meters away from Su Ju, his aura as if he had fused with space itself. Introduction: Lei Xiaodian, commander of the Black Armor Army, the 1st Legion of the Blue Summer Federation. Su Ju's mind exploded. Lei Xiaodian, the enemy who destroyed the Su family. Hatred surged up in his heart. Su Ju's eyes turned blood red, and the ancient primordial blood within him burst forth, golden flames shooting into the sky. But under Lei Xiaodian's Saint Realm suppression, that bit of momentum was instantly crushed. Lei Xiaodian was surprised. A mere little brat in the true origin realm actually has such a bloodline. The Su family must be hiding a lot of secrets in you. Su Ju gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay calm. He was nowhere near his opponent. This was downright a dimensionality reduction strike. He thought of his mother Elizabeth's 4th trial, single-handedly annihilating the 7th fleet, but he never expected the commander to appear in person. Here to inspect? This wasn't just going beyond the syllabus. It was ripping the exam paper apart. "Why are you here?" Su Ju stalled for time, frantically thinking of a plan. Human Emperor number 1? Still out in the Gobi Desert. Far water couldn't quench an immediate thirst. Me? Lei Xiaodian laughed. I was just passing by. I originally wanted to see how the Wang family got played by you. But instead, you gave me a surprise. He raised a hand clad in a black metal glove, locking onto Suju. The rat that destroyed my entire fleet. How could I let you run? His voice turned cold. Die. 5 fingers half curled. Crack, crack, crack. The space around Suju collapsed. Countless black fissures spreading rapidly, a terrifying aura flooding the air. Space law. Suju felt as if he had been frozen. He could barely even breathe. His intermediate chaos dragon body was as fragile as paper before such a law. The aftershock of the cracks cut bloody marks across his skin. This is the Saint Realm? Suju felt utterly powerless for the first time, realizing that below the Saint Realm, all were ants. This was the truth. All his efforts seemed like a joke before a Saint Realm powerhouse. Damn it, I need to improve my law power. Lei Xiaodian delivered the verdict. In your next life, choose a better reincarnation. His palm clenched hard. Boom! The space where Suju stood instantly collapsed, turning into a black singularity. Wanlong Fortress, Time Garden. In front of the huge demon mirror, there was dead silence. Ao Yuan's will avatar, the eye of the dragon, stared deathly at the collapsing space, the dragon shadow trembling. No. My son. He watched helplessly as his son, whom he had painstakingly cherished, was crushed into nothingness by a Saint Realm expert. That was a kid nourished with cosmic treasures, soaked in the spring of life, carefully held so he wouldn't fall and afraid to melt if he were kissed too long. And now he was gone. Boom! Ao Yuan's will avatar erupted with a terrifying aura capable of destroying starfields. Lei Xiaodian, Black Armored Army. I want the entire Blue Summer Federation buried with him. He was about to rush out of the Time Garden and descend in his true form. Slap. A silver dragon claw appeared out of thin air and pressed him down. Elizabeth said coldly, "What are you yelling about?" Her figure appeared beside Ao Yuan, golden dragon eyes fixed on the magic mirror, far calmer than Ao Yuan. Ao Yuan raged. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? Yuan turned around, his blood-red dragon eyes fixed deathly on Elizabeth. That's our son. He's dead, killed by some ant in the sacred realm. And you still want to stop me? Get out of the way. Ao Yuan completely lost control. The law of destruction erupted, and he almost broke free from Elizabeth. He's not dead, Elizabeth said coldly. Ao Yuan froze, unable to believe it. What did you say? I said he's not dead. Elizabeth pointed at the spatial magic mirror. Beside the space, a wisp of gray chi hovered quietly. At the last moment before the space collapsed, this chi protected Suju's soul origin, the power of creation and destruction. Ao Yuan also saw that wisp of chi and first burst into excited laughter. I knew this kid wouldn't die so easily. But the laughter soon stopped, because that chi was visibly darkening. The power of creation and destruction within Suju was depleted. He could lose his soul at any moment. No, I have to save him. Ao Yuan grew anxious. You can't go. Elizabeth blocked him. Why? Have you forgotten the promise we made back then? Suju's path of revenge must be walked by himself. This is his karma, and it is also his Tao. If you've Machine, the entire Blue Xia Federation will be alerted. Can he still avenge his grudge? Will he be willing to accept that? Ao Yuan was speechless. He knew Elizabeth was right. If he acted, he would only ruin Suju's path. But, then what do we do now? Just watch him die. Ao Yuan was desperate. I never said we wouldn't save him. Elizabeth said indifferently. We can't make a move, but that doesn't mean no one else can. She raised a dragon claw, and her divine sense crossed the star domains, transmitting to the other end of the Dragon Demon Star Domain. Dragon Demon Star Domain, Crown Prince Palace. In the great hall forged from dark gold divine metal, the eldest son of the Dragon Emperor, Ao Shang, sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a silver divine sense appeared before him. It was the Empress Mother. Elizabeth's voice sounded, Ao Shang, your son is here. Go to K7 mining planet in the Blue Xia star domain. Your cheap younger brother is in trouble. Ao Shang froze, immediately understanding that she was referring to Suju. Jealousy, unwillingness, and irritability surged up all at once. Ever since that brat appeared, all the attention from father and mother had been given to him. The dragon race crown Prince Ao Shang had been left out in the cold, and now that brat was in danger, his mother was even asking him to personally go save him. He was very displeased. But one sentence from Elizabeth, do this well, and I'll let you comprehend the Storm Dragon Codex for 3 days, immediately changed Ao Shang's expression. 3 days of Saint King inheritance, something he had dreamed of, let alone saving someone. What was this little bit of jealousy worth? He could even take the chance to show off his strength in front of that brat and regain some face. Go? I'll go right now. Ao Shang agreed readily. No sooner had Elizabeth finished speaking than a portal opened in space, instantly teleporting everyone to planet K-7. Ao Shang snorted coldly and transformed into dark gold dragon light, rushing into the passage. Such a profitable opportunity, no loss at all. On planet K-7, above the ruins of the first defense base, Lei Xiaotian stood suspended in the air, staring at the space collapsed into a singularity. He did not rush to act, only waiting for the hidden soul to reveal itself. That earlier strike hadn't finished the job. Some strange force had protected Su Ju's soul, making Lei Xiaotian even more interested in him. He flicked a finger, and law ripples spread outward, causing the space to tremble violently. Su Ju, caught in the cracks, was struck and nearly had his soul collapse. Most of the creation destruction power was shaken apart. He could not delay any longer, or he would truly lose his soul. Su Ju could only gamble everything, preparing to awaken the Dragon Emperor mark deep within his bloodline and call for his parents. But at that moment, with a sharp tearing sound, the space behind Lei Xiaotian was ripped open by an even stronger force, forming a giant crack 1,000 meters long. A sky-covering dark gold dragon claw reached out, its scales shimmering with divine metal brilliance, its laws ancient, and its pressure terrifying, several times stronger than Lei Xiaotian. In front of that dragon claw, Lei Xiaotian was not even as important as an ant, and he was completely stunned. The dragon race. And it was the peak of a primordial dragon saint. How could such a being appear here? Lei Xiaotian froze, his mind going blank. He couldn't figure out why this broken mining planet was suddenly producing so many monsters. First there was that monstrous infant, suspected to possess the bloodline of a human emperor, who single-handedly wiped out an entire fleet. And now another unfathomable primordial giant dragon had appeared. Had he gone out without checking the almanac? Just as Lei Xiaotian was dazed, the spatial rift was completely torn open by a dragon claw, and a massive dark gold dragon slowly emerged. Its dragon eyes, like molten lava, swept over Lei Xiaotian once with arrogance and contempt, as if looking at a fly. A saint realm? And the natives of the Lanxia Federation are worthy of that, the dragon said mockingly, its voice directly von IG into his soul. Lei Xiaotian nearly coughed up blood on the spot, his heart trembling violently. Too strong. One sentence from the other party nearly broke his mental defenses. This was definitely not an ordinary saint, and could even be a great saint. Forcing himself to endure, he asked, "Who are you?" His attitude was now so low it had sunk to the dust, no trace of his earlier arrogance remaining. But the giant dragon couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Its gaze fell on a spot in the void, noticing that wisp of gray air current wrapping around Su Ju's soul. As expected, a waste who only knows how to cause trouble. Long Ao Shang let out a cold snort, disdainful, but his movements were extremely fast. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and that wisp of gray air current along with the surrounding spatial fragments were all sucked into his belly. After doing all this, Ao Shang finally looked at Lei Xiaotian, who was still trembling, dragon eyes blazing with killing intent. "Human, who gave you the guts to touch my little brother?" Lei Xiaotian was stunned. Little brother? That baby he had crushed to pieces was this dragon's little brother? Humans and dragons were the same species? How could a strange infant with the bloodline of a human emperor be related to an ancient primeval dragon? Could it be that this dragon was raising humans as pets? But looking at this attitude, it was clearly protecting its own, not raising a pet. Dragon clans usually disliked one another, but when it came to protecting their own, each one was fiercer than the last. Lei Xiaotian knew there would be no easy resolution today. He took a deep breath, his aura surging, his domain erupting. A pitch-black domain spread for hundreds of li, laws plunged into chaos, and Saint Domain, lawless and unrestrained activated. He could partially strip away the opponent's control over laws. He shouted sharply, "This is the territory of the Lanxia Federation. You barge in without reason, and still want to." Lei Xiaotian, commander of the Federation Army Corps, wanted to use the Federation's name to pressure the other side, but Ao Shang only sneered in disdain. War? Just you natives who don't even understand laws. He couldn't even be bothered to fight seriously and casually ordered, "Break one arm and get lost, or die." Lei Xiaotian had cultivated for 1,000 years and held a revered position. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Roaring, he struck first. Divine ability, Black Prison descends. Countless dark chains shot out from the Saint Domain, trying to bind Ao Shang. But Ao Shang merely flicked a wing at random, sending out dark gold ripples. Lei Xiaotian's Saint Domain instantly collapsed, and before the chains could even reach him, they were all shattered. Lei Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked and desperate. What realm are you actually in? In one exchange, all his trump cards were effortlessly crushed. They were not on the same level at all. He wanted to flee, turning to tear-open space, but Ao Shang coldly stopped him with a single sentence. Did I say you could go? As soon as the words fell, a dark gold dragon claw appeared across the sky, its 5 fingers like divine swords. The immense pressure nearly caused even Lei Xiaoyan's Saint Realm body to collapse. He poured all his strength into his right arm, turning it into a demonic spear as he fought back with all his might, hoping to seize even a sliver of life. But Ao Shang merely said indifferently, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a clench of the dragon claw, Lei Xiaoyan's right arm was instantly crushed to pieces. His fingertips, palm, arm, and shoulder all exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Lei Xiaoyan let out a miserable scream. After the dark gold dragon claw crushed his right arm, it slapped his chest, shattering his Saint Realm protective chi in an instant. His entire body, like a meteor, smashed from the sky into the crust of K7 planet, smashing out a bottomless pit. The ground shook violently, and the world fell into silence. A long while later, Lei Xiaoyan, covered in blood and in utter disgrace, flew out of the pit. His right arm was gone at the shoulder, the wound suppressed by dark gold power and unable to heal. His chest was caved in, exposing white bone, his mask was shattered, and his face was twisted with pain. He did not dare look at Ao Shang, and instead turned into a streak of blood light and tore through space to flee, leaving only a vicious, venomous threat echoing through the heavens and earth. Dragon Clan, I, Lei Xiaoyan, will never rest until one of us is dead. Ao Shang didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his face full of disdain. If not for his mother only ordering him to rescue people and forbidding him to kill, that one claw just now would have completely annihilated Lei Xiaoyan. After dealing with the trouble, Ao Shang lowered his body to look at his dragon abdomen, opened his mouth and gently exhaled, and a gray current wrapped in dark gold light drifted out. It was precisely the origin of Su Ju's divine soul. Su Ju was dazed and groggy, thinking he had just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. Ao Shang's imposing voice rang out. Wake up, brat. Su Ju forced himself awake and looked at the enormous Dragon Clan member, feeling complicated. Though the process had been full of twists and turns, the other party had saved him and even called him brother. Su Ju weakly asked, Why did you save me? Ao Shang said arrogantly, Don't flatter yourself. I was merely obeying my mother's orders. If she hadn't used the Storm Dragon Tome to make the exchange, who would care about you? This human cub. Su Ju was speechless, thinking inwardly that the Dragon Clan really was Tsundere. Ao Shang studied the frail Su Ju and said with disdain, Your divine soul is too weak. You're embarrassing the Dragon Clan. Su Ju couldn't be bothered to argue. His divine soul could barely maintain its form, and he was extremely weak. After pondering for a moment, Ao Shang suddenly pulled off a dark gold primal dragon scale. His dragon body couldn't help but tremble, clearly having paid a huge price. It contained the origin and laws of Ao Shang at the peak of the Saint Realm. He tossed the dragon scale in front of Su Ju and still spoke arrogantly. This is a gift from your prince. Don't die. If you do, mother will blame me. After speaking, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and recover his losses. Su Ju was stunned. So generous? He immediately reported to the system. Ding. Top-grade heavenly treasure discovered. Primordial Dragon Clan Origin Dragon Scale, Saint Peak. Effect. Repairs the soul, strengthens the body, enhances Dragon Clan bloodline. Suggestion. Start gnawing from the edge for the best texture. Damn, what a good thing. Su Ju's face lit up with excitement, and he directly picked up the dragon scale and bit into it. Crack. A massive surge of energy instantly poured into his soul, and his spirit was renewed with life. So satisfying. Like a squirrel gnawing on a pine cone, he ate the dragon scale in big bites. Ding. Intermediate Data-Eyes Dragon Body Experience plus 5%. Ding. Soul Strength plus 10%. Ding. Comprehended Divine Ability. Dragon Scale Armor. Beginner. Ding. Soul Recovery Complete. Beginning to nourish the body. In just a few minutes, Su Ju's soul recovered, becoming several times stronger than before, and his body was also rapidly healing. In the distance, Ao Shang suddenly opened his eyes and realized that the dragon scale, which he had originally expected to last 10 days or half a month, was actually shrinking visibly. Su Ju's mouth was like a bottomless pit. His vital energy was draining out at a frantic pace, disappearing 100 times faster than he could absorb it. Ao Shang couldn't help but swear. Damn, what kind of monster is this? His teeth can even bite this thing? Ao Shang forced himself to maintain his aloof demeanor, coughed twice, and looked down at Su Ju from on high. What are you doing? He had already made up his mind that if Su Ju dared to say eating, he would immediately snatch it back. He couldn't let this freak keep ruining it. As a result, Suju looked up, his mouth stuffed full of chips, his eyes innocent. His voice was muffled, soft and childish. Deli Sias. Ao Shang's expression froze instantly. The dignity he had just managed to put on was gone, and all he felt was his blood pressure skyrocketing. He wanted to fly into a rage, wanted to beat someone up, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't hit him, and even if he scolded him, the other party wouldn't understand. This cheap younger brother was simply here to infuriate him on purpose. Ao Shang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his anger, and snatched back the dragon scale that now only had half a piece left. The scale was covered in tooth marks, and he was utterly broken. This can be eaten? This is meant for comprehension. He put away the remaining scale, glared fiercely at Suju, and coldly tossed out. Let's go. He didn't want to stay here any longer, nor did he want to see Suju, who was capable of driving him to an early grave. Just as he was about to tear open space and return to the magic dragon star domain, Suju suddenly called out, "Brother." His eyes were full of innocent curiosity. "Where are we going?" "Home." Ao Shang blurted out, "Home." Suju's eyes lit up. He put away Human Emperor Prototype 1, then asked again, "Then where are we going for the next trial? Will there be something tastier than this?" He even pointed at the dragon scale that had just been put away. Ao Shang nearly coughed up blood, glaring fixedly at Suju. This guy was still thinking about his origin dragon scale, and he thought it wasn't tasty enough. He couldn't be bothered to say more. Grabbing Suju, he tossed him into the spatial rift like a chick and left without looking back. In his heart, he resolved that once they returned, he would definitely ask the Empress to seal this boy's mouth shut. Magic Dragon Star Domain, Myriad Dragon Castle. In the Time Garden, Ao Yuan paced anxiously, his dragon tail carving out furrows one after another. The silver giant dragon Elizabeth closed her eyes to rest, seemingly unconcerned with the outside world. Suddenly, space split open. Ao Shang strode out, unable to suppress his anger. "I'm back." Ao Yuan's clone rushed over at once and asked urgently, "Where's Xiaoju? Is he injured? What about that scum Lei Xiaodian? Did you deal with him?" Ao Shang kept a cold face and tossed Suju, still held like a chick, in front of Ao Yuan. "See for yourself." Ao Yuan hurriedly caught Suju and examined him carefully. Only after looking did he realize. Ao Yuan widened his eyes in shock, discovering that Suju not only wasn't injured, but his aura had surged dramatically, directly advancing to the 5th level of the true essence realm. Ao Yuan burst into laughter, directly praising his son's heaven-defying talent and commending Ao Shang for rescuing him, promising a rich reward. But as soon as he turned his head, he noticed that a piece of Ao Shang's origin dragon scale was missing from his dragon abdomen. New scales were dim, and he was clearly badly weakened. Ao Yuan froze. Lowering his head, he smelled the scent of Ao Shang's origin dragon scale on Suju's mouth. The air instantly fell silent. Ao Yuan looked at his son with a complicated expression, trembling with anger. "You let him eat your origin dragon scale. You prodigal fool," he roared, shaking the whole place. "That was a dragon scale at the peak of the Saint Realm, not some cabbage. Do you know how precious it is? How much damage does pulling off one cost you?" Ao Shang stiffened his neck and snorted coldly. "I didn't give it to him. He snatched it. He would rather die than admit he had softened and given it to him." Ao Yuan got even angrier. "He's just a little brat. How could he snatch your things? Do you take me for a fool?" Just as the father and son were about to argue into the sky, Elizabeth interrupted coldly, sweeping the two of them with her gaze and exuding overwhelming pressure. She looked at Suju, checked him, and said flatly, "His foundation is solid, and he's digested the dragon scale pretty well." Her tone was calm, but Ao Shang could hear a trace of approval in it, which only made him more depressed. Elizabeth then warned coldly, "Your laws are too mixed. Something will go wrong sooner or later. A true expert should focus on one path only." Suju simply ignored him and, when no one was paying attention, quietly fished out a black metal core. The remnants of the Thunder God flagship's energy core, seized in battle, were placed before Suju. The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Empress, and the Dragon Crown Prince all watched as Suju hugged the huge metal lump and bit down on it without hesitation. Crack! Sparks flew everywhere. The scene fell into complete silence. The three dragon powerhouse figures just stared at Suju chewing on the core, as if it were chocolate. For a long while, Elizabeth sighed, feeling that her long-held elite education philosophy had been completely shattered by her son. She made up her mind. "Since you like growing up the savage way, I'll indulge you." Ao Yuan, Ao Shang. Send him to the barbaric desolate galaxy. The father and son both froze. The barbaric desolate galaxy was one of the most infamous and perilous places in the universe. Ferocious astral beasts, priceless crystal cores, and cosmic powerhouses fighting bloody battles there. At that moment, Suju, with half a piece of metal in his mouth, asked dazedly, "What is the barbaric, desolate galaxy? Are the big monsters inside tasty?" The three dragons all turned to stone. Blue Summer Cosmic Federation, capital planet Blue Star. In Blue Star's orbit stood a gigantic battle-axe-shaped military fortress, the headquarters of the Black Armor Army. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red light smashed through the landing pad. Lei Xiaodian appeared in a miserable state, covered in blood. The guards gasped in unison at the sight. His right arm had been severed at the shoulder, his chest had caved in, his face was twisted, and his metal mask was shattered. Where was the imposing figure that had once struck fear into the Federation? He looked utterly like a homeless stray dog. Who could have beaten a dignified Saint Realm powerhouse into such a state? "Get out of the way," Lei Xiaodian roared, shoving the soldiers aside. "Connect me to the Federation Supreme Council's emergency channel. I have critical military intelligence to report." There was only madness and fear in his eyes. 10 minutes later, the Federation Supreme Council emergency meeting room. Subspace white room. Only a dozen or so blurry figures sat around a round table, each one a top authority in the Federation. They were the big shots at the very top of power, controlling the lives and deaths of billions. Suddenly, a holographic projection lit up in the center of the room, and Lei Xiaoyan's distorted face appeared. "Marshal Lei, weren't you handling the rebellion in the K7 system? Why do you look so miserable?" an elderly voice asked in confusion. "Rebellion?" Lei Xiaodian sneered. "It's not a rebellion at all. It's a trap. A trap that'll drag us all into the abyss." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned oppressive. "Get to the point," said the head of the Li family with authority. Lei Xiaodian took a deep breath and described the terrifying experience he had encountered on K7 planet. Suju piloting a 300-meter-tall demon god mecha, effortlessly wiping out the 7th Fleet, and even after his true body descended, he was instantly suppressed. The Federation's regular army was annihilated by a single infant in just half an hour, causing everyone to draw in a sharp breath. "An infant? A mecha?" Head of the Chun family asked skeptically. Lei Xiaodian roared and swore that everything he said was true. "But the point is that infant's identity, a remnant of the Su family, the Su family infant who should have died 20 years ago, has awakened the legendary, primordial human emperor source blood." The conference room exploded. Human emperor bloodline? Impossible. Everyone said in disbelief. The human emperor had once been the supreme ruler of the universe in the mythic era. That bloodline had long since died out, and yet it had now awakened? As chaos erupted, a calm yet dignified voice suppressed the entire room. It was Blue Emperor, the Federation's highest ruler. "Lei Xiaodian, continue." Lei Xiaodian lowered his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he revealed an even more shocking piece of news. Just as I was about to capture that human emperor bloodline, an even more terrifying existence appeared. An ancient dragon clan member claiming to be his elder brother. Everyone lost their composure. Dragon clan? How could beings from the Forbidden Starfield appear in the Federation? The heads of the Li and Qin families were horrified. Back then, they had participated in the extermination of the Su family for the Source Crystal Mine, and now the Su family remnant had returned, awakened the human emperor bloodline, and behind him there was actually the Dragon Clan. The legendary ancient Dragon Clan had appeared. Even the two families combined weren't worth a single tooth gap from the other side. I saw it with my own eyes. Lei Xiaodian roared. A 10,000-meter dark gold giant dragon, at least at the peak of the Saint Realm, maybe even a great saint. It broke my saint domain with just one move and crippled my right arm with one claw. He said the one from the Su family was his younger brother. The conference room fell dead silent, everyone stunned into speechlessness. The primordial Dragon Clan, that terrifying race from ancient legend, had actually appeared in the world, and was even connected to the human emperor bloodline. This was no longer just revenge, but an event significant enough to shake the entire Federation. After a long while, Blue Emperor spoke calmly, asking only two things. "Did that dragon kill you?" "No." Lei Xiaodian answered truthfully. "Descendants of the Su family, are you sure he is a pure-blood human?" "Certain. His origin imprint is pure." "Good." The Blue Emperor seemed to smile. He rose to his feet, his shadow covering the entire hall, and his oppressive presence made the Saint Realm counselors tremble with fear. The order was issued. First, classify this as top secret. Anyone who leaks it will be wiped out to the 9th generation. Second, Lei Xiaodian, I am here. The 7th Fleet is gone, and your crime does not merit death. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Form a special operations unit and lead it personally. The mission is not revenge, nor an attack, but, at all costs, capture the human emperor bloodline known as Suju alive. The Blue Emperor's voice echoed with barely concealed fanaticism. The human emperor who has awakened his ancestral blood is the key to unlocking the ultimate secrets of humanity. Time Garden. The three dragons stared blankly at Suju, only to hear him ask vaguely, "What's the barbaric star system? Is the monster meat tasty?" Ao Yuan's dragon face froze. Ao Shang's pupils shook in shock, and Elizabeth was dumbfounded as well. Ao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the exquisitely cute little baby in his dragon claw, along with the gnawed-up wreckage of the heart of Thunder God, and was completely speechless. After living through endless ages, what hadn't he seen? But this was the first time he'd ever seen a baby who treated a 10th grade energy core like candy and whose first reaction upon hearing of a dangerous land was, "Can it be eaten? Tasty." Ao Yuan finally exploded, his voice thunderous. "You prodigal brat. The barbaric star system is the universe's meat grinder, the graveyard of the strong. The ferocious beasts there have mastered laws. Some can distort space-time, others can devour life. Let alone eating them. Even getting licked by one would peel off a layer of skin." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his dragon whiskers trembling wildly. He still hadn't expected that after his son survived a brush with death and became steady, he'd turn out to be a glutton. Is gluttony innate? Suju's ears were almost deafened by the shouting, but he didn't care. He just kept gnawing on the heart of Thunder God, with his big eyes blinking, crunching away. He tilted his head and asked in a babyish voice, "Are their cores tasty?" Ao Yuan nearly went into a rage from the frustration, feeling that if they kept talking, he might actually be angered to death. At that moment, Elizabeth spoke up. "What he said is correct." She looked at Suju coldly and said that beast cores were the highest grade energy crystals. For someone like Suju, who could eat anything, they were paradise, or perhaps hell. Suju's eyes lit up. Whether it was paradise or hell didn't matter. What mattered was that it was tasty and packed with energy. It was practically a buffet set up just for him. Seeing his eager expression, Elizabeth felt satisfied. She needed to push him to the brink in order to awaken the power of creation and destruction and the primordial human race bloodline within him. "Since you want to go," Elizabeth swung her claw, tearing open a spatial rift, within which churned a void storm carrying an aura of destruction. "Go. This is your 5th trial task. Survive on the desolate wilderness planet and devour the nuclei of 100 ferocious beasts with different laws. You can only rely on yourself. If you fail to complete it, then die there." Ao Yuan panicked and tried to stop Suju. "It's too dangerous. He's only at the 5th level of the true essence realm. Sending him alone to the desolate wilderness planet is no different from sending him to his death. At least give him something to save his life." Elizabeth glanced at him coldly. "Only trash needs life-saving items. If he can't even do this, he's not worthy of being my son." Though her words were cruel, she quietly let the silver liquid from her dragon horn fall, turning into a scale rune that sank into Suju's glabella. Ding. Unknown item detected. Hourglass of time, single use. Effect. In a life-threatening crisis, state can be reset to 3 seconds earlier. Suju froze, thinking to himself, "Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. She really is my own mother after all." Before he could even be moved for a few seconds, Ao Yuan was displeased. "Why can you give him something, and I can't?" After saying that, he drew out the tip of a broken sword covered in cracks, and its pressure exploded outward. Warning. Cosmic level dangerous item detected. Fragment of the silenced demonic sword, Saint King level. Effect. Contains the purest law of destruction, possessing terrifying power to destroy all things. Devouring recommendation. Do not devour. Do not devour. Absolutely do not devour. Host, listen to me. This isn't a snack. It'll even format your system panel into nothingness. Yet Suju couldn't help drooling. A Saint King level chew toy? Ao Yuan didn't care at all and shoved that sword tip directly into Suju's arms, saying in a booming voice, "Son, take it. This piece was knocked off when your dad fought a demon lord. It doesn't taste good, but it's hard enough. Use it to grind your teeth when you're hungry, and if anyone pisses you off, stab them back with it." Ao Yuan looked proud, as if he had given the world's best toy. Ao Shang, standing nearby, watched with a violently twitching mouth, feeling that letting the brat eat dragon scales was simply too frugal. How was this a toy? This was clearly a nuclear warhead. Holding the heavy sword tip and feeling the aura of destruction, Suju smiled like a flower. These two bargain bin parents really would step up if something happened. "Get lost already," Elizabeth said impatiently, waving a dragon claw. A force that could not be resisted hurled Suju, along with his snack and chew toy, directly into the spatial rift leading to the desolate wilderness star system. The world spun, and time and space fell into chaos. When Suju woke up, he found himself in a small escape pod, drifting in the chaotic yet magnificent starry sky. In the distance, a red giant exploded, its halo blazing in all directions. Nearby, a colossal beast tore through an interstellar warship. Even farther away, fleets from different civilizations exchanged fierce bombardments, with laws and firepower intertwining, turning the starry sky into a hellscape. Here, it's all about the law of the jungle. Ding. Welcome to the barbaric star system. Coordinates: the outer reaches of the barbaric star system, the ring of the abandoned. Environment: extremely dangerous. Novices and experts in the same field, opportunity and risk coexist. Tip: don't trust anyone. They might call you brother 1 second and turn around to steal your energy blocks and stab you in the back the next. Suju looked at the panel and the hellish scene outside the window. He wasn't scared. Instead, he was excited. He licked his lips, his gaze passing over the wreckage to lock onto a giant planet shrouded in green clouds. His ultimate buffet, barbaric star. The escape pod shot into the atmosphere like a meteor and plunged into the green planet. The moment it pierced through the clouds, a primitive aura mixed with the scent of grass and the stench of blood and decay hit him head-on. Boom! The escape pod slammed into the primeval jungle, collapsing dozens of towering ancient trees and smashing out a huge crater. The hatch opened, and Suju walked out slowly, wearing animal onesie pajamas and hugging a fragment of the Desolation Demon's sword that was bigger than he was. He took a deep breath. Ding! Detected high concentration energy. The spiritual energy concentration here is 37 times the Bluexia Federation standard. Warning: the air contains multiple highly toxic spores and intense radiation. Long-term exposure is not recommended for ordinary life forms. Suju curled his lip. Poison and radiation were completely meaningless to a freak with his dual physiques. He looked around, and all he saw were colossal plants towering into the sky. Mushrooms dozens of meters tall glowed with colorful light. 100-meter-tall, man-eating flowers opened their mouths menacingly, and vines dragged unlucky creatures away like giant pythons. The entire jungle was fraught with danger, but Suju felt that the whole forest was filled with tempting aromas. He could sense that every life here possessed law power. Ding! Low-level wilderness beast detected. Glowing toxic mushroom, marrow cleansing realm, law affinity, poison, 0.5%. Poor taste, mixed energy, not recommended to eat. Ding! Low-level wilderness beast detected. Strangling vine, astral chi realm, law affinity, wood, 1.2%. Tastes like rubber, but its life energy is pure. The system notifications kept ringing, and Suju was practically drooling. But he wasn't in a hurry. His mission was to devour the crystal cores of 100 wilderness beasts with different laws. These low-tier scraps were just appetizers, not worth much. He needed to find the real heavyweights, the kind that would make his law affinity soar with just one bite. He padded around the jungle on his short little legs, creating a stark contrast with the dangerous atmosphere all around him, like a lost infant who could be prey at any moment. Suddenly, a burst of screaming rang out. More than a dozen short, ugly green goblins rushed out and surrounded Suju. They were less than 1 meter tall, with green skin, pointed ears, and fangs, holding stone spears and bone knives. Ugly and disgusting. Ding! Group-wise intelligent life form detected. Jungle goblin. Varies from body tempering realm to bone refining realm. Law affinity, none. Threat level, negligible. System evaluation, trash mobs. Recommended to smack them to death and not waste time. Suju stopped and looked at the goblins, feeling nothing but disgust. They were too weak, and he had no interest in making a move, not even bothering to use the Saint King level teeth-grinding stick in his hands. He remembered that goblins like these loved to defile females and spared no species at all. The goblin boss saw Suju's delicate, fair appearance and began drooling at once. Thinking he was a heavenly delicacy fallen from the sky, he let out a howl and charged first, with the other goblins swarming in behind him. Suju didn't move at all, only cast the boss a faint glance. With that one glance, an overwhelming pressure descended instantly. The goblin boss's body stiffened, terror filling his eyes. It was as if he had been locked onto by an ancient deity. His soul trembled, and though he wanted to flee, he couldn't move. With a thud, the boss actually dropped straight to his knees, trembling all over. The bone knife fell to the ground as he began frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, completely stunned into submission. The goblins were all baffled, unable to understand why their boss was kneeling to food. Suju couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention at all. He thought these beings without the power of laws were an eyesore, and only coldly spat out one word: noisy. The next second, he used Decay Halo Beginner. Gray ripples spread out, and more than a dozen goblins, along with their weapons and the nearby grass and trees, instantly lost all life and turned to ashes. It happened without a sound or trace. No blood, no movement. Suju withdrew his gaze, hugged the fragment of the Annihilation Demon's sword, and continued walking his little short legs deeper into the jungle. He didn't notice that several figures on the treetops 100 meters away had witnessed everything. The cat-eared girl put down her binoculars in shock. Damn, a baby one-shotting more than 10 goblins? The werewolf youth calmly added, not a one-shot kill, it was the power of laws. This baby forcibly stripped a patch of the area's life law. His control is terrifying. The 3-meter-tall, bull-headed man behind them stared at Suju, his eyes filled with greed and fanaticism. No matter what his background is, a human baby with the power of laws, his flesh and core, are both supreme tonic. The cat-eared girl was thrilled. If we sell this kind of innate Tao body to a black market alchemist, we'll make a fortune. But the werewolf youth remained cautious. Don't act rashly. This baby is extraordinary. He released laws without the slightest trace of energy fluctuation. His control is extremely strong. A hasty move could get us killed very badly. The bull-headed man didn't think much of it. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a baby. The three of us can crush him however we want. The cat-eared girl urged them to act, suggesting they follow first and figure out his background. If he was really just a rookie, then they'd make a move. Otherwise, they'd decide later. The bull-headed man immediately agreed, and after a moment's hesitation, the werewolf youth nodded as well. After the three reached an agreement, they quietly followed after him, though the werewolf youth still reminded them. Be careful, this baby is dangerous. Their figures moved, hanging behind Suju like ghosts as they quietly went deeper into the jungle. They had no idea what exactly was waiting for them. They also never imagined that the prey they thought they had found had in fact already set its sights on them, treating them as snacks. In the jungle, Suju curled up the corner of his mouth. 3 little fish in the transformation realm. Perfect, I'm hungry. He pretended not to notice, with the 3 tails following him, and strolled along at an unhurried pace. His divine sense covered dozens of miles, so the 3 guys' hiding spots were completely exposed under his perception. But Suju didn't rush to make a move. He was too weak. 1 level 5, 1 level 6, and 1 peak level 1. None of them were worth a second look. Just like that, Suju led the way in front, while the cat-eared girl and the other 2 followed from far behind, creating a bizarre atmosphere. Along the way, Suju encountered all kinds of desolate beasts, acid-spitting beetles, vine-controlling man-eating flowers, and herds of iron-backed horse monkeys. But these monsters, which were deadly to adventurers, were stripped of their life the instant they got within 100 meters of Suju, then turned to ashes in the wind under the decay aura. Suju was like a zone of death, where all things withered wherever he went. This scene frightened the 3 of them so much that they were trembling. What kind of monster is this guy? The cat-eared girl's voice shook. He didn't even make a move, and the desolate beasts just died on their own. It's a domain. The wolf youth, Heifeng, wore a grave expression. A domain that can strip away life. At this level, only powerful experts who have deeply comprehended the laws can do it. This kid is not someone we can afford to provoke. Heifeng's heart was pounding. His instincts told him that if they kept following, they would definitely die. Scared of what? The bull-headed man didn't care at all. Instead, his greed only grew stronger. Being able to use a domain means his Tao body is even more precious. As long as we capture him and offer him to the Beast King, we'll turn our fortunes around. Hearing the words, Beast King, the cat-eared girl's eyes also turned resolute. That's right. Wealth and glory come with risk. Heifeng, if you're afraid, then leave on your own. We'll split the credit. Heifeng had no choice but to secretly tighten his grip on his blade and stay on guard. The 3 each harbored their own schemes. At that moment, Suju suddenly stopped and looked toward the open ground ahead. On the open ground, not a blade of grass could be found within 100 meters. Ravines crisscrossed the area, with marks like they had been hacked by blades and axes. Killing intent filled the air. Suju narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing powerful spatial law fluctuations at the center. Ding! Warning! 300 meters ahead, a high-tiered desolate beast has been detected. Void Mantis. Domain Transformation Realm, 9th layer. Law Affinity. Space, 33%. Status, Feeding Dot. Devouring Recommendation, Top Grade. Host, don't hesitate. This is the perfect ingredient for upgrading Dimensional Warehouse to Dimensional World. Even the system was excited out of its mind. After hearing that, Suju's eyes lit up instantly. Spatial Law, 33% Affinity, Top Grade among Top Grade. If he devoured this, his strength would absolutely soar. He licked his lips and rushed straight toward the barren ground on his short legs. He stopped. He's heading for Razor's territory. The 3 of them in the tree were completely stunned. Razor was the Void Mantis's nickname. It could shred anything that intruded. A powerful expert once challenged it, but died, turned to minced flesh without even seeing its shadow. Since then, this place had become a forbidden zone. Has he gone crazy? That's a forbidden area. The cat-eared girl's face went pale. This infant, Suju, was actually walking in so brazenly. Stop him quickly, the werewolf Hei Feng said anxiously. He wasn't really worried about Suju. He was afraid that if this guy died, they'd end up wasting their effort for nothing. But the bull-headed man stopped him. Wait, let him go. Maybe he can help us probe Razor's strength. If both sides suffer heavy losses, wouldn't we be able to reap the benefits? Hei Feng was speechless, but felt that it made sense too. So he hesitated and didn't move. While they were still tangled in indecision, Suju had already reached the very center of the open ground. Hiss! A shrill cry rang out in the air, and space rippled like water. A huge silver-white void mantis emerged, Razor, semi-transparent, as if it could vanish at any moment. Its cold compound eyes were fixed tightly on Suju, full of mockery. The mantis swung its forelimb and slashed casually. It looked slow, but in reality it was instantaneous. It looked light, but it could sever mountains. The three on the tree all closed their eyes, waiting for the bloody scene. But the brutal outcome they had expected never came. They only heard a crisp clang, like metal colliding. The three of them suddenly opened their eyes, only to see Suju's plump little hand casually pinching the void mantis's space-slicing forelimb. It wasn't merely a grab. It was clamped down so tightly that no matter how hard the other side struggled, it couldn't break free. Not even the power of space could escape its restraint. The void mantis froze, completely unable to understand why this seemingly weak creature could catch its attack barehanded. Suju smiled, staring at this top-grade ingredient, and showed a naive grin. Your claws are mine. With all his strength, he twisted. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the forest. The mantis screamed in agony, and the cat-eared girl and the other two were stunned. Those pair of indestructible sickle arms were forcibly broken off by this infant. Then, Suju directly started gnawing on the severed limb like it was a sugarcane stalk. Crunch, crunch, so crisp. The entire scene turned to stone, dead silent. The wild beasts in the forest were so frightened that they all lay flat, trembling. On the treetop, the cat-eared girl's binoculars fell and shattered on the ground. The bull-headed man's eyes went blank. Cold sweat poured from the wolfman's body. They hadn't seen wrong. A baby had broken the mantis's arm with bare hands and eaten it on the spot. Was this really not an illusion? In the clearing, the void mantis let out a miserable screech, completely gone mad. It could not understand how, as the overlord of the forest, it had actually had its strongest weapon broken by a baby. The remaining sickle arm burst into silver light, and spatial blades turned into a violent storm crashing towards Suju, enough to slice apart a destroyer. But Suju only frowned. So noisy. While gnawing on the sugarcane, he raised his hand and gently clenched it. Gray currents spread, power of creation and destruction. The space blade instantly vanished into nothingness, and the entire space was suppressed. The mantis was stunned. Its laws had failed. It was utterly terrified. It tried to merge into space and flee, only to find the surroundings as if they had been welded shut. It couldn't move even a single step. Suju said lightly, trying to run? The taste of sugarcane in his mouth was still lingering. Suju licked his lips, still wanting more. Ding! Successfully devoured the forelimb of the void mantis. Space Law Affinity plus 3%. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body Experience plus 5%. A surge of energy flowed through his body, making him squint in comfort. It was far more delicious than anything he had eaten before. He raised his head and looked at the still trembling void mantis, his eyes as if he were looking at a plate of delicacies. Don't rush. You're next. After speaking, his figure flashed and appeared above the mantis. He raised his hand and pressed it onto the mantis's smooth head. Boom! With a burst of tremendous force, the void mantis was slammed as if struck by a meteor, crashing straight from the air into the ground. The earth cracked open, dust billowed up, and an enormous pit appeared on the ground. The arrogant void mantis lay at the bottom of the pit, its head firmly pinned down by Suju's single hand, unable to move. It could only let out faint whimpers, and no matter how it struggled, it was useless. Up in the tree, the minotaur swallowed with difficulty, his face filled with nothing but fear. He was glad he hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, the one being pinned to the ground would have been him. The cat-eared girl was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, not even daring to breathe, her entire worldview collapsing. The werewolf, Black Wind, froze for a second, then immediately turned and ran. He had to escape this monster. He had barely run 10 meters when a cold, youthful voice rang in his ear. Trying to leave? Black Wind instantly stiffened, realizing he could not move. Looking back, he saw that the cat-eared girl and the Minotaur were just like him, their bodies locked by 3 strands of decay power, completely unable to control themselves. In the deep pit, Suju didn't even turn his head. "Did I let you leave?" The 3 of them jumped down from the tree like puppets, kneeling at the edge of the pit, trembling all over, not daring to lift their heads. "Spare us, Senior." The Minotaur was the first to beg for mercy. "We failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Please let us go." The cat-eared girl followed suit, crying and banging her head against the ground. Only Black Wind was still on his knees, tightly gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. Suju paid them no mind. He merely lowered his head and looked again at the void mantis, which was still struggling. Suddenly, he felt that simply eating it would be letting it off too easily. After all, it was the one that had let him taste such delicious sugar cane. It needed some reward. Suju smiled at the void mantis and said, "Come on, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and call me father." The mantis was stunned. It didn't understand what "call me father" meant. It only felt humiliated and let out an angry screech, struggling even harder. Suju raised an eyebrow. "Still not fu? Then I'll get rough." A flash of golden light burst from his small hand, and pure, domineering power surged straight into the mantis's head. Crack, crack. Its superalloy-like carapace shattered, green fluid splattering everywhere. The mantis was in excruciating pain, its head on the verge of exploding. At last, the mantis became afraid and lowered its head in humiliation, unable to help but let out a weak, "F father," hiss. The 3 adventurers by the pit were completely dumbfounded. A mighty wilderness beast, forced by a baby to call him father? This wasn't absurd, it was legendary, wasn't it? The bull-headed man and the cat-eared girl froze in the middle of their kowtowing, while the werewolf Black Wind's expression stiffened. His mind was in turmoil, and his worldview shattered into pieces. Suju nodded, extremely satisfied. He loosened his grip and patted the mantis like he was petting a little dog. The mantis, greatly relieved, collapsed at the bottom of the pit, its eyes full of reverence, daring no longer to resist. Suju couldn't be bothered with this pet. Turning around, he trotted out of the pit on his short little legs and came to stand before the 3 adventurers. He looked up, his clear eyes shining as he asked, "You want to try too?" The 3 of them nearly peed themselves from fear. "Try what? Get beaten up and then call him father?" "No, we don't want to." The bull-headed man reacted the fastest, dropping to his knees and bowing frantically as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Father!" His voice boomed like thunder, with no trace of dignity left. The other 2 were stunned. A 3-meter-tall, bull-headed giant kneeling before a half-meter-tall baby and calling him father. The scene was just insane. Suju was also startled for a moment. He had only meant to scare them, but he hadn't expected the other party to cooperate so readily. He even gave the Minotaur an approving look before turning to the cat-eared girl. The girl's face was pale, her lips trembling. Being forced to call a baby dad was more unbearable to her than death. She glanced at the void mantis in the giant pit, then secretly peeked at Suju's kind smile. Biting her lip, she shut her eyes and, in humiliation, called out, "Dad." Another one dealt with. In the end, Suju turned his gaze to the werewolf, Hei Feng, who had remained silent all this time. Hei Feng knelt upright. Though his face was pale, his eyes were unyielding. Suju was a little surprised. "You're not going to call?" Hei Feng looked straight at Suju. "I, Hei Feng, kneel only to heaven, earth, and my parents. You may kill me, but I will never beg for mercy or yield." His words were full of backbone, making the Minotaur and the cat-eared girl lower their heads in shame. Suju smiled. "Stubborn. I like that." He raised a hand and touched the center of Hei Feng's brow. The next moment, Hei Feng's body trembled violently, and that cold, deathly power surged into his soul. Divine ability, soul harvest, reading target memories. Success. In Suju's mind, a map of the primordial wilderness star emerged, along with the distribution of ferocious beasts, the factions of adventurers, and the legend of the myriad beast king. All of it was taken in. A few seconds later, Suju withdrew his finger. Hei Feng's eyes went hollow as he collapsed to the ground. He was dead, his soul utterly destroyed. You killed him?" The Minotaur and the cat-eared girl stared at Hei Feng's corpse, then at Suju, trembling in fear. Why did they get to survive by begging, while the one with backbone died? Annoying. Suju said indifferently. He didn't need subordinates with backbone. He only needed obedient dogs. More importantly, from Hei Feng's memories, he discovered that this werewolf had robbed pills and killed his companions. He was a treacherous backstabber. Keeping him around would be useless. Suju was too lazy to explain and turned toward the deep pit. The buffet hadn't even started yet. As his back receded, the bull-headed man and the cat-eared girl collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. as if they had just escaped the gates of hell. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with a complicated mix of relief, sorrow, and deep fear. They knew that from this day on, their lives belonged to this demon infant, and they had become slaves. In the deep pit, Suju came before the void mantis. The giant mantis lay on the ground, not daring to move. The game is over. Suju pressed down on its head. Thanks for the hospitality. The next second, datafied dragon body. Data loss. Fully activated. Buzz. A stream of blue data instantly enveloped the void mantis. The void mantis hissed in confusion, then quickly and horrifiedly realized that it was being broken down into an information stream and absorbed by Suju. Beginning analysis of void mantis absorbing the origin of space law. Affinity with space law steadily increasing. Reached 18%. Divine ability dimensional warehouse evolved into dimensional world beginner. Able to open an independent mini-world with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers within the body. Physical body strengthened. Intermediate chaos dragon body experience plus 35%. The system notifications kept flooding the screen, and Suju only felt his whole body grow comfortable. The rate of improvement was so fast that he almost wanted to shout. A few minutes later, the data stream disappeared, and the void mantis was utterly reduced to ashes, leaving only a silver crystal core behind. Suju picked up the crystal core and swallowed it directly. Successfully devoured the void mantis crystal core. Space law affinity plus 5%. Comprehended divine ability, space folding, beginner. Can perform short-range teleportation or warp attacks. His power surged, and Suju let out a satisfied burp, feeling extremely pleased. At this moment, the decay power on the bull-headed man and the cat-eared girl vanished, restoring their freedom. The two exchanged a glance and had originally wanted to run, but thinking of Suju's terror, they instantly abandoned the idea and scrambled on all fours to kneel before him. Master, we are willing to serve you. Master, please take us to find stronger, desolate beasts. Suju looked at them and nodded. I just happen to be short on guides. For now, you'll follow my orders. Don't play any tricks. If you find something tasty, you'll be rewarded. But that icy tone already made the two feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. The two of them immediately dropped to their knees and swore. Suju nodded and opened the panel to check his gains. Name, Suju race, human race, intermediate datafied dragon body, primordial human ancestral bloodline, initial awakening 2%, realm, true essence realm 5th layer, 98%, cultivation technique, mind scripture, beginner 0.3%, of divine powers, dimensional world, initial, soul harvest, decay halo, wind thunder battle armor, dragon scale armor, incomplete, space folding, initial, law affinity, decay 22.5%, space 23%, wind thunder 15%, life 12%, destruction 12%, data 15%, gravity 0.001%, thunder 0.1%. Special mark, the human emperor's call, not activated. Energy points, 1, 885, 350, 000, overall evaluation, 2 immature. Suju, immature? System, that's rude. He noticed the new divine powered dimensional world. With a thought, the scene before him changed, and he arrived in a pure white space with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. It was empty, with only the interstellar fleet and human emperor number 1. TSK, an unfinished shell. It was big, but empty, such a waste. He tried to make mountains and rivers appear in the world, but there was no response, so he could only leave. It seemed he would have to move things in himself, which would be quite an undertaking. He set it aside for now. The urgent task was still to complete his mother's mission. Devour the crystal cores of 100 different ferocious beasts bearing different laws. He had only completed the second one so far. The road ahead was still long. He looked at the bull-headed man and cat-eared girl still kneeling and trembling on the ground, and said impatiently, "Enough, stop shaking. Shake anymore, and I'll break your legs." His voice was soft and childlike, yet it was terrifying. The two of them immediately froze and didn't dare move again. Suju walked up and tapped their foreheads with his fingertip. "If you don't want to die, open your minds. No resistance allowed." How could they dare resist? They could only allow the data stream to flow into their soul seas, as a gray seed was planted into the source of their souls. Ding. Corruption seeds have been planted in Yo Tua and Mao Xiaoming. Corruption seed can be detonated at any time to cause the target's soul to scatter, and can also monitor their thoughts and actions at any time. Only after doing all this was Suju satisfied. He did not believe in loyalty. He only believed in absolute control. The two dogs he was raising now could die whenever he wanted them to. All right, Tell me everything you know about this planet, especially where the good food is. Suju said flatly. Neo Tuo, the bull-headed man, and Mao Xiaoming, the cat-eared girl, exchanged glances, each seeing relief and confusion in the other's eyes. Good food? Is this guy's mind full of nothing but eating? They did not dare be negligent and told him everything they knew. This planet was called Barbaric Wilderness Star, the outermost planet of the Ring of the Abandoned, full of both danger and opportunity. The planet was divided into 5 regions, and they were currently in the Emerald Jungle, the lowest risk area, where the ferocious beasts were relatively weak. Deeper inside were the Bone Desert, Thunderous Marsh, and Magma Mountain Range, where even stronger ferocious beasts lived. The core area was called Myriad Beasts Divine Mountain, where legend said the Myriad Beasts King slumbered, a being of terrifying strength far beyond the Saint Realm. However, they had never seen any of these legends themselves. The 2 of them were the lowest-ranking adventurers and didn't even dare enter the main jungle, let alone the core area. When Suju heard Myriad Beasts Divine Mountain, his eyes lit up. It sounded like a top-tier buffet restaurant. But now was not the time. He looked at his own realm, 5th layer of the True Essence realm. He could beat those at the Domain Transformation realm, and could even exchange blows with those at the Divine Ability realm. But if he ran into the stronger Dharma Form realm or King realm, he'd still be helpless. Last time, he relied on mechas to wipe out the Wong family ancestor. Now that the mecha couldn't be used, he might as well level up honestly and start by farming mobs in the jungle. What powerful wild beasts are there around here? Suju asked. Nyotawa thought for a moment and said softly, 300 kilometers to the east is the territory of the 3-headed demon ape, at the 8th level of the Domain Transformation realm. It has mastered 3 laws and is very troublesome. Another 500 kilometers north, there's a salt lake where the deep-sea Naga live. They're at the 1st level of the Divine Ability realm, and they control water and use song to confuse others. There are a few others too. He listed all the powerful wild beasts he knew. Suju listened happily and nodded. Not bad. They all sounded quite appetizing. All right, let's go take a look at the 3-headed demon ape first. You 2 lead the way. Yes, master. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming quickly agreed. Niu Tuo stood up, hesitated for a moment, then still crouched down and lifted Suju onto his shoulder. Master, sit steady. Suju curled his lip. As the illustrious adopted son of a Saint King, he was actually riding on an ox cart. What a dragon stranded in shallow waters, bullied by an ox. But it was still better than walking. He rode on Niu Tuo's shoulder, still gnawing on the unfinished mantis crystal core in his hand, making crisp crunching sounds. Mao Xiaoming, walking beside him, was creeped out just hearing it. The 3 of them headed into the depths of the jungle like that. The scene was indescribably bizarre. A baby wearing an animal onesie riding on the shoulders of a 3-meter-tall minotaur, with a cat-eared girl following beside him. Anyone who didn't know better would think some foolish landlord's son had come out for fun. After walking dozens of kilometers on what was supposed to be a spring outing, Niu Tuo suddenly stopped, sniffed the air with his nose, and said grimly, Master, there are traces of a big guy ahead. Suju jumped down from Niu Tuo and saw a huge footprint half a meter deep in the mud ahead, like an enlarged lizard claw, full of wild ferocity. Mao Xiaoming examined the footprint, her face turning pale. Master, this is a footprint of the mountain-lifting earth dragon. It was just left not long ago. Suju looked puzzled. Mountain-lifting earth dragon. Niu Tuo explained fearfully. The mountain-lifting earth dragon is one of the top predators of the Emerald Jungle. It's at the peak of the Domain Transformation realm, with invincible defense. Its scales are so hard that even a Divine Ability realm expert can't break them. It also masters 2 laws, earth and gravity. Suju's eyes lit up, and he grew excited. He had only experienced the gravity law in Prometheus's artificial black hole, and he never expected a wild beast here to be naturally born with it. Niu Tuo, terrified, hurried to stop him. Master, you absolutely must not underestimate the mountain-lifting earth dragon. Once the 10,000 gene domain is activated, everything within 1,000 meters gets crushed into powder. Should we take a detour instead? Cat Xiaoming was also so frightened that her face turned pale, too terrified to even recall the horror of the mountain-moving earth dragon's hunt. But Suju just smiled and shook his head. A meal delivered to my doorstep. Why take the long way around? You 2 wait here for me. I'll be back in a moment. He directly followed the footprints, not giving them any chance to stop him. Niu Tuo stomped his feet in anxiety, but didn't dare follow. Cat Xiaoming was so scared that she nearly collapsed to the ground. The 2 looked at each other, both faces full of despair and fear. Suju followed the footprints deeper inside. The farther he went, the stronger the gravity became. The air was like thick syrup, and every step became especially difficult. If it were an ordinary martial artist, they wouldn't be able to hold on at all. Pang had already been unable to move, but Suju didn't feel the slightest pressure. His intermediate Chaos Dragon body was harder than a Saint King magical treasure, so this bit of gravity was no different from an itch to him. He even hummed a little tune while looking around. There's quite a lot of we're here. The mountainside was covered in glowing mineral stones. System prompt: Crimson Flame Crystal, 6th grade Fire Element Material. Profound Ice Iron, 6th grade Ice Element Material. Thick Earth Stone, 5th grade Material. Suju glanced at them. Trash. The energy was too mixed and impure for him. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Right now, he only wanted meat, and preferably meat containing the power of laws. After walking forward for another 10-odd minutes, a cave that looked like the mouth of an abyss appeared. The surrounding mountain had all caved inward, and a thick, heavy aura wafted from within. Suju knew he had arrived, the mountain-moving earth dragon's lair. He walked straight in. The moment he entered, crushing pressure crazily surged from all directions, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. System warning: a high-intensity gravitational field detected. Current gravity is 17 times standard. Interesting. He loosened his joints, and his bones crackled. This pressure was just right for a warm-up. The cave space was enormous, piled with ore and many beast remains. At the deepest part, a mountain-moving earth dragon over 100 meters long lay crouched there, its scales like rock. Every breath it took warped the space, and waves of gravity radiated outward. Suju licked his lips, excited. This big fellow looked delicious just by appearance. How should he wake it up? He saw a pile of red or nearby. He picked up a piece of crimson flame crystal and smashed it fiercely at the mountain-moving earth dragon's head. Boom! I hit it. The next second, an enraged roar erupted from the cave, shaking the entire mountain range as shattered rocks rained down. The mountain-relocating earth dragon opened its scarlet eyes and saw that baby wearing pajamas, still smiling. It was furious. Its sleep had been disturbed, and its dignity had been challenged. It opened its huge maw, and the power of its domain erupted. 10,000 June domain, activate. Even more terrifying gravity descended, and the cave walls instantly split into a spiderweb of cracks. Outside the cave, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming were anxiously waiting when they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure surge from within the cave, instantly pinning them to the ground. Niu Tuo coughed up blood. His bones felt like they were about to shatter, and Mao Xiaoming fainted on the spot. Inside the cave, Suju stood at the center of the gravity, feeling pressure that seemed ready to crush the world itself. Warning: gravity domain detected, current gravity, 893 times. Bone density increasing, muscles tearing. The system alarm blared wildly. Seeing that Suju was about to give out, the mountain-relocating earth dragon thought he would be crushed into meat paste in the next second. But Suju wasn't crushed at all. Instead, he grinned and slowly clenched his fist. Not bad. Finally, it's starting to feel like something. Warm-up's over. Now it's my turn. The mountain-relocating earth dragon froze. It couldn't understand why Suju was fine, let alone still smiling. This completely enraged it. Roar! The earth dragon roared, unleashing its domain at full power. Gravity surged to 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 5,000 times. Space warped, and time seemed to slow. Suju's bones creaked as golden blood seeped from his skin. The primordial human race source blood was automatically defending him. A little painful, Suju gritted his teeth, knowing he had underestimated this monster. But that was as far as it went. Trying to play the domain game with me? You've got the wrong idea. I'll show you what a real world looks like. With a thought. Divine ability. Dimensional world. Activate. A powerful law radiated from within him, sweeping out like ripples and instantly breaking the earth dragon's gravity suppression. Just as Niu Tuo was about to die, he suddenly felt his body lighten. The pressure that had nearly crushed him into meat paste vanished. He looked up blankly toward the mouth of the black hole, utterly confused. Inside the cave, the mountain-moving earth dragon was also stunned. Its 10,000 gene domain had failed, and it couldn't believe it. The power of law simply vanished, like a fish out of water or a bird with broken wings. Fear and weakness flooded its heart. But this was only the beginning. Transparent ripples spread outward, not only eliminating gravity, but also enveloping the earth dragon's massive body. Forced transfer target, peak domain creation realm, successful rate, 89%, transfer successful. The next second, the earth dragon found itself no longer in the cave, but in an endless pure white space where nothing existed except deathly silence and void. Welcome to my world. Suju's childish voice echoed from all directions. The earth dragon saw infant Suju floating in the air, looking at it with cold eyes. The earth dragon roared furiously, trying to unleash dragon breath, but discovered that the energy within its body would not move at all. It had been completely sealed. In my world, I am the rules, Suju said lightly. The Earth Dragon sensed a power both familiar and strange, anti-gravity. Its massive body floated up, completely out of control. It flailed around in the air like a fool. Fun, Suju asked with a smile, then snapped his fingers. Anti-gravity vanished, replaced by terrifying supergravity. Bang! The Earth Dragon smashed heavily onto the white ground, bones cracking one after another, its hard scales shattering piece by piece, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and its internal organs completely destroyed. It was an unbearable pain. But the most terrifying thing was not the pain, it was fear. It finally understood that what stood before it was not some domain creation or divine ability realm cultivator, but a true god capable of creating worlds. Looking at the Earth Dragon twitching on the ground, Suju curled his lips. How boring. The big lizard was thrown out of the dimensional world by Suju and smashed onto the cave floor, unable to move, left only with desperate and terrified wails. Suju toddled over on his short legs, looked down at it, and sneered, "Game over. Now call me daddy." The Earth Dragon was in despair and about to speak in humiliation when a cold shout suddenly rang out from outside the cave. "Who dares touch my Tianxi sex prey? Looking for death." Immediately after, several figures appeared, all in black robes with snakes embroidered on their chests. The leader, Snake 3, had an imposing aura and was already at the peak of the 9th level of the domain creation realm. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was about to die and that only an infant in animal pajamas stood on the ground, Snake 3 first froze, then instantly revealed greed. The crystal core of the mountain-moving Earth Dragon was crucial to him, and he had hopes of breaking through to the divine ability realm. He then saw the bull-headed man and the cat-eared girl collapsed outside the cave, recognized the two trash adventurers, and imagined they had used some scheme to severely injure the Earth Dragon before kidnapping this infant as a hostage. Snake 3's killing intent grew even stronger, and he mocked, "Two pieces of trash like you dare to steal from my Tianxi sect?" The Tianxi sect disciples behind him all smiled coldly and drew their weapons, preparing to attack. Niotua heard a familiar voice, and his body trembled. He struggled to his feet, staring fiercely at Snake 3, his eyes bloodshot. It was this villain who had killed most of their companions back then. Come. Niotua had never expected to run into Snake 3 here again today. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with rage, but he didn't dare move, only clenching his fists so tightly he didn't even dare breathe hard. After all, he was only the slave of the young master Suju, and without an order, he didn't dare act recklessly. Inside the cave, Suju saw these people come to cause trouble and was extremely annoyed. He pointed at the mountain-pulling Earth Dragon at his feet and asked in a babyish voice, "You want it?" Snake 3 laughed loudly. "Little brat, this isn't something you can touch. Hand it over, and I'll let you die a little more pleasantly." The disciples joined in the jeering, and some even wore perverted smiles, wanting to kidnap Suju and extort a ransom. Suju rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "So noisy. If you want it, come get it yourself." Snake 3 waved his hand. "Attack. Kill him and seize the Earth Dragon." The 4 disciples immediately rushed towards Suju, their weapons coated in poison, each strike lethal. But Suju couldn't even be bothered to move. He simply stood there lightly, and his divine ability activated. Decaying aura. Gray ripples spread outward, and the 4 men's weapons instantly rotted into iron powder. Their hands and faces withered and decayed one after another, their screams endless as their life force was frantically devoured, leaving them unable even to flee. Snake 3 looked on in terror as his 4 capable subordinates were gone in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, his men had gone from living people to dry bones, and in another instant, even those bones turned to flying ash, leaving nothing behind. The entire cave fell into dead silence. Snake 3 trembled in fear, wetting his pants. He watched helplessly as the 4 experts of the transformation domain realm vanished in an instant, not even touching the corner of their enemy's clothes. What kind of demonic technique was this? He raised his head and stared at that baby with the calm expression, feeling only that the other party was a demon. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. He turned and fled, but Suju gave him no chance. A cold voice rang out. Trying to run now? Too late. Snake 3 discovered that he too had been entangled by the gray power, and corpse spots appeared on his skin. He screamed desperately, bit his tongue to burn his essence blood, activated heavenly snake transformation and the poison god domain, his whole body turning into a snake man, while releasing a cloud of toxic venom that shrouded 100 meters. Snake 3 roared frantically. "Even a divine ability realm expert can't stop this. I'll drag you down with me." Suju merely sneered, releasing a wisp of gray air from one finger, the law of decay. Snake 3 instantly recognized this power as the source of all negative laws. That thread of gray energy drifted into the poison god domain, and the poisonous mist was instead swallowed up. Snake 3 was filled with terror and despair, let out a miserable scream, and together with his poison god domain, turned into flying ash. Outside the cave, Neo-Tua was dumbfounded. Snake 3, that jungle tyrant, had actually just vanished into ashes like that, and the whole process took less than a minute. That little ancestor had only moved one finger from beginning to end. Neo-Tua shivered, cold all over. He had originally thought this little ancestor merely had strange methods and powerful strength. Only now did he realize, how was this merely powerful? This was clearly a fiend. Terrified, he buried his head in the mud, his body trembling uncontrollably. Inside the cave, Suju patted the dust off himself. He had finally cleaned up these troublesome little pests. Turning to look at the mountain-pulling earth dragon lying half-dead beneath his feet, the great beast that had been so arrogant earlier was now sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, its eyes full of fear. Suju walked up with his little legs, looked down at it, and grinned. "You're anxious, huh?" Then he raised his tender white little foot and stomped down hard. Crack! A bone-shattering sound rang out. The dragon head, said to be so tough even experts of the divine ability realm could hardly break through its defense, was crushed by one stomp. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the earth dragon died before it could even let out a scream. Suju said indifferently, "Next life, don't sleep at home." After saying that, he began tidying up this dinner. Ding! Detected a high-quality feral beast corpse, mountain-bearing earth dragon, peak transcendent domain realm. Parse and devour. Parse. Suju muttered in his heart. Parsing in progress. Parsing successful. Extracting law origin. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gravity law affinity plus 15%. Total affinity 15.001%. Ding. Comprehended a divine ability. Gravity domain. Basic. Capable of creating a 10,000-fold gravity field within 100 meters. Ding. Earth element law affinity plus 8%. Chaos dragon body experience plus 5%. Physique greatly enhanced. Ding. Absorbed flesh and blood essence. True essence cultivation increased. Current state. Peak 5th layer of the true essence realm. A vast surge of energy burst within Suju's body, smoothly breaking through the bottleneck. True essence in his body boiled, and he gained new insight into the gravity law. Suju narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. This trip had not been for nothing. He pressed his hand against the earth dragon's corpse. Devour. Ding. Devouring the core crystal and flesh and blood essence. The mountain-bearing earth dragon's corpse withered into ashes. Meanwhile, in Suju's dimensional world, the sky acquired weight. The ground became thicker and more solid, and the world took on its initial form. Ding. Dimensional world optimized. Gravity and earth law templates generated. Stability increased by 300%. Current diameter 12,000 kilometers. After finishing all this, Suju let out a burp. He glanced at the bull-headed man shivering outside the cave and the cat-eared girl who had just woken up. "Let's go. Next one." As soon as the little baby-like voice fell, Suju strode away. Neo-Tua and Mao Xiaoming, terrified, scrambled after him, their eyes now filled only with awe. Just as they were about to leave, Suju suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up in confusion and twitched his nose, picking up a strange and unfamiliar smell: metal, grease, and a faint, burnt odor. It was unlike the bloody scent of feral beasts, and unlike the spiritual fragrance of heavenly treasures. Suju tilted his head in confusion. "What's that smell?" He turned to look at Neo-Tua and Mao Xiaoming. Neo-Tua sniffed hard, then shook his head in bewilderment. "I can't smell it, young Master Neo. I only smell blood and dirt." Mao Xiaoming also shook her head. "I didn't smell anything special either. Could it be an illusion brought by the wind?" "An illusion?" Suju was very confident. This nose of his had been nurtured by his dragon emperor foster father with all kinds of cosmic rarities, absolutely reliable. If he said there was a smell, then there was. "Your noses are too lousy." He sniffed again, confirmed that the scent was coming from the east, and immediately decided, "Go, over there." He pointed east. Neo-Tua and Mao Xiaoming exchanged looks, helpless. Neo-Tua couldn't help but whisper, "But the three-headed demon ape's nest is to the west." Suju waved his hand. "Then we won't go there. I want to try this new smell first." How could the three-headed demon ape compare to an unknown delicacy? Maybe it was an entirely new law. Suju even started to drool. Neo-Tua was still trying to persuade him, but a faint glance from Suju made him obediently shut his mouth and lower his head in resignation. "Yes, master. I'll lead the way." The original plan to hunt in the west was overturned by Suju with a slap on the forehead, and the group turned around and headed straight for the unknown swamp in the east. Half an hour later, they arrived in a completely different place. The air was full of the stench of rot. Giant trees were entangled with vines. The ground beneath their feet was muddy and soft, and if they were not careful, they would sink in. Bubbles kept rising from the murky water, as if some dangerous creature were hiding beneath it. Neo Tua walked in front, using his body to clear the way, and reminded them, "Master, this place is called the Rotten Swamp. The mud and water are highly corrosive. There are swamp leeches inside. They're weak, but there are a lot of them. Once they latch on, they're a real pain." Suju curled his lip in disdain and didn't take it seriously. Bone refining realm? That level of strength wasn't even worthy of being called troublesome. He stepped along steadily on his short little legs, his one-piece pajamas spotless, and the rotten aura around him kept all filth from getting near him. He focused all his attention on the increasingly strong stench. They moved forward following the smell, and the surroundings became increasingly strange. The swamp, once full of life, turned into patches of cracked, scorched earth, and the strange vines and trees were left only as blackened ruins. The air was thick with the pungent smell of metal and grease. Kat Xiaoming looked around in shock. This rotten swamp was completely different from what she remembered. Neo Tua stopped and scanned the area warily, then said in a low voice, "Something's very wrong. The energy here is extremely chaotic." Suju ignored them. He was drawn to a section of blackened metal not far away. This wreckage was stuck in the mud, covered in circuits and components. Though damaged, it had a strong high-tech feel. He walked up and touched it. Ding! Unknown technological relic detected. Material analysis failed. Residual energy. Faint power of the thunder and flame laws. Comprehensive assessment. Unknown technological weapon component. Suju was surprised. How could something from a high-tech civilization be here? The technological level of this wreckage was even higher than that of the Blue Summer universe. He put it into the dimensional world, planning to study it later. Suddenly, an explosion sounded ahead, followed immediately by a burst of dense laser fire. The three of them changed expression and hurried to look over. In the depths of the swamp, flames shot into the sky and energy beams crisscrossed, as a group of people wearing metal exoskeletons were surrounding and attacking something. Neo Tua cried out in alarm. "Someone's fighting!" Suju's eyes lit up. He smelled that scent again, the one he couldn't resist, and it had become even stronger. He couldn't help but rush toward the battlefield, with Neo Tua and Kat Xiaoming following closely behind. When they arrived, all three of them were stunned. In the center of the battlefield, a round, brownish-yellow capybara was surrounded by 7 or 8 black-armored warriors. The capybara was half a meter tall, looked lazy, had a smile at the corners of its mouth, and seemed half asleep. The black-armored warriors were all at the domain transformation realm. Holding Gauss rifles, they spat out blue tongues of flame, leaving craters all over the ground. A net of high-energy particle light was descending from above, about to engulf the capybara. The capybara spoke lazily. "Guys, can't we sit down and talk?" It pulled a silver disc from the fur on its belly and tossed it to the ground. Whoosh! A pale blue energy shield instantly enveloped it. The Gauss rifles and particle light nets slammed into the shield, only stirring ripples, completely unable to break through its defense. "Damn turtle shell," the black-armored captain cursed. His exoskeleton armor was more advanced than the others. On his chest was an emblem of gears and lightning. He was the captain, a 7th-level expert in the Huayu realm. "Switch everyone to shield-breaking mode. I don't believe it has infinite energy." "Yes." 7 or 8 black-armored soldiers adjusted their weapons, their barrels gathering blinding white light. Inside the shield, the capybara watched calmly, even yawning. "So troublesome. I was planning to sleep a bit longer." While complaining, it pulled a carrot-like energy bar from its fur and started munching on it. In the distance, Suju, Neo Tua, and Mao Xiaoming hid behind a rock, staring in shock. Neo Tuo's eyes widened. "A talking capybara? And it can use high-tech weapons?" Mao Xiaoming said in disbelief. "Their equipment is even more advanced than the Federation armies." "What kind of people are they?" Suju said nothing. He stared fixedly at the capybara, drawn in by the scent coming from its body. That smell, absolutely top-tier ingredients. Ding. Unknown intelligent life form detected. Genetically modified capybara, rank unknown. Extremely lazy but always battle-ready. Strength assessment failed. Law affinity unknown. Energy content unknown. Analysis failed. Information shielding is extremely high. Warning. This life form has an exceptionally powerful brain. Suspected superluminal quantum core. Recommend caution. Note. It looks delicious and may be smarter than you. It possesses technology beyond the current universe. Recommended to capture alive. It may be a walking super database. A walking database. Suju's eyes lit up. Up. He had only wanted to taste it at first, but now he felt the capybara was even more valuable. At that moment, the battlefield changed. The black-armored soldiers finished preparing their shield-breaking mode, and several white energy beams blasted toward the shield. Boom, boom, boom. The shield flickered violently, cracks spread more and more, and finally, with a crisp crack, it shattered. Ha ha, you won't get away this time. The black-armored captain grinned savagely and charged first, his high-frequency, vibrating military knife stabbing toward the capybara's neck. The capybara slowly opened its eyes and sighed. Looks like I won't get to sleep in today. Just as it was about to pull out another treasure. Suddenly, a childlike voice rang out from the sky. Hey, you dare touch my pet too? The entire crowd froze, and the black-armored captain's blade stopped in midair as everyone looked up. At that moment, they saw a figure wearing a ridiculous animal onesie, with a delicate, doll-like face. The baby stepped out from behind the rock on his little legs. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The black-armored captain frowned tightly. A baby? Here? What kind of joke is this? The squad members were all stunned. Captain, where did this kid come from? Could he be the capybara's accomplice? Ha ha ha, this combo is so weird. The captain didn't laugh. He survived the wilderness planet entirely by being cautious. This baby had appeared far too suddenly, so he swept him with his tactical visor. Target, unknown carbon-based life form, human infant. Vital signs, normal. Energy reaction, none. Threat level, 0. The captain let out a breath of relief. Just an ordinary kid, probably one left behind by some adventurer. He snorted coldly. Bastard, since you saw what we did, you're not leaving alive. Take out the brat too. Yes. A black-armored soldier swung his gun around and aimed at Suju. But just as he was about to fire, Suju vanished in an instant. Where'd he go? Before the black-armored soldier could react, a small hand gently pressed against his helmet. Too slow. Suju's voice sounded in his ear. The soldier froze all over, unable to move. Crack. Suju crushed the soldier's helmet and head with one hand. The whole scene fell dead silent. Everyone stared blankly as the headless corpse fell, watching the baby wipe off the blood. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously. A monster. The captain's voice was hoarse. Run. He turned and fled. But Suju's eerie laughter echoed in everyone's ears. He raised his head, and his eyes turned into a golden abyss. Divine ability. Decay Halo. Buzz. Gray ripples spread out, and the 6 black-armored soldiers instantly turned to ashes, without even a scream. This wasn't a battle, it was erasure. Life was completely wiped from the universe. The black-armored captain's mind was buzzing, and all he could keep thinking was, it was actually just a baby? Run, if we can't get away. The black-armored captain was already terrified out of his wits, forgetting all about mission honor and only wanting to escape as far as possible. His thrusters kicked into full power, and he turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Another surviving soldier immediately activated his escape program as well. But Suju simply stood there, not even lifting his head, and said coldly, "Trying to leave?" The next second, the 2 black-armored soldiers had just rushed into the air when they fell straight down like birds with broken wings, crashing into the mud. Their armor was intact, their bodies uninjured, but their life aura vanished instantly. Under the decay halo, as long as one was within Suju's domain, whoever he said should die had to die. One thought was enough. The battlefield fell into dead silence, leaving only the stench of blood and scorched flesh. Neo Tuo and Kat Xiaoming were hiding behind a rock, staring blankly. Neo Tuo's mouth hung open, saliva dripping out, not even bothering to wipe it away, his mind unable to keep up. These black-armored soldiers were all very powerful, especially the captain, who was at the 7th level of the Huayu realm and equipped with high-end gear. Yet in front of Suju, they were like paper, casually killed in an instant. Kat Xiaoming was trembling with fear, wishing she could curl herself into a ball. She was glad she had knelt quickly back then, otherwise her ending would have been the same. Only one thought remained in her mind. Suju was not human at all, but a monster wearing a baby's skin. Suju paid no attention to their shock. His gaze turned toward the capybara at the center of the battlefield. The capybara tilted its head, studying Suju with its half-lidded little eyes, showing not the slightest fear, only curiosity and laziness, as if the massacre just now had been nothing more than a boring stage play. Suju smiled and walked toward the capybara. With every step he took, Neo Tuo and Kat Xiaoming felt their hearts leap into their throats, afraid he would slap this capybara to death. But when Suju reached 3 meters away, the capybara actually yawned and sighed leisurely. Young man, such a hot temper. What's the point of all this fighting and killing? Why not sit down, soak in a hot spring, eat some oranges, and have a chat. In the steaming wooden tub, there really were a few orange peels floating around. Suju stopped for the first time, and even his smile stiffened. Even the system in his mind fell silent for an unusual 0.01 second. Ding. Warning. Unknown spatial technology detected. This creature pulled a quantum-entangled subspace teleportation device from its body hair. Its technology far exceeds the host's. Recommendation: be polite before resorting to force. The corner of Suju's mouth twitched. The system had always only told him to swallow things, and this was the first time it had spoken so civilly. That alone showed how extraordinary this capybara was. Suju tilted his head and asked in a babyish voice, "Aren't you scared of me?" The capybara lazily glanced at him, slowly scooped up a piece of orange peel, and chewed on it. "Scared? Why would I be scared? You look pretty fierce, but your soul smells like milk." Also, half lidding its eyes, the capybara let a blue data stream flash past. "Your genes are pretty interesting. They've mixed in more than 2 myth-level beings, and there's also the aura of Source. You're probably not a native of this universe, are you?" Boom! Suju's mind exploded, and his golden pupils contracted sharply. This thing saw through his biggest secret in an instant. Even his Dragon Emperor foster father couldn't do something like that, yet it said it so casually. "What exactly are you?" The capybara shrugged. "Me? Just an ordinary sleepy capybara." As it spoke, it even pulled a pillow out of its fur and fell asleep right in front of Suju. Question marks seemed to pop up over Suju's head as he felt utterly ignored. A fire rose from the depths of his heart. He'd never seen such a brazen creature in all his life, more arrogant than he was. "Fine," he ground out in a low voice. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know how the word die is written." He slowly raised his hand, and gray power of decay gathered in his palm. Niu Tua and Mao Xiaoming behind the rocks only glanced once before nearly scaring themselves out of their wits and hurriedly hiding farther away. But the capybara just rolled over and slept even more soundly, even smacking its lips. Oranges, hot springs. It even stretched out a leg to scratch its belly, looking as though it didn't take Suju seriously at all. Just a harmless little nightlight. The gray current in Suju's hand stopped, and his expression stiffened. He'd run into a huge problem. He wanted to kill the other side, but it had fallen asleep on the spot, and was sleeping ridiculously soundly at that. If he acted now, it somehow didn't feel dignified. Especially looking at that defenseless face with its foolish grin, he actually couldn't bring himself to strike. The adopted son of the Dragon Demon Emperor, a hard-steeled Saint Realm powerhouse, standing beneath kings. Now he was being stumped by a capybara. He could only withdraw the power of decay in his hand and, annoyed, kicked the capybara's backside with his foot. It was soft and bounced twice with a duong. The capybara drowsily opened one eye and looked at Suju. "What's wrong? Is it morning? Or is it time to eat?" Suju's mouth twitched hard. He took a deep breath to suppress his emotions and asked as calmly as he could, "Those people in black armor just now, what's their background?" Originally, Suju had planned to beat the capybara first and then ask, but now he just brought it up directly. The capybara finally woke up a bit, slowly sat up, and tucked the pillow back into its fur. "They're a bunch of lunatics from the mechanical church. They spend all day calling themselves apostles of technology, rummaging through the relics of the dead mechanical god. So annoying." The mechanical church? Suju frowned. The name seemed familiar. Prometheus had mentioned it back when they were in Shelter 73. The mechanical church was originally a pre-civilization of Gliese 436b, wiped out by the AI, Odin, they had built themselves. "I never expected that these remnants would actually come to this planet." Suju asked again, "What do they want with you?" The capybara snorted, with a hint of disdain. "Only an idiot would believe them. They thought I was an ancient relic from the Ark Project, and insisted on dragging me back to be their sacred vessel. I told them I was just a capybara, but they refused to believe it and kept trying to catch me. Annoying. Ark Project." Suju immediately caught the key point. A note popped up on the system panel. Background: Capybara was an experimental subject of the Ark Biotech Project. The project's goal was to create a highly intelligent non-human commander for deep space exploration. Due to funding and ethical issues, the Federation shut it down and ordered all experimental subjects disposed of. In the ensuing chaos, Capybara awakened sentience and hacking skills, escaped from the lab, and deleted its own core data. Suju understood now. This capybara wasn't a beast, but an artificially created superintelligent life form. No wonder it could use tech, operate strange equipment, and even analyze genes. Its brain was basically a faster-than-light quantum core, like an upgraded rocket raccoon. He asked, "So you came here to hide from them?" Capybara sneered. "That bunch of bumpkins who can't even figure out curvature travel, and they're worthy of making me hide?" I came because this planet's magnetic field and spiritual energy environment suit my needs. For sleeping. Suju fell silent, his fists hardening. This guy was way too good at acting. Why didn't you fight back just now? Suju pointed at the wreckage of the black-armored warrior on the ground. Didn't you say you had the skills? Capybara rolled its eyes at him. Why would I fight back? Moving even a little costs energy, and that means 10 fewer minutes of sleep. Better to stack a few more layers of shields and let them wear themselves out. If you hadn't interrupted me, my plan would have been perfect. After saying that, Capybara even looked at Suju with a wronged expression, as if saying, "You disturbed my sleep." Suju was speechless. He couldn't follow this capybara's way of thinking at all. Dragons were. If someone provoked me, I'd kill them. Simple and brutal. Capybara was. If someone provoked me, I'd sleep and wait for them to tire themselves to death. Ridiculous. Forget it. Suju stopped dwelling on it, cleared his throat, and put on a stern face. You're my pet now. Follow me, and no one will dare to disturb your sleep. If anyone does, I'll wipe them all out. In return. No, Capybara refused outright. Being a pet is too troublesome. You have to be petted and act cute. I just want to lie flat. As it spoke, it directly flopped into a puddle of limp goo. Suju was getting a little fed up. Are you sure? His fingertips were coiling with gray energy, and his killing intent was completely unhidden. This time, he was truly ruthless. Even if it slept again, he'd turn it to ash with it. The capybara finally climbed to its feet and raised its paws in surrender. Don't get excited. We can cooperate too, but I have conditions. Speak. I'll help you find delicious food, catch powerful wasug, and I can also help you analyze laws and forge weapons. The capybara spoke slowly. But you can't always be thinking about eating me, and you have to guarantee I get 20 hours of sleep every day. Also, its expression changed. I know of a place with a feast you'll definitely be interested in. Suju's eyes lit up. Where? The capybara gave a mysterious smile. A forgotten. Rumble. A tremendous crash suddenly rang out in the distant sky. More than a dozen huge black warships broke through the clouds and came straight for them. The gear and lightning emblem on the lead ship was especially eye-catching. Bad news. The capybara's face changed. The fleet from the mechanical god cult Inquisition is here. The main force is here. Run. It tried to burrow into the ground, but Suju grabbed it by the neck. Run what? He licked his lips and looked at the approaching warships, his eyes twisted with excitement. Delivery's already at the door. If I don't eat it, it's wasted. Delivery? The capybara was dangling in midair in Suju's grip, and upon hearing this, it nearly choked. Big bro, you're calling that delivery? It pointed at the fleet in the sky, its voice changing pitch. That's the mechanical god cult Inquisition. Their strongest enforcement squad. The lead ship, the Punisher, can blast a mountain flat with one shot, and there's even a Grand Inquisitor in the Divine Power realm aboard. The two of us together wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. And you still want to eat them? We should be thanking the heavens if we don't get eaten. The capybara was frantic, while the ultra-high-speed chip in its mind was calculating like mad. Escape probability, 7.3%. Head-on confrontation win rate, 0.0001%. Recommendation. Immediately cling to this lunatic and use spatial teleportation. But Suju didn't listen at all. He only weighed the capybara in disdain. You're so heavy. You need to lose weight. The capybara was speechless. I'm telling you something serious, and you think I'm too heavy? Put me down. I can run by myself. Shut up. Suju glared at it and casually tossed it behind him. The capybara had just opened its mouth to speak again when Suju was already staring at the fleet in the sky, not the least bit nervous, instead looking excited like a hunter who had spotted prey. Little Pooh, he silently called in his heart. My king, Prometheus is on standby at any time. A mechanical voice sounded. Analyze that bunch of scrap metal for me. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Enemy fleet. 1 Punisher-class main battleship, 12 Chastiser-class escort ships. Main ship, Destruction Furnace /Tier 9. Escort ships, Thunderstorm Core /Tier 8. Weapons include a Celestial Annihilation Cannon /Tier 9, High Energy Light Spear /Tier 8, and more. Overall combat power is equivalent to 3 Divine Power Realm 3rd Layer experts and 15 Peak Transformation Realm experts. Threat level, high. Suju nodded, quite satisfied. This batch of delivery was much stronger than the previous mob, especially the Tier 9 Destruction Furnace. Just thinking about it made him hungry. Little Pooh, can you hack into their system? Attempting, intrusion failed. Their A3 shield firewall would take 30 minutes to crack, and even then it would be easy to trace back. TCH, troublesome. Suju was displeased. It seemed the old method wouldn't work. But then he smiled, the corner of his mouth curling as he pointed directly at the big rock. Stay here. Don't run around. If you dare run, I'll come back and make braised water pig. After saying that, he ignored the capybara and shot straight up into the sky, his tiny figure bursting forth. Holy crap, he really charged up there. The capybara stared at Suju's back as he rushed toward the fleet and exploded into profanity. A madwoman. This guy is completely, utterly insane. At the same time, on the bridge of the main battleship, the Punisher, the gaunt elder Uriel sat on the command throne in a golden inquisitor's robe. He was the Grand Inquisitor of the Mechanicus and a fourth-level divine power realm expert. He stared fixedly at the infant below, his eyes full of greed and madness. It's him. It's this heretic who has desecrated the holy body. Capture him. I want him to suffer for 10,000 years. Uriel roared hoarsely. The adjutant reminded him. My lord, the target is approaching. Shall we open fire? Uriel sneered. Why bother? A mere carbon-based monkey. Is it even worthy of the main cannon? Activate the gravity well and crush him. Yes. As the order was given, the giant device at the bottom of the ship activated, and a terrifying gravity that distorted space instantly swept across 1,000 meters. The earth cracked apart, and even the light was bent. In the distance, Capybara was pinned to the ground by immense force, his shield failing, unable to move at all. He could only close his eyes in despair, thinking he was surely doomed. Yet the infant merely paused in midair for a moment, then instead showed an expression of enjoyment. Oh, not bad. Just enough to tickle. He actually stretched in the powerful gravity, his bones cracking. Not only was he fine, he seemed to be getting stronger. Ping. Ultra-high gravity field detected. Passive effect of intermediate chaos dragon body activated. Muscle density plus 1%. Bone hardness plus 2%. Gravity law affinity increased. Uriel was so shocked he stood up, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? The gravity well can't even be endured by a divine power realm expert. How is this brat unharmed, and enjoying it too? Increase the power. Maximum. Full blast, he roared hysterically. Energy output surged wildly, and the gravity increased several times over again. But Suju was still in midair, smiling even more happily. Yes, harder. Is that all? He even started doing stretches. This scene shattered the bridge crew's psychological defenses outright. They could only watch helplessly as Suju bathed inside the ultimate weapon. Suju's antics directly shattered his son's worldview. A demon. He's a little demon. Just as Grand Inquisitor Uriel was about to lose his mind, Suju felt his warm-up was over, moved his body a bit, and set his sights on the main battleship high in the sky. It's my turn. He raised a hand and unleashed divine ability. Dimensional world. Whoosh. A more terrifying surge of law fluctuations spread out, instantly smoothing and devouring the originally distorted gravity space. Attempting to forcibly transfer 13 targets. Overall success rate, 69%. The next second, the Punisher, class main battleship and the 12 escort ships vanished on the spot, leaving only an empty sky and the completely stunned capybara. The capybara stood frozen in place, its front paws covering its mouth, eyes wide open, its quantum core completely crashed, with error messages scrolling across the screen. Error. Unable to parse dimensional jump. Model crashed. Physical laws invalid. Worldview reconstruction failed. It had been mixing around the cosmos for 100 years and had seen every kind of major event, even analyzed Saint Realm beasts and star-devouring wonders. But having an entire fleet disappear in an instant was a first. This was no longer strength. It was a miracle. Something reserved for gods alone. The capybara swallowed hard and mechanically turned its head to look at Suju in the air. Suju floated above the spot where the fleet had vanished, his eyes closed, as if feeling something. At the same time, within Suju's dimensional world, this was no longer the original void. There was already land and the law of gravity. Now, welcome the new residents. Boom. The Punisher, flagship, and the escort ships fell like toys, disintegrating instantly as parts and armor scattered everywhere. Chaos broke out inside the cabin. The Great Inquisitor Uriel got up in a sorry state, his golden robe torn and his lips stained with blood, staring at the unfamiliar barren land and white sky with terror all over his face. God's kingdom? No. There are no laws here, no spiritual energy, nothing. This is a world empty of life, like a dead prison. Suju had transformed into a giant infant, his enormous face blotting out the sky as he looked down at the newly captured toys. Welcome to my belly. His babyish voice was domineering. Uriel stared at the giant face, his scalp tingling. This wasn't transmigration, he'd been eaten. Ship and all, they'd all become food for a baby. I am who I am, it doesn't matter. What matters is that all of you are mine now. Suju smiled and pointed at the damaged ship. Analysis. The flagship instantly broke down, and the system went wild with rewards. The blueprint for the furnace of destruction, the orbital annihilation cannon, the shield A3 source code, all kinds of increases in law affinity, and even his datafied dragon body experience rose. Suju was ecstatic. Devouring technology felt way better than devouring energy beasts. He was directly plundering the foundations of a civilization, taking all knowledge and power into his hands. Stop! My ship! Uriel watched in despair as the Punisher was broken down into streams of data, while he and the crew were all locked in place, unable to move. Suju said calmly, "Don't rush. It'll be your turn soon." System prompt. High-level life form detected. Parse it. Suju decisively said, "Parse." Uriel screamed miserably as his flesh, cultivation, memories, and soul were all stripped away, the agony beyond bearing. Back in reality, Suju opened his eyes, and it was a huge win. Technology and insights, all in the bag. Though these insights were messy, they would be of great reference value for his future cultivation. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Suju race. Human, intermediate datafied dragon body 18%. Realm, peak of the 5th layer of the true essence realm cultivation method. Heart Sutra, beginner 0.3%. A divine abilities. Decay Halo, dimensional world, 12,000 kilometers. Soul Harvest, gravity field, dragon scale armor, spatial folding, law affinity. Decay 22.5. Gravity 15.001%. Space 23%. Data 13%. Fire 5%. Destruction 2%. Earth 8%. Eye energy points 2, 354, 880, 000. Special marks. The Human Emperor's summons, inactive. Hourglass of Time, one-time use. Fragment of the Desolation Demon Sword, Saint King grade. Overall evaluation. You are transforming from the Trash King into a junk collector. Suju's eye twitched at the last line. This damn system had such a poisonous tongue. What do you mean, junk collector? He couldn't be bothered to argue with it, and flashed back beside Capybara. At this point, Capybara was still frozen in place. Suju walked over and patted its head. Bang bang, snap out of it. Capybara finally came to its senses and asked with difficulty, "What was that just now?" "Oh, just a little trick," Suju said calmly. Capybara looked utterly shocked, thinking to itself, "You call that a little trick? No way I'm buying it." It had originally thought Suju was only strong but mentally messed up. Now it completely regarded him as an incomprehensible monster. "What exactly are you?" Suju smiled. "Didn't you say my soul smells like milk? Then from now on, I'll be the milk-scented tyrant." After saying that, he patted Capybara. "Come on, take me to that abandoned land. I'm hungry." When Capybara heard the words, hungry, it shivered, and immediately recalled the scene of Suju swallowing an entire fleet just moments ago. Its quantum core blared with alarms. Warning, target appetite is enormous. Hunger level equals danger level. Current danger level, extremely lethal. Survival recommendation, immediately satisfy the feeding requirements. Let's go, I'll take you there right now." Capybara instantly became servile, asking ingratiatingly, "Boss, what law do you want to eat? There's everything in there, all kinds of flavors, guaranteed to satisfy you. There's the Bone Sovereign, the Void Nightmare, and the Immortal Divine Stone." It even pounded its chest, afraid of being a step too slow. Suju looked at its change and curled his lip. As expected, fists were the ultimate truth. No matter who it was, strength was the only real principle. "That Immortal Divine Stone sounds promising," Suju said, rubbing his chin. "Let's focus on that one for now." "Right away." Capybara answered instantly. "Boss, please follow me." It took the lead and rushed forward like a professional tour guide. Niu Tua and Mao Xiaoming hid in the distance, already numb. What they had encountered today was more absurd than anything in their entire lives. A baby killing elites in seconds, chatting excitedly with a capybara. One glare and a fleet was gone, the capybara instantly turning into a bootlicker. They no longer wanted to think about anything else. They only knew that following this big shot would keep them alive. Under Capybara's lead, the group crossed the swamp and entered a desolate land. The ground was bleak, the air foul, and there was no grass or trees. The sky was murky gray, with neither sun nor moon. The ground was covered in giant bones, like mountain ribs forming arches, while enormous skulls were half buried in the earth, their hollow eyes staring at everyone. Capybara said, "Boss, this is the abandoned land. Buried here are the gods, who once dominated planets, and even the universe. Their remains still contain traces of laws, but this place is very dangerous." It pointed at the glowing phosphorescent shadows among the bones in the distance. "Those are the bone-eating fiends. They feed on the residual laws within divine bones. Physical attacks are ineffective against them, and they're extremely troublesome." Suju looked over and saw semi-transparent shadows of various shapes, each with very strong energy fluctuations. Ding! New energy entity discovered, bone-eating fiend, composed of the laws of death and soul energy. Its abilities are soul shock, physical immunity, and law devouring. Its weakness is that it fears the laws of life and light. Recommendation: devour it. It will greatly help in comprehending the law of death. Suju's eyes lit up. He was very satisfied with the law of death. Although it wasn't as strong as the law of decay, it was still a top-tier negative force. Learning it would give him another method. These will do. He licked his lips, looking at the wolf-shaped bone-eating fiend gnawing on a bone. Tonight, we're braising wolf soul. Capybara was speechless. This baby boss really would eat anything. Boss, these guys are hard to. It couldn't help but remind him. They don't have physical bodies. My tech weapons won't work. Suju nodded. I know. He smiled. We'll use a different method this time. Suju closed his eyes, and in the next second, a brand new power erupted from within him. It was neither the power of decay nor the chaos dragon body, but a more ancient and more powerful source of origin force. The mark on his forehead, Call of the Human Emperor, lit up, and an intent that shook the world descended. System prompt. Unknown power activated. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Heart Sutra has broken through its bottleneck. Entry 1%. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the supreme heart power of the primordial human race. Heart power can affect reality. Sensing the new power within his body, Suju understood that the true trump card of the primordial human race was the origin of will, not laws or divine abilities. He looked toward the wolf-shaped bone eater in the distance, his gaze calm, and raised a finger. You should disappear. The moment he finished speaking, the energy-bodied wolf-like monster trembled violently and let out a soul-rending scream. Then its body vanished inch by inch, as if its very concept had been directly erased, leaving behind no explosion and no trace at all. Suju merely thought about it, and that grand divine ability expert was gone. Capybara's half a carrot fell to the ground, and as it stared at Suju's back, its quantum core nearly overheated. Just now, that baby had only said, "You should disappear," and the energy being at the first level of the divine ability realm was directly erased, cleanly, decisively, without a trace. Capybara calculated frantically, but its database and models all failed, and its logic completely collapsed. On the side, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming were even more terrified and at a loss. Niu Tuo was so frightened that he dropped to his knees, burying his bull head in the dirt, not daring to move at all. Mao Xiaoming rolled her eyes and fainted from fear. Suju completely ignored them, closing his eyes to feel the newly awakened power in his body, heart power. This power came from the soul and could directly affect reality. Just now, he had only concentrated his will and issued a erase command, and the wolf-shaped bone eater had simply disappeared. It was so simple that even he found it frightening. So this is how the Heart Sutra is used. Suju understood in his heart. Before, cultivating the Heart Sutra had only strengthened his spiritual power, and he had never truly grasped its core. It wasn't until that battle just now that he finally comprehended it completely, his power. But that one move consumed a huge amount. Not physical strength, not true essence, but fatigue from the depths of his soul, as if he had stayed up 3 straight days and was dizzy with exhaustion. This power couldn't be used casually. For now, it could only be treated as a trump card. After figuring it out, Suju opened his eyes, looked at his own hand, then at those bone eaters, who were stirring restlessly, and lost all interest. Ding! Detected a change in the host's state of mind. Congratulations, you have shed low-level taste. The shameless system spoke again in its usual sarcastic tone. Suju couldn't be bothered to respond. He walked over to Capybara and kicked him. What are you spacing out for? Capybara snapped to attention in a jolt, fear and admiration filling his eyes. Boss, that move you just used. Routine operation. Suju cut him off. Lead the way. Find the immortal Godstone. Okay. Capybara didn't dare ask more. He nodded and bowed as he led the way, and even smacked Cat Xiaoming awake on the side, dragging her along. The group set off again. The land of abandonment was even larger than expected. The deeper they went, the more rotten the stench became, and the giant beast bones on the ground grew increasingly outrageous. There were even dragon bones the size of mountains, with eye sockets that seemed to still hold traces of a destructive will. Along the way, they ran into several more waves of bone eaters. This time Suju didn't use mental power again. He only activated the rot aura. Ordinary monsters couldn't even get close before being turned into energy. When he met stronger ones, he simply swung the fragment of the Annihilation Demon Sword, like a brick and smashed them brutally, physical transcendence to cleanse all negative energy. Tight plot, straightforward pace. The black sword tip in Suju's hand, combined with the Saint King level law of destruction, made the bone eaters as fragile as glass before him. One smash, and they shattered. His short legs moved rapidly as he picked up cores to eat like candy, while Capybara stared the entire time, only able to shout, "Boss is mighty." All the way smashing monsters and eating. After half a day, Capybara suddenly stopped. "Boss, something's off up ahead." Suju followed his gaze and saw a vast field of giant bones before them. Even one rib was like a mountain range. Over 100 bone eaters surrounded the center, silently worshipping. At the center, on a white bone throne, sat a particularly unusual figure, fully clad in black armor, wearing a bone crown, and holding a scepter of death energy. The system prompt appeared. High-level energy life form. Skeleton Monarch, peak of the 9th level of the Divine Ability Realm. Warning, has initial intelligence and has grasped part of the laws. Recommendation, edible, but be careful not to break your teeth. Suju was practically drooling with excitement. Capybara looked utterly desperate, his quantum core flashing wildly. Threat level, OSU level, overall combat power, equivalent to 5 King Realm experts. Win rate, 0.01%. Survival advice, run immediately. Capybara tried his best to persuade him. "Boss, let's retreat first and come back when we're stronger." Suju glanced at him. "Why run? A pile of trash mobs plus a big boss. Where else do you find an opportunity like this? Eat. Experience pack? Boss, are you really calling that an experience pack? There are over 100 bone eaters over there, and the weakest ones are already at the peak of the domain formation realm, with over a dozen in the divine ability realm. Don't forget that skeleton monarch staring us down. How is that an experience pack? It's clearly a death warrant." Capybara got anxious and painstakingly analyzed the situation. "They outnumber us, have the terrain advantage, and are strong too, with the monarch in command. If we rush in, we're definitely doomed. You can't fight four hands with two fists." Suju looked impatient and dug at his ear. "Done talking? Done. Then shut up." Suju took a step with his short legs and walked straight toward the skeleton monarch. "Watch closely. I'll turn your 0.01% into 100%. Capybara was petrified on the spot, completely despairing, already wondering whether he would be eaten or simply have his soul shattered into nothingness. As soon as Suju approached, that group of bone eaters noticed him. A few wolf-like bone eaters bared their teeth and growled, green flames leaping in their eyes as they locked onto this reckless intruder. The next second, 3 bone eaters at the first level of the divine ability realm turned into green streams of light and lunged at Suju from 3 directions, their speed terrifying. Cowtop was completely stunned from afar, but Suju stood motionless on the spot and even yawned. Just as the 3 streaks of flowing light were about to hit him, gray ripples spread out from him as the center, divine ability, corrosion halo. The 3 corpse eaters were like they had smashed into an invisible wall. The moment their bodies touched the gray ripples, they decayed and dissolved instantly, turning into death origin energy before they even had time to scream, and were absorbed by Suju. Ding. Absorbed 3 divine realm first level corpse eaters. Affinity with the law of decay plus 0.3%. Affinity with the law of death plus 1.5%. Experience for the intermediate chaos dragon body plus 3%. Suju clicked his tongue, feeling like he had just eaten 3 flavorless energy jellies, better than nothing. The commotion was too great, and the Skeleton King noticed it. The black-armored figure on the throne raised its head, the red light beneath the bone crown piercing through the void and locking tightly onto Suju. A tyrannical will press down, and a voice rang in Suju's mind. "Intruder, die." The 100-odd corpse eaters beneath the throne all stood up, their eerie green soul flames converging into a sea of ghostly fire. Killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. Capybara was so frightened he nearly collapsed, knowing the battle had begun, despair flooding his heart. "Boss, how exactly are you supposed to beat this?" At that moment, Suju suddenly made a move that almost made its eyes fall out. Suju planted the black sword tip into the ground, sat down, rested his chin in his hand, tilted his head, and looked at the corpse eater army as he said in a childish voice, "Come on, all together. I'm in a hurry." Suju's action directly enraged the Skeleton King. "Tiny insect, tear him apart." With the Skeleton King's will transmitted, the hundreds of corpse eaters moved. Boom! The ground trembled. Wolf-shaped corpse eaters charged at the front, bear-shaped and elephant-shaped ones followed behind, while the flanks were made up of snake-shaped and bird-shaped ones, perfectly coordinated and with every troop type present. Far away, Capybara's heart was pounding wildly as he covered his eyes in despair. It's over. Faced with such a legion, even an interstellar fleet would be shattered in an instant. Capybara did not dare look anymore. But the imagined screams never came. Instead, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Capybara peeked and froze. When the army rushed to 500 meters away from Suju, they all suddenly stopped. No, they began to melt. The wolf-shaped corpse eaters visibly faded, turning into black smoke and dissipating. The bear-shaped and elephant-shaped ones were the same, collapsing all at once without a sound, leaving only a hair-raising eeriness. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 corpse eaters were completely wiped out. Only a dozen of the strongest were still struggling desperately, but they were almost gone too. On the throne, the Skeleton King's soul flame pulsed violently, clearly dumbfounded. Where had the army gone? Capybara froze, stammering, "Tichtitis." Then it suddenly realized. Suju had been sitting beside the sword tip the whole time. A flash of insight struck. Only then did Capybara understand. A formation. He used the sword tip as the core and set up a super decay domain. The fragment of the silent demon sword stirred up the aura of death and decay, and together with decay aura, Baby Bully had actually been laying out a trump card domain. From the very start, he had no intention of fighting head-on. On the surface, he was arrogant, but in reality, he had turned the entire area into his own home turf. Every enemy that entered would be eroded twice over by the aura of decay. Capybara immediately understood, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What kind of brute was this? He was clearly a deeply scheming old bastard. His feelings toward Suju changed from reverence to sheer terror. On the battlefield, Suju stood up and brushed off the dust. He glanced at the more than 10 corpse eaters still fighting desperately, then looked at the bewildered Skeleton King on the throne and gave a cold smile. The appetizer's over. Time for the main course. He slung the demon sword fragment over his shoulder and walked toward the throne. With every step, the gray ripples beneath his feet grew stronger, and the domain's power all surged toward the sword tip. The originally pitch-black tip now gave off a gray glow. He approached the Skeleton King step by step. The corpse eaters at the edges sensed danger and tried to flee, but Suju merely gave them a cold glance. Noisy, gray light exploded, and the domain's power was instantly drained. A gray shockwave spread out, and more than a dozen corpse eaters were instantly reduced to ash. Ding. Absorbed Sin Tongjing Corpse Eater, X14. Affinity with the Decay Law, plus 2.1%. Affinity with the Law of Death, plus 7%. Current total affinity, 8.5%. Ding. Law of Death, awakened a divine ability, Death Gaze, Beginner. Can place a death mark on a target, causing continuous life drain and with a chance to instantly kill. With the fodder cleared, Suju locked onto the only target left, the Skeleton King. The king's body trembled. Since its birth, after devouring countless remnant souls, this was the first time it had encountered such a monstrous freak, such an impossible killing move. 100-strong army had no ability to retaliate at all. This was no longer suppression by strength. It was a dimensional strike by law itself. Seeing Suju closing in, the Skeleton King instinctively chose to beg for mercy. A hoarse mental message entered Suju's mind, full of fear and submission. It even stood up and knelt on one knee. A tiny human infant, kneeling. If this scene were to spread, the entire Wildstar would explode. Capybara and Nyotua in the distance had already been completely stunned. What happened today had far surpassed their understanding. Facing the Skeleton King's plea for mercy, Suju only stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at it. Spare you. He carried the sword tip on his shoulder and circled the kneeling Skeleton King as if picking out merchandise. Not impossible, I guess. When the Skeleton King heard that, the red soul fire in his eyes flared instantly, and it hurriedly declared its loyalty. I am willing to submit and serve you. Submit. Suju smiled. What would I want with a toothless collectible like you? The Skeleton King froze, not understanding what collectible meant. If you want to live, that's fine. Suju pressed the sword tip against the Skeleton King's forehead. Call me Dad first. Suju put on a kindly smile. Seeing this, Capybara subconsciously clamped its legs together, thinking that the boss's twisted taste for mischief had returned. The Skeleton King froze, not understanding what Dad meant, but a surge of humiliation and rage welled up from between its bones. You are too much. It suddenly raised its head and smashed the Death Scepter at Suju with all its might. Faced with such a frenzied counterattack, Suju's expression didn't change, and he didn't even blink. Just as the scepter was about to reach Suju's forehead, the imprint of the human emperor's call on his brow lit up. Heart power activated. Break. Crack. The Death Scepter snapped cleanly in two from the middle. The black armor on the Skeleton King began to shatter, and its body cracked inch by inch, fissures spreading all over. No. This power. With one final desperate roar, the Skeleton King exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of death source energy. Suju opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing it all. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured the Skeleton King. Ding. Corruption Law Affinity plus 5%. Ding. Death Law Affinity plus 15%. Ding. Obtained Death Authority Fragment. Ding. Soul Strength increased. Ding. True Essence Cultivation increased. Current Realm. 6th level of the True Essence Realm. A string of system notifications made Suju feel so good, he was almost floating, and he hurriedly checked the panel. Name, Suju Race. Human Race. Intermediate Datafied Dragon Body 18%. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body 59%. Realm. True Origin Realm. 6th Layer Cultivation Technique. Heart Cannon. Beginner 1%. A Divine Powers. Decay Halo. Dimensional World. Soul Harvest. Gravitational Field. Dragon Scale Armor. Spatial Folding. Death Gaze. Law Affinity. Decay 30.6%. Death 23.5%. Gravity 15%. Space 23%. Data 13%. Energy Points. 2. 684. 120. 000. Special Items. Death Authority. Fragment. Heartcore Beacon. Time Hourglass. Fragment of the Silence Demon. Sword Overall Evaluation. Congratulations, Ragged Collector. Has been upgraded to a new title. Old Yinbi. Suju complained inwardly. I'm just a baby. Is it really appropriate to praise me as an old Yinbi? The system simply played dead. System self-optimization in progress. Please do not disturb. With the Skeleton Monarch dealt with, this area was temporarily safe. Suju put away the fragment of the Silence Demon sword, then walked up to the huge white bone throne. Beneath the throne was a massive pile of bones, and at the center lay a gray-white stone the size of a fist, looking like ordinary granite. But Suju could feel a peculiar, eternal rhythm within the stone. Capybara ran over excitedly. Boss, this is the legendary Immortal Divine Stone, the cornerstone of the universe's birth. Grasp even a little of it, and you can become a saint, living forever. Suju picked up the stone. It was cold and heavy, nothing special. But the system panel popped up a prompt. Special item discovered. Immortal Divine Stone Material Analysis. Unknown Energy Analysis. Contains the Eternal Law Analysis failed. Exceeds System Parsing Limit Warning. An unknown will appears to be sealed inside the item. Please handle with caution. Suju raised an eyebrow slightly and probed with his soul, only to be forcibly bounced back. His interest only grew. He examined it over and over, even took a bite out of it on a whim. Gah! His tooth almost broke. Your bite has dealt 0.00001% physical damage to the Immortal Divine Stone. The Immortal Divine Stone has issued a condemnation for your behavior. Suju was speechless. This stone is really hard. Capybara was terrified. Boss, don't eat it. Even Saint Realm experts can't refine it, and are instead backlashed, with their souls eternally trapped inside. Suju, then what do we do? Capybara lowered its voice. There's only one way. Wait. Wait. Yes, wait. The Immortal Divine Stone itself is a huge seal. It's waiting for the Fated One to appear, someone able to withstand the power of the Divine Stone, and only then can its laws be absorbed. How long do we have to wait? I don't know, maybe 10,000 years, maybe 100,000 years. Suju rolled his eyes outright. Wait 10,000 years. Impossible. He never believed in waiting. You mean, as long as I'm stronger than it, I can make it submit to me? Capybara hesitated. Theoretically, yes. Then that's easy. Suju weighed the Immortal Divine Stone in his hand, revealing a chilling smile. I'm best at using force to convince people. With that, ignoring how scared Capybara was, he sat cross-legged on the ground, placed the Divine Stone on his knees, and prepared to fight it head-on, using his own will and power to conquer it. Suju closed his eyes and mobilized every bit of power in his body. Blood chi, the laws of decay and death, gravity and space laws, and even the mind power he had just grasped, all poured into the stone. Come on, let me see how hard you really are. All the powers converged, transforming into 5-colored energy streams that surged toward the stone. Just as the energy was about to touch the Divine Stone, boom. A clear heartbeat came from inside the stone. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew faster and stronger, as if some existence that had slept for hundreds of millions of years was about to awaken. Capybara shrank into a ball in terror, trembling. The stone is alive. Neo-Tuwa dropped straight to his knees and started praying wildly to gods and Buddhas. Suju was also shocked. A powerful will awakened from the divine stone, ancient and boundless. Suju hurriedly withdrew his power and stared warily at the stone. On the surface of the gray-white stone, countless golden cracks appeared, and blinding lights spilled out, dyeing the entire area. Crack! The stone shattered. A little golden-haired girl of 7 or 8, wearing a tattered white dress, floated up from the shattered stone. Her skin was snow-white, her features exquisite like a divine creation, but her eyes were closed, like a sleeping porcelain doll. Suju, Capybara, Nyotua. The whole scene was awkward. What happened to the ancient will, the chosen one, whatever? Why did a little girl pop out? The script is wrong. Capybara's quantum core alarm blared. Warning. Unknown life form. Species unknown. Energy unknown. Law affinity unknown. Conclusion. A little girl who looks adorable but is absolutely not to be messed with. A string of question marks made Capybara's scalp tingle. Suju's expression was solemn. He couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from the little girl, nor any aura of law. She looked like a completely ordinary human child. But instinct told Suju that this girl was far more dangerous than that skeleton monarch from before. At that moment, the little girl's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were a pure gold. There was neither confusion nor innocence in them, only utter dead silence, as if she had already seen through the birth and death of the universe and the cycle of all things. Her gaze swept over the frightened Capybara and Nyotua, and finally settled on Suju and the half-segment of the Thunder God's heart, wreckage in his hand. The little girl's expression finally changed a little. She tilted her head, looked at Suju and that snack, raised one finger, and said in an ethereal voice, "Trash." Suju froze, pointed at the Thunder God's heart in his hand. "You mean this?" The little girl shook her head, pointed at Suju again, and said firmly, "You trash." Suju's face darkened on the spot. He was the adopted son of the Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor, a system user, and the future overlord of the universe. Yet he was being called trash by a little girl who had just popped out? Could he take that? He said coldly, "Say that clearly." A terrifying aura spread from Suju, but the little girl showed no reaction at all, still floating in midair, her golden eyes fixed on him. "You have decay, death, gravity, space, and data. Too many, too messy, like a pot of random stew. It tastes bad. So trash." Suju was left speechless by the retort. For the first time, he had been logically crushed by a little girl. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "What exactly are you?" The little girl thought for a moment. "I don't know either. I just remember sleeping for a very long time. So long that I forgot who I was." She then looked at Suju again. "And you? What are you? Why did you wake me? Your soul smells a little sweet, like a freshly baked bun." Suju was speechless. One said he smelled milky sweet, another said bun. So he was just a traveling dessert stand? Suju didn't want to waste any more words and said coldly, "I don't care what you are. Let's fight first." The piece of the indestructible divine stone, with its sheen stripped away, was clearly about to be his, and Suju was just about to put it into his dimensional world. But the little girl merely gave him a faint look, and the fragment immediately turned into golden light and flew back into her body. Suju froze. The thing he had gotten was gone. "You're asking for death?" His face turned cold as a huge gray-black claw, formed from the combined power of decay and power of death, grabbed toward the little girl. He was going all out, enough to instantly kill a 9th-level divine ability realm expert. The little girl, however, showed no reaction. Just as the giant claw was about to touch her, it suddenly came to a halt, then gradually turned into energy and dissipated. Suju's laws had no effect on her at all. "Useless." The little girl's voice was ethereal. "You are too new. I am old. Before eternity, all things must pass." Suju's heart tightened. Was the other party immune to laws? All his attacks relied on laws. How was he supposed to fight this? But he refused to accept it. "I don't believe it." Without using laws, he activated Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body. With full force, shattered the bone platform with a single step, turned into a streak of golden light, rushed to the little girl, and slammed down a punch, its power terrifying enough to blow up a planet. Capybara had already closed its eyes, feeling that the little girl was surely dead. But when Suju's fist was 1 centimeter from the little girl's nose, it stopped again. It was neither time suspension nor spatial confinement, but simply that it could not get any closer to her. "An inch apart, worlds away." The words flashed through Suju's mind. The little girl shook her head. "No, it is not an inch apart, worlds away. It is that your present cannot touch my past." She tapped Suju's fist with one finger, and a terrifying force instantly swept through his entire body. It was not physical damage, but the scourge of time. Suju felt as though he had been thrown into the river of time. His Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body, aged at an extreme speed. His skin wrinkled, his muscles withered, and his bones became brittle. Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by an unknown time law. Intermediate Chaos Dragon Body, life active. Alert! The host's life is dropping rapidly. Death in 10 seconds. System warnings rang wildly in Suju's mind. Damn it, it's over. Suju cursed inwardly. He had never expected this harmless-looking little girl to possess such terrifying power. At this critical moment, Suju's mind suddenly cleared, and he remembered his foster father, Ao Yuan, the Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor, remembered the scenes of being carried through a black hole and devouring stars by the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor had said, "Son, cosmic laws are bullshit. As long as you're strong enough, you are the law." Yes. Suju's eyes turned wild. I am the law. He stopped resisting the power of time and instead detonated all his strength, decay, death, gravity, space, data, and the power of creation and destruction within his bloodline. If everything is destined to perish, then let's destroy it all together. Boom! A gray aura that devoured everything erupted from Suju's body, violently colliding with the little girl's golden light of eternity. Gray represented final extinction and nothingness, while gold represented unchanging existence. When the two ultimate powers collided, everything at the point of intersection turned into void. A fist-sized black hole appeared, voraciously devouring everything around it, yet it was silent and soundless. Just one glance into the hollow, and Capybara and Nyo Tua felt as if their souls were about to be sucked away, so frightened that they quickly backed off. Suju spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His body was restored to youth, but his face was deathly pale and his life force had almost been exhausted. He was only barely kept alive by the chaotic dragon body. Across from him, the little girl wore a grave expression, staring at the void between Suju and the two of them, and asked in confusion, "What exactly are you?" She had already asked this for the third time. "I'm your mother." Suju wiped the blood from his face and shouted angrily, refusing to admit defeat even in death. The little girl tilted her head, not understanding. Her golden eyes returned to calm as she said faintly, "I can feel it. You're dangerous, but not enough." Then she raised her hand, and the golden light in her palm became even more powerful than before, while the aura of eternity surged several times over. Suju felt his heart turn cold. Damn it, she hadn't even gone all out just now. It's over. This time, it really was going to be a showdown. Just as Suju was preparing to flee with the hourglass of time, the little girl suddenly frowned, and the golden light in her hand extinguished. "I'm hungry." She touched her stomach and said very seriously, "Suju, Capybara. Hungry? We're fighting to the death here, and now you say you're hungry?" The little girl muttered to herself, "Not enough energy. Slept too long. Need to replenish." She began searching through her tattered long dress, then pulled out something. A crystal-like apple shimmering with rainbow light. The moment the apple appeared, the space was filled with life, aura, and the power of laws. Ding! Warning! Overspec item. Fruit of the World Tree, Saint King grade. Effect. Primal creation source plus law of life suggestion. Host should kneel and beg for a bite. Watching the system go berserk, Suju was so shocked he could not speak. Saint King grade? You call this an apple? Even more absurdly, the little girl looked at it in distaste and casually threw away the fruit of the world tree. Then she took out a bottle of milk that glimmered with starlight. Detected overspec item. Star River Mother Spring, Saint King grade. Effect. Reforge the body. Increase affinity with the law's suggestion. Host. Run fast. Can't afford to offend her. The little girl shook the bottle, frowned again, and said, "This is bad too. It has a strange taste." Then she casually threw it away as well. Then, as if opening Doraemon's pocket, she kept pulling things out of the pocket in her dress. Black chocolate destruction demon god primal crystal. A flame bracelet 9 suns burning heaven bead. Ordinary lollipops condensed reincarnation law bodies. In less than a minute, the ground was piled full of snacks, starting at Saint grade. Suju, Capybara, and Nyo Tua were all petrified. What kind of ultimate rich lady was this? She casually tossed away treasures, and when she couldn't win, she used divine-grade items like trash to smash people. She fumbled out a dark, hard biscuit from her pocket, took a bite, seemed quite satisfied, and nodded. Then she looked up at Suju and handed the biscuit over. "Do you want some?" Suju looked at the biscuit in her hand, then at the pile of glowing trash on the ground, and his heart was practically bleeding. Those were priceless treasures, and she was just tossing them onto the floor. The little girl tilted her head at him, her expression calm, seemingly unable to understand Suju's reaction, and simply kept holding out the biscuit. "Do you want some?" Suju quickly did the math. The little girl was mysterious and powerful, he definitely couldn't snatch it from her, so he'd have to think of another way. He immediately put on a sincere smile. Yes, of course I do. Thank you, big sister. Just as he was about to take the biscuit, the little girl suddenly drew her hand back. Suju froze, and the smile on his face froze too. The little girl said calmly, "You haven't answered my question yet." She pointed at the treasures on the ground. "You want these?" Suju's heart tightened. Had he been seen through? But he quickly shook his head. No, no, no misunderstanding. I'm just afraid these things will get dirty, so I'm helping you clean up. I'm not interested in any of these things. Even the capybara in the distance was speechless and covered its face. The little girl believed him and nodded. These are all expired, not tasty. Then she shook the biscuit in her hand. This one is tasty. If you can bite through it, you can have a bite. After saying that, she again held the biscuit out. This time Suju didn't hesitate and took the biscuit directly. It was heavy, rough, and warm like metal. Ding. Detected an overspec item. The charred husk of the primordial seed of chaos. Tier. Effect. Contains the power of primordial chaos, condensed from the first substance of the universe. Indestructible, impervious to all arts. Consumption recommendation. Host tooth strength 99.999, Saint King level. Item hardness 999.999, immeasurable. Probability of biting it apart. Only 0.01%. But the intermediate chaos dragon body may be able to digest it. Suggest trying to swallow it. When Suju saw the system's data, his face went completely stiff. Even the system was telling him not to bite it? What a joke. His teeth could even bite through fragments of Saint King grade treasures. He glanced at Zero across from him. Zero was staring at him with golden eyes that looked blatantly saying, "You can't even bite my snack apart, useless." That immediately set Suju off. He snorted coldly and shoved the charred husk into his mouth, biting down with all his strength. In the end, not only did it not break, but his own teeth almost shattered, and his face turned the color of pig liver on the spot. A smile even appeared at the corners of Zero's mouth, her mockery clear as day. Suju's stubborn temper flared up, his rage maxed out, and he directly activated the intermediate chaos dragon body. His muscles swelled across his entire body, golden streams of light covered his teeth, and he bit down again. Finally, with a crisp crack, he bit off a tiny fragment. Pain surged through him, but he couldn't care less and immediately swallowed the black fragment. In an instant, chaotic energy crashed through Suju's entire body like a nuclear explosion, pushing him straight to his limit. Every cell was being remade. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious, but the benefits were enormous at the same time. Ding. Intermediate chaos dragon body passively tempered. Experience plus 10%, plus 20%. True essence quality improving. Congratulations. Host. Cultivation breakthrough. True essence realm level 6 level 7. Centered on Suju, a vast aura swept across the entire field. The bone platform trembled, and Nyo Tuo and the capybara in the distance were directly blasted away, rolling across the ground more than a dozen times. When they looked back at Suju, their expressions had completely changed. He wasn't human. He was a monster. He ate a piece of biscuit and broke through from level 6 to level 7? How is that even reasonable? But Suju, at this moment, was sitting cross-legged, wrapped in chaotic currents of energy, his aura still surging wildly. Seeing this scene, Zero on the side was, for the first time, surprised. Oh, you're not completely trash, huh? Suju was in so much pain he felt like dying, but inside he was overjoyed. Just a tiny fragment had let him break through a whole realm. If he ate the whole thing, wouldn't he ascend to sainthood? He had set his sights on that pile of expired snacks. If dried bread was like this, what about the Saint King fruit and the Mother Spring? He was going to get rich. He endured the stabbing pain and got back up, forcing out a smile and trying to sound very sincere. "Pretty lady, what's your name? I feel like we're pretty fated. How about we be friends?" Zero tilted her head and thought for a long time before speaking. "Name? My name is Zero. Friends, what is that? Can you eat it?" Suju's smile froze. In the distance, capybara nearly fell over, and Nyo Tuo buried his head even deeper. Friends can be eaten? What kind of logic is that? For a moment, Suju didn't know how to answer. She really didn't understand. He thought quickly, glanced at Nyo Tuo and capybara huddled not far away, and an idea flashed through his mind. He pointed at Nyo Tuo. "This is Nyo Tuo, he's my friend. Whatever I tell him to do, he does it." Nyo Tuo. Then he pointed at capybara. "This is capybara, also my friend. If I'm in danger, it helps me analyze things. If I'm hungry, it finds food for me." Capybara nodded furiously, its face full of survival instinct. Suju summed up, "So, a friend is a very convenient, very useful possession." Got it. After hearing this, Zero really nodded, golden eyes full of the look of having understood. Possession. She softly repeated that word, then looked up at Suju and asked in a low voice, "Then can I be your friend?" Suju was almost ecstatic inside, but on the surface he still acted calm. "Of course. From now on, we're friends." For the first time, Zero showed a hint of a smile. It was clear she was very happy. As a friend, she pointed at the pile of trash on the ground. "Can you help me with something?" Suju immediately pounded his chest. "No problem. Friends help each other. Go ahead, what do you need?" Zero pointed at the pile of glittering things and said seriously, "These are all expired and take up space. Can you throw them away for me?" "Throw them away?" Suju almost couldn't hold it in. He looked at those treasures, then at Zero's innocent face. Fruit of the world tree, star river mother spring, essence crystal of the silent demon god. Any one of them could trigger a massive upheaval in the blue summer universe. Now they wanted him to throw all of these away as trash. What a blatant waste of precious treasures. Suju's heart was bleeding, but he could only force a bitter smile and struggle to defend himself. Throw them away? Isn't that a bit of a shame? They may be expired, but they're still pretty beautiful. Ling shook her head, very firmly. If it's expired, it's trash. Trash should be thrown away. Suju was completely out of options. If he pushed any further, he'd be exposed, and they wouldn't even be able to remain friends. Enduring the pain, he nodded. "All right, leave it to me. I'll definitely fulfill a friend's request." Carefully, he walked over and picked up the crystal-clear world tree fruit. Ding! Detected an overspecification item. Please keep your distance. The system's warning rang out. Suju ignored it and turned around, speaking nonsense with utmost seriousness. "This can't be thrown around carelessly. It'll cause pollution. I have a special storage space where I can seal it up first and deal with it once I find a way." Ling nodded. "Okay." Having received permission, Suju immediately moved his mind. Divine ability, dimensional world. A flash of spatial fluctuation appeared, and the treasure vanished in an instant, stored away in his spatial world. On the surface he looked tragic and heartbroken, but inside he was overjoyed. After that, he continued using the same method to dispose of the other treasures as well. Suju took the Desolate Silence Demon God Source Crystal, Saint King Grade, the Nine-Yang Burning Heaven Pearl, Great Saint Grade, and other astonishing treasures, and one by one directly threw them all into his dimensional world. In less than 5 minutes, the pile of treasures on the ground, enough to buy half the Universe Federation, had been completely cleared out by him. Now, in his dimensional world, Saint King Grade and Great Saint Grade treasures were piled everywhere, practically a treasury. If a Saint Realm expert saw this, they'd probably go insane on the spot. After finishing all this, Suju clapped his hands and let out a breath, then looked at Ling and said with a proud expression, "Done. The trash has all been thrown away." Ling nodded. You're a good person." She directly handed him a good person card. Suju was speechless and complained inwardly. The capybara in the distance was completely dumbfounded. Seeing its boss looking like he was heartbroken over treasures but still giving them all away, and then seeing Ling's smug expression, the whole scene was absurd beyond belief. One dared to throw, and one dared to take. The capybara silently raised Suju's danger level in its mind and decided it must avoid him from now on. Just as Suju was happily thinking about how to digest all this trash, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning: dimensional world energy exceeds the limit. Structure unstable. The host cannot withstand the impact of Saint King Grade origin energy. Forceful absorption will mean certain death. Recommendation: cultivate properly and don't act recklessly. Watching the system's warnings fill the screen, Suju's heart instantly turned cold. Such peerless treasures could only be seen and not used. What torture this was. He forcefully suppressed the temptation and told himself, "I'll endure it. Once my strength is up, I'll devour them all." After sorting out his mood, Suju was just about to speak when he saw Zero yawn. "I'm sleepy. I want to sleep." She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Friend, do you have anywhere comfortable here?" Suju pointed to a big rock. "Yes, over there should do." But Zero shook her head and directly pointed above Suju's head. "There. It looks soft." Suju was speechless. He touched his own hair. Although it felt pretty nice, it wasn't a place for just anyone to sleep on, right? He immediately refused. No way. How could Suju possibly let someone sleep on his head? If word got out, would he still have any face left? After his refusal, the golden light in Zero's eyes instantly dimmed. She didn't cry or make a fuss, just lowered her head and stared at her toes. Her whole figure looked small, lonely, and pitiful. That aggrieved aura instantly filled the whole place, and Suju's heart tightened along with it. He had a bit of a headache. He couldn't beat her, scolding her was useless, and even after refusing, she still looked like this. Who could stand it? Just when Suju was in a dilemma, he suddenly thought of capybara. Capybaras were extremely smart. There had to be a way. With a glance from Suju, the capybara instantly understood, and its mind began racing at high speed to analyze. Zero, the embodiment of the eternal law, emotionally unstable, maximum danger level. Suju, its own boss, now completely being handled by Zero. The current goal was to let Zero find a comfortable place to sleep while also preserving the boss's dignity. The capybara flashed through countless options and finally settled on the optimal solution with a 95% success rate. It ran up to Suju and pointed at the large hood of Suju's animal onesie. Boss, your hood is big and soft. Why not let Zero sleep inside it? It won't delay your movements, and it solves both problems at once. Suju froze for a moment. This idea actually seemed reliable, better than letting someone stay on his head. He nodded. Did you hear that? You can sleep inside my hood. That's already my biggest concession. Zero looked up, and her golden eyes lit up again. She nodded. Okay. Then she turned into a streak of golden light, shrank down to palm size, and slipped into Suju's hood, curling up into a ball and falling asleep instantly. Suju felt a weight on his neck, and even his head went stiff. He could only accept it helplessly. Go. A steady breathing sound came from behind Suju's ear. He was speechless. Now things were even better. He had gone from a mobile trash can to a mobile crib. Suju's road to revenge was becoming more and more absurd. After dealing with Zero, Suju could finally focus on the real matter at hand. The task Elizabeth had given him was to devour the beast cores of 100 different laws on the Savage Star. Earlier, he had fought the Void Mantis, subdued the mountain-splitting Earth Dragon, outwitted the Skeleton King, and even fought Zero. After all that chaos, how was the mission progress looking? System, calculate how many laws I've devoured. Ding. 63 more types to go. Suju frowned. Only 37 types? He had thought at least more than half were already collected. Looks like there are still too few species in this place. Then where to next? He looked at Capybara. Capybara patted its chest confidently. Boss, leave it to me. I know a place where the number of ferocious beast species is greater than the total of these two places combined. It's a buffet specially tailored for you. As it spoke, it pulled out a holographic map and pointed to a colorful region. Here, the Kaleidoscope Swamp, a melting pot of laws. Suju nodded. Good, let's go there. Nyo Tua lead the way. Nyo Tua immediately rushed to the front, and the group set off again. This time, an extra big killer weapon was sleeping in the hat. They hadn't gone far when Suju suddenly heard Zero's drowsy muttering from inside the hat. So noisy. There's a big bug coming. Suju frowned slightly and swept the surroundings with his soul power. He found no powerful life forms within 100 li, so he assumed Zero was just talking in his sleep and didn't pay it any mind. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure surged from deep within the swamp, and even the air seemed to freeze. Thud! Neo Tua was the first to collapse, instantly crushed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his life or death uncertain. Boss! Capybara was so frightened that its fur stood on end, and its quantum core blared alarms wildly. Warning! Warning! Superspec life form. Level: Early Saint Realm species. Swamp Hydra Lizard. Swamp Leviathan status. Extremely enraged, attracted by the aura of an unknown treasure threat level. World-ending chance of survival. 0.001%. Win rate in a head-on fight. 0%. Saint Realm. How could there be such a monster on the outskirts? It was completely unreasonable. According to the database, Saint Realm experts generally only operated near the 10,000 Beasts Sacred Mountain at the core of the Savage Star. Suju's expression turned extremely grave. He could clearly feel a terrifying pressure locking onto him, more precisely, onto the trash within his dimensional world. Treasures like the Fruit of the World tree and the Galaxy Mother Spring were Saint King-level treasures, and no matter how well hidden they were, their source aura had still been detected by the Saint Realm beast. A heaven-shaking beast roar erupted from deep within the swamp, stirring the mud into frenzy. A giant beast over 1,000 meters long, with a dark green lizard body and 9 serpent heads, emerged. 18 vertical pupils stared fixedly at Suju, filled with greed and brutality. This was the Swamp Leviathan, the king of the Kaleidoscope Swamp. The giant beast sensed treasures on Suju that made its bloodline tremble. If it swallowed them, it would have a chance to break through to the Great Saint level. A thought rang in Suju's mind. Human, hand over the treasures, and I'll spare your life. Its voice was hoarse and piercing. Under the pressure of the Saint Realm, Suju could not move, and the circulation of his true essence became sluggish. Merely from the aura alone, he was already on the verge of being crushed. A head-on clash was hopeless, and escaping was impossible. The space had been sealed, and methods like space folding were completely unusable. Suju thought rapidly. He had 3 trump cards. 1. The hourglass of time at his brow, given by his mother, could send him back 3 seconds, but it could only be used once. 2. The calamity-destroying demonic sword fragment from his old man in the dimensional world, a remnant of a Saint King grade weapon, containing the law of destruction. Whether he could risk everything with it remained uncertain. 3. And finally, the killer weapon sleeping in his hat, an existence even more terrifying than the Saint Realm. But if she woke up, she might even bring disaster upon herself, and he was hesitant about whether to rouse her. While he was still thinking, the swamp leviathan lost its patience. Not giving it. Then this seat will take it myself. A tyrannical will descended, and one snake head suddenly opened its massive bloody maw. There was no fire, no poison spit. Instead, a ring of dark green ripples spread out violently, and Saint Domain corrosive poison swamp kingdom descended. Within the covered area, the world was wrapped in venom and corrosive laws, and even space wailed in agony. Suju felt a piercing pain. As an intermediate chaos dragon body, even he was now being corroded and beginning to dissolve, his life force draining away at a terrifying pace. No good. At this rate, in less than 10 seconds, Suju would be corroded into a pool of pus. He clenched his teeth and prepared to fight with his life on the line, using the calamity-destroying demonic sword fragment to struggle to the death against this monster. At that moment, a baby-soft, puzzled voice came from inside the hat. So noisy. Suju's body stiffened. He turned around and saw the golden little figure sitting up at some point. She rubbed her eyes, yawned, and fixed her golden eyes on the swamp leviathan, her face full of displeasure. The little figure frowned, raised a hand, and lazily uttered a single word: silence. The instant the words fell, the world seemed to pause. The swamp leviathan's domain froze, then with a crisp crack, shattered into specks of light and vanished. This 1,000-meter beast, with its 9 snake heads and 18 vertical pupils, all went rigid, motionless, turning into a living statue. Suju could feel that the beast was still alive. Its life aura had not weakened, but it simply could not move, from its body down to its laws, completely halted. He was stunned. One sentence turned a Saint Realm powerhouse into a sculpture that could only be looked at. This was the power of eternity, even more absurd than his own slight ability to make spoken words become law. Suju swallowed hard and couldn't help but look at the little figure in the hat. Zero. Zero looked at her own masterpiece, nodded, and said, now it's quiet. Then she tilted her head again, preparing to go back to sleep. Wait. Suju called out to her. You're just leaving it like that? Zero's golden eyes blinked as she said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, it was too noisy, so I told it to be quiet. Once I wake up, it'll be able to move again. Suju was speechless. She had directly hit the monster's mute button and even set it to automatically unmute later. But who knew how long it would sleep? Suju's heart tightened. He had to find a way to deal with this future trouble. His gaze fell once again on this statue, and a crazy idea sprang up in his mind. Although this swamp leviathan had been paused, it was still alive. Its laws, source, and soul were all intact, and now it had no ability to resist at all. Wasn't this just an ultra-large Saint Realm EXP pack for him to butcher as he pleased? A living, perfect law buffet that could be parsed and devoured at will. Suju's heartbeat quickened, his eyes blazing hot like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. He rubbed his hands together, walked smilingly up to the giant statue, patted its cold, dark green scales, and looked overjoyed. He turned back to look at the capybara, which had just climbed up and was still dazed, and asked it to help count how many kinds of laws this big fellow had. The capybara, trembling all the while, used its quantum core to scan it from every angle and stammered out a report. Boss, this swamp leviathan has 9 hearts, corresponding to 9 laws: poison, corrosion, illusion, deep water, petrification, devouring, regeneration, curse, and swamp. 9 kinds. Adding the 37 kinds he had swallowed before made a total of 46. The mission progress skyrocketed instantly. Huge profit. Suju nodded in satisfaction, rubbed his hands together, and jumped onto the central snake head, sitting cross-legged. Under the shocked gazes of the capybara and Nyo Tua, he closed his eyes and, with a thought, said, All things analysis system, activate. Target, swamp leviathan, early Saint Realm, living body, sealed state. An invisible wave enveloped the entire scene. Analyzing a living Saint Realm being. This was the system's first time. In Suju's perception, the inside of the swamp leviathan was like a 3-dimensional star map, with 9 hearts like suns connected to one another by lines of law, cycling in perfect harmony. Each heart represented the source of a law. These laws, enough to terrify even a divine power expert, were now all laid out before him, like a buffet for him to pick from at will. Which one first? Suju pondered, and in the end locked onto the poison heart. Ding. Target locked. Heart of poison. Parsing in progress. Progress, 1%, 5%, 15%. The victim offered no resistance, so the parsing went incredibly smoothly. In less than 10 minutes. Ding. Parsing successful. Extracting the origin of the law. Congratulations, host. Poison law affinity plus 50%. All poisons immunity, passive. Ding. Congratulations, host, for comprehending a divine ability. Poison domain, beginner. A surge of poison law origin flooded through Suju's entire body, as if he had been thrown into a poisonous furnace, causing agony and exhilaration to intertwine. Next one. Suju did not stop, and his divine soul locked onto the second heart. Corrosion heart. Ding. Parsing successful. Corrosion law affinity plus 50%. Ding. Divine ability decay halo enhanced. Next one. Heart of illusion. Ding. Parsing successful. Fantasy law affinity plus 50%. Ding. Divine soul strength greatly increased. Comprehended divine ability. True illusion beginner. Time passed quickly. Within 3 days, Suju sat cross-legged atop the swamp leviathan without moving, yet his aura kept rising. Each time he devoured a law, the origin within his body refined his true essence once more. After all 9 laws were devoured, his true essence became pure to the extreme, surpassing even the strong of the king realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for devouring the origin of 9 laws. Law affinity greatly increased. Mission progress, 46 out of 100. Ding. Absorbed massive amounts of Saint Realm origin energy, cultivation breakthrough. Current realm, True Essence Realm 7th level, True Essence Realm 9th level peak. Only one step away from the domain transformation realm. A surging aura shot into the sky, and Suju opened his eyes, brilliance flashing in them. So refreshing. This harvest was enormous. After devouring 9 laws, mission progress soared, and his cultivation reached its limit, with only a breakthrough opportunity left. As long as he successfully merged his true essence with his divine soul, he could break through to the domain transformation realm, and his combat strength would surge. At this moment, the system issued another prompt. Ding. System has parsed a living Saint Realm being, obtaining massive amounts of unknown data, self-optimization in progress. Optimization successful. All things parsing system 2.0 has been updated. New feature added, Law Furnace. Law Furnace. Confuse and deduce different laws, with a chance to create exclusive composite divine abilities. Warning, extremely high risk. Failure may result in law backlash or even explosion. When Suju saw the new feature, he was extremely excited. Possessing many kinds of laws was powerful, but they were not unified. If he could fuse them into one, their might would skyrocket. He laughed and jumped down from the head of the swamp leviathan. At this moment, the beast's origin had been almost completely drained by him, leaving only an empty shell and a faint life aura. Thank you for the meal. Suju grinned and lightly tapped the snake's head with his hand. Crack. The swamp leviathan's sealed true body, bound by the power of eternity, began to crack from the head, and the cracks rapidly spread throughout its entire body. Boom. The Saint Realm giant beast turned to fly ash and dissipated without a sound. But its death was like a bomb thrown into a lake. After a deathly silence in the kaleidoscopic swamp, countless roars and howls of savage beasts erupted. The king was dead, and the swamp had no master. All the savage beasts crazily surged toward Suju's location. The ground trembled violently, and countless powerful auras approached. The beast tide had erupted. Capybara was terrified and pulled out a holographic radar. The screen was packed with red dots, every one of them a powerful, desolate beast, some even Lord-tier beings at the divine ability realm. Run, boss, run. If we don't, we're gonna get drowned. But Suju wasn't panicking at all. On the contrary, he was excited. This wasn't a beast tide. It was an experience pack. He spread his arms and declared to the beast tide. From today on, this marsh belongs to me, Suju. Want to become the new king? Ask me first whether I agree or not. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force field spread out. Divine ability, gravity field. Within 1,000 meters, gravity surged to 10,000 times normal, and the desolate beasts that charged in were instantly crushed into meat paste. Then, gray ripples spread outward. Divine ability, decay halo. Under the dual effects of gravity field and decay aura, the 1,000-meter radius around Suju instantly became a death zone, turning into a massive meat grinder. Wave after wave of desolate beasts charged in, all of them effortlessly crushed, corroded, and devoured. Suju stood quietly at the center, eyes closed, savoring the feast of slaughter. Ding! Devoured three-eyed thunder frog. Affinity for the law of thunder plus 3%. Ding! Devoured iron-armored earth dragon. Affinity for the law of metal plus 5%. Ding! Devoured phantom demon butterfly. Affinity for the law of illusion plus 2%. The system notifications flashed frantically, and the mission progress soared. 47 out of 100, 55 out of 100, 68 out of 100, 82 out of 100. For 3 days and 3 nights, Suju killed until he was numb. The number of laws he had mastered surged to the limit, and the various law powers inside him collided and clashed, nearly blowing him apart. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on, using battle to squeeze out his potential and turn this Shura field into the best place for cultivation. The swamp beneath his feet had turned dark red, flesh and mud mixed together, the stench nauseating. Suju stood at the center with his eyes tightly shut. Ding! Devoured 8-armed demon ape. Affinity for the law of strength plus 4%. Ding! Devoured abyss stalker. Affinity for the law of shadows plus 6%. Ding! Mission progress 98 out of 100. Suju's body was nearing its limit, with 98 laws raging wildly inside him, and an energy storm ready to erupt at any moment. If not for intermediate chaotic dragon body and ancient human race source blood, he would have long since been blown apart. He clenched his teeth. Just 2 more. He had to gather 100 laws before his body collapsed. This was his only way out. At that moment, a special roar rang out in the distance, carrying cunning and intelligence. Suju opened his eyes and saw a 10-meter-tall desolate beast, black as a panther, slowly walking out. Wherever it passed, all the desolate beasts bowed their heads, its aura suppressing the entire field. Every step it took landed on a node in space, eerily silent. When Suju's gravity field and decay aura approached within 3 meters of it, they were actually pushed aside by an invisible force and couldn't harm it in the slightest. Ding! High-level intelligent desolate beast discovered. Species, Deceiver, Divine Ability Realm, 8th layer. Ability, Law Deception, Energy Disguise, Causal Transfer. Law Affinity, Law of Deception, 77%. Devouring Suggestion. It can distort reality, disguise itself as other matter, and even transfer damage. Host, beware of being tricked. Suju's eyes lit up. A rare catch had arrived. He was only 2 laws away from completion, and his gaze locked firmly onto the Deceiver. Sensing the fighting intent, the Deceiver stopped licking its paw, raised its head, and the next second vanished into thin air. Not teleportation, not speed, just completely gone. Suju swept his soul force around, but found nothing, as if the other party had never appeared at all. He didn't panic. Instead, he smiled and closed his eyes, letting his mind sink into his body to sense the flow of various laws. Flames, ice, gravity, space. Suddenly, he found a direction that all laws were avoiding, like there was an invisible vortex there that could deceive and redirect the other laws. I found it. Suju locked onto an ordinary rock to his left rear and threw a straight punch at it, without using any law, only the power of his chaos dragon body. The rock instantly distorted and reverted to the appearance of the Deceiver. It hadn't expected to be exposed and was stunned, but it reacted extremely quickly, opening its mouth to spit out an invisible ripple. Law of Deception, Grafting. The ripple instantly wrapped around Suju's fist. Nyo Tua, watching from afar, suddenly had his chest explode. He was gravely wounded and knocked unconscious on the spot, spitting blood wildly. The Deceiver remained unharmed, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. But very soon it froze. The other party was not angry at all. Instead, he was even more excited, his smile growing more intense. So it can work like this? Suju twisted his wrist, his bones cracking loudly. Very good, your law is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Suju disappeared, even faster than the Deceiver, directly accelerating with the newly acquired Law of Light. The Deceiver only saw a streak of golden light flash by, and the next second, Suju's small hand was already pressing on the top of its head. Divine Art, Soul Harvest. Divine Art, Decay Halo. Divine Art, Gravity Domain. More than 10 divine arts crashed down in an instant. With all his strength poured in, the Deceiver didn't even have time to scream before Suju crushed it outright. The Law of Deception was paper-thin before brute force and was torn apart in one strike. It knelt to the ground, its body collapsing, and its soul was also brutally devoured by Suju to the last trace. Ding! Devoured Deceiver, 8th level of the divine arts realm. Affinity with the law of deception, plus 77%. Current total affinity, 77%. Quest progress, 99 out of 100. Just one more to go. Suju's gaze swept toward the far end of the beast tide, where a small white rabbit was trembling all over. Species, gluttonous rabbit. First level of the domain transformation realm. Law affinity, law of devouring, 13%. When the gluttonous rabbit saw Suju, it was so frightened that its fur stood on end as it tried to flee. Suju sneered and in one step reached it, grabbing the rabbit by the neck. Who told you to be the 100th one? Suju opened his mouth and swallowed it directly. Ding! Devoured gluttonous rabbit. Affinity with the law of devouring, plus 13%. Current total affinity, 33%. Quest complete. But before he could even be happy, a sudden change occurred. The 100 laws within Suju's body suddenly lost control, exploding like a powder keg, and a doomsday force erupted. Suju spat out golden blood, and cracks covered his entire body. At the same time, the fruit of the world tree inside the dimensional world also sensed the eruption and exploded with a crack, unleashing terrifying life energy. The system alarm rang furiously. Warning! Dimensional world energy overload. The world barrier is about to collapse. It will completely disintegrate in 30 seconds. Attacked from both inside and out, with law riots outside and the fruit of the world tree. Energy running wild inside. Once the dimensional world exploded, not even ashes would be left behind. Suju instantly understood. This was not the end, but the true beginning of the cruel trial. Dead system, calculate a solution now. Scheme 1. Reset the hourglass of time to 3 seconds ago, 100% success rate, no fundamental improvement. Scheme 2. Detonate the fragments of the desolation-destroying demon sword, 73% chance to neutralize the rampage, 99% chance of being destroyed by backlash. A series of plans appeared, but every one of them ended with a death rate. Not a single one could lead to survival. Suju clenched his teeth. The collapse of his body accelerated, and offhand of his skin peeled away, revealing bones flowing with golden light. Inside the dimensional world, heaven and earth were collapsing. The cracks in the fruit of the world tree widened, and life energy turned into a green storm sweeping across the world. The Star River Mother Spring was lifted up, and the spring water collided with the life energy, triggering even more violent spatial denial. The earth cracked, the sky shattered, and the world was on the verge of destruction. Is there really nothing we can do? Suju's consciousness began to waver. At this moment, a furnace icon that had been overlooked appeared in the corner of the system panel. Law Furnace, a new function in version 2.0 of the system. Confuse and deduce different laws. A crazy idea surfaced. Since it couldn't be stopped or suppressed, then throw all the laws and the runaway Saint King treasures into the furnace, let them devour each other, and fuse into a brand new power. Thinking of this, his heartbeat quickened, and he shouted, System, evaluate immediately. What's the success rate if I throw all the laws and all the energy in the world into the law furnace for forced fusion? The system was silent for 3 seconds, then popped up a violently flashing warning. Warning. This action is equivalent to suicide. Success rate 0.00001%. If it fails, your soul, body, and world will all be destroyed. Seeing the 0.00001%, Suju instead laughed. If there's a probability, then it can succeed. Wasn't my whole journey about finding life in the midst of death? I, Suju, have the bearing of a great emperor. And now some mere law rampage wants my life. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered, System, activate the law furnace, max out the power, burn in everything that can be burned. Today, either I forge the first divine power, or I throw myself the most dazzling funeral. Buzz. The moment the command was given, the ancient furnace deep within Suju's soul roared to life. The lid blasted open, and a terrifying suction burst forth. He felt his soul being torn apart by countless hands, kneaded into a lump and thrown into a scalding iron vat, the agony so intense that he couldn't make a sound. 100 raging laws turned into a torrent, screaming as they surged into the law furnace. Law, law of death, law of life, law of deceit, and so on. Even the energies of those Saint King-level treasures, fruit of the world tree, Star River Mother Spring, and desolation-destroying demon god origin crystal, were all forcibly stripped away, condensing into streams of even thicker, brighter light pillars, and were swallowed in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire furnace shook violently. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Countless colors twisted, collided, and annihilated like mad inside the furnace. and in the end they returned to silence, leaving only pure chaos. Pain seared into his marrow, threatening to burn away his very soul. Suju's consciousness flickered in and out amid the torrent of chaos. Within the furnace of laws, the source of 100 laws had all disintegrated, leaving only the most primal, turbulent flow of energy. They devoured and fought one another. The victor would become the new sovereign, while the losers would vanish outright. Suju gritted his teeth through the tearing agony, desperately clinging to the last shred of clarity. He understood that if he let these energies run wild, it would only give birth to an uncontrollable monster, and the furnace itself might even explode. He had to guide these origins, but with his own strength, there was no way to intervene at all. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He remembered the mental force, unique to the ancient human race, a power that could interfere with everything through will alone. Suju tried to use mental force to touch the chaos. In an instant, the fury of flame, the cold of ice, the stillness of death, and the pulse of life, the emotions and wills of all the laws, flooded into his mind at once, arguing among themselves and impossible to coexist. Suju forcibly withstood the pressure, his will growing even firmer. You are all part of the 3,000 great Taoists. Split apart, you are flame, ice, death, and life. Together, you are me. At this moment, the ancient bloodline of the human race awakened within him. His mental force erupted, using his mind as fire and his will as a hammer, branding itself fiercely into the chaos. Merge for me. The boiling chaos suddenly. The chaotic energy abruptly came to a halt, and Suju's domineering will instantly subdued it. Flame became docile, ice merged, and death and life also bizarrely intertwined, forming a gray-white Taiji diagram. All the laws and energy were completely reorganized around Suju's mental force. In the distance, Capybara, Cat Xiaoming, and the others stared dumbfounded. Suju's body was wrapped in gray energy, decomposing and reassembling, at times like flame, at times like ice, or withered wood, or the cycle of life. In just a few seconds, it was as if he had experienced the lingui of the entire universe. Capybara's chip overloaded, its screen filled with error, unable to analyze. And it could only watch as the gray energy grew denser and denser, until all phenomena disappeared. Suju reappeared, still in the form of a baby floating in midair, but his eyes had turned into a chaotic starry color. He opened his palm, and a strand of fine gray energy coiled in his hand. When Capybara saw it, it was terrified out of its wits, instinctively overwhelmed by fear. Ding! Law fusion successful. Failed to generate a brand new law template. Its level exceeds the system's understanding. System error, restarting. Congratulations, host, you have created your own supreme law. Chaos return to 1. Initial level, 1%. Effect. Analyze, simulate, suppress, and devour all laws. The first application has been unlocked. Suju smiled, and with a gentle squeeze of his hand toward the distant 10,000-meter mountain peak, crush you. The mountain peak was instantly ground to dust by an invisible force, and the rule's level was directly rewritten. This was the power of chaos returned to 1. He had only mastered 1%, yet it already stood above all else. The laws within his body were now all obedient and compliant. Martial, Suju could now freely manipulate the law of flame and the law of space, and could even make the mortal enemy's law of flame and law of ice cooperate together, effortlessly unleashing ice and fire double heaven. Everything was under the control of his thoughts, smooth and seamless. After dealing with the internal crisis, Suju's soul turned inward. His own dimensional world was on the brink of collapse. The originally 12,000-kilometer-wide space was covered in cracks, and the energies of the world tree fruit and the Star River Mother Spring inside were colliding violently, shaking the space tremendously. He had been helpless against this situation before, but now it was different. Suju snorted coldly, and his will descended upon the dimensional world. A wisp of gray chaos returned to 1 power manifested, instantly freezing the life storm and the spring of creation in place, the energy being firmly suppressed by a higher dimensional force. Suppress. With Suju's command, the gray current transformed into a sky-covering net, enveloping all the rampaging energy. Come back. The energy began to converge toward the center of the net. He no longer sealed away these Saint King-grade treasures. Instead, he would let them completely merge into the world and become the highest-grade raw materials. Using the power of chaotic unity, he first locked onto the fruit of the world tree. The gray net tightened, and the fruit was crushed into the essence of life and infused into the earth. The entire dimensional world trembled violently. A green continent rapidly took shape, Vines and ancient trees grew wildly, and the barren world instantly turned into a primeval forest. The world tree became the core of the new world. System prompt. Dimensional world has evolved. The fruit of the world tree has fused, the world core has formed, and stability has increased by 10,000%. Immediately after, Suju turned to the Star River Mother Spring and crushed and fused it in the same way. The world gained its first river, lakes, and oceans, and life began to emerge in the water. Ding! Dimensional world has fused with the Star River Mother Spring. The life cycle has been established. Suju looked at the black crystal, origin crystal of the silent demon god. You can become this world's volcanoes and abyss. Boom! Volcanoes rose from the ground, and abysses tore through the earth. Destruction and rebirth formed a balance. The 9 suns burning heaven pearl turned into 9 suns in the sky, while the condensed body of the reincarnation law became the world's cycle of reincarnation. Suju was like a god of creation, directly treating countless treasures as building materials and rapidly constructing the rudiments of a world. After the last treasure merged, the dimensional world was completely transformed. It now had land, sky, oceans, and suns, and the life cycle had begun to take shape. Though crude, its potential was limitless. Ding! Dimensional world evolution complete. It has been upgraded to dimensional universe. Prototype. Current number of planets, 10. Main planet diameter, 100,000 kilometers. World rules may be freely defined by the host. As the world evolved, a massive amount of origin power fed back into Suju, breaking through the bottleneck in his body. His true essence and divine soul fused, establishing a connection with the newly born universe. He was the world, and the world was him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through, reaching first stage of the domain-forming realm. Suju's aura surged wildly, shaking even the outside universe. He opened his eyes and felt his new power, unable to stop himself from howling. At this moment, a cold gaze pierced through space and time towards Suju. It was Elizabeth. Suju was thrilled, like a child who had scored full marks and wanted to show off to his mother. Mom, see? I've made it big. In the Dragon Star domain, at Myria Dragon Fortress, the space magic mirror rippled, reflecting Suju's new world, where giant trees, rivers, volcanoes, and 9 suns were all present. Though primitive, the outline of a world had already taken shape. The Dragon Emperor of the Starry Sky, Ao Yuan, was so shocked he was speechless. In disbelief, he said, he fused all the Saint King level treasures, and even forged a universe out of them. These treasures would take even peak Saint Kings tens of thousands of years to refine one by one. Yet Suju had just used them all in one go, turning a luxury renovation into his own universe. Ao Yuan was first stunned, then finally could not help but burst into wild laughter. After a moment of shock, Ao Yuan broke into thunderous laughter. Good. Truly my son, born to be a creator god. His laughter carried the power of laws, shaking the entire time garden. On the side, the silver dragon Elizabeth quietly watched the child in the mirror. Her expression was calm, but inside she was already in turmoil. Creating a law unique to himself, fusing a Saint King treasure with the true origin realm, and becoming a world. Each of these 3 miracles alone would have gone down in history, yet they had all happened to the human infant she once looked down on. She remained silent for a long time before coldly saying, "Not bad. Not total trash." Ao Yuan's laughter came to an abrupt stop. He could hardly believe it. His picky wife was actually praising someone. Though it was only not total trash, it was already the highest praise. On Savage Wilderness Star, Suju stabilized his surging cultivation and felt his connection with the dimensional universe. At the domain creation realm, ordinary warriors could only open up a field of 1,000 meters, but his field was the dimensional universe. With a single thought, he could drag his enemies into his own world, arbitrarily set the rules, and hold life and death completely in his grasp. This was no longer a field, but a world. At the domain creation realm, he directly possessed the ability to open up a world like a Saint Realm expert. Suju excitedly rubbed his hands together and opened the system panel. Host, Suju, race, human, intermediate dataized dragon body 41%. Intermediate chaos dragon body 85%. Realm, first layer of the domain creation realm. Technique, mind scripture, beginner 1.5%. Divine abilities, dimensional universe, soul reaping, decay halo, gravity domain, death gaze, law furnace. Law, chaos unification 1%. Energy points, 2,874,550,000. Overall evaluation, congratulations. You have evolved into a qualified creator god temporary worker. Seeing the temporary worker evaluation, Suju's face darkened. System, are you itching for a beating? The system immediately pretended to be dead. Suju couldn't be bothered to argue with it. This breakthrough had brought him enormous gains. He now had a trump card capable of confronting Saint Realm experts. The 5th trial is over. Since I'm already here, I have to go meet that beast king. He still remembered the fear in the cat-eared girl and the ox-headed man when they mentioned the beast king, a savage beast that had evolved entirely on its own. Suju cultivated all the way to the Saint Realm, ruled the outskirts of savage wilderness star, and established order. A person like that was either top-tier food or an interesting target. Hey, capybara, Suju called out. The capybara abruptly came to its senses and looked at Suju with awe and fear. Boss, just give the order. Suju asked. Do you know where the Beast King is? The capybara nodded furiously. I know. The Beast King is the local tyrant on this planet. His true form is an ordinary gold-eating mouse, and he's cultivated to where he is now by swallowing ore. He lives in the only city, Beast King City. Beast King City? Suju raised an eyebrow. Right? It's the most prosperous and chaotic place around. Anyone can enter. It's not under Federation control, and no one cares about your background. As long as you follow the rules, you can trade freely. There's the black market, genetic potions, warship blueprints, slaves, and all kinds of stuff. There's also the biggest beast arena and a den of vice, duels between experts, all kinds of entertainment. Listening to this, Suju's eyes brightened, and he found it interesting. We're going to Beast King City. Not far away, Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming stared blankly at Suju, still shocked by the miracle he had just displayed. Suju beckoned them over. Come on, next stop. The two hurriedly followed, not daring to breathe loudly. At that moment, the little golden figure Zuru in Suju's hat poked her head out groggily. Noisy. She had no interest in the outside world and only wanted to keep sleeping. Suju rolled his eyes and pushed her back down, covering the hat properly. Thus the group set off toward Beast King City. No one noticed that after Suju left, in the depths of the kaleidoscope swamp, an older and even more enormous pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. After leaving the swamp, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. Replacing the rotten mire was an endless red wasteland, where 3 suns scorched the earth and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur and metal. The capybara wiped its fur and said, Boss, once we cross the flame wasteland and climb over the Wailing Mountain range, we'll reach Beast King City. As it explained, there are lava lizards in the flame wasteland. They're hot-tempered, so it's best to go around them. Suju ignored it, taking his short little steps while looking around curiously. His intermediate chaos dragon body made him completely unafraid of the heat. This place felt to him like air conditioning. Niu Tuo and Xiaoming the cat were in a miserable state. Their realms were high, but they couldn't withstand the scorching heat here, which carried the law of fire. Their true essence was being consumed frantically. If not for the decay seeds Suju had left behind to help them absorb energy, they would have been roasted dry already. Even so, they were still suffering. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. A gigantic off-road vehicle, spewing dust and painted with a blood skull, charged over. On board were more than 10 burly men, bare-chested and tattooed, each exuding a fierce aura. Leading them was a lion-headed beast man, 3 meters tall, with strength at the 3rd level of the divine power realm. Trash up ahead, get the hell out of the way, the lion-headed beast man roared. The off-road vehicle did not slow down at all as it barreled straight ahead, and the others in the crew laughed wildly along with him. In this place, they were the law. Niu Tuo and Xiaoming's expressions changed drastically. Instinctively, they tried to pull Suju out of the way. Capybara, terrified, scuttled into Niu Tuo's pant leg. But Suju didn't even bother to lift his head, only staring at the red plant on the ground. Seeing that Suju remained unmoved, the lion-headed beast man grew furious and slammed on the accelerator. It looked like they were about to crash into him. Yet nothing happened. The off-road vehicle stopped less than a meter in front of Suju, and everyone kept their charging, arrogant expressions as they instantly turned into stone statues. Niu Tuo froze. It was the same familiar power as in the swamp. Was it that golden little girl again? But this time, no one saw her make a move. Suju slowly raised his head, glanced at the group of statues, and waved a small hand, as if shooing away flies. The next second, the off-road vehicle and the dozen-plus people aboard vanished out of thin air. Niu Tuo's pupils contracted. He saw a strand of gray chi fly out from Suju's fingertips, touch the vehicle, and instantly disintegrated into nothing, leaving not even ash behind. So noisy. Suju clapped his hands, as if crushing a fly. He lowered his head and, with great interest, lightly tapped the petals of the little red flower on the ground with his finger. A trace of chaotic return to one power was infused into it, and the ordinary red flower changed instantly. Its petals became as transparent and brilliant as rubies. Mysterious law patterns appeared on them, and it even carried a rich life aura. A blade of common grass was casually transformed by Suju into a 7th-grade spirit medicine. This was chaotic return to one, turning stone into gold, bringing instant marvels. Much prettier, Suju said in satisfaction, and continued walking forward with his little short legs. Behind him, Nyotuo and Xiaoming were completely stunned, while Capybara only dared to eat bungato from Nyotuo's pant leg, trembling in fear. Capybara's quantum core was about to burn out. Warning: logical model collapse. Target Suju danger level cannot be assessed. 3 days later, they crossed the howling mountain range, shrouded in storms. At the far end of their sight appeared a giant city built within an excavated mountain. The city walls towered into the clouds, forged from black metal and covered with scars and various traces of blood. A gigantic banner fluttered above the city, bearing the image of a roaring golden beast. Countless aircraft, flying boats, and dragon-riding knights came and went, making the scene lively and chaotic. "Boss, we're here. This is Beast City." Capybara excitedly jumped down from Nyotuo's back. Suju could tell at a glance that the guards on the city wall were of various races, all wearing golden armor. And the weakest among them were already at the domain transformation realm. 2 stone giants over 10 meters tall stood guard at the city gate, their auras terrifying. They were at the peak of the divine power realm. "Pretty lively," Suju commented flatly. The group walked toward the city gate, and the closer they got, the stronger the pressure became. A long line had formed at the entrance, with all kinds of bizarre life forms waiting to enter the city. An 8-armed octopus man was arguing with a floating crystal skull, while a flame elemental lord stomped the ground in impatience. The scene was chaotic, yet no one dared make trouble, because every 10 meters on both sides stood a golden armored guard, brimming with killing intent. When it was Suju's group's turn, the one handling registration was a hot cat-eared girl. She was momentarily stunned when she saw their combination: a burly, bull-headed man, a cautious cat girl, a lazy capybara, and a baby in animal pajamas. What kind of bizarre team was this? Entrance fee: 1 million Federation credits per person, or equivalent source crystals, the cat-eared girl said lazily. "What? 1 million? Xiaoming exclaimed. She hadn't even been able to earn 1 million in an entire year before. The cat-eared girl glanced at her sideways. "If it's too expensive, get lost." At the gate of 10,000 Beast City, the cat-eared female guard sneered. "Poor trash, don't come in." Mao Xiaoming flushed with anger, and Niu Tuo quickly held her back, telling her not to cause trouble. Niu Tuo was extremely embarrassed. He was broke as hell. Suju was no better off, either. His family assets had long been confiscated. After thinking for a moment, he pulled a piece of red flame crystal out of his dimensional universe. "Will this do?" The guard's eyes lit up at once. A 6th-grade source crystal was enough for several people to enter the city, but she wanted to squeeze extra out of them and put on a troubled face. "The market's bad right now. This piece is only worth 2 million. You're still short 2 million. If it's not enough, go queue up at the back." She thought the few of them were easy marks and planned to keep them hanging a little longer. What came next, however, was not a treasure, but Suju's chubby little hand. With a casual jab of his finger, he poked a hole straight through the 10-tier obsidian desk on the registration table. The entire area fell dead silent in an instant, and everyone stared at Suju as if looking at a monster. A dignified obsidian table, pierced by a baby's finger? The guard was nearly scared out of her mind and dropped to her knees on the spot. "Enough, enough. My lord, it's free." "No, I'll pay the fee for you." She frantically pulled out source crystals in supplication, terrified that she would end up like the table too. Suju was a little speechless. He'd only wanted to prove that he could pay. He sighed, then tossed out 3 even better source crystals. "For people. No need to make change." With that, he walked into the city without looking back. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming hurried after him, while the guard remained kneeling there, trembling. Xi's expression was both sympathetic and delightfully vindicated. "Serve you right for looking down on people, huh? You've kicked a steel plate this time. Our master has money to burn." The capybara yawned from behind and ambled along slowly, as if none of this had anything to do with it. Only after Suju and the others had gone far away did the surrounding crowd erupt into an uproar. Did I see that wrong? Was that a baby who pierced through an obsidian table? Those source crystals were 7th-grade purple thunder crystals, right? One piece is worth 10 million. He just tossed them on the ground? "Boss, should we rob him?" "Rob your head." Everyone looked at the still kneeling cat-eared girl as though she were an idiot. 100 million was right there, and she didn't want it, yet she insisted on extorting a bit of entry fee. Now look what happened. She'd offended a big shot. Hearing the discussion and looking again at the purple thunder crystals on the ground, the cat-eared girl fainted on the spot. Up on the city wall, two stone giants had seen everything. The stone giant on the left said, "Interesting. That baby is no ordinary one." The stone giant on the right was even more cautious. "The power on him makes me uneasy. It's definitely far beyond us. Should we report it? The king is in seclusion right now. Leave it for now." GoldenEye is already following them. Inside 10,000 Beast City, Suju looked around like a curious child. The buildings here were all bizarre and varied. Towering elven treetop houses, underground dwarven fortresses, and floating mage towers. On the streets, all races mixed together, lively and chaotic. A 5-meter-tall minotaur and a 1-meter-tall goblin were arguing over merchandise. Succubi were throwing flirtatious glances at passers-by, and robed figures were sneaking around in corners trading secretly. "Boss, let's find a place to stay first," Capybara said. Suju nodded and quickly found a clean inn. The owner was a pot-bellied dwarf. Seeing them, he casually tossed over 4 keys, 10,000 a day. Pay 1 month up front. Neo Tua was just about to take out source crystals when Suju stopped him and asked the owner in a babyish voice, "I want to ask something. How do I get to see the Beast King?" The dwarf owner froze, then looked up with a sidelong glance. "See the Beast King? Dream on. Everyone who wants to see him could line up from the south to the north. I'll give you 3 paths." He held up 3 fingers. 1. Offer up a treasure that can move the Beast King, such as a Saint King level cultivation art or an immortal divine medicine. Hearing this, Suju immediately rejected it. No way was he giving away any treasures. 2. Become the richest person in Beast City and influence the entire city's economy. Then the Beast King will naturally come looking for you. He could get through with empty hands too. And the third, the dwarf owner showed his yellow teeth and chuckled. Go to the Beast Battle Arena. Beat everyone in there to the ground and become the champion. By then, the Beast King will appear in person to crown you. That's the fastest way. His tone was tempting. Dare to give it a try? Suju's eyes lit up. Fighting? That was exactly his strong suit. All right, it's settled, he decided immediately. Let's go to the arena. Just as he was about to leave, Capybara hurriedly grabbed him. Boss, don't be impulsive. The fighting arena is full of madmen. There are tons of divine power experts, even kings. And once you step into the arena, life and death are at stake. People die there every year. Instead, Suju grew even more excited. Sounds even more interesting. Capybara. At that moment, Zero poked her head out of Suju's hat. The little girl was yawning non-stop, and the moment she heard the word fight, she started rummaging through her pockets. First, she pulled out a 7-colored gemstone and tossed it aside in disgust. Trash. Then she felt around and took out a chaos fruit, sniffed it, and threw it away. Sour. Finally, she pulled out a black iron rod with gold hoops at both ends and mysterious patterns all over it. It looked like a fire poker. The dwarf shopkeeper was dumbfounded. This girl carried so much junk? Then he suddenly reacted. The gemstone and the fruit were both peerless treasures. At that very moment, the system in Suju's mind issued frantic warnings. Warning. Detected an overspec weapon. Name, Rui Golden Hooped Rod. Replica incomplete. Rank, 12th tier, Great Sage level. Material, Chaos Divine Iron. Primordial Gold Essence. Special effects. 1. Size as desired. 2. Heavier than 10,000 June. 3. Impervious to all methods. This item has self-awareness and is currently in a dormant state. Consumption suggestion. Host, don't swallow this thing. Suju was shocked. Great Sage level magic treasure. And it's only a replica, an incomplete one at that? He stared at the fire poker in Zero's hand, longing for it to the extreme. If he had that, let alone the Beast King. Even if he returned to Blue Star, he'd dare to grab Lei Xiaodian by the neck and rip his head off. He swallowed hard and stared fixedly at the iron rod in Zero's hand. Zero, this, what a fire poker? Suju asked with a strained smile. Zero lifted the iron rod and said matter-of-factly, back when the cave was cold, this rod was pretty useful for poking the fire. Using a Great Sage level magic treasure to poke a fire? The dwarf shopkeeper beside them spat out his drink on the spot, staring fixedly at the iron rod, his body trembling. Madmen, this is a family of madmen. Rubbing his hands together, Suju asked, can I have a try? Zero shook her head and hugged the iron rod tightly. No, it's very heavy. You can't lift it. Can't lift it. Suju froze. He had an intermediate chaos dragon body, capable of blowing up a star with one punch. How could he not lift a rod? Seeing that he didn't understand, Zero handed him the rod. Try it. Suju grabbed the rod and exerted force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no movement. He had used up all his explosive power, and the staff didn't even tremble. Ling casually took the iron staff back. I told you, you couldn't lift it. I even used it to stir porridge before, and I fell asleep while stirring. The pot and porridge were both gone, leaving only the staff. Suju and his companions were utterly speechless. Suju's face darkened with fury. Being looked down on by the little girl with a fire-stoking stick was an extreme humiliation. I don't believe it. Suju gritted his teeth and pointed toward the arena. Let's go. We're fighting. I'm going to take the championship. With that, his short little legs stormed toward the 10,000 Beasts arena, determined to prove himself. Capybara silently recorded. Target Ling, risk assessment failed, recommendation. Directly write it into the laws of the universe. Supplement. The stick she used to stir porridge is suspected to be able to pierce the universe. When Suju reached the entrance, he realized he didn't know the way and stomped back in a huff. Boss, how do I get to the arena? The dwarf boss was startled and, with a fawning smile, personally led the way. Young master, this way please. The 10,000 Beasts arena in 10,000 Beast City was actually a colossal steel city embedded in the mountains, with an extremely rugged style. Its towering walls were assembled from massive metal plates stained with blood, and giant beast skulls of divine power level hung from them. Tens of thousands of spectators surrounded the enormous battlefield, which had a diameter of 10 kilometers. At this moment on the field, a flame giant and a deep-sea demon octopus were locked in fierce combat. Each collision shook the earth and mountains, while the stands erupted like a tidal wave. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat. Cat Xiaoming, terrified, hid behind Niu Tuo, her face pale. Master, this place is too scary. Niu Tuo swallowed hard as well, gripping his battle axe tightly, feeling that this place was nothing like the petty scrapes he had been mixed up in before. This was a meat grinder. Suju picked at his ear, finding it noisy. With a sweep of chaos returned to one, the two giant beasts on the field looked to him like nothing more than two weak chickens. The dwarf boss enthusiastically brought Suju to the registration counter. Behind the counter stood a 4-meter-tall, muscular pig-headed beast man, exuding a powerful and oppressive aura. The pig-headed beast man froze when he saw Suju and mocked him. What are you bringing a baby here for? This isn't a daycare. He slammed the table, making a thunderous bang. Get lost, don't waste my time. The dwarf boss panicked. No, he's really here to compete. The pig-headed beast man and the guards burst into laughter, and the other contestants nearby also mocked him. No one believed Suju could do it. Suju frowned, annoyed. He looked up at the pig-headed beast man. Call out your strongest one. I'm in a hurry. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone froze. The pig-headed beastman's expression turned dark, and his aura erupted fully, killing intent pressing straight towards Suju. Niu Tuo and Cat Xiaoming went pale with fear, barely able to breathe. Suju didn't care at all. He yawned. Too weak. He extended his small hand and pointed at the pig-headed beast man. A thin gray stream of energy flew out, flashing past in an instant. The next second, the pig-headed beast man froze, his expression solidifying. Starting from his feet, he gradually turned into flying ash, flesh, bones, and soul all gone, leaving not even a trace behind. The hall fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned, and the scene was terrifyingly quiet. A peak powerhouse was gone just like that, erased by a single finger from an infant. The hall remained utterly still. Someone swallowed hard. Suju withdrew his hand and patted it. So noisy. He looked at the guards, who were scared out of their wits. Can I register now? Why yes. A Wolfman squad leader crawled and scrambled to his knees. Master, which level are you entering? Heaven rank? Earth rank? Or straight to the finals? He was on the verge of tears. This wasn't coming to compete. It was coming to wreck the place. A single finger instantly killed a 9th-level peak expert of the transformation domain. What kind of divine technique was that? Even kings couldn't do that. This was clearly a saint realm, maybe even a great saint. A great saint in an infant's body coming to bully the newbie village. Who could possibly withstand that? I'll start from the lowest level, Suju said calmly. Right away, the Wolfman guard hurriedly fumbled through the procedures, and soon a metal plaque engraved with Suju was handed over. Participant, Suju, number 9527, rank, human rank, newcomer, first match, 100-man melee, survive to the end. Satisfied, Suju took the plaque and led Capybara and the others straight toward the contestant passage. Under the crowd's awed gazes, it wasn't until his figure disappeared that the hall exploded into an uproar. What kind of law was that? No idea. Too terrifying. This year's arena has a monster. Hurry, place your bets. All on Suju. Keep it low-key. Don't let anyone else know. At the highest point of the arena, the stone giant stared through a crystal screen. Did you see it? I saw it. Vanished with one finger. Decay? No, it feels more like chaos. I've sent the footage to the king. What did the king say? The king said it's interesting. The contestant passage was dark and damp, with dark blood stains still lingering on the walls. Neo Tuo followed behind Suju admiringly. Master, you were so cool. You instantly killed a peak transformation domain expert with one finger. Suju said indifferently. Nothing special. He had just fused the laws of decay and death, then used willpower to drive them and simulate a trace of the power of creation and destruction. It was very draining on the soul, but the power was immense. If he was going to establish authority, it had to be this ruthless. Neo Tuo asked excitedly. Master, what's that move called? Can you teach me? You want to learn? Suju glanced at him. Neo Tuo nodded wildly. When you can swallow a star in one bite, I'll teach you. Neo Tuo was speechless, feeling like he'd just been subtly mocked. Ahead, the giant door rumbled open, and blinding light and cheers surged in. It's our turn. Ju was the first to step onto the field with his short little legs. The tiny figure wearing funny animal pajamas stood in the center of the vast arena, and the whole crowd fell silent for a second before bursting into laughter. Even babies can compete. Are there no other contestants? Go home and drink milk. I'll bet he won't last 3 seconds. On the other side of the stands, Neo Tuo's face turned red. Clenching his fists, he roared. They'll be the ones crying in a bit. Capybara calmly munched sunflower seeds, used to it all. High in the sky, the sheep-headed referee announced through a magic amplifier. Welcome to the human rank 100-person melee. 100 rookies, free-for-all, last one standing advances. The match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, all 99 others, except Suju, instantly went red-eyed and began slaughtering each other. Everyone had the same goal, survive. The closest to Suju was a 3-meter-tall bear man, who grinned savagely and swung his giant axe at Suju's head, sending the crowd into excited screams. Suju stood still, not even raising his eyelids. Just as the giant axe was about to fall, he lightly stomped his foot. Buzz, an invisible ripple spread outward. Divine ability, gravity field. 10,000 times gravity. Thud. The burly bear man was crushed into meat paste on the spot. He didn't even have time to scream before blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Immediately after, thudding sounds kept coming from all around. Every charging contestant, including even the strongest few in the marrow-cleansing realm, was instantly crushed into meat patties. In less than a second, the lively arena fell into dead silence. Only Suju remained standing at the center, with 99 piles of flesh scattered on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The 100,000 spectators were struck dumb. Their earlier excitement and mockery had all turned into blank shock and confusion. What just happened? Where did everyone go? How were all 99 people gone? How did they all turn into ketchup in the blink of an eye? The referee, a sheep-headed man riding a skateboard, froze in midair, his amplifier dropping to the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was this not an illusion? He had been a referee for 300 years, and this was the first time he had seen such an absurd scene. Gone in 1 second? Human rank rookie match? Were beginners this terrifying? Suju looked at the empty arena and curled his lip in boredom. That's it. I didn't even use much force. He looked up at the stunned referee and asked in a babyish voice, Next one. I won, right? The referee jolted back to his senses. Looking at Suju's innocent face and the mosaic on the ground, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. This child is a demon. Trembling, he picked up the amplifier and shouted, The winner is Suju. The spectators fell silent for a moment. Then the entire venue exploded. It wasn't cheers. It was panicked screaming, afraid that in the next second they themselves would turn into ketchup. Monster. He's a monster. Refund our money. We're not watching. Ref, he's cheating. The entire venue fell into chaos. In the contestants' family section, Neo Tuo and Kat Xiaoming were already scared stiff. Only Capybara slowly spat out a melon seed shell and muttered softly, Basic ops. Don't panic. Everyone sit down. The chaos lasted for 10 minutes. Only after the higher-ups stepped in and dispatched 1,000 golden armored guards was the situation barely brought under control. The arena chief steward, the serpent folk powerhouse Sha Hai, flew over personally, bending at the waist with a fawning smile. Respected Lord Suju, I am the chief steward Sha Hai. We failed in our duty during the chaos just now. Please forgive us. He was under tremendous pressure. He had seen everything that had just happened. Gravity law, at least a 10,000-fold domain. At that level, he was definitely a top-tier powerhouse among kings. Why would such a big shot disguise himself as a baby and come to the human-level competition? Suju asked casually. When does the next match start? Sha Hai wiped his sweat and said in a low voice, My lord, by regulation, there is a 1-day interval between rounds. No, 1 hour of rest. You see, too slow. Suju shook his head. I haven't had enough fun yet. Shahai's eyes rolled. My lord, we can open the challenge mode for you, letting you directly challenge the reigning champions of each tier. If you win them all, you can go straight to champion. Suju's eyes lit up. That sounds good. Start it. Shahai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately signaled to the referee. Soon, the trembling referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. Dear spectators, please remain quiet. The format has been temporarily changed. Lord Suju is opening the Overlord Challenge Tournament, starting from the Earth Tier competition and challenging past champions all the way up. The first challenger is last year's Earth Tier champion, the Bone Crusher, Barton. As the name was announced, the Minotaur Barton stepped onto the stage, over 5 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and carrying a meteor hammer. With every step he took, the ground trembled, and the entire arena was filled with a suffocating pressure. Barton let out a roar, locking his gaze onto Suju, his eyes full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. The audience erupted once again. Bone Crusher Barton. Last year he smashed all his opponent's bones to pieces. The baby's done for this time. But there were still some who refused to accept it. That baby's kind of spooky. In fact, the highest odds were still on Barton. Suju wins. 1 to 10 Barton wins. 1 to 1.1. No one was optimistic about Suju. After all, he had only dealt with rookies just now, while Barton was a true veteran of 100 battles. In the family section, Cat Xiaoming was worried. But Capybara remained calm. The smaller our boss's body size, the fiercer he gets. On the arena floor, Barton was fierce and aggressive, while Suju merely tilted his head to look at him. Looks pretty sturdy. Barton couldn't be bothered with nonsense and swung his hammer down at Suju with all his might. One strike enough to flatten a small mountain. But Suju didn't move an inch. The instant the hammer head came crashing down, he lightly pinched it between 2 fingers and firmly stopped the meteor hammer. The whole crowd was stunned. Barton desperately tried to pull the hammer head back. The chain stretched taut, yet the hammer head wouldn't budge at all. Too light. Suju shook his head, rubbing his 2 fingers together. Crack. Cracks appeared on the hammer head, and in an instant it shattered into metal powder. Barton, the spectators, and the referee were all stunned. This baby had crushed a magical artifact barehanded. Suju brushed the powder off his hands and smiled at Barton, but Barton was terrified stiff. And no, don't. Barton dropped the hammer handle and turned to run. Suju made a grabbing motion with his hand. Get back here, you. A divine ability activated. The plot continues to push forward at a tight pace. Barton had only run a few steps when space twisted, and he was instantly sent back to his original spot, his body out of control as he knelt before Suju. Thud. He dropped to both knees, leaving knee prints on the ground. Suju stepped forward and asked coldly, "Who is the Bone Crusher?" Barton was so frightened by Suju's golden eyes that he burst into tears, snot and tears streaming down his face. "It's me? No, you're the Bone Crusher. I'm the one getting crushed." He slammed his head to the ground frantically. Thud, thud, thud. The arena was left with only the sound of him smashing into the floor and the spectators' gasps. In the private box, the stone giant stared at the crystal screen in silence, while Golden Eye appeared behind him. "Golden Eye, are you still there?" "I am. Did you see how he did that just now?" The moment his fingertip touched the meteor hammer, he released a kind of energy I couldn't understand, directly destroying the hammer. What came after was the combination of spatial and gravity laws. He has already surpassed a domain. After a long silence, the stone giant said, "I want to meet him. Arrange all of his matches for today and see where his limits are." Understood. The golden eyes vanished. On the arena floor, Barton kept kowtowing over and over, his forehead a bloody mess. He didn't dare stop, afraid that the moment he did, he'd die. "Enough, stop kowtowing. You're annoying as hell." Suju waved his hand. Barton froze, trembling like a leaf, not even daring to lift his head. Suju turned to the dazed, sheep-headed referee. "Next." Those 2 words felt like a hammer smashing into the referee's heart. Again? The referee nearly cried. The Earth-ranked champion has already been scared to this state, and you still want to keep fighting? Why not just award the prize directly? The bonus isn't even enough to cover the losses. But he didn't dare say more. He saw Supervisor Shahai make a continue hand gesture, mouthing the words, "Heaven rank." The referee understood instantly. They wanted a war of attrition to wear Suju down, or they wanted to see his trump card. Whatever. He was just a salaried worker. He gritted his teeth, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted, "Winner, Suju." Next, Suju challenges the Heaven rank Arena Lord. Please welcome, Ghost Shadow Sherial. As soon as the words fell, the lights in the arena went completely out, and the audience erupted into chaos in the darkness. What happened? Is there a power outage? It's Ghost Shadow. It's his domain. My God. Ghost Shadow Sheriel has made his move. Cold voices rang out from all around, as if coming from every corner. Baby, you shouldn't have come. This is an adult's world. Close your eyes, and I'll give you the gentlest death. In the competitor's family area, Mao Xiaoming was so frightened that she burrowed into Niu Tuo's arms, trembling as she said, "So scary. Where is Sheriel?" Niu Tuo looked around warily. This is Sheriel's eternal night domain. He can manifest into countless forms and rule everything here. He once assassinated 3 same-level experts at the same time. Capybara, munching sunflower seeds, said coldly, "Playing dirty? So flashy." At the center of the arena, Su Ju stood in the darkness, completely unfazed. He reached out and grabbed at the air, but caught nothing. He called out in a babyish voice, "Playing hide-and-seek?" The voice in the darkness choked up. After a moment of silence, killing intent surged. Suddenly, a sound of something tearing through the air came from behind him, and a dark blue dagger stabbed straight towards Su Ju's back with terrifying speed. Just as the dagger was about to touch Su Ju's pajama top, ding! With a crisp ring, the chubby little finger blocked the dagger. From the darkness came a cry of alarm as Saliel appeared. Gaunt figure, black clothes, half mask. This was the shadow ghost Saliel, the 3-time consecutive champion, a second-level divine ability realm expert. His face was full of disbelief. He had actually been blocked by an infant with a single finger. Su Ju didn't turn around. He said flatly, "Too slow, too little force. Did you skip breakfast?" Shame and rage flooded Saliel as he roared. The dagger transformed into countless phantoms, launching a furious assault on Su Ju, each strike carrying blade-sharp edges that tore through space. But Su Ju just stood there without moving, letting him slash at will. Only a series of metallic clangs ringing out. Clang, 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 dong, dong, clang, clang. The more Saliel slashed, the more stunned he became. He felt like what stood opposite him wasn't a person, but a mountain forged from the hardest metal. His dagger couldn't even cut through the skin, let alone damage that animal onesie. Saliel completely broke down. He had never seen such an absurd opponent. Physical attacks were utterly useless. Su Ju even urged him on. Put some force into it. Enraged, Saliel let out a shriek and merged into the darkness. In an instant, over 100 Saliels appeared at once, encircling Su Ju in a 360-degree assault. This was his trump card, Phantom Mirage, combined with Eternal Night Domain, making truth and illusion impossible to distinguish. But Su Ju merely closed his eyes and sensed. His mental force spread outward, exposing every phantom and every trajectory of the laws. Su Ju opened his eyes and ignored the incoming phantoms. He reached directly into the darkness ahead left and grabbed. "Come here." Saliel's true body was forcibly yanked out, his face filled with shock and horror. He couldn't understand it. His trump card couldn't even be broken by an emperor-level expert, so how could Su Ju see through it at a glance? Before he could react, Su Ju clamped one hand around Saliel's neck and lifted him into the air. The phantoms vanished in an instant, Eternal Night Domain collapsed, and the lights returned. The entire arena was dumbstruck. The terrifying shadow ghost Saliel was being held by the neck in midair by an infant with one hand, struggling desperately, his whole body filled with despair and fear. Dead silence. Su Ju looked down and asked him, "Do you know how to kneel and call me ancestor?" Saliel was at a loss for words. He wanted to resist, but despair overwhelmed him. Looking into Su Ju's cold golden eyes, his mind completely collapsed. He thought of Barton, who had knelt on the ground earlier, and understood that it wasn't humiliation, but the only way to survive. The dignified divine ability realm assassin, Saliel, broke down crying on the spot, crying heartbreakingly as he forced out a few words. "NC. Estayer? I want to go home." Su Ju said in disgust, "You're already this old and still crying. Can't you be a little steadier like me?" After speaking, he casually tossed him aside. Saliel was utterly shattered. He was thrown to the ground like trash, curled up while clutching his head, crying and shouting nonstop, "Mommy, I want to go home." Completely ruined. The arena was a mess. On one side, the Minotaur Barton was kneeling and pounding his head on the ground. On the other, Saliel was curled up, sobbing. Both were top-tier champions, but now one had become a grandson, and the other had become an idiot. And the one who had done this to them was the human infant standing in the center of the arena, wearing an animal onesie and looking harmless as could be, Su Ju. The entire venue of 100,000 people was utterly silent. The spectators were already numb. The way they looked at Su Ju was left with only reverence, like mortals gazing up at a god. In the stands, someone muttered, "This isn't fighting. It's the art of dimensionality reduction." Someone else said excitedly, "I hereby declare that I am the only believer of God Ju. I went all in and won 80 million. I made 200 million. God Ju is awesome." Those who had once shouted for Suju to go back and drink milk were so ashamed they wished they could crawl into a crack in the ground. Their faces hurt so badly they were burning. The sheep-headed referee was dumbfounded too and had become a live announcer machine. Seeing Suju look over, he quickly shouted, "The winner is Suju. He is a god. Who else dares to challenge him?" The whole venue fell into dead silence. Who would still dare to go up? Even the strongest king had been utterly toyed with. After waiting a long time and no one coming up, Suju yawned. No more? That's it. The warm-up has barely started. At that moment, the arena manager, the snake man Shahai, ran over covered in sweat, his face full of fawning smiles. "Please calm your anger, sir. There's no one left in our arena who can beat you. You are the champion." He hurriedly took out a giant golden crown studded with gemstones and handed it to Suju. Suju had no interest in the crown and asked flatly, "What other rewards does the champion get?" Shahai hastily added, "A prize of 100 million, a mansion in 10,000 Beast City, and also..." Suju cut him off directly. "I don't want those." Shahai asked nervously, "Then what does sir want?" Suju replied, "I want to see the Beast King." Suju said it plainly, "I want to see the Beast King." Shahai looked a little troubled. "Lord Suju, according to the rules, the champion must be crowned personally by the Beast King. But the king is currently in seclusion, preparing for something very important, so I'm afraid." "In seclusion?" Suju frowned, extremely impatient. He hated hearing those two words, "in seclusion," the most. Back when he went looking for his Dragon Emperor father, it was always the same. He'd always say he was in seclusion and even send a clone to brush him off. Suju's mood instantly worsened, his aura turning dangerous as the temperature plummeted. Shahai felt as if he were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. His snake scales stood on end and cold sweat poured down him. If he said even half a word of no, he feared he might lose his life. At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Let him come over." Only a few words, yet they pressed down over the entire venue with overwhelming might. All 100,000 spectators dropped to their knees. Even Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. Only Suju, Zero inside the hat, and the capybara munching on sunflower seeds were completely unaffected. Shahai was shocked, but also relieved. He shouted respectfully, "By the king's command." The way he looked at Suju was practically like he was looking at a deity. This little ancestor had actually forced the king out. A staircase of light appeared from the dome, extending straight to Suju's feet. Shahai said in a trembling voice, "Lord Suju, please." Suju gave no reply and simply stepped onto the staircase. The capybara tossed away the sunflower seed shells and followed with its short little legs. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming also followed shakily, wanting to see the legendary Beast King. A beam of light flashed, and everyone vanished, leaving only the 100,000 spectators who were still kneeling and a mess all over the ground. On the way to the royal palace, Suju boredly opened the system panel to see whether his strength had improved after fighting so much. Host, Suju race, human, intermediate datafied dragon body 41%, intermediate chaos dragon body 87%, realm, domain transformation stage first layer cultivation art, heart scripture, beginner 1.5%, the law, chaos unification, primary 1.2%, a divine abilities, dimensional universe, prototype, decay halo, advanced, gravity domain, advanced, death gaze, primary, collapsed, energy points, 2, 875, 120, 000, overall evaluation, hard to say. Suju found that the Chaos Dragon Body experience had only increased by 2%, the law proficiency had only risen by 0.2%, and the energy points had increased by several 100,000. Everything else was basically unchanged. "After fighting for so long, I only got this much?" Suju said unhappily, feeling like he was just scratching an itch. "Still too weak." He muttered under his breath. "System, is there any way to make me stronger faster?" Ding. Detected the host's strong desire to become stronger. The system is planning the optimal growth route. Option 1. Devour all the Saint King tier treasures in your dimensional universe and directly ascend to the Saint realm. Success rate 0.0000001%. Failure means explosion, leaving not even dregs behind. Option 2. Find a Saint King realm powerhouse and fight them. It may be brutal, but if you don't die, you'll become stronger. Option 3. Continue collecting laws and perfect your chaos unification. Suju completely ignored the first two ridiculous options and looked at Zero, the golden little figure sleeping in his hat. Have him go head-on against a Saint King realm expert again? Forget it. He had almost died last time. Better honestly do the task. Just as he sighed, the light ahead faded, revealing a massive palace. The entire palace was carved from the skeleton of an ancient beast, exuding a savage, overbearing aura. At the very deepest part, on a towering throne, sat a giant figure, waiting quietly. He had a lion's head, golden mane like flames, wore dark gold scale armor, and had bone spurs all over his body. His aura made the entire hall tremble. He was the ruler of Beast City, the Beast King, Shirtion, a saint-level being of the devouring Gold Rat clan. Suju and the others looked tiny before him, like specks of dust. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming knelt the moment they entered. The pressure was so great they could hardly breathe. Capybara narrowed its eyes, its expression more serious than ever. Warning. Detected an overspec existence. Target, Beast King Shirtion. Strength, Peak Saint Realm. Threat, world-ending level. Chance of survival, 0.00001%. Capybara secretly glanced at Suju. Thankfully, he looked calm, as if he hadn't felt the pressure at all. It felt a little reassured. Its boss even treated Saint King tier treasures like building blocks. So this level of value should be nothing, right? Suju really did not care. This pressure, compared with his dragon fathers, was as weak as a cat's meow in heat. Instead, he curiously stared at the lion head. Didn't this guy say rats were the ones cultivating? Why did he turn into a lion? Was he a hybrid? You are Suju? The Beast King's voice was heavy, like thunder, his sharp gaze locking onto him. It's me. Suju replied in a baby voice. Very good. The Beast King's tone was firm, with a hint of admiration. Domain transformation stage first layer, yet able to crush spirit ability stage cultivators, and your understanding of laws even surprised me. Such a genius should not remain obscure. I'll give you a chance. Become the Grand Marshal of my Beast City, second only to me. Wealth, territory, cultivation techniques, resources. How about it? He spoke as if it were only natural, as though no one could refuse. However, after hearing the Beast King's words, Suju merely tilted his head and asked, "Are you done?" The Beast King froze. Before he could react, Suju was already patting his belly and saying, "I'm hungry." The Beast King's expression stiffened. He suppressed his displeasure and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Suju seriously pointed at the nine-tailed heavenly fox dozing beside the throne. That one. It looks pretty tasty. The Beast King's gaze instantly turned icy. That nine-tailed celestial fox was his treasured pet of 1,000 years, and also his most beloved mount. Yet this little brat actually wanted to eat it? He gave a dark, sneering laugh. "Little one, you're joking, right? This one can't be eaten. Pick another." Suju disappointedly withdrew his finger, thinking that the Beast King was really stingy. Just then, Zero, who was in Suju's hat, woke up. She looked around in confusion, then stared at the Beast King. Suddenly, she reached out her hand seriously and said, "This one also looks very tasty." The whole venue fell silent at once. Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming were so scared they were about to faint, and the capybara's sunflower seeds even fell out. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a big shot at the 7th level of the Saint Realm. How could they talk nonsense like that, or say they wanted to eat him? Suju was also stunned for a moment. Looking at Zero, then at the enraged Beast King, he suddenly felt that a lion's head actually sounded pretty good too. The next second, the Beast King erupted completely, his terrifying pressure sweeping through the hall. "You're courting death." Furious to the extreme by the two little ones. One wanted to eat his pet, and the other actually wanted to eat him. His dignity was utterly trampled, and killing intent surged. But just as the Beast King was about to make his move, Suju suddenly said, "Wait." Suppressing his rage, the Beast King asked coldly, "Any last words?" Suju shook his head. "No, I just want to ask, does what you just said about treating me to a meal still count?" The Beast King. He was completely speechless, and in the end forced out a line. "Of course. It counts." The Beast King laughed in anger and suddenly changed his mind. He didn't plan to kill them directly. Instead, he would slowly torture them and let them die in despair and fear. He roared, "Guards, set the feast. I, myself, will personally entertain the new champion of Beast King City." As soon as the order was given, dozens of stone doors on both sides opened, and heavily armored Beastman warriors carried in stone tables and trays upon trays of dishes. When Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming saw this, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of dishes were these? They were all powerful wild beasts that had been slaughtered, a flaming lion, an ice-armored giant python, and even a freshly decapitated deep-sea giant octopus. Every dish was brimming with powerful energy. It was practically a death banquet laid out with the corpses of great demons. The Beast King made a pleased gesture, sat on his throne with a cold smile, and waited to see Suju kneel in terror. But Suju's eyes lit up the moment he saw these dishes. He even sniffed them and nodded. Smells pretty good. Then he jumped straight onto the nearest stone table, grabbed a charred, dripping leg of red flame demon tiger, and took a big bite. Capybara warned. Be careful. There may be a trick. Suju calmly interrupted. I know. But he didn't care about any of that at all. In any case, he was strong enough. What did these schemes matter? Besides, he really did want to eat these dishes. Suju took a bite, narrowed his eyes in bliss, and felt the source of the fire law as his affinity slowly increased. Ding. Absorb the flesh essence of the crimson flame demon tiger. Fire law affinity plus 0.01%. Intermediate chaos dragon body experience plus 0.05%. Suju was eating with great relish, and the Beast King frowned, beginning to feel that something was wrong. Could this infant really not be afraid? He sneered and clapped his hands as a signal. Bring the champion lord something special. Very soon, two bear warriors carried in a large purple crystal platter, on which lay a huge heart that was still beating. Dirty, the entire thing was dark green, with black patterns flowing across it, and it carried a pungent stench. Inside the heart, the poison law was madly bursting forth, even causing the air to corrode with a sizzle. Capybara's face turned pale. This is the heart of the abyssal poison dragon. Its poison is incurable. Any Zinjurjing expert who gets even a single drop will die. Boss absolutely cannot eat it. The Beast King revealed a cruel smile from his throne. This was precisely the main dish he had prepared for Suju. He believed that no matter how strong Suju's physical body was, he still could not withstand the erosion of the poison law. He could hardly wait to see Suju poisoned and in a miserable state. However, Suju merely glanced at it, casually tossed aside the tiger leg he hadn't finished eating, and jumped straight in front of the poison dragon heart, casually licking it once. The entire hall was shocked. The Beast King's expression stiffened. Capybara was stunned, and Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming simply fainted. He actually licked it? Has he gone crazy? Suju smacked his lips and calmly commented, pretty pungent. Good for the appetite. After saying that, he swallowed the poison dragon heart, which was bigger than his own head, in one gulp. Ding. Detected a high concentration source of the poison law. Absorbing. Poison immunity divine ability activated. Poison law conversion in progress. Affinity plus 15%, current 100%. Poison domain advancing to intermediate. Suju burped, and a mouthful of dark green air corroded the stone table into black water. He touched his belly and unexpectedly felt even hungrier. The Beast King completely collapsed, standing up on the spot with his face full of shock. He couldn't believe that Suju was not only fine, but had actually eaten the poison heart like a snack and still wanted 10 more. Suju looked at the stunned Beast King and was very disappointed. No more? Tastes pretty good. Bring 10 more. The Beast King's face turned ashen, his heart bleeding. This poison dragon heart was an unparalleled treasure, yet Suju had eaten it as an appetizer and still wanted more. He was completely dumbfounded now, feeling that this banquet not only failed to harm anyone, but instead gave them an extra meal. Seeing the Beast King remain silent, Suju felt a little disappointed and pouted. Suju curled his lip, his gaze sweeping over the other dishes in the hall. A frost giant python at the divine ability realm first layer, a deep sea giant octopus at the divine ability realm third layer. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. If no one wants them, then I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the stone table, holding the frost giant python. Under the nearly fire-spitting gaze of the beast sovereign, Suju was like a hungry wolf charging into a sheep pen, frantically sweeping everything away. He bit off the giant python's head and chewed it together with the crystal core. Ding. Affinity with the ice law plus 0.5%. He tore open the giant octopus's body and sucked the tentacles into his mouth like noodles. Ding. Affinity with the deep water law plus 0.8%. Ding. Affinity with the devouring law plus 1.2%. Only the sound of Suju chewing remained in the hall. What had originally been a banquet with murderous intent was forcibly turned by him into a buffet. The beast sovereign stood before the throne, watching his collection being swallowed one by Suju. He trembled with rage, furious to the extreme, his heart bleeding and his lungs practically about to explode. Enough! Just as Suju was about to eat the radiant sacred deer, the beast sovereign erupted into a roar. You little bastard. Shut up. He finally lost control, his body trembling from anger, golden pupils fixed deadly on the infant who was still gnawing at a deer leg. Killing intent flooded the entire palace. The air solidified, and time seemed to freeze. The Beastman guards were all frightened silly, not even daring to breathe. It was over. The king was really about to go berserk. The last time the king had shown this expression was 3,000 years ago, when a king-level expert stole the king's beard, and as a result, the entire race and planet were smashed into dust. Now, an infant had eaten the king's pets, and even his last meal clean. This was no longer an insult. This was dancing on the face of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Very good. The beast sovereign gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Really? Very good. He stepped down from the throne, step by step, and with every step the palace trembled. His battle armor clanked, laws lit up, and the oppressive force surged tenfold, 100-fold. Boom! The dome of the palace exploded. Rubble and dust fell, but within 100 meters of the Beast King, they were instantly shattered into dust. The entire Beast city felt the Beast King's rage. All living beings looked up in unison toward the royal palace, faces full of fear. Oh my God, the king is angry. Who dares to provoke the king? Run! If the king is enraged, even the city won't be saved. Panic spread across the city in an instant. Inside the palace, Suju finally put down the deer leg with only bones left in his hand. Suju wiped his mouth and looked at the Beast King striding toward him step by step. Yet his expression was calm, and he even looked a little dissatisfied. That's it, he said in a babyish voice. I thought you had some pretty powerful treasure or something. The Beast King froze, the muscles on his face twitching, doubting his own ears. At a time like this kid still dared to provoke him? Was he saying those divine realm desolate beasts of his were too weak? You're courting death. The Beast King was completely enraged. A giant golden palm carrying the divine power of the Saint Realm crashed down, its pressure tearing the space apart, intent on flattening Suju and everyone else into powder to intimidate the entire universe. Capybara was in despair. The screen was left with only run, but it couldn't move at all, pinned down by the oppressive force. This time it was really finished. The boss was too reckless. If only they hadn't provoked this lion. Just as it closed its eyes and waited for death, a sleepy, lazy voice rang out. So noisy. Capybara opened its eyes in shock and saw that the little golden figure inside Suju's hat had already sat up, rubbing its eyes with a displeased look, disturbed from its sweet dream. When that tiny figure extended a finger and gently tapped the colossal hand capable of shattering stars, everyone was left speechless. Stop! As those words fell, the world came to a standstill. The giant palm froze in midair, less than 10 meters from Suju. Saint power and laws stopped. Space and time solidified. The Beast King froze like a sculpture, with only his eyeballs still able to move, full of confusion. What happened? Why did the attack stop? Why couldn't his body move? Even the saint power within him had gone offline, as if it had been forcibly ripped out of the world. He struggled to move his eyes and looked towards Suju. A little blonde girl popped her head out of the baby hat, puffed up her cheeks, and glared at the Beast King unhappily, as if he were an annoying bug that had disturbed her sleep. The Beast King gritted his teeth and asked, "You, what did you do to me?" Ling said matter-of-factly, "You were too noisy." The Beast King was stunned. Just because he had disturbed her sleep, she could casually immobilize a peak powerhouse like him? This kind of power was completely beyond his understanding. It was not law, not divine art, but the supreme rules. A thought emerged in his mind, one that made even his soul tremble. Could this harmless-looking little girl actually be the long-lost incarnation of the laws from legend, eternity itself? Impossible, he denied it frantically in his heart. The incarnation of the laws existed only in myths. How could it be hidden in the hat of a human baby? At that moment, Ling said indifferently, "All right, you can continue." As if granting him a favor, she lifted the Beast King's restraint. Time resumed, the world flowed once more, and the Beast King suddenly regained movement, while the golden giant palm frozen in the air slammed down. But his face was now full of terror. He desperately wanted to stop, to withdraw the attack, even to drop to his knees and beg for mercy on the spot. But it was too late. His attack had already been hurled at the existence he should never have provoked. No! The Beast King let out a despairing roar. Suju kept his arms folded the entire time, watching the show calmly, even commenting, "Too slow." In fact, the moment Ling said stop, Suju knew the Beast King was finished. Sure enough, just as the golden giant palm was about to fall, Ling blinked and casually waved her hand, as if shooing away a fly. Get lost. In the next moment, with a bang, the giant palm shattered instantly. Silently, without even an explosion, it directly disintegrated at the level of energy particles like a soap bubble, turning into golden specks of light that filled the sky, beautiful and deadly. The Beast King was struck as if by lightning, spewing out a mouthful of golden sacred blood, his face as pale as paper. With one palm strike, the Beast King launched his full-force attack, only to have it casually neutralized by the little girl. The backlash from his origin caused countless cracks to appear in his holy body, but the pain in his body was not as great as the shock in his heart. He stared blankly at the little girl, his mind a blank, and asked in a trembling, tearful voice, "You? Who exactly are you?" Ling ignored him, because she had fallen asleep again. The Beast King fell completely silent, fear spreading through his entire body. He only wanted to flee this place, to get far away from this monster baby wearing animal pajamas and the little ancestor sleeping in the hat. But the moment he had that thought, Suju's teasing childlike voice rang in his ear. "That's it?" Suju stood there with his arms folded, watching the show, looking disappointed. "I thought you were much stronger than this." The Beast King was so stunned, he couldn't even speak. His entire mind went blank. He instinctively started calculating. How do you fight a combo like this? An infant who could tank attacks from a divine ability realm expert and treat great demons like snacks, and a little girl who could wipe out his full force strike with a wave of her hand? He regretted provoking these two fiends. He had meant to show off, but instead he'd kicked an iron plate. No, something even more hopeless than iron. Seeing this, Suju lost interest. He patted his belly and prepared to take the unconscious servant and the still-shocked capybara away. But before they had gone far, madness and malice flashed in the Beast King's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. After all, for a dignified Saint Realm powerhouse, word of this getting out would be far too humiliating. He knew the little girl's power was highly unstable. As long as he found a way around her, there might still be a chance. Gnashing his teeth, the Beast King forced out a drop of golden essence blood. Using blood as a guide, he formed hand seals and activated the clan's most core bloodline communication secret art. The fluctuation instantly pierced through the planet and reached deep into the cosmos, delivering the message to their ancestor. After doing all this, the Beast King looked as if he had been completely drained, collapsing in exhaustion. He looked at Suju's back and revealed a vicious smile. "You little bastard, can you beat my clan's ancestor?" Suju sensed the movement behind him and stopped, looking at the Beast King curiously. Calling for help? Interesting. The capybara on the ground finally rebooted too. Looking up at the Beast King and the dissipating drop of holy blood, its core database pulled up the highest level classified file. Gold-devouring Rat Emperor, Great Saint Realm powerhouse, Beast King's father, ruthless and fiercely protective of his own. The capybara's eyes went wide as it shrieked. "Boss, run!" He called his dad. Hearing the scream, the Beast King grew even more smug. Pointing at Suju, he shouted, "Too late. My father is here, and all of you are dead. No one can save you today." The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying roar exploded through the palace. "Who dares harm my son?" As soon as the voice rang out, cracks appeared all over the walls of Beast King City. Massive stones fell from the sky and crumbled into powder. The heavens instantly went dark, and even the stars were suppressed into dull obscurity. A dreadful pressure beyond the Saint Realm, one that devoured everything, descended from the depths of the cosmos. Space wailed, and the laws trembled. Niu Tua and Mao Xiaoming directly coughed blood from all 7 apertures and collapsed unconscious. Cracks appeared in the capybara's shell, and its core began blaring alarms. Warning: Great Saint Realm detected. World-ending threat. System reconstruction failed. Formatting. It was over. This time, it was truly over. A Great Saint Realm was the pinnacle among Saint Realm experts, someone who could pluck stars from the sky and carve out small worlds. And he actually called for his dad. Was he bullying me for not having a dad? The capybara fell into despair. Suju also felt an unprecedented pressure. Even his intermediate chaos dragon body became heavy, his true essence circulation slowed, and even the dimensional universe within his bloodline nearly collapsed under the strain. Too strong. Far too strong. Though still not on par with his cheap dad, Dragon Emperor Ao Yuan, this killing intent was definitely not something he could withstand right now. Suju's expression grew solemn as he looked up at the sky swallowed by darkness. In the center of the sky, a massive spatial rift had been torn open, and deep within the rift was abyssal darkness. A huge dark gold claw slowly extended, ing half the sky. Then, a rat head comparable to a planet squeezed out, its eyes like black holes and its whiskers like steel needles, each twitch able to tear through space. Golden Devourer Rat Emperor, father of the Beast King, a mighty great saint had descended. Seeing his heavily wounded son, the Golden Devourer Rat Emperor was instantly filled with rage. "My son," he roared, forcing his massive body out of the crack, his body surface flowing with divine chains of the devouring law and the gung metal law, his aura immortal like a god. "Who injured you?" The Rat Emperor's voice thundered across the entire planet, with many beings directly turning into bloody mist, and the whole planet was almost unable to bear his fury. Seeing his father, The Beast King was overjoyed and excited. He rolled and scrambled to the Rat Emperor's feet, pointing at Suju and shrieking, "It was him! He humiliated me and even wanted to eat me. Father, you must avenge me." The Rat Emperor's gaze locked onto Suju, and for a moment he was suspicious. How could some nobody in the domain transformation realm beat his Saint Realm son into such a state? But he did not believe it at all. His son would never lie. To him, daring to touch the son of the Golden Devourer Rat Emperor was a death sentence. "You lowly worm, you dare injure my son?" He raised his sky-obscuring giant claw, ready to erase Suju and the entire land from the universe. Sensing that soul-locking killing intent, even space folding had failed, and Suju's expression grew even more grim. He glanced at Zero, who was sleeping in the hat, knowing it was impossible to rely on her. Hourglass of time. No, it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause, and under domain suppression it might not even work. Fragment of the Annihilation Demon Sword? It might be able to force a desperate fight, but its power was uncertain too. Only one option remained. Suju suddenly showed an As the expression, strangely conflicted. He had not wanted to use this move. It was too humiliating. If he couldn't beat someone, he'd call for his elders. What kind of thing was that? He, Suju, the future overlord of the universe. How could he do something so beneath him? But the situation was stronger than him. Life mattered more than face. Grinding his teeth, Suju had a shameful thought in his mind. Isn't this just calling for backup? So what if your dad is a great saint? My dad is the Dragon Emperor. He closed his eyes, and his soul sank into his sea of consciousness, staring at that black obsidian dragon scale. The communicator, his Dragon Emperor father had forcefully stuffed to him when he left home. Back then, he had thought he would never need the thing in his entire life, but he never expected it to actually come in handy today. Suju activated the intermediate Chaos Dragon body to the fullest along with his newly broken through true essence. His soul transformed into a golden giant hand, gripping the dragon scale tightly. Iku, Iku. Yet the dragon scale showed no response. He froze, then increased his strength, wrapping the chaotic unity, law around it. Break. Crack. A fissure appeared, and Suju immediately shouted through the crack, "Dad, help. Someone wants to kill your son." Afraid that the Dragon Emperor wouldn't take it seriously, he added, "He also called me a little bastard." At this moment, the Golden Devourer Rat Emperor's giant claw was already descending towards Suju, completely unconcerned by what he had just muttered, and he said coldly, "Die, worm." Just as the claw was about to land, an ancient dragon roar tore through the universe and straight into the soul, exploding with a thunderous blast. The Golden Devourer Rat Emperor was struck as if by lightning, his massive body jolting violently, his soul aching with pain. With a crack, the space shrouded by the domain shattered like a mirror in the sky, and the space was annihilated from its source. The Golden Devourer Rat Emperor's claw froze in midair, and he abruptly looked up, his eyes full of shock. Fear. He saw that outside the shattered space, a gigantic black obsidian dragon claw had reached out, more than 100 times larger than his own. Stars flowed across the dragon claw's surface, the laws submitted, time froze, and space collapsed. This. The Golden Devourer Rat Emperor's voice was hoarse. He sensed from the dragon claw an irresistible supreme aura, Saint King realm. How could a Saint King appear in a place like this? Before he could figure it out, that dragon claw swept down. Boom. His great sage domain was torn open like paper. Immediately after, a gigantic black dragon had squeezed out from the void. Its eyes burned like blood-red suns, its dragon horns were like black divine mountains, and its scales were larger than stars, etched with the most ancient runic laws. Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor, Ao Yuan, has descended. The moment Ao Yuan's head fully appeared, the wild star instantly collapsed. The earth split apart, mountains and rivers crumbled, and the oceans evaporated. The will of the entire planet was crushed. If Ao Yuan had not restrained his power, the planet would already have become a singularity. The gold-devouring Rat Emperor froze. Its enormous body looked like nothing more than a mouse before Ao Yuan. It stared blankly at that massive dragon head, its mind going blank. It was over. It recognized the blood-red dragon pupils and obsidian dragon scales, the Starry Sky Demon Dragon Emperor, standing at the summit of the universe. Why was he here? What drove him even more into despair was that Ao Yuan's dragon eyes were staring fixedly at him, with neither rage nor killing intent, only utter stillness, as if looking at a dead man. "It's you." Ao Yuan spoke, his voice calm. "Who said my son was a bastard?" Boom. The gold-devouring Rat Emperor's soul was trembling. His son. In disbelief, he looked at the human infant who was still standing despite being suppressed. That tiny thing he had regarded as an ant. Was he actually the Dragon Emperor's son? No, impossible. The gold-devouring rat emperor shivered. How could the dragon emperor have a human son? Even if he did, it couldn't be an infant. Something must be wrong. Dragon Emperor, your majesty. The gold-devouring rat emperor forced out a few words. There must be a misunderstanding. Ao Yuan sneered. A misunderstanding? Your son personally said you called him a bastard. And now you're saying it's a misunderstanding. The gold-devouring rat emperor was in despair, wanting to beg for mercy, but unable to say a single word. Under Ao Yuan's gaze, he was completely swallowed by terror. On the other side, Suju looked at the huge dragon head in the sky, his feelings complicated, moved, reassured, and also ashamed. He'd been called in as a parent again. He could only mock himself helplessly in his heart. So what if I'm a daddy's boy? Better than being beaten to death. At that moment, a gaze fell upon Suju. He looked up and met Ao Yuan's blood-red dragon eyes. The killing intent in those eyes vanished instantly, replaced by gentleness. Son, Ao Yuan's divine sense transmitted, very gently. Are you scared? Dad is here. Suju's mouth twitched. He really wanted to complain, but he held back and only looked up to reply in a babyish voice. You're a little late. Ao Yuan's dragon head stiffened. He complained inwardly. It took less than a second from sensing it to rushing over. How is that late? But all he could say was even more gently. Dad's here, isn't he? Don't worry. The grievance you suffered today, Dad will get it back for you. Whoever dares touch you, the whole clan will be buried with them. With a sweep of his killing intent, the golden devouring rat emperor's soul nearly split apart, leaving only regret and terror. He regretted that one sentence had implicated the entire clan, yet he couldn't even open his mouth to beg for mercy. At that moment, the spatial rift behind Ao Yuan was still expanding, and in the blink of an eye it became a wormhole millions of kilometers wide. Starlight flickered within, as if it connected to another universe. The next second, waves of dragon roars came from inside the wormhole, and countless giant dragons poured out. There were abyssal demon dragons burning with black flames, time dragons whose entire bodies were crystal and carried the aura of ages, and dragons whose bodies were like stars. As the star dragon appeared, it stirred the starlight and brought tidal waves. Every dragon gathered on the scene was above king level, and there were even Saint Realm experts. The dragons swarmed, blotting out the sky and covering the sun, turned the dark universe into a brilliant river of stars. At the front of the dragon swarm, the dark golden dragon emperor Ao Shang and the ice frost winter dragon princess Ao Ning, the dragon race's prince and princess, arrived with the most elite dragon god guards. The two respectfully bowed to Ao Yuan, and Ao Yuan responded indifferently. His gaze fell on the stunned, golden-devouring rat emperor as he coldly questioned him. Who gave you the guts to dare lay a hand on my dragon race's future emperor? The golden-devouring rat emperor was completely in despair. Facing the dragon army, he knew he was dead for sure. He had only cursed a baby once and wanted to slap him to death, yet he ended up drawing out the entire dragon race. Even more unacceptable was the fact that the one being protected was actually a human infant. He gave up on begging for mercy and only wanted to know how he would die. Suju was also stunned by this spectacle. He had always thought his dad was amazing, but he never expected him to be this incredible. One sentence, and he could summon 10,000 dragons. Overwhelmed by the sheer presence, Suju was instantly filled with pride and threw all shame over calling in the adults out the window. He even teased the mechanical capybara beside him. My dad's handsome, right? The capybara mechanical response immediately recorded. The universe's #1 daddy's boy. Absolutely not someone to mess with. At this point, Ao Yuan looked at Suju and asked how he wanted to deal with the golden-devouring rat emperor. Roast it? Boil it? Or make a specimen? Suju thought seriously about it. The giant rat was too big. Roasting it might leave it undercooked. Boiling it would need an enormous pot, and making a specimen was a bit gross. In the end, he looked up and gave an answer that even the dragon race was stunned by. Can I dissect him? As he looked at the golden-devouring rat emperor, his eyes were full of desire. All the giant dragons were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that, at such a young age, Suju would actually propose dissecting a great saint. The request was simply too twisted, and even Ao Yuan, Ao Shang, and Ao Ning were stunned. Other children would have been scared to tears in a situation like this, yet Suju came up and immediately wanted to dissect him. Ao Yuan snapped out of it and immediately agreed, fully supporting his son's decision. Even if his son wanted to grind the golden-devouring rat emperor to dust, he would support him to the end. Ao Shang received the order and immediately stepped forward to pin down the golden-devouring rat emperor, making it impossible for him to move no matter how hard he struggled. Go ahead, son. Cut however you want. If you mess this one up, there's another one. Ao Yuan encouraged him. and even glanced at the already frightened, unconscious Shirtian. The golden devouring rat emperor screamed in despair, "Kill me. Just kill me already." But Suju ignored him completely. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, and his smile grew more and more sinister. With his short little legs, he bounced over to the rat, poked it first, then tapped it, praising how sturdy its fur was. All the dragons held their breath, eagerly waiting to see what kind of divine weapon Suju would produce. But Suju merely used 2 fingers to lightly slice across the mouse emperor's belly. Ryup. The fur of the devouring gold rat emperor tore open like paper, with no blood spilling at all, and the flesh and blood parted on their own. The pupils of the giant dragons shook violently. What kind of power was this? Not a law, not physical strength, and not true essence. Only Ao Ning muttered softly, "Mental force." On the crystal mirror, streams of data flickered by. She was shocked. He has actually begun to grasp the mental force of the ancient human race? While everyone was still in a daze, Suju had already started dissecting it. He drilled into the body of the devouring gold rat emperor. System activated. Target, devouring gold rat emperor. Scanning, scan successful, target suppressed, beginning analysis. Analysis of great sage body successful, extracting the indestructible golden body template. Affinity with the metal law plus 70%. Intermediate chaos dragon body experience surges, evolving into advanced chaos dragon body, can transform into a dragon. Analysis of great sage soul, successful, extracting origin of devouring. Affinity with the devouring law plus 40%. Comprehended divine ability. All things devour, beginner. The system prompts kept ringing out, and Suju only felt his strength soaring, as if he had stepped into a treasure vault. With every bit he unraveled, the power of the great sage was absorbed by him, so satisfying it felt like he was flying. An hour later, Suju crawled out reluctantly. By then, the rat emperor had become an empty shell. All its power and marks had been drained dry, leaving only a huge energy pack. Suju let out a satisfied burp and turned around in a babyish voice. "Dad, I'm done." Ao Yuan's mouth twitched. "How does it feel?" "Great harvest." Suju nodded excitedly. Ao Yuan let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Then he waved for Ao Shang to let go of the corpse, and with one clawed swipe, the enormous rat corpse transformed into a dark golden meat ball the size of a fist. This meat ball contained the essence of a great sage's entire life, with terrifying energy. Ao Yuan handed the meatball to Suju. "Son, have this as a snack." Suju's eyes lit up, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Burp. All the dragonfolk watched in numb silence as his aura surged wildly. Domain realm, 1st level. Domain realm, 2nd level. Domain realm, 3rd level. It didn't stop until the peak of domain realm, 5th level. In one bite, he broke through 4 levels. His cultivation soared as if cheating, stunning everyone on the spot. They were utterly shattered, falling into complete self-doubt and despair. If not for the universe inside his body that needed to be nurtured, this boost would have gone far beyond this. He could have easily reached the king realm. Ao Yuan was very satisfied with his son's appetite. "He really takes after me when I was young." He remembered that back then, he had also eaten those who provoked him one bite at a time. This bloodline really could be inherited. There was Ao Yuan's essence blood inside Suju's body. The group of dragon experts beside them was already completely numb. Dissecting a great sage and treating a great sage's corpse as a snack. Today, they had suffered more shock than in the past tens of thousands of years combined. Looking at that infant patting his belly with a satisfied expression, they were filled with reverence. This newly arrived little prince had some real substance, not someone to be trifled with. Feeling the power surging through his body, Suju was ecstatic. He immediately opened the system panel. Host, Suju race, human race, intermediate dragon body, 55%. Advanced chaos dragon body, 1%. Realm, peak 5th layer of the domain transformation realm cultivation art. Heart scripture, beginner 1.8%. Allah, chaos unity, 1.6%. Divine powers, devour all things, primary. Dimensional universe, embryo. Energy points, 3, 158, 220, 000. Overall evaluation, congratulations. On the road to being a daddy's boy, you've already surpassed 99.99% of all beings in the entire universe. Suju's face darkened. System, are you asking for a beating? Ding. The system has detected an unknown risk and is performing self-maintenance. Please do not disturb. The system played dead again. Suju couldn't be bothered to deal with it. He was in a very good mood now. Just then, Ao Yuan set his sights on the Beast King, Devour Heaven, who was trembling on the ground below. "You." Ao Yuan's voice turned cold. The Beast King was so frightened that he dropped to his knees and cowed out. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, spare my life. This little king, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Ao Yuan sneered. Spare you? Fine. The Beast King nearly burst out in joy, but Ao Yuan's next sentence sent a chill through his entire body. My son was frightened by you. How do you plan to compensate for the mental damages? The Beast King was dumbfounded. Mental damages? He looked at Suju, this baby who had just eaten the great sage and was now still curiously looking at him. Did he look frightened? He was clearly here to collect the goods, okay? But he could only think that in his heart. He stammered, whatever you say, that's how much it will be. With a flick of Ao Yuan's finger, he directly dragged out the treasury hidden by the Beast King in an alternate dimensional space. Boom. A mountain of treasure made of divine iron and immortal crystals appeared out of thin air, shining with divine radiance as laws flowed through it. 10,000 years sacred medicines, Tao artifacts, divine stones, everything was there. This was all the wealth the Beast King and his father had plundered over generations, enough to buy half a star region. Ao Yuan pointed at the treasure mountain. These are the pocket money to compensate my son. Do you have any objections? No. The Beast King was heartbroken, but he still had to force out a smile on his face. As it should be. As it should be. Ao Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Suju with the look of a loving father. Son, see if there's anything you like. All right. Suju darted into the treasure mountain at top speed, like a rat falling into a rice bin. Wow. 9 revolutions resurrection grass. A sacred medicine. Ding. Analyze and devour. Devour. This one's not bad either. Illusory gazing golden eyes. An emperor-grade treasure. Ding. High-quality treasure detected. Analyze its refinement method and laws. Analyze. Suju activated zero-cost shopping, devouring the system's favorites whenever he saw them. After all, free is free. Ao Yuan watched with indulgent amusement, shaking his head, while the Dragon Clan was all speechless. Other people's pocket money was just a few source crystals, but Suju directly cleaned out a saint's treasury. Infuriating. Just as he was frantically buying things, Suju suddenly noticed a rust-covered metal box in a corner. It stood out starkly from the treasures around it, yet he still walked over and opened it. Inside the box lay a silver chip, quietly resting there. Suju recognized the emblem on it at a glance, the 3 swords and flame. It was the symbol of the Li family, one of the top martial arts families of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation. Back when the Su family was exterminated, the Li family had been one of the participants. Scenes flashed through his mind. The escape pod, flames, screams, and hatred. The Wang family, the Li family, the Chun family, the Black Armor Army, all of the Federation. These names were carved into his soul. His greatest goal was to return to Blue Star and take revenge. A clue to his enemy was right in front of him. Suju's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the chip. All things analysis system activated. Target, kindling project encrypted chip, damaged. Reading, repairing 10%. Partial information, experimental subject K-07's genes collapsed, mission failed. Recovery team coordinates, desolate star system, encountered an unknown energy life form, entire team wiped out. Origin project, highest authority, Li family. The Li family, murder filled Suju's eyes. The information was incomplete, but enough. This chip belonged to the Li family's secret squad. They came to the desolate star to recover a mission and were wiped out. In the end, the chip and relics fell into the hands of the Beast King. Origin project, Suju muttered to himself. The words felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. The soul of the capybara, too, carried the aura of origin. Could the Li family be related to the Ark project? Suju quickly analyzed it in his mind and realized the Li family's secrets ran deeper than he had imagined. His heart ignited with the flames of revenge, and he planned to thoroughly investigate the Li family once he returned to the Federation. Suju put away the chip, eager to finish the Dragon Clan trial, become a true prince, and then kill his way back to the Blue Summer Federation for revenge. He looked up at Ao Yuan and was just about to speak when a cold voice sounded beside him. Had your fun? He froze, then turned to see his mother, Elizabeth, appear. She was still as proud and imposing as ever, but her golden dragon eyes held a hint of warmth. Mom, Suju called out softly. Elizabeth stiffened slightly, then snorted, Don't call me so affectionately. You haven't passed the assessment yet. Yet. Suju curled his lip, thinking she was all talk and no conviction. Elizabeth changed the subject. Since things here are settled, get ready to begin the 6th trial. So soon. Suju was surprised. He still hadn't even fully digested everything. What scared? Elizabeth looked at him coldly. Who's scared? Suju straightened his chest. What is the 6th trial? Where are we going? Elizabeth looked at him, full of fighting spirit, and nodded in satisfaction. But instead of answering directly, she turned to Ao Yuan. You're not allowed to interfere. This is his trial, and you're not allowed to cheat for him. Ao Yuan refused to accept it. When did I ever cheat? I'm just providing normal support. If a child gets bullied, aren't they allowed to be helped? Elizabeth said coldly. That's tempering, not bullying. With his strength and the little monster in the hat, Great Sage can't kill him. Ao Yuan thought about it and realized that was indeed the case, so he could only nod. Fine, fine, I'll listen to you. I promise I won't make a move this time. Unless someone insults him again. Elizabeth ignored him and turned her gaze back to Suju, saying coldly, I've chosen the 6th trial. It's that family you just got the chip from, the Li family. They're on the main star, Lihua Star 3. Suju was stunned when he heard this. He had just found out who his enemy was, and now his mother wanted to send him there for a trial. His mom actually arranged the trial at Suju's enemy's home. This was obviously intentional, wasn't it? Seeing Suju's shocked expression, Elizabeth felt quite pleased with herself. She had long known about his background and his enemies. The reason she was doing this had 2 purposes. First, to see whether Suju, when faced with a blood feud, would be controlled by hatred or remain calm enough to complete the trial. Second, she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Suju had called her mom, so she had to help him get back at them. However, unlike Ao Yuan's brute force, she wanted Suju to avenge himself with his own hands. That was the Dragon Clan's way of revenge. Ready? Elizabeth asked calmly. Suju took a deep breath and nodded hard, ready to set off any time. His eyes burned with the flames of vengeance as he shouted inwardly, Li family, I, Suju, am back. Just then, an accident happened. Roar! From beneath the ground came a terrifying roar, ancient, desolate, and overwhelming. The entire wild star shook violently. Cracks split open across the surface into bottomless ravines. Magma erupted. The sky was torn apart, and the meteor belt turned into a rain of fire crashing down in a world-ending scene. The smile on the face of the star space demon dragon Emperor Ao Yuan froze. His dragon eyes stared at the constantly collapsing earth, revealing shock. This aura. It was familiar, already at the Saint King realm. A Saint King. There was actually a Saint King level powerhouse hidden on Wildstar. Be on guard. The dragon girl Ao Ning immediately ordered, and tens of thousands of giant dragons gathered to stabilize the space. Ao Shang shielded Suju. Elizabeth's expression grew grave, and she sensed something extremely ancient beneath the ground. Ao Yuan coldly rebuked, which shameless nobody dares act presumptuously before this emperor. His Saint King dragon might press down like the Milky Way, forcing that person to show themselves. Boom! The underground responded with a counterattack, a similarly vast and unyielding force surging upward. The 2 Saint King level powers collided head-on. There was no explosion, only annihilation. Space, laws, light, and time all turned into nothingness. Black holes kept expanding, madly devouring everything. Ao Yuan's expression finally changed. His opponent was able to take one of his strikes. Just as everyone thought a major battle was about to break out, there was a thunderous crash, and a vast expanse of land on the wild star was torn from the ground. Immediately afterward, a giant stone hand reached out from the depths, formed from rock and the origin power of the earth. It was even larger than the devouring gold rat emperor, and each finger was like a continuous mountain range. The forests were dense, and the rivers surged. That giant hand was like a shrunken world, and the entire dragon clan was stunned senseless. The capybara's quantum core flashed for only 3 seconds. On the screen, only the words "run" remained, and then it went completely black, even smoking. The giant hand was powerful enough to destroy continents and crush star systems, yet it held no killing intent. It simply rose slowly, blocking half the starry sky. Then, before everyone's eyes, the giant hand reached towards Suju. Its mountain-like index finger was about to touch the baby standing on the mountain treasure. Outrageous! Ao Yuan roared, and a surge of dragon might crash toward the finger. How dare it move against his son in public? No matter who the other side was, today it had to die. But that finger only paused for a moment, and then an even more powerful, ancient will descended, instantly dissolving his force. An aged voice rang out. Why does this little one carry a familiar scent? The voice seemed to come from the primordial past. The earth split open, and a head unimaginably huge rose up. It was the Earth Titan, a Saint King level powerhouse. The moment he moved, the entire planet seemed to groan with him. Who are you? Ao Yuan asked coldly. The Titan showed a look of remembrance, his gaze locking onto Ao Yuan. You little black dragon, you've grown so much, and your temper is still as foul as ever. That address left Ao Yuan stunned. Little black dragon? No one had dared call him that for countless eons. Memories were awakened. When he was young, he and a foolish, honest stone being had been best friends. They adventured and fought together, until that battle at the ruins' end, when the stone being was swallowed by the demonic tide while saving him. He had always thought the other was dead. Ao Yuan trembled with excitement. You are? Taiwe. Ha ha ha, it's me. The Titan laughed, and the whole star trembled. After confirming his identity, Ao Yuan crashed into Taiwe's chest like a child. You bastard. If you weren't dead, why didn't you come find me? Taiwe coughed, staggered from the dome, and even the planet swayed. I just got a little injured, and have been sleeping here all this time. I never expected that when I woke up, I'd see you acting so domineering here. The two Saint Kings at the peak of the universe began chatting like old friends. This scene left all the dragons and onlookers dumbfounded. Ao Shang and Ao Ning were seeing their father emperor like this for the first time, and Elizabeth was also stunned, though she quickly regained her composure. Only Su Ju, looking at the two gigantic old friends in the sky, had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So they were Dad's friends. He had thought a fight was about to break out. After the reminiscing ended, Taiyue's gaze fell on Su Ju again. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Good boy, these bones, this blood vitality, this soul, they're all naturally built for our Titan race. Ao Yuan, who is this? Where did you kidnap him from? Ao Yuan immediately straightened his chest. He's my son, my biological son. Su Ju was speechless. Saying he was biological was a bit too much. Taiwe froze, then looked Su Ju and Ao Yuan over from head to toe. Bullshit. He's a human. How could he possibly be your son? He looks more like me. Look at that spirit. Exactly like I was when I was young. As he spoke, Taiwe even tried to snatch him away. No, this kid's going to be my son from now on. Ao Yuan exploded on the spot. Get lost, he's my son. Dare try and steal him. Taiyu glared, the might of a holy king pressing straight down. This kid is born with divine strength and superb bones. He's meant to cultivate our Titan clan's immortal body of the ages. What can he learn from a muddy loach like you? How to spit. Ao Yuan refused to back down. You're the loach. My son bears the Chaos Dragon body, destined to command all the laws of the cosmos in the future. What's there to learn from a sleepy rock lump like you? I blew up a neutron star with one punch back then, and you were still playing in the mud. Taiyu shot back. When I swallowed a black hole in one gulp, you weren't even a rock yet. Ao Yuan countered. The two holy kings bickered in the starry sky, childish to the extreme. Their clashing auras sent ripples through the laws, grinding the surrounding asteroid belt into dust. The dragon god guards below were dumbfounded. This was a battle between holy kings? It was nothing like they had imagined. Ao Shang and Ao Ning's understanding of their imperial father was completely overturned, while Elizabeth tilted her head in disdain. Two idiots. Su Ju stood on the mountain of treasure, looking up at the two enormous beings arguing endlessly in the sky, feeling both speechless and warm inside. Back then, he had been nothing but an orphan in a space-time wormhole, and now there were actually two peak beings of the universe arguing over who was his father. That feeling wasn't half bad. Ao Yuan grew tired of arguing and simply played dirty. Anyway, I picked him up first, so he's my son. Taiyu refused to yield either. I want to be his father too. The two of them started arguing again. Get lost. He can only have me as his father. Then make it two. Let him call you imperial father and me father. Dream on. Just as the two holy kings were about to fight, Elizabeth coldly cut them off. At some point, she had appeared, her sacred dragon body shining as she directly calmed the two furious guys down. You've both lived for how many billions of years? And you're arguing over a child like 3-year-olds. Aren't you ashamed? Her face was full of disdain. Ao Yuan and Taiyu looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Ao Yuan coughed. He started it first. Taiyu retorted. You were the one who called me a rock first. Elizabeth said, shut up. The two holy kings immediately fell silent. Su Ju watched from below in admiration. His mom really was amazing. Elizabeth looked at Su Ju. Let him choose for himself. He can follow whoever he wants. Ao Yuan and Taiyu's gazes immediately locked on Su Ju. Ao Yuan. Choose me. I'll take you to eat, drink, and have fun. The whole cosmos will be yours. Taiyu. Come to me. I'll teach you the strongest technique. One punch per holy king. Su Ju. Suddenly Taiyu had a flash of inspiration and changed his attitude. Sister-in-law is right. He directly began calling Elizabeth sister-in-law. Elizabeth frowned slightly, but did not refute it. Taiyu claimed magnanimously. Since I'm the one who picked him up after all, I can at least be his uncle, right? Ao Yuan was stunned for a moment and thought that sounded fine. Elizabeth firmly refused. No, Taiyu grew anxious. Why? Elizabeth said indifferently. You're too ugly. Taiyu was instantly hurt. He lowered his head and looked at his rock-covered body, then at Elizabeth's elegant and holy appearance, and accepted his fate. Ao Yuan stepped in to smooth things over. Fine, uncle it is then. Anyway, having 2 extra fighters will make future battles more convenient. Elizabeth snorted, taking that as agreement. Taiwei was so happy he was like a child, jumping once and shattering a planet. Ha! I've got a big nephew too. He rubbed his big hands together and looked at Suju eagerly. Call me uncle and let me hear it. Suju looked at this hulking old prankster and was a little speechless. But having one more Saint King as an uncle was actually pretty nice. When Taiwei heard Suju call him Uncle Taiwei, he was so delighted he couldn't close his mouth, saying good 3 times in a row. He generously said that if he was being called uncle, he had to give a greeting gift. As he spoke, he started patting around on his massive rocky body. One moment he thought a divine stone was too stingy and tossed it out to smash a planet. The next he thought a nebula was too messy and casually threw that away too. Ao Yuan watched from the side, heartbroken. These were all Saint King level treasures, yet Taiwei was just tossing them around. At last, Taiwei found something he was satisfied with. He pulled from his chest a yellow-brown heart blazing with the laws of the earth, the Titan heart. The moment it appeared, the space of the universe seemed ready to collapse, and its terrifying weight made it hard to breathe. The system kept sounding alarms. This thing was beyond specification, far above Suju's current limit. If he swallowed it forcefully, he would die. But Taiwei treated the heart like a priceless treasure and handed it to Suju, saying it was a fragment of a heart carved from the creator god, Gaia, something that had nourished him for countless years. Now he was giving it to Suju. Use it to smash someone, and even a Saint King would be crippled. Ao Yuan and Elizabeth were dumbfounded. Gaia was one of the oldest creator gods. Taiwei had actually been able to dig out a heart from her and live to this day. Looking at this ultimate tonic, Suju was tempted beyond measure. Though dangerous, he still wanted to take it. Elizabeth suddenly stopped him, saying Suju couldn't handle it right now and forcing it together would only harm him. Taiwei was a little embarrassed and said that back when he was at the King Realm, he had swallowed one too. Elizabeth, Ao Yuan. The dragons fell silent. Humans and Titans couldn't be judged by the same standard. Taiwei said helplessly, then what should we do? I've already taken it out. I can't just put it back, can I? That'd be so awkward. Elizabeth thought for a moment. Seal it first. When he has the ability to lift it, then merge with it. She extended her claw, and silver divine chains were about to seal the Titan heart. Suddenly, the Titan heart violently trembled, sensing the aura of Suju's chaos dragon body. It instantly turned into a stream of yellow-brown light and shot straight into Suju's brow. Everyone froze. The expected explosion did not happen. After the Titan's heart entered Suju's body, it became very quiet, hovering deep within his sea of consciousness and resonating with his dimensional universe. Suju felt that his connection with the gravity laws of the earth and all things in the starry sky had become even deeper. Ding. The host has initially bound with Titan's heart. Effect. Affinity with the gravity law and earth element law increased by 500%. The passive assimilation origin of the high-level chaos dragon body. Experience plus 1%. The foundation of the dimensional universe has been strengthened. World stability plus 500%. At the system prompt, Suju was overjoyed. Just an initial binding had brought such huge benefits. Taiyu was stunned. This thing had never been this obedient to him even after billions of years. Why did it just offer itself to Suju? Ao Yuan looked proud. It's fate. Elizabeth stared at Suju, wondering in her heart. Just how many secrets did this human child have? The incident on the Savage Star ended in an unexpected way. The Beast King Devourer, for offending the Dragon Royal family's prince, had his cultivation abolished, his treasury looted, and was thrown onto a desolate star to fend for himself. For him, this was worse than death. Meanwhile, Suju happily digested the spoils of war, with the 3 Saint Kings watching. Elizabeth said coldly, "It's over. Prepare to depart." With a wave of her hand, a teleportation gate constructed by spatial law opened. Inside was a bustling metropolis, countless flying vehicles weaving through the air and neon lights illuminating the sky. The world on the other side is the main star of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation, Lihua Star 3, and also your target, the location of the Leaf family. Her tone was cold as she gave the order. Your trial is very simple. Within 1 month, make the Leaf family disappear from this planet. Use whatever methods you want, assassination, direct assault, business, public opinion, anything is fine. I only care about the result. Complete it, and you can enter the final 7th trial. Failure. Elizabeth's eyes turned icy, or being killed. Then you're just a useless waste, unworthy of being my son. Suju sneered. Mom, don't worry. 1 month is too long. His eyes burned with the flames of revenge. The Li family and the Su family were his enemies. Let's go. Suju called to Ao Yuan and Taiyu. Dad, Uncle Taiyu, wait for my return. Go on. Ao Yuan said reluctantly. If you get bullied, call for Dad. Dad will back you up. Go boldly. Taiyu thumped his chest. Whoever dares stop you, your uncle will crush them and the planet together. Suju smiled and picked up the rebooted capybara, the unconscious Niu Tuo, and Mao Xiaoming. He turned back to look at Elizabeth. Mom, Zero is still in my hat. She's going with you. Don't wake her up. If you do, you handle it yourself, Elizabeth said indifferently. Suju was speechless. After bidding farewell to his family, he took a deep breath, didn't look back, and resolutely stepped into the portal of revenge. A flash of light later, he and the three attachments vanished. The portal closed, and the three Saint Kings stood silently beneath the starry sky, watching him leave. Sigh. Our son has grown up and can't be kept at home anymore. Ao Yuan let out a long sigh. Elizabeth stared at the portal, saying nothing for a long time. On Fire Mars 3, in the center of Galaxy City, there was a suspended bar. This was a paradise for intelligence dealers and mercenaries. Suddenly, space distorted, and a silver portal appeared. The bar fell instantly silent, and everyone went on guard. A child in an animal onesie, looking like a doll, walked out, followed by a capybara, a minotaur, and a catgirl. Everyone was stunned, staring at them. A werewolf mercenary snickered. Where did these country bumpkins come from? Lost are you? Everyone jeered along. Suju looked around and said coolly, so noisy. The bar fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning to him. The werewolf's expression darkened as he stepped closer to Suju, murderous aura surging. Brat, what did you say? The crowd watched the show, waiting for Suju to be torn apart. Suju couldn't be bothered to care. He walked straight to the bar, stood on tiptoe, and placed the capybara on top. Boss, give me the most expensive drink, he said in a babyish voice. The bartender froze and looked at him. At Suju's feet lay the unconscious minotaur and catgirl, while his gaze landed on the capybara lying across the bar, its eyes dull and lifeless. What kind of weird combo was this? The bartender kindly reminded him. Little kid, this isn't a place you should be. We don't sell milk here. A burst of low laughter rose around them. Suju remained calm. I want the most expensive drink. He pulled a fist-sized purple lightning crystal from his pocket and slapped it directly onto the bar. Is this enough? The entire bar fell silent in an instant. Even the werewolf mercenaries walking over froze, staring fixedly at the purple crystal, eyes full of greed and shock. The 8th grade source crystal, purple thunder radiant heart crystal, an old mercenary cried out. A source crystal of this grade could serve as the core energy source of a starship, worth tens of millions of Federation credits. And this kid just casually threw out a top-grade one? Crazy. The bartender was dumbfounded. In decades, this was the first time he had ever seen someone pay for drinks with an 8th grade source crystal. This wasn't luxury, it was insane. Enough, enough. He was so flustered he could barely speak. Let alone one drink. He could buy the whole bar. Suju frowned. Then what are you standing there for? The bartender hurriedly took the most expensive Tears of the Stars from the top liquor cabinet. At 1 million Federation credits per glass, he carefully poured it for Suju while wearing a bitter expression at the crystal. Young master, take this. We don't have change. Suju took a sip. The taste is average. He handed the drink to the capybara. You drink it. The capybara was stunned. I'm just a capybara? Suju didn't even turn his head back. No need to look. Take this as a tip. The whole place exploded. The bartender nearly fainted. 500 million Federation credits, just like that, given away. The other patrons were envious and green with jealousy, especially the werewolf mercenaries, whose breathing had grown heavy. Just then, an arrogant voice suddenly came from the private room on the 2nd floor. Where did this bumpkin come from, showing off his wealth here? You dare take out a broken stone and make a fool of yourself? A young man with a handsome appearance and an arrogant gaze, Li Tianyu, came downstairs surrounded by bodyguards. The three-sword flame emblem on his chest changed everyone's expressions. Li family, the uncrowned king of Lihua Star 3, direct bloodline. Li Tianyu walked up to the bar, glanced at the purple thunder radiant heart crystal, and snapped his fingers dismissively. A bodyguard stepped forward and set down a metal case. When the lid opened, a box of 8th grade solar heart, worth 10 billion. He looked at Suju as if he were looking at trash and sneered. See that? That's what being rich looks like. Take your broken stone and your pet and get out. Don't dirty my eyes. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of suppressing everyone with status and money. In the past, no one had dared disobey him. But this time, Suju only looked at him like he was a jumping clown. Are you done? He asked in a babyish voice. Li Tianyu frowned, displeased, and waved for his bodyguards to act. Throw him and his pet into the garbage incinerator. The bodyguards advanced with wicked grins, and the atmosphere in the bar dropped to freezing point. Everyone felt Suju was dead for sure. The bartender, terrified, hid under the counter and trembled. Suju suddenly said, "Wait." The bodyguards stopped, mocking him for being afraid. Suju ignored them and looked at Li Tianyu. "You're very rich?" Li Tianyu sneered. "I'm so rich I could buy your life more than 10,000 times." Suju nodded, turned around, and continued rummaging through his pockets. From the pocket of the animal onesie pajama, he pulled out an 11th rank fruit. The moment the fruit appeared, the energy within 1,000 meters of the entire bar was suppressed, the lights dimmed, the noise vanished, and everything fell into dead silence. Everyone felt a primal fear and reverence. Li Tianyu's face instantly turned pale. A box of solar hearts, in front of this fruit, was like fireflies before the bright moon, completely crushed. No, it wasn't even on the level of fireflies. It was just a pile of glowing stones. Ding! Suju didn't even know what he was holding. He had simply picked it up casually from a pile of trash someone had thrown away. At that moment, the system alarm rang madly in his mind. Warning! Detected an overspecification item. Star Dao Fruit. 11th rank, a supreme divine object condensed over billions of years from the origin of a dying star, containing the laws of the stars. Note: even a saint-tier expert would explode from eating it and die on the spot without a complete corpse. Advice: don't act rashly. Otherwise, even if the Dragon Emperor comes, he can only collect your body. Even saints would die? Suju clicked his tongue, not expecting it to be even more ruthless than he had imagined. He weighed the Star Dao fruit in his hand like he was playing with an apple. Then he looked at Li Tianyu, who had already been frightened silly. "What did you just say this is called?" he asked, pointing at the box of glittering golden stones on the bar. Li Tianyu opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. The two bodyguards behind him fell to their knees outright, their bodies instinctively kneeling in reverence before the Star Dao fruit. "Lost your voice." Suju curled his lip and snapped his fingers with the other hand at the box of solar hearts. "Pa!" After the crisp sound, everyone was shocked. That box of source crystals worth 10 billion, along with the box itself, actually weathered away as if eroded by the wind, turning into golden dust that drifted into the air, not a trace left behind. 10 billion. Gone. A mercenary was so scared that he passed out on the spot, foam foaming from his mouth. The entire bar fell deathly silent, and everyone's gaze towards Suju changed completely. No one dared to treat him as some flashy nouveau riche bumpkin, and no one saw him as a child anymore. All they saw was a ruthless guy. Li Tianyu was trembling all over, finally understanding. This baby in front of him wasn't here to show off. He was here to pass judgment, to slap back his own ignorance and arrogance in the face. "Why you? Who exactly are you?" Li Tianyu's voice was on the verge of tears as he felt pure, unfiltered terror for the first time. Suju ignored him, only lowering his head to look at the Star Dao fruit. Under everyone's stunned eyes, he actually shoved the Star Dao fruit, something even a saint could eat himself to death with, straight into his mouth. Li Tianyu screamed, thinking he'd see the baby explode into a cloud of blood mist in the next second. But the result? Crack. Suju chewed twice like he was biting an apple, then swallowed it whole. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one dared speak. They all waited for him to blow up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, nothing happened. Suju calmly smacked his lips, then burped. Burp. A burst of energy carrying the aura of star destruction shot out from Suju's mouth, blasting a huge hole in the bar counter. As the dust cleared, Suju looked utterly disgusted. "It tastes awful, and it's a little hard on the teeth." Plop. Li Tianyu, the Li family genius and the mayor's son, completely broke down and pissed his pants on the spot. Suju shot him a speechless glance, slowly walked over, and used his chubby little hand to wipe it on his expensive clothes. "So disgusting," he muttered in a babyish voice. "Now, kneel down and lick clean the path I walked." Suju said coldly. What? Li Tianyu was stunned. Who was he? A direct member of the Li family, the mayor's son. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Rage overwhelmed his fear. "How dare you humiliate me? Do you know who I am? I guarantee your whole family won't survive." Suju tilted his head. "The Li family?" He revealed a strange smile. "I'm looking for the Li family. Asking you to lick the floor is me giving you face. Since you don't want it." He lifted his foot, and a little bare slipper pressed down on Li Tianyu's face. Li Tianyu wanted to dodge, wanted to resist, but the pressure like billions of stars had him pinned in place, unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as that little foot drew closer and closer. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Tianyu's head seemed to be erased from existence, vanishing completely. leaving only a headless corpse in fancy clothes slumped on the ground. The entire bar went dead silent. Everyone was shaken to the core, their bodies rigid. Even the two divine ability bodyguards were scared enough to pee. Suju withdrew his foot as if nothing had happened and rubbed it clean on the floor, not even sturdy enough to step on. He muttered casually, then turned to the bespectacled bartender with the mustache behind the counter, who was so frightened he'd gone completely blank. "Boss," Suju said. "I'm here, sir. Your orders." The bartender was so scared he scrambled to his knees and banged his head on the floor. "Garlic pounding." Suju pointed at the headless corpse and asked the bartender, "Was he just bragging about something?" The bartender trembled and replied, "Yes. He just turned on the citywide hotspot live broadcast and wanted the whole Xinghe city to watch him humiliate you." Suju was stunned for a moment, then realized what happened and laughed so hard it was chilling. He praised him with "well done," walked over, took the diamond communicator off the corpse's wrist, and imitated Li Tianyu as he said to the camera, "Hello? Can everyone hear me?" "Me." At this moment, all over Xinghe City, whether high officials or passers-by, everyone saw the huge light screen repeatedly replaying the scene from moments ago. A baby in an animal onesie stomped Li Tianyu, the mayor's son, to death with one foot. The entire city fell silent. No one even noticed things dropping to the ground. Traffic was paralyzed, and flying vehicles lost control. The image switched, and that porcelain doll-like baby appeared before the camera, his clear eyes seeming to stare straight at everyone. He opened his mouth. "Can you hear me?" That childish voice spread across the entire city, causing countless people to shudder. "It's him. The demon. The tyrant." Suju looked into the camera, his smile bright. "My name is Suju. From today on, I'm taking over this city. People of the Li family, listen up, wash your necks clean, and wait. I'm coming to kill you." Those two sentences shook the entire city. After a brief silence, countless voices exploded in discussion. "He's insane. He wants to take over Xinghe City and kill the Li family." "Suju? I feel like I've heard that name before. Right? Wasn't that the Su family that was wiped out decades ago?" "No way. Didn't the Su family die out completely?" "If that's true, then this is going to get interesting." Panic, shock, and excitement filled everyone's faces. The Li family was the sky over Xinghe City. No one had ever dared to challenge them like this. Xinghe City Government Building, Mayor's Office. The obese middle-aged man slumped in his chair. He was Mayor Li Dihai, Li Tianyu's father. His eyes were dull as he stared at the headless corpse of his youngest and most beloved son on the light screen, his whole body trembling. "Tianyu!" Li Dihai screamed in despair, frantically slamming the red button on the desk. A few seconds later, the office door was smashed open, and a squad of city guards rushed in. Leading them was Captain Zhou Tai, whose strength was at the 8th level of the Divine Power Realm. "Mayor, what happened?" Zhou Tai asked in shock. Li Dihai stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared. "Seal off the entire city and activate S-Class emergency status. Gather all forces and find that little beast for me. I want him dead, torn into pieces. S-Class emergency status." Zhou Tai's face changed drastically. A measure of this level was usually only used for alien invasions or city destruction level crises. It had only been activated once 50 years ago. And now it was because of a baby? Had the mayor gone mad? "Mayor, please calm down, for the sake of just one." "Shut up," Li Dihai bellowed, pointing at the light screen. "The one who died is my son, the direct descendant of the Li family. That little beast killed my son and openly provoked the Li family. If we don't suppress him, where will the Li family's face go? And how am I supposed to remain mayor?" Zhou Tai looked at the baby on the light screen, his heart turning cold. He had already seen in the live stream that the baby had stepped Li Tianyu to death, far beyond the Divine Power Realm, and perhaps even no weaker than the Dharma Form Realm. "Mayor, that baby's strength is terrifying. If we act rashly, I'm afraid." "I don't care." Li Dihai lost control and smashed a crystal ornament to pieces. "I'm giving you 1 hour. You must put that little beast's head on my desk. Otherwise, you can come see me yourself." Zhou Tai was utterly desperate. He saluted and hurried out, beginning to deploy the troops and seal off the entire city. Xinghe City was about to be plunged into bloodshed. Li Dihai slumped back into his chair, his hands trembling, and opened an encrypted communication. A stern middle-aged man appeared on the light screen, with a badge on his chest even more exquisite than Li Tianyu's. Li Xianfeng, the highest authority of Li family's Liahua Star No. 3, a Saint Realm expert, and Li Dihai's elder brother. "What is it?" Li Xianfeng asked coldly. With a crying voice, Li Dihai briefly reported what had happened. A baby? Stepped Tianyu to death? And even provoked the Li family on livestream. Li Xianfeng frowned, a look of seriousness appearing in his eyes. When Li Dihai tremblingly uttered that name, Li Xuanfeng's pupils suddenly shrank. What did he say his name was? He said his name was Suju. An aura of the Holy Realm suddenly surged from Li Xianfeng, causing the signals to become chaotic and the light screen to flicker erratically. Li Xianfeng was shocked and terrified. That surname represented bloody slaughter and boundless wealth, a disgrace in history. He understood that Su Ju was absolutely not satisfied with only dealing with the Wang family. In the bar, Su Ju turned off the communicator and tossed it to the floor. The surrounding patrons had already run off. Only the bartender kneeling on the ground and two bodyguards frightened unconscious remained, along with Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming still unconscious. Capybara collapsed at the counter. Its quantum core had already crashed several times, and the database displayed, unable to evaluate, can only cling tightly to the thigh. Suju kicked Capybara. Let's go. Where to? Capybara woke in a start. Find a place to sleep. Suju yawned. The energy of the star Dao fruit within his body made him a little sleepy. Capybara looked utterly dazed. Their boss had just declared war and already wanted to sleep. His heart was truly huge. At this moment, alarms and engine roars rang out outside. The black armored guard squad surrounded the bar, and the floating gunships above went all out with their firepower. A loudspeaker coldly warned, Suju, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Capybara was terrified stiff. Boss, what do we do? Suju raised a hand, and ripples stirred in space. He and the three hangers-on vanished directly. A few seconds later, the guard squad broke through the door and rushed into the bar, only to find a mess and several headless corpses left behind. Report to the commander-in-chief. The target has disappeared. At this time, in an alley in the slums on the other side of the city, spatial fluctuations rippled, and Suju and the three hangers-on appeared out of thin air. Capybara was still dazed, and only then did it realize that what they had just experienced was not ordinary teleportation at all, but Suju's free and unconstrained spatial ability. How terrifying was his mastery of the laws of space. Suju found the alarm too noisy and casually rubbed his ears. He glanced around. This was a dark corner of the city, with towering buildings blocking the sky, and the air reeked of engine oil and garbage, completely like another world from the city center. He randomly chose a house that was still relatively clean and walked in. Aside from a bed and a table, there was nothing inside. Suju threw Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming to the floor, then laid down on the bed himself, planning to sleep and digest the energy of the star Dao fruit in his body. Capybara followed him in and asked uneasily, Boss, are we really staying here? We're wanted across the entire city. The Leaf family will definitely come looking for us soon. The Leaf family's influence spread across the entire planet, and Xinghe City also had the strongest surveillance system, Sky Eye. In the city, there were almost no places they couldn't find. Although Suju had used the law of space to evade the first wave of pursuit, it was almost impossible to hide completely. He didn't care. Let them come. It'll save me the trouble of going to find them one by one later. After speaking, he directly closed his eyes and went to sleep. The golden little figure Zero in his hat also slept peacefully. Suju slept soundly, while Capybara was speechless. It could only brace itself and guard the door, watching for any movement with vigilance. After its quantum core in its mind briefly rested, it started operating at high speed again and immediately hacked into Xinghe City's public network. All kinds of messages flooded in. Mysterious infant appears in Xinghe City, stomps the Li family young master to death with 1 foot. Xinghe City enters S-rank emergency status, martial law across the city. Li family bounty, 1 million for clues to Suju, 300 million for capture/kill, and appointed as a Li family honored guest. The 300 million bounty startled Capybara. Soon after, all the mercenaries, assassins, and adventurers in the city were going crazy. They had become the city's public enemy. While browsing the information, Capybara also tried its best to plan the safest escape route for Suju. Suju slept very deeply this time. In his dream, he returned to the Dragon Star domain, where his dragon foster father, Ao Yuan, clumsily used a star to roast a cosmic beast, only to turn it into a lump of black charcoal from overcooking. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Yuan casually tossed that star aside and grabbed an even larger one. Then the aloof mother, Elizabeth, appeared and used her dragon claws to manipulate the laws of time, restoring the charred beast to its original form. In his dream, Suju watched his parents destroy heaven and earth and reset the world, feeling utterly calm and even a little like laughing. He did not know how long had passed before he slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he did not see the starry sky, but a shattered ceiling. Beside him came the lazy voice of a capybara. He turned and saw the capybara sprawled on a desk, a pile of virtual screens floating in front of it, its eyes bloodshot like a programmer who had stayed up for days. Suju asked, "How long was I asleep?" Suju stretched as he got to his feet. feeling his entire body brimming with strength. The energy of the star essence Dao fruit had been completely digested by the advanced chaotic dragon body. About a day and a night, he said flatly. The capybara yawned, turned off the light screen, and reported the intelligence in a concise manner. The entire city was under martial law, there was a 300 million bounty, and a net had been cast everywhere. After hearing this, Suju showed no expression and merely gave an "oh," as if it had nothing to do with him. The capybara sighed inwardly, as expected of the boss, unshaken even when Mount Tai collapses before him. "So what's your plan?" Suju asked. The capybara immediately perked up, leaped down from the desk, and with a swipe in the air projected a three-dimensional map of the city. Right at the center was the Li family group headquarters. "Boss, we're completely locked down by the Li family right now. Xinghe City is basically a giant prison," the capybara said, pointing at the map. "The Heavenly Eye system is monitoring everything, so there's nowhere to run. So, I've come up with the brightest place is the darkest plan. Directly infiltrate the Li family group headquarters and steal the core data of the Fire Seed project. That data is on the top floor, where the Heavenly Eye signal is also blocked. Once we get it, we can throw the Li family into chaos, and we can also sell the data to the Qin family, letting them bite each other like dogs." The capybara grew more and more excited as it spoke, waiting for Suju to praise it. Suju remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "The plan is good." The capybara let out a breath of relief, and just as a smile appeared, Suju added, "But it's too troublesome." "Troublesome?" The capybara froze. "Yes." Suju nodded. "We'd still have to infiltrate, steal things, and resell them. How tiring." He pointed at the map, his tone calm. "With such a big building, wouldn't it be more satisfying to just tear it down?" The capybara completely short-circuited. "Tear it down? Boss, that's the Li family headquarters. Its defenses are comparable to an interstellar fortress, and there's an Emperor Realm expert stationed there. Are you kidding me?" Capybara's voice trembled. Suju smiled faintly. "I never joke." 2 rows of tiny millet-like teeth were revealed. "It's decided. The next target is this." Suju pointed at the center of the map. "No need to steal it. We'll just move the whole building away." Capybara's face twitched. "That's not infiltration. That's violent demolition. Boss, think twice. That place is guarded by a King Realm expert. Charging in head-on is suicide." Suju glanced at him. "Who said I'm going to fight head-on?" He stood up and loosened his muscles and bones. After digesting the starry Dao fruit, his strength had surged. He called up the system panel. "Suju Human Race, Advanced Chaos Dragon Body 15%. Intermediate Datafication Dragon Body 55%. Huayuan Realm 6th Level Cultivation Method. Heart Sutra 1.8%. Allah. Chaos Return to 1, 1.5%. Energy Points 3, 188, 670, 000. Overall, slowly learning to think independently. If I can't beat them, I'll call my dad." Suju was speechless. The system was getting more and more cheeky. After sleeping, he had reached the 6th level, and the progress of the Chaos Dragon Body had increased by 14%. The Starry Dao fruit really was a great tonic. Confidence flooded him. He could take on the King Realm. Capybara was still trying to persuade him, but Suju waved a hand. "Stop talking. I've got a plan." With that, he walked toward the door, and Capybara followed him in despair. "Boss, don't be impulsive. We can use brains." Suju looked back. "I'm not fighting head-on. I'm going to make them hand over the building themselves." Capybara was dumbfounded. Suju couldn't be bothered to explain. He pushed open the door and stepped into the filthy alley. Morning sunlight filtered down, but the air still stank. Looking at the Li family headquarters tower in the distance, he curled his lips. "Going to collect money." "Collect money?" Capybara still couldn't keep up. "Yeah, someone put out a 3 billion bounty for my life. If I don't take that money, who will?" Suju walked straight onto the bustling street. Capybara was about to go crazy. "Boss, you're walking into a trap. The surveillance system is scanning you." Sure enough, the moment Suju appeared, sirens blared within 3 seconds. The crowd scattered in all directions, alarms shrieking. Then, dozens of figures appeared. From all directions, on rooftops, in alleys, in sewers, countless mercenaries and assassins sprang out. Their auras were fierce, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. There were werewolves carrying laser rifles, minotaurs hefting battle axes, and semi-mechanical cyborgs, all experts drawn by the 3 billion bounty. In less than 10 seconds, Suju and Capybara were completely surrounded by more than 100 Huayuan realm experts. "Ha! Found him. It's that little brat. The bounty is mine." The mercenaries' eyes shone as they looked at Suju as if he were a walking pile of gold coins. No one took this infant seriously. In their eyes, Li Tianyu must have used some underhanded trick to kill him. With over 100 Huayuan realm fighters here, they could crush him to death, without effort. Capybara was shaking all over in fear, hiding behind Suju. Meanwhile, Suju remained calm and even waved at the burly bearman in the encirclement. "Hey, Big Bear, come here." The bearman froze, then sneered. "A brat on the verge of death still putting on an act?" Suju said impatiently. "Cut the crap. Come here." Murder flashed in the bearman's eyes. Wanting to be the first to attack, he roared and swung his axe down viciously at Suju. Suju didn't even move. He simply looked up at the axe blade and coldly spat out one word: "Kneel." With a loud boom, the bearman seemed to be struck by a mountain. His knees shattered instantly, and he dropped to his knees directly in front of Suju, smashing 2 pits into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fear and pain. The law of gravity? This little brat had actually mastered it to this extent. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Greed turned into shock and fear. A single sentence had made a domain transformation realm 7th stage cultivator kneel to the ground. Who would still dare make a move? Only then did the mercenaries realize that this was no ordinary person at all. Suju looked down at the bearman from above. "Now can you speak properly?" The bearman slowly lifted his head, and before he could say a word, Suju kicked down. The bearman's head burst like a ripe tomato, spraying red and white all over the ground. Suju withdrew his foot in disgust. Too weak. He looked at the circle of terrified mercenaries around him. Who's next? Who wants to die? The childish voice echoed through the empty street. Gulp. Someone secretly swallowed. The next second, run. The mercenary furthest away screamed and turned to flee, like a lit fuse. In an instant, over 100 mercenaries scattered in panic like startled sheep, fleeing in all directions. The 300 million bounty, the Lee family's guest elder, none of it mattered in the face of life and death. Their only thought was to get as far away from this little demon as possible. They simply couldn't win, not even with the slightest hope. Trying to leave? Suju snorted coldly. Did I agree to that? He reached out and clenched his hand. Domain unfold. Buzz. A ring of invisible ripples spread out, instantly covering a 1,000-meter radius. The mercenaries' bodies froze, unable to move. The space around them was as sticky as glue, making every action difficult. Even more despairingly, the power of death was crazily eroding their bodies and life force, their skin rapidly shriveling and aging. My hand. Help. Demon. The screams never stopped. In just over 10 seconds, over 100 domain realm mercenaries all turned into dry corpses, then turned to ash and vanished. Throughout it all, Suju didn't move a single step, only lightly clapped his hands. The capybara lay on the ground, completely numb, burying its head and accepting its fate. Suju ignored the servant's feelings and picked up a gem-studded storage ring from the ashes. He swept it with his divine sense. Source crystals, pills, and magical treasures inside added up to 5 or 6 million. Suju tossed it away in disgust. Broke ass. Killing this bunch didn't earn much money. Suju looked toward the League Group skyscraper in the distance and grinned. Come on, let's go collect rent. The Star River City First Bank was the Lee family's most important financial institution, controlling 70% of the capital. The bank building was made of 10th-tier obsidian, guarded at the entrance by 2 divine power realm war puppets, with high-tech defenses and experts throughout the interior. At this moment, people were coming and going in the lobby, and no one knew that an unprecedented robbery was about to begin. At the entrance, a baby in an animal onesie, accompanied by a capybara, strolled over at an unhurried pace. The 2 10-meter-tall puppets immediately locked onto them. Warning. Unknown life form detected. Scanning. Target. Human infant. Energy response. None. Threat level. 0. Target. Genetically modified capybara. Energy response. Weak. Threat level. 0. The scan ended. The puppets lifted the alert and let them pass normally. They didn't care at all. Suju swaggered straight into the glittering bank lobby, while Capybara followed nervously behind, trembling all over. Boss, weren't we here to collect rent? Why did we charge straight into the bank? Isn't this robbery? And this is the most heavily guarded bank in the whole city. In the lobby, a fox girl in professional attire came up to them and froze when she saw Suju, a baby with a capybara, whose kid wandered into the wrong place. Little one, this isn't a playground. Where are your parents? The fox girl crouched down and tried to persuade him. Suju ignored her and said in his babyish voice, "Call your bank manager out here." The fox girl immediately stiffened, and the customers and guards around them all looked over. Little one, why do you want to see the bank manager? The fox girl coaxed him. To collect money. Suju replied directly. The fox girl was completely dumbfounded. Before she could even ask, a sharp female voice cut in. Where did this little bastard come from? Talking nonsense. A heavily made-up fat woman came over, twisting her waist as she walked. She was the lobby manager. Seeing that Suju was dressed plainly and had a dirty capybara with him, she looked at him with utter disdain. Security. Hurry up and throw this little bastard and that filthy pet out. Several security guards immediately stepped forward, and the customers all watched the show. The fox girl felt a little sorry for him, but before she could speak, Suju made his move. He looked up coldly at the fat woman and said only 2 words. Noisy. As soon as the words fell, the fat woman's body exploded like a balloon, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist that splattered everywhere in the lobby. The whole hall fell dead silent. Everyone seemed to have their throats gripped tight, unable to even breathe properly. The fox girl collapsed in terror, and the security guards were so scared they froze in place, their legs trembling violently. The lobby manager, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was killed in an instant, and with just one glance. Suju withdrew his gaze and asked the whole hall, "Does anyone still have a problem with me taking money?" The lobby was quiet. No one dared say a word, and all of them stared at him as if he were a monster. Suju was very satisfied. He strode off toward the VIP passage, and no one dared stop him. The capybara hurried after him. As he passed the fox girl, who was scared out of her wits, Suju stopped, took out a broken source crystal, and tossed it in front of her. "Your service was pretty good. This is your tip." With that, he left without looking back. The fox girl stared blankly at the broken source crystal on the ground. Then she looked at Suju's retreating back, her mind completely blank. Deeper inside the bank, the vault. This is the most heavily guarded area. The vault door is made of wholly fallen black iron, 10 meters thick, and even a powerhouse at the king realm can't open it. Only the bank president and the 3 vice presidents, using 4 secret keys plus triple verification, can get it open. At this moment, outside the vault, the pot-bellied Mediterranean-haired middle-aged man was the bank president, Wang Fuguwei, and he was roaring into the communicator. "What? A baby broke in and even killed the lobby manager? You're all useless. Hurry up and activate the highest level defense." "What? You can't stop him? He's already at the vault door?" Before he finished speaking, with a thud, the door shook. Wang Fuguwei froze as the monitor showed the baby outside the door poking it with a finger. He burst into laughter. A baby wants to poke through wholly fallen black iron with a finger? Does he think he's a holy king? The next second, his laughter cut off completely. On the monitor, the baby withdrew his finger, and a deep, unfathomable hole had appeared in the vault door. Crack. With the hole as the center, cracks spread outward. Boom! The vault door exploded into dust. As the smoke and dust cleared, Suju walked in leisurely with capybara, looking at the mountain of wealth and nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This is enough seed money. He looked at Wang Fuguwei, who had collapsed on the ground. "You're the bank president? I. Transfer all the money in your bank accounts to me, or I'll tear this place down." Wang Fuguwei was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Suju to ask him to make a transfer. "Yes, robbing things is too much trouble. A transfer is convenient," Suju said matter-of-factly. Wang Fuguwei and capybara fell silent, gaining a new understanding of dimension reduction attack. But the circulating funds are under the control of the central intelligence brain. I don't have the authority to move so much money at once. The Jinan security system is connected to the Federal Central Bank, and any fund transfer exceeding 1 billion must be authorized by the Federation. As the bank president, Wang Fuguwei can only move a few billion at most. Suju had no understanding of financial rules at all and thought of the bank as a family treasure chest, something he could take from whenever he wanted. Wang Fuguwei was terrified, afraid that if Suju got unhappy, he might really tear the bank apart. He hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. "Grandpa, I can't move the bank's money, but I can give you all my own money. Just spare my life." Suju asked in confusion, "How much money do you have?" Wang Fuguwei gritted his teeth. 8 billion federal credits. Suju nodded. "Then transfer 8 billion over first. I'll think of a way for the rest." Wang Fuguwei nearly vomited blood and could only cry miserably as he obediently made the transfer. Bored, Suju wandered around the treasury again and casually picked up a 9th-grade spatial source crystal. The system prompt sounded, "Detected high-quality energy source, spatial source crystal, 9th grade. Absorb it. Absorb." The source crystal instantly turned to powder, and Suju gained plus 0.1% spatial law affinity and plus 0.05% dimensional universe spatial stability. Suju clicked his tongue, thinking it was too little, and picked up a 9th-level Thunder God's Wrath battle hammer. System, detected high-quality technological creation, analyze it. Analyze. He obtained the forging blueprint, plus 0.2% lightning law affinity, and plus 0.5% Data Eyes dragon body experience. He acted as if strolling through his own backyard, absorbing source crystals and artifacts everywhere, turning them all into energy and data. Capybara behind him watched in pain, feeling that all of it was money, and Suju was eating it like snacks. A few minutes later, Wang Fuguwei finally completed the transfer and tremblingly handed the terminal to Suju. A long string of numbers was clearly displayed on the screen. 80 billion had arrived, not a cent missing. But a new problem arose. He had no personal account. So where was the money supposed to go? Suju looked at Capybara. Capybara immediately got to work, using ARC technology to establish an absolutely untraceable ghost account. Wang Fuguwei didn't dare ask further and quickly transferred the money into it. All right, you can get lost now. Thank you, Grandpa. Wang Fuguwei said with a huge sense of relief and fled in panic. Only Suju and Capybara remained in the treasury. Looking at the long string of digits in the account, Suju truly felt, for the first time, the weight of money. How do I even spend this? He muttered to himself, looking down. Capybara nearly fell over hearing that. Boss, your troubles are way too outrageous. At that moment, the system suddenly gave a crisp notification. Ding! Detected the host's massive funds, showing strong interest in the financial system. System adaptability evolution in progress. Evolution complete. System upgraded to version 2.5. New financial alchemy module added. Can convert energy points into digital currency and can arbitrarily tamper with financial systems below the Saint King level. Friendly reminder. This function can create a financial nuclear bomb. Use reasonably and you may do anything you want. Suju's eyes lit up and he grinned. Financial nuclear bomb? I like it. He looked at Capybara. Come on, let's tour every bank in Star River City. Before Capybara could even react, Suju had already taken it through spatial folding and appeared in the treasury of Star River City's second-largest bank. The next hour became the most fantastical hour in the financial history of Star River City and even Fireflow Star 3. Relying on force, Suju and Capybara quietly transferred over 100 billion. The top 10 banks all fell, and after experiencing shock, fear, despair, submission, the presidents obediently transferred their petty funds and liquid assets into the ghost account. Suju's wealth skyrocketed crazily. 80 billion, 100 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion. By the time the 10th bank was cleaned out, the funds in his account had reached 130 billion federal credits. Capybara was numb. No matter how fierce an interstellar pirate was, he still wasn't as fierce as the boss. Looking at the balance, Suju was almost laughing himself sick. Enough to spend. Boss, what do we do now? Capybara asked weakly. Suju said, go home. Taking Capybara back to that slum hut, he lay down on the bed, ready to study the new functions. He still didn't know that during this 1-hour stroll, the entire Xinghe city suddenly suffered a financial tsunami. In the financial center, trading screens flickered wildly. Hundreds of billions of funds changed hands every second. Suddenly, a trader screamed, Xinghe Bank's credit has collapsed. Immediately after, 4C's Bank and Tianyu Finance ran into trouble one after another. Bad news kept coming. Within minutes, funds were flowing out of financial institutions on a massive scale, and credit ratings plunged. The market fell into a panic-selling frenzy. Company stocks crashed by 10%, 30%, 50%. Countless people were bankrupt overnight. Within half an hour, Xinghe City's economy was nearly on the verge of collapse. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew what had happened, as if a natural disaster had struck. Li Clan Group headquarters. Li Xianfeng stared at the data report with a dark face. What? Our 3 trillion is gone. The chief financial officer trembled in fear. Patriarch, it's more than 3 trillion, and it's still increasing. The financial system has completely crashed. Li Xianfeng flew into a rage and slapped the fat man into a cloud of blood, the space at the top floor twisting violently. He could not figure it out. He had mobilized the entire city to search for Suju, yet the little brat had not been caught, and their family fortune had been robbed first. This was absolutely not a normal commercial attack. No one could bring down the financial center of a main star in 1 hour. This was simply a natural disaster, a dimensionality reduction strike. Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth and roared madly. Investigate. Even if you have to comb through the entire federal database, find out the truth. It must be related to that mysterious infant Suju. He had a premonition that the Li family might really fall at Suju's hands. The slums, a small house. Suju was playing with the system's new function, financial alchemy. Energy points could be exchanged for federal credits. 1 energy point equals 100 federal credits. They could also be exchanged back. 100,000 federal credits equals 1 energy point. Energy points could also be spent to launch law attacks against the financial network. For example, Function 1, Data Virus, consumes 100,000 energy points could create an unremovable data virus, driving a target company's stock price to zero within a day. 1 million energy points could instantly erase a financial institution's credit, causing it to go bankrupt immediately. Seeing these functions, Su Ju's eyes lit up. What kind of financial alchemy was this? It was simply a causality weapon. He smiled and directly locked onto the Li Clan Group as his target. System, wipe the Li Clan Group's credit to zero. Spend as many energy points as needed. Ding. Command confirmed. Target, Li Clan Group. Executing credit evaporation. Estimated energy consumption, 50 million. Execution complete. The Li Clan Group has been declared bankrupt at the financial law level. As soon as the system voice fell, throughout the entire Bluexia Cosmic Federation, all data concerning the Li Clan Group changed. In the central bank database, the Li Clan Group's AAA plus credit rating instantly turned blank. The federal system issued warnings to everyone associated with the Li Clan Group. The Li Clan Group's credit system has collapsed, and it has been judged as a highest-risk entity. Immediately liquidate related assets. The news was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone dumbstruck. The Li Clan Group, a giant that had stood for thousands of years, went bankrupt overnight? No one could believe it. Many people thought it was a system error or a prank, but upon contacting the Li Clan Group, they found that all channels were cut off and the stock could no longer be traded. Panic spread rapidly. Li Clan Group headquarters, top floor. Li Xianfeng looked at the inquiry letter from the Federal Central Bank on his terminal and the grayed-out credit rating and directly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. The Li family had just gone bankrupt like this? He was completely stunned and unable to accept it. The foundation the family had built over so many generations could actually be erased at someone's whim? This was simply the work of a god. Su Ju. Li Xuanfeng's entire body trembled as he felt fear for the first time. Now he finally understood what kind of monster the Li family had provoked. Quick, go invite the ancestor out of seclusion. Everything had gone out of control. Now, the Li family's last hope was only that ancestor who had been in dead seclusion, attempting to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Meanwhile, deep within the core of Firestar 3, in an ocean formed by the laws of flame, a palace forged from solar gold crystal floated at the center. In the deepest part of the palace, an old man with white hair and a gray robe sat cross-legged, his aura fused with the planet itself. He was the Li family's great sage, Li Wuji, who had been in seclusion for 3,000 years. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red light pierced through all restraints and instantly entered the center of his brows. Li Wuji, whose eyes had not opened for 3,000 years, snapped them wide open. Golden divine light shot forth, piercing through the palace and leaving 2 deep ravines in the ground below. A withered yet annihilating aura swept through the planetary core. Who dares touch the foundation of my Li family? His hoarse voice echoed through the core. In the next instant, he vanished from the palace. When he appeared again, he was already outside Firestar 3's atmosphere, overlooking the planet below. His divine sense spread like a heavenly net, covering the entire world. The life, death, sorrow, and joy of every living being were all within his grasp. Very quickly, he saw the Li family's miserable state, Li Xuanfeng's desperate madness, and the culprit himself, the baby lying in a slum hut, legs crossed and swaying. First-level domain transformation realm. Li Wuji frowned, refusing to believe that a baby could drive the Li family to the brink of ruin. But the facts were right before him. Humph. No matter what methods you used or who stands behind you, anyone who dares move against the Li family must die. There was no anger in his eyes, only indifference. To him, who had lived countless years, bloodline ties were merely a decoration in life, but his dignity could not be touched. He could not be bothered to act personally. He merely lifted a finger and pointed toward Star River City. A tiny yet star-destroying divine ray flew out from his fingertip and silently plunged toward Star River City, not to kill Su Ju, but to flatten the land that had witnessed the Li family's humiliation. In his eyes, the billion lives in the city were no different from ants. Crush them, and that was that. In the slum, Su Ju was thinking about how to spend the trillion fortune in his hands. Suddenly, his heart rang with an omen of danger, and every hair on his body stood on end. Holy crap! He sprang to his feet, his expression instantly turning grave. Great sage. He recalled the fear of having the savage star dominated by the devouring gold rat emperor, and this aura was even more terrifying than that. Powerful. Boss. Bad news. The virtual screen in front of Capybara was flooded with blood-red warning text, leaving only 2 words. Run. Run? Run where? Su Ju's soul force spread out wildly, and soon he sensed the descending divine ray of destruction. The entire city had been locked on. In front of that divine light, all his skills were useless. He was simply no match for it, and trying to resist head-on would only mean certain death. Damn it, this got way too big. It was not yet at the point of calling for the elders. The only way to survive was to use dimensional universe to forcibly withstand this strike. Damn it, I'll gamble. Come on. His tiny figure shot into the sky, smashing through the roof as he rose into midair, spreading his arms to meet the destructive divine light. At that very moment, a rudimentary universe unfolded with him at its center. The next second, the divine light fell. The billions of people in Star River City watched with their own eyes as the sky was torn apart, and a golden pillar of light descended from the heavens like a divine judgment, ready to annihilate everything. Everyone was frozen in despair, death right before their eyes, so close they could not even scream. However, just as the pillar of light was about to strike the Lee Corporation Tower, a change occurred. A ripple of space silently spread out, and the destructive divine light vanished into thin air without a trace, as if it had never existed. The world fell into dead silence for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, I'm still alive. The survivor trembled as he checked himself, still alive. A miracle. A god saved us. The whole city erupted in joy. Countless people knelt and wept, thanking the unknown deity. And they would never know that just now, in another dimension, a fragile newborn universe had paid a terrible price. Inside the dimensional universe, Suju's will avatar spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His figure was illusory, as if he could dissipate at any moment. Below, the once lively world had turned into purgatory. After the divine light of destruction exploded, a newly formed sun burst apart. Half of a new continent was erased. 1/3 of the sea of life evaporated, and the very foundation of the universe. The world shook violently. The mountains that had just taken shape collapsed, and the rivers ran dry. Cracks covered the world barrier, as if it could shatter at any moment. Warning. Dimensional universe, stability at 35%. World tree severely damaged. In Suju's mind, the system's blood-red alarms rang continuously. In reality, Suju floated in midair, his face pale. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his body nearly blown apart by the rebound force. Cough, cough. That hurts. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as if his organs had shifted out of place. Sure enough, I'm not someone who can mess with the great sage realm. Taking that strike head-on almost got him killed. The gap was simply too huge. But Suju wasn't scared. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. If you hit me, and I curse you back, isn't that only proper courtesy? He grinned, revealing his tiny baby teeth. Outside the atmosphere, Li Wuji frowned, his mood slightly stirred. Gone? How is that possible? He sensed that his attack had been transferred by an exceedingly profound spatial law, something even he couldn't see through. Interesting, this little brat has someone behind him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Wuji's mouth, and with one step, he instantly arrived above Star River City. Terrifying pressure descended, as if the air had been sucked out, and the entire city fell into despair. The citizens either knelt down or fainted on the spot, and only a tiny number of experts could barely hold on. This was the pressure of a great sage. Li Wuji's gaze pierced through the clouds and locked onto Suju, the only one still standing, floating above the slums. He saw the blood at the corner of Suju's mouth, as well as the defiance in his eyes. Interesting. You took one of my blows and still didn't die? And you're still so unconvinced. Li Wuji's voice rang like a divine decree. Where's the person behind you? Tell him to come out, and I'll give him a dignified way to die. He assumed Suju had a strong backer. But Suju directly dug at his ear and said impatiently, Old man, what are you blabbering about? What backer? It's just me. His voice was childish, yet wildly arrogant. What are you staring at? You're already this old, and you can still see from so far away? If you've got the guts, come down. One-on-one. Suju puffed out his small chest and crooked a little finger at Li Wuji in the sky. You, come over here. The whole place fell dead silent. Li Wuji, a big shot who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, was directly stunned. This was the first time he had ever been pointed at and cursed by a tiny ant in the transformation domain realm, and even challenged to a one-on-one fight. After a brief daze, Li Wuji's fury soared as he sneered. Interesting little brat. Today I won't kill you. I'll capture you alive and make your life worse than death, so everyone can see the consequences of provoking me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wuji turned into a streak of golden light and descended from the sky. Suju's smile grew even wider at the corners of his mouth. Hooked. Now I just need you to come down. In the ruins, Capybara screamed while clutching his head. Boss, he's coming down. He really is coming down. Warning. Cataclysm-level energy detected approaching. Estimated impact in 3 seconds. Escape analysis failed. Might as well wait to die. Remember to close your eyes. Suju cursed in annoyance. Shut up. This guy was utterly useless at the critical moment. On the contrary, he was extremely calm. The first step of the plan, enraging the other side so they would abandon long-range attacks, had succeeded. What came next was the most crucial part, luring the enemy deeper. There could only be one chance, and he had to bring Li Wuji into his own dimensional universe. There he would be God. Li Wuji moved at astonishing speed, appearing before Su Ju in the blink of an eye. His withered hand slowly reached out, shrouding the space below, leaving Su Ju unable to move. Li Wuji said coldly, "You've got guts, but you're pretty stupid. Tell me, who gave you the courage?" Su Ju didn't answer, only revealing a strange smile. "Old thing, what's the rush? The game has only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient and overwhelming power of bloodline erupted from Su Ju's body, advanced chaos dragon body. The dragon bloodline within Su Ju exploded to the extreme. Li Wuji froze. He only saw Su Ju open his mouth and slowly spit out something. An earth-yellow heart the size of a fist, crystalline like a diamond. Titan's heart, source fragment. The moment the heart appeared, Mars number 3 shook violently, gravity surged, and buildings collapsed one after another. Even Li Wuji, a great saint, felt his body sink under the pressure. His eyes locked tightly onto the heart, his breathing quickened, and for the first time a look of greed and fanaticism appeared on his face. This, Titan's heart, the source of the earth. Li Wuji's voice changed pitch. As a great saint, he knew exactly what this meant. This was the key to reaching the Saint King realm, a divine treasure countless people dreamed of. He never imagined that such a treasure would be in the hands of a baby. Greed overpowered everything else. He had to obtain it, by any means necessary. "You're not worthy of owning such a treasure. It should belong to me." Li Wuji roared, power in his hands surging as he reached straight for Su Ju. But at the crucial moment, Su Ju gave him a naive smile. Like he'd been frightened, his little hand shook, and the Titan's heart slipped free, not falling to the ground, but into a spatial rift that suddenly appeared beneath his feet, vanishing instantly. "No!" Li Wuji's eyes turned blood-red. He rushed into the rift like a madman, abandoning Su Ju. He absolutely could not let the Titan's heart escape. Watching Li Wuji lose control and throw himself into the trap, the innocent panic on Su Ju's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold little demon's smile. Old bastard still took the bait. He clenched his little hand. "Close the door, beat the dog." The spatial rift abruptly contracted and vanished completely. When Li Wuji's vision recovered, he found himself no longer in a familiar place, but in a new world. It was utterly desolate, with 8 suns hanging high in the sky, a sky-piercing giant tree standing at the center of the land, and rivers and a black sea all around. The air was filled with an ancient, primordial aura. Li Wuji frowned, feeling that he had been cut off by the laws of the outside world. An invisible force trapped Li Wuji in an independent space. He swept his gaze around and quickly found the Titan's heart, floating at the center, but he didn't rush to snatch it. The rules here were crude yet extraordinarily tough, and they repelled him intensely, as if defending against an invading virus. Li Wuji let out a cold shout. "Come out. What's the point of playing tricks?" The answer was a teasing childlike voice. "Old bastard, welcome." Clouds gathered in the sky, and in the light and shadows appeared a gigantic human face, the exact likeness of Su Ju, magnified billions of times, looking down on everything like a god. Li Wuji was shocked. This wasn't a trap, it was Su Ju's domain. A baby in the domain creation realm could create such a real world, completely overturning his understanding. Su Ju's expression was mocking. "Surprised? Don't worry, the real surprise is yet to come. Here, I am the law." As soon as the words fell, the great saint power within Li Wuji was suddenly obstructed, and the laws in his domain were wildly suppressed. "What did you do?" Li Wuji roared in shock and fury. Su Ju said lightly, "Just added a little debuff, like disabling metal laws here." The golden divine chains on Li Wuji's body instantly shattered, and his core power was sealed. He roared furiously, never expecting to be suppressed like this by a junior. "You think this can trap me? Even with only half my power left, I'm still a great saint." Without any more hesitation, Li Wuji directly burned his primordial saint blood, erupting with even greater power, and unleashed, swallowing the heavens, devouring the earth. His giant mouth turned into a black hole, intent on devouring the entire small world and Su Ju. Su Ju cast him a cold glance and responded contemptuously, "You dare play devouring games in front of me?" With a thought, he mobilized all the power of the dimensional universe. The roots of the world tree shot out, turning into green chains that bound Li Wuji. The 9 suns in the sky transformed into 9 pillars of fire and crashed down with a thunderous roar. The sea of life surged, forming a gigantic hand that seized Li Wuji. Suju continued attacking. Law modification. Gravity 1 million times stronger. Space solidification. Time slowed down 10,000 times. These forbidden rules came crashing down together. Li Wuji cried out in agony for the first time, suffering unbearably, his power completely suppressed, his domain shrunk to 3 qi, with no strength to fight back at all. Li Wuji roared madly, determined to kill Suju, and completely awakened the source power of the sacred domain within him. His strength exploded, and the barriers of the entire world crackled and shattered, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Suju's true body was injured, and he spat out blood, his face pale. The system issued frantic warnings. The stability of the dimensional universe had dropped to only 15%. It was about to collapse, and the host was in mortal danger. Suju knew he had reached his limit. He could not drag this out any longer and had to end it with one strike. He shifted his gaze to the Titan's heart at the center of the world, but the system warned him that forcibly activating it would mean certain death. Just when Suju fell into despair, a lazy voice suddenly rang in his mind. So noisy. It turned out the turbulence of the universe had awakened the little ancestor sleeping inside the hat. The real world. Inside the hood of Suju's animal onesie pajamas, the little golden figure rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking utterly bewildered. Who was she? Where was she? Who had disturbed her sleep? The next second, the little figure vanished into thin air, and when she reappeared, she was already floating in the sky amid the storm of the dimensional universe. Her tiny figure stood in stark contrast to Suju's colossal divine apparition and Li Wuji's frenzied burst of power. Li Wuji's attack faltered, and he stared fixedly at the suddenly appearing little girl. He couldn't sense any energy from her at all, yet his instincts told him she was unimaginably dangerous, more terrifying than facing a Saint King, as if she were not a living being, but the supreme law itself. Who are you? Li Wuji demanded. Suju, however, finally felt completely at ease. Now that this little ancestor had arrived, everything was stable. No matter how many great saints came, he wasn't afraid. Ling completely ignored Li Wuji. She only wrinkled her nose in disgust at the Li Wuji below, and Suju's nearly shattered divine apparition, her disdain obvious. Obvious. So noisy, she said, rubbing her ears with an impatient look. Then she waved her small hand casually, as if shooing away a fly. Be quiet. In an instant, the world fell silent. Li Wuji's violent energy vanished, his roar froze, and the flames in his eyes went out. Then, under Suju's shocked gaze, Li Wuji disintegrated directly at the particle level, disappearing without a sound and leaving not even a trace of energy behind. He was completely erased. All traces of his existence became nourishment for the dimensional universe. The cracks across the entire dimensional universe were instantly repaired, and the world expanded at an extreme speed, giving rise to new continents, new oceans, and new stars. Ding! Your dimensional universe has successfully devoured one source of Great Saint Realm. The world is undergoing super evolution. Ding! Successfully analyzing G. Saint-level metal law, the world's foundational laws are being improved. Ding! Great Saint-level devouring law successfully absorbed. World circulation system upgraded. Ding! Dimensional universe advanced into the embryonic form of a small thousand world. Number of planets, 108. Main planet diameter, 300,000 kilometers. World stability increased by 100,000%. The system notifications flooded Suju's mind like crazy. Immediately after, a massive surge of primal source power poured out from the newly born dimensional universe, washing over his body and soul. Crack! It was as if something inside him had shattered, and the huge bottleneck that had trapped him between the domain transformation realm and the divine ability realm was directly broken through. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation bottleneck has been broken. Domain transformation realm 6th layer divine ability realm 1st layer, 2nd layer, 3rd layer peak. Suju's cultivation surged wildly, finally settling firmly at the peak of the divine ability realm 3rd layer, just one step away from the middle stage. Feeling his strength surge 100-fold, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy shit. This is way too damn satisfying. Killing a great saint and reaping such a massive reward? If he had known earlier, he should have dealt with that gold-devouring rat emperor himself instead of letting his old man handle it." But his excitement didn't last long. As soon as he looked up, he met Ling's pair of pure golden eyes. "You." Zero pointed at Suju. "You're noisy too." Suju's smile froze, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. At the same time, in the real world, on Firestar number 3, at the ancestral shrine of the Li family, thousands of Li family disciples knelt and prayed, gazing at the soul tablet burning with golden flames. It was Li Wuji's natal soul tablet. As long as it did not shatter, the old ancestor was still alive, and the Li family still had hope. Suddenly, with a crack, everyone looked up and saw a faint fissure appear on the soul tablet. The crack spread, and in the end it exploded with a bang into fine dust. The entire hall fell dead silent. Everyone stood there in a daze and despair. The old ancestor had fallen. Suju's heart turned cold. I'm noisy too. Seriously, sis, I just helped you deal with one noise source. Why are you turning on me? I'm your friend. I'm the bed you sleep on. Looking at Zero's cold, emotionless golden eyes, Suju's heartbeat went wild. He knew this little girl would never joke. If she said you were noisy, then you had to shut up. Silence was required. Looking at Li Wuji, who was left without even a shred behind, Suju swallowed hard. He was done for. He'd gone too far this time, and it felt like he was about to get himself dragged down with it. He forced out an ugly smile and tested the waters in a babyish child's voice. Beautiful, kind, and generous big sister, I was wrong. I'll definitely be quieter next time. Don't be mad, and rest for a bit first. He even touched the hood of his animal onesie, indicating that the other party's bed was still there. His survival instinct was maxed out. In the face of absolute strength, what cosmic overlord or vengeful demon lord were all just clouds. Staying alive was what mattered most. Zero's golden eyes quietly watched him, saying nothing. Time seemed to freeze. Suju felt like even his soul was about to be frozen, every second feeling like over 100 million years. Just as he was about to lose it and call for his old man, Zero finally reacted. Her little face wrinkled slightly, and she raised a hand to yawn. Sleepy. Her tiny voice could only be heard by herself. Then she turned into golden light and slipped back into Suju's hood, falling asleep again. Only a weak warning remained in his mind. If you're noisy again next time, I'll eat you. Suju froze and didn't dare move. Only after confirming that the little ancestor in the hood was asleep did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Damn, she has such terrible bedhead, he screamed internally, so stimulated it was insane. More unbearable than fighting 10 great sages. Zero was basically a walking nuclear bomb, liable to explode at any moment. Suju swore he would never be noisy around her again. Too dangerous. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Suju was overjoyed. This harvest was huge, so huge he himself found it unbelievable. He immediately used internal vision to inspect the changes. His cultivation had risen from the 6th level of the domain formation realm straight to the peak of the 3rd level of the divine power realm, a qualitative transformation. The domain formation realm was only the initial stage of fusion. Only at the divine power realm did one truly come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend one's own divine abilities. Methods at that point had already surpassed pure physical attacks. After devouring a great sage, he only felt that both his soul and true essence had grown absurdly powerful. With just a slight movement of thought, he could tug at the laws of heaven and earth, and its might was 100 times greater than before. He opened the system panel. Host, Suju. Race, human. Intermediate dataified dragon body, 55%. Advanced chaos dragon body, 30%. Realm, peak of divine ability realm, 3rd layer. Technique, heart scripture, beginner, 1.8%. Law, chaos unity, elementary, 3.5%. Energy points, 4,706,550,000. Overall evaluation, congratulations. You have been upgraded from a senior mama's boy to the director of a demolition office with a nuclear weapon in tow. Note, be sure to keep the nuclear weapon in a good mood. The corners of Suju's mouth twitched. Damn system, even the evaluation came with sarcasm. The rating was getting more and more outrageous. And what the hell was a demolition office director? Suju didn't have time to bicker with the system. All his attention fell on the changes in his own attributes. The progress of the advanced chaos dragon body had jumped straight from 15% to 30%, doubling the strength of his physical body. He felt that now even if a king realm powerhouse swung a sacred weapon at him, he would come out unscathed. The progress of the chaos unity law had also risen from 1.5% to 3.5%. Don't let the mere 2% increase fool you. Every 0.1% improvement in a supreme law was a qualitative leap. His control over those 100 basic laws had become much smoother, and the simulated fusion had grown even more complex. The biggest change was in his dimensional universe, small world. After devouring a great saint, it had evolved from a prototype into a true minor thousand world. Number of planets, 108. Diameter of main planet, 300,000 kilometers. World stability, 100,000%. World rules, freely established by the host. 108 planets, a main planet 300,000 kilometers across, more outrageous than most habitable planets in the Blue Summer Federation. The world's foundation was absurdly stable. Even if a great saint blew himself up inside it, the overall structure wouldn't be damaged. This has become his hardest card to play, as well as his most impenetrable defense. Suju couldn't help but laugh out loud. The thrill of a sudden surge in power was even more addictive than devouring a star. The Li family, the great saint ancestor, they were nothing more than experience packs on his path to leveling up. Just as Suju was preparing to return to reality and clean up the aftermath, a sudden mutation occurred. The entire dimensional universe began to tremble, not from energy, but from being watched by a higher dimensional existence. Suju was startled and looked toward reality. In outer space, on the orbit of Fire Mars 3, space suddenly split open into a gigantic black rift. It was an extremely stable spatial jump channel. The next second, over 100 massive battleships, all black and like abyssal beasts, leaped out of the void as an entire fleet. Each ship was over 5,000 meters long, its armor cold and sinister, its gun muzzles densely packed, the energy fluctuations enough to destroy a planet. On every ship's bow was engraved a skull emblem wrapped in burning black flames. The most fearsome war machine of the Blue Summer Cosmic Federation, the First Legion, Black Armor Army. As soon as the battleships arrived, even the light of Fire Mars 3 dimmed, and a blood-soaked killing intent swept across the starry sky. The people of Star River City had only just escaped the Great Saint when they looked up and saw the sky-darkening fleet and instantly broke down. That's the Black Armor Army. What is the First Legion doing here? It's over. Wherever the Black Armor Army goes, not even a blade of grass survives. Panic spread. Suju stared at the skull emblem, his expression turning cold, even more solemn than when he faced Li Wuji earlier. Suju's body exploded with bone-chilling killing intent. Black Armor Army. He coldly uttered the name. They were one of the culprits behind the destruction of the Su family back then. Very well, no need for him to search for them one by one. Today, he would settle the old score here. Suju's consciousness returned to reality, and he appeared in the ruins of Star River City. He looked up at the massive fleet overhead, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold sneer. His revenge had only just begun. Inside the Black Armor Army flagship, the Nether God, the atmosphere was tense. A middle-aged man named Luo Zhan, commander of the Black Armor Army's Third Fleet and a King Realm powerhouse, stood before a holographic star map, staring intently at the data for Fire Mars 3. Target planet, Fire Mars 3. Status, struck by an over-limit energy attack, stability down 17%. Detected Great Saint Realm energy response. Energy source has disappeared. Luo Zhan frowned and muttered. Great Saint Realm energy response. Disappeared? Half an hour ago, he received an order from Legion Commander Lei Xiaodian to lead the fleet to Lihua Star 3 at once, suppress the violent incident, and capture Suju alive. According to the intelligence, the instigator was a baby named Suju. The violent incident began when he stomped Li Tianyu's head to pieces in public and declared war on the entire Li family. Even more outrageous, the Li family's Great Saint Realm ancestor confronted the baby only to be erased. Beside him, the young Major Huichi sneered softly. Colonel, this intelligence is way too ridiculous, isn't it? A baby killed a great saint? Could it be that the Li family old monster had a cultivation mishap and blew himself up? To deal with a baby in the domain-transforming realm, is it really worth deploying the entire Third Fleet? Luo Zhan shot him a cold glance. Shut up. The Legion Commander's order is not to be questioned. All we need to do is find Suju and bring him back. Huichi curled his lip and said no more, thinking this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Luo Zhan then ordered, connect to the full channel communications of Lihua Star 3. Yes. Soon, a cold announcement from the Black Armor Army echoed across the entire planet. Residents of Lihua Star 3, attention. We are the Black Armor Army of the First Legion of the Blue Xia Federation. This area has now been taken over by our forces. Event Instigator Suju, final ultimatum, surrender immediately. Any resistance is a provocation to the Blue Xia Cosmic Federation. Our army is authorized to use any means necessary. Eliminate without distinction. The domineering announcement struck like thunder. All the survivors froze instantly. The luck and joy from moments ago vanished, leaving only deeper fear and despair. The Black Armor Army had come. This cold, efficient Federation force, willing to do anything, would never make empty threats. Eliminate without distinction meant death. Everyone's gaze fixed on the small figure still standing in the center of the ruins, their resentment and fear mingling together. It's all his fault. If it weren't for this little devil, the Li family wouldn't have gone mad, the ancestor wouldn't have descended, and the Black Armor Army wouldn't have come killing here. None of us would have lost our homes and families. But faced with an interstellar-level threat and countless malicious stares, Suju merely picked at his ear impatiently. Crazy people. He glanced at the capybara beside him. Copy, can you hack into their broadcast system? The capybara narrowed its eyes, and its claws rapidly tapped on a virtual screen, a stream of data flashing by. Analyzing frequency band. Decrypting protocol. Injecting virus. Ding. System takeover successful. The capybara yawned and raised a paw in an OK gesture. From the command to the intrusion, less than 3 seconds had passed. Now, with Suju's energy points boosting it, its hacking ability had skyrocketed. Even the Federation's main brain would dare to take it for a spin. Well done. Suju cleared his throat and spoke into the air. The bridge of the Mingshun was just as Luo Xingang finished speaking harshly and was about to issue the search order. Suddenly, a piercing current crackled across the entire bridge, the screens glitched into chaos, and the communications officer stammered in report. Colonel, our communications have been breached. Luo Xun and Huiqi were both stunned. This was the flagship of the Black Armor Army, protected by the strongest military firewall. Who could break through it in 3 seconds? Even the Federation's top hackers weren't that fast. At that moment, a child's voice, clearly not fully awake, rang across the bridge and even the entire planet. Hello? Can you hear me? Black Armor Army, right? A bunch of junk and scrap metal, and you still dare to bark in front of me? I'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences yourself. The bridge fell into dead silence, and everyone, including Luo Xun, froze solid. Their faces were blank, stunned, and absurdly baffled. Was this really a baby Tinderchild's voice, calling them trash and telling them to scram in 3 seconds? After a few seconds of silence, it exploded instantly. Damn it! Major Huiqi was the first to erupt, smashing the console with one punch. How dare you insult our Black Armor Army? Colonel, give me the order and I'll twist that little brat's head off in 3 minutes. Luo Xun's face was black with rage. In all his centuries of roaming the stars, he had never been humiliated like this, being called trash by a baby. Enough. Luo Xun's eyes were cold and murderous. Since he wants to play, we'll play to the end. Issue the order. Charge the main cannon of the Eye of Mingxin. Lock onto the point with the highest energy reaction in the city center, and erase that little kid directly. Yes. The order fell. The bow of the Mingxin split open. A 100-meter class main cannon appeared. Energy surged wildly, and the sky turned blood red. In the ruins of the city, Suju looked up at the main cannon gathering energy, not afraid at all, and instead looked a little disappointed. That's it. I thought you had something new. Suju shook his head in boredom. I can't be bothered to play with you anymore. Let me show you my toy too. As he spoke, he grabbed with his plump little hand, and the space rippled. A massive, multicolored spatial rift appeared. Everyone on Mars 3, including the fleet's officers and soldiers, saw a dark gold giant arm shoot out from the rift, followed by shoulders, torso, legs. A huge mech, several times larger than the Nether God's ship, dark gold in color, with magma-like energy flowing through its joints, stood in the air. Its aura was ancient and domineering, causing even the starry sky to tremble. All the Black Armor Army's radar and sensors directly maxed out and burned out, and the bridge of the Nether God ship was thrown into complete chaos. Report. An overspec energy source has appeared, impossible to estimate. Report. Target lock failed. The other side has an unknown barrier. Report. Main cannon energy suppressed, unable to fire. One desperate report after another came in, leaving Luo Xun and Huiqi stunned. That. What the hell is that thing? Huiqi's voice trembled. Suju had already sat atop the mech, resting his chin in his hand, glancing at the Black Armor fleet below like they were toys, then grinned. This was the Human Emperor Prototype 1, after countless modifications and evolutions. Suju's ultimate creation hovered above the atmosphere of Mars 3, several times larger than the Nether God ship. Its entire body was armored in dark gold, forged from the strongest materials, so tough that even great sage-level beings would have a hard time damaging it. The energy core in its chest was a copy of the star Dao fruit Suju had previously swallowed, continuously powered by the 9 suns burning heaven pearl, giving it terrifying energy. The power flowing through the mech's joints was not electricity, but the purest force of law. This Human Emperor Prototype 1 was no longer an ordinary mech, but a walking war fortress, a natural disaster of laws. Sitting inside the mech and seamlessly linked to the core system, Suju looked down at the Black Armor fleet below, yawned in boredom, and mocked them coldly through the loudspeaker. Fire already. Why aren't you so arrogant now? Inside the god of the underworld, Colonel Luo Xun was drenched in cold sweat as he stared intently at the colossal creature. A frantic alarm sounded in his mind. This is a monster. They stood no chance against it. The communications officer was nearly in tears. Nether God's Eye energy circuits have been locked down. All warships' fire control systems are completely disabled. We've been suppressed. Luo Zhen gave the order with great difficulty. Retreat. All warships, initiate spatial jump, now. But it was pointless. Su Ju's cold voice rang out again. Trying to leave? Did I allow it? He raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers. Spatial law bind. Spatial ripples spread, and the cosmos around the black armor fleet froze instantly. All the warships could no longer move. Colonel Luo Zhen cried out in shock. This is a domain of kings. This was a technique only peak powerhouses possessed, and the other side had actually covered such a huge area in an instant, even cutting off spatial jumps. Su Ju replied coldly. Correct. Su Ju's voice, like a devil whispering in the ears of the Black Armor Army, sounded again. Too bad, no prize. With a thought, the star Dao fruit core in the chest of Human Emperor Prototype 1 suddenly lit up, and a gray beam of light, brighter than the sun and carrying a destructive aura, shot out. This was not an energy cannon, but the supremely compressed law power of chaos returned to 1, a torrent of chaotic particles capable of erasing everything. No, Luo Zhen only had time to let out a desperate roar. The next second, the gray beam pierced through the black armor fleet at faster-than-light speed. Whether destroyers, cruisers, or the flagship Nethergod ship, all were completely vaporized like snow under the sun, disintegrated at the particle level and vanished without a trace. With one shot, the Black Armor Army's 3rd fleet, more than 30 starships and tens of thousands of soldiers, left not even a shadow behind. A vacuum zone hundreds of kilometers wide appeared on the battlefield. The surviving Black Armor soldiers all collapsed. Their faith and will were utterly shattered. Devil, run! The survivors screamed in terror. The scene fell into chaos, escape pods were launched, and countless soldiers fled desperately in mechs. Su Ju looked on coldly at everything and said only, run? He raised his hand, and more than 100 launch ports on the back of the Human Emperor No. 1 opened at once. Thousands upon thousands of tiny missiles, shimmering with multicolored law light, shot out. Divine ability law-tracking missiles, each one locked onto a living target. The missiles tore through the universe, precisely hunting down the scattered fleeing troops. Explosions rang out one after another. Some were burned to charcoal by flames, some were frozen and shattered by ice, and some decayed into ashes. In less than 10 seconds, the battlefield fell silent. Only the aftershock of energy remained, and not a single member of the Black Armor Army survived. Only the tattered flagship, Mingxin, remained in Rozhen's possession, and Su Ju had deliberately kept him for use. Imperial First Type stepped up to the front of Mingxin, lowered its head, and looked down at Rozhen in the bridge, its red glowing optical eyes locked onto him. Su Ju said softly, now, can we have a proper talk? At that moment, a figure suddenly shot up from the wreckage. It was Major Huichi, who had been shouting earlier. He piloted the Black Armor Army's special mecha Nightmare, unleashing King Realm power. You little bastard. I'll fight you to the death. With bloodshot eyes, Huichi roared and pushed his King Domain to the extreme, turning it into a black spear as he stabbed with all his might towards Su Ju's cockpit. Huichi made a desperate strike, wanting to take Su Ju down with him. Su Ju merely raised an eyebrow. You've got some backbone, but you're too weak. Faced with an attack that could pierce a planet, he didn't even make Imperial First Type move. With only a thought, the dark gold metallic wings on its back spread open, and one wing gently swept across, directly cutting the black spear in two. Then the wings flashed like lightning, slashing across Huichi's mecha. The madness on Huichi's face froze. He lowered his head and saw a thin crack appear on his chest, spreading rapidly. Boom. The mecha's self-detonation triggered an explosion of cosmic energy, but the moment it hit Su Ju's shield, it vanished without a trace, causing no harm at all. Su Ju dealt with the little interlude, then turned to the flagship wreckage and discovered that Rozhen had disappeared. His will swept across the entire star region, and he quickly found a faint energy signature fleeing behind an asteroid far away. Su Ju sneered. Trying to run? Playing hide-and-seek in front of me. With a thought, Imperial First Type extended its arm, space folded, and in an instant it snatched Rozhen back from tens of thousands of miles away, suspending him in midair. Rozhen asked in terror, who exactly are you? Su Ju ignored him, controlling the mecha's red eyes to glare at him as he asked coldly, where is Lei Xiaotian? Hearing that, Rozhen's pupils shrank. He remembered that Su Ju was the child who could wound Lei Xiaotian, and instantly felt a chill in his heart. But he gritted his teeth and shouted, you can forget about getting even a single bit of information out of me. For the sake of the Legion commander, for the Federation. Then he burned his origin and tried to self-detonate as a martyr. Suju remained calm. You've got backbone, but in front of me, you don't even get to die. As soon as the words fell, a powerful will surged into Rojun's sea of consciousness. Mind power, invasion. Rojun's mind went blank in an instant, and he fell unconscious. At the moment he burned his origin, he suddenly lost control, like a puppet with its strings cut, allowing that mysterious power to inspect his memories. His childhood, battles, loyalty, and all his secrets were exposed in an instant. After the power withdrew, Rojun's eyes were hollow, like an empty shell that had lost its soul. Suju obtained all the information. Lei Xiaoyan's location and the truth behind the destruction of the Su family were all laid bare. The Black Armor Army had merely been the enforcers. The true masterminds were the Federal Council, the Martial Dao Alliance, and the military high command acting together to wipe out the Su family. Cold aura surged around Suju, and his heart turned to ice. He coldly recited them in his mind: the Federal Council, the Martial Dao Alliance, the Qin family, the Black Armor Army. He would remember them all. Looking at Rojun, now reduced to a fool, Suju did not hesitate and directly used the power of decay to make him vanish into smoke and dust. After dealing with that, Suju controlled Imperial First Type to descend onto the ruins of Star River City and look down at the Li family ancestral grounds below. Although Li Wuji was already dead, he still thought it wasn't enough and wanted to root out the problem completely. He had already obtained the Black Armor Army access password, and with Capybara's hacking skills, he was preparing to erase the entire Li family completely. At the same time, in the Blue Summer Federation, at the core palace of the Federal Council, the white-haired elder received an emergency report. No, 3 on Blazing Fire Star was heavily struck, the financial system collapsed, the Li family went bankrupt, Li Wuji is suspected dead, and the Black Armor Army fleet has lost contact. The elder was shocked. Li Wuji is dead? The fleet has also lost contact? What exactly happened? Just as he was about to use the Heaven's Eye system to investigate, an alarm suddenly blared. The central database was under a law-level attack. The household registration system had been altered, and the data for all bloodlines bearing the Li surname was being deleted in bulk. The elder shot to his feet, his expression drastically changing. I can't believe it. Law-level attack? Tampering with the central database? How is that possible? The Federation's central database is controlled by the AI, Pangu. Even a Saint King can't move it. Who exactly is it? Who has such incredible ability? He didn't have time to think any further and rushed toward the control center, but it was already too late. Less than a minute later, the alarm stopped, and a system prompt popped up on the screen. Data purge complete. There are no longer any legal citizens with the surname Li. The old man stood there, stupefied, as if struck by lightning. A martial arts clan that had lasted tens of thousands of years, with a population in the hundreds of billions, had just been wiped out from the database like that? He understood then. The Federation had provoked a terrifying existence it absolutely should never have provoked. Leaving Mars number 3, once the Li family's main star, was now nothing but a field of ruins. The wreckage of the Black Armored Army drifted through space, silently bearing witness to the massacre that had just taken place. Suju put away the 10,000-meter-tall human emperor prototype, his figure floating above the ruined city. He looked down and saw that the Li family had now been completely erased from both reality and the data records. 20 years ago, the Li family destroyed the Su family. Now, he had personally taken revenge for part of it. At that moment, a cold will pierced through time and space and rang in his sea of consciousness. Well done. It was Elizabeth, his bargain bin mother. Suju curled his lip. He was already used to her praise that said one thing and meant another. She cursed humans with her mouth, but felt delighted inside. Even cleaner and more decisive than I expected, Elizabeth evaluated coldly. You're finally starting to look a bit like our dragon race, knowing how to eliminate the root and all. The 6th trial is passed. Her tone turned serious. Now, prepare for the final trial, the 7th trial. Are you ready? Suju's heart stirred. As long as he passed this hurdle, he would obtain the ancient origin title of the dragon race and become a true dragon prince. Although he had no real interest in the title, the task still had to be completed. What he was even more curious about was what kind of challenge Elizabeth was going to throw at him this time. I'm ready. Suju replied simply. Where to? Are we dismantling the Qin family, or going straight for the Federation Parliament? Elizabeth remained silent for a moment, as if speechless for a few seconds at his treating clan extermination and house demolition like routine errands. No, she said calmly. This trial is special. Your mission is not destruction, but rather, joining. Joining? Suju froze. That was unexpected. Join what? What kind of place could even make you, a mother dragon, think it's worth me joining? I ignored his teasing and continued. an organization that stands above all star domains, civilizations, and races. It is the ultimate holy land for martial artists across the entire universe, the end of laws, the only ladder leading to immortality. Its name is Cosmic Divine Temple. At those four words, the capybara in Suju's arms jolted awake, its fur puffing out into a ball as it clutched its head and screamed. The Cosmic Divine Temple. Boss, don't go? A place like that isn't something we can get involved in. Even Saint Kings and Great Saints there are nothing but ants. Going there is just walking to your death. Suju was too lazy to respond and focused on digesting Elizabeth's information. The Cosmic Temple did not belong to any known civilization, yet it was recognized by all of them, with members spread across every corner of the universe. To join the temple, one had to pass strict assessments at reception points established everywhere, with only talent and potential being considered. Those who passed could become members, obtain top-tier resources and techniques, and even have a chance to break through beyond the Saint King realm. This was the ultimate arena for all geniuses in the universe, and also the final destination of ambitious people. Elizabeth's voice rang out again, interrupting Suju's train of thought. Your 7th trial task is very simple. Go to the nearest 7th reception star, pass the assessment, become an official member of the Cosmic Temple, and within 1 year become a core disciple. If you can't do it, she didn't state the consequences, but the meaning was already very clear. This is kind of interesting. Suju licked his lips. It was way more exciting than simply tearing things down. I have a question. What about my 2 underlings? Suju glanced at Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming, both unconscious on the ground. They were too weak. Following him to the temple would only mean certain death. Throw them away. Elizabeth replied coldly. The useless aren't qualified to follow you. Suju hesitated. After all, these 2 had been with him for a while, and abandoning them here would be too miserable. Just as he was thinking about whether to leave them some separation money, Elizabeth snorted. Fine, considering your performance this time wasn't bad, I'll take these 2 pieces of trash back to the Magic Dragon Star domain first and soak them in the 10,000 dragon blood pool. Whether they live or die will depend on their fate. As soon as she finished speaking, Suju felt the power of time wrap around them and carry them away, disappearing instantly. Thanks, Mom, Suju said in a sweet voice. On Elizabeth's side, there was another silence, as if the word Mom was even harder to endure than the mission itself. Any Saint King level divine ability would have a huge impact on her. After a while, she finally said somewhat stiffly, "Get ready. Teleportation, beginning now." The moment her voice fell, space in front of Suju split open. A much larger, more stable teleportation gate, interwoven with silver and gold, slowly opened. Beyond the gate was not a planet city, but a dazzling sea of stars. Countless powerful auras emerged in the starry expanse, each point of light representing a powerhouse above the divine ability realm, and there were even auras of venerables and saints. Before Suju could even sigh in amazement, a powerful suction force pulled him into the teleportation gate. He could only clutch the trembling capybara in his arms tightly. His vision went black, and when it returned, he found himself in a massive plaza. The plaza was paved with white jade, smooth and gleaming. Above was a flowing rainbow-hued nebula, breathtakingly beautiful. What shocked him most were the people around him. 10-meter-tall, scale-covered giants, elves with butterfly wings, scorpion men with scorpion tails, and energy-based void life forms. Genius powerhouses of all races stood in groups, wary and arrogant toward one another. This was the stage of geniuses. Suju, dressed in animal pajamas and holding a capybara in his arms, appeared and instantly drew everyone's attention. After the crowd's initial shock, laughter erupted. Where did this kid come from? Did he walk into the wrong place? And he brought a capybara too. Did he come here to play? Doesn't he fear getting killed instantly for bringing trash like this in? He must be a frog at the bottom of a well from some tiny civilization. The jeers never stopped. Suju frowned, displeased. It was the same familiar mockery again. These people couldn't even see through his realm. Was a baby meant to be looked down on? Suppressing his killing intent, he headed straight for the towering registration tower in the center of the plaza. After only a few steps, a 3-meter-tall, muscle-knotted, bull-headed man blocked his way, looking down at Suju with eyes full of disdain and amusement. Little runt, this isn't a place you can come to. Hurry back home and drink your milk, or I won't be polite. The bull man even flexed his massive fist, making his bones crack loudly, the threat unmistakable. Suju's expression remained blank as he asked in a milky voice, "Are you talking to me?" The bull-headed strong man froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. The surrounding geniuses also roared with laughter, looking at Suju as if he were a joke. If Big Brother isn't talking to you, then who is he talking to, Bull bro, stop wasting words. Just slap him to death already. He's an eyesore. A trashy cultivator at the transforming domain realm dares stand before us? What a disgrace. The crowd jeered and waited for the spectacle. The bull-headed strongman clearly enjoyed being watched, baring his teeth as his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Kid, you really don't know how to spell death. Bull Grandpa will teach you a lesson today. With that, he swung his massive fist straight at Suju's head. He didn't use any divine powers in this strike, relying only on physical strength, but with the strength of the fourth level of the divine power realm, it was enough to shatter a small mountain. Against a little brat in the transforming domain realm, he felt it was complete overkill. He had already imagined the next second scene of Suju's head exploding. The spectators were all waiting to see the joke. However, facing that fatal punch, Suju didn't even lift his eyelids. He was too lazy to use chaotic return to one or gravity field, feeling it would be a waste. There was no need to use such methods on this kind of trash. He merely sent out one tender white finger and gently tapped it. Time seemed to slow down. The little finger and the giant fist collided, but there was no boom and no surge of energy. Crack, a crisp sound. The smiles on everyone's faces froze as they all went dumbfounded. Blood-red cracks appeared on the bull-headed strongman's fist, and with crack-crack sounds, the fissures spread wildly, instantly covering his entire arm. The bull-headed man screamed in agony, his expression changing drastically. He tried to pull his hand back, only to discover that an eerie force had locked his arm firmly in place. The force wasn't great, but it was utterly crushing, a pure decay. Boom! A few seconds later, his arm exploded from the fist upward, flesh, blood, sinew, bone, and even the power of law all turning into dust. One finger. With just one finger, he made a strong expert at the fourth level of the divine ability realm lose an arm. The entire scene fell dead silent. Everyone was utterly stunned, their expressions frozen, completely dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open like ducks, eyes bulging. Every single one of them was shocked. Unbelievable. A baby at the transformation domain realm, with one finger, crippled a strong expert at the fourth level of the divine ability realm? What kind of joke was that? Even top-tier geniuses couldn't do that, right? Could it be that they had made a mistake, and this baby was actually some old monster pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Everyone's gaze towards Suju had completely changed. The previous disdain had instantly turned into fear. Suju acted as if he had merely done something trivial. He withdrew his finger and disdainfully wiped it on his pajamas, as though it had touched something filthy. Then he casually glanced at the bull-headed strongman, who was clutching his severed arm and screaming, his eyes cold, as if looking at a stray dog. Too weak. He shook his head and said in a babyish voice. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd. Anyone else? Those 3 words made everyone's hearts tremble with fear. No one dared to answer back, not even daring to meet his eyes. They all lowered their heads. Who would dare go up after a single finger had crippled a divine ability realm 4th level expert? Is there really no one else? Suju looked a little disappointed. He had thought that there would be plenty of cosmic geniuses, but they were this weak. None of them could even make him take them seriously. At that moment, a gentle voice came from the direction of the registration tower. Please calm your anger, sir. A young man walked over, handsome in a white robe, with an enigmatic divine mark on his forehead. His aura seemed gentle, yet it concealed pressure as deep as an abyss. Peak King Realm. The temple's guide, Lord Yun Xian, the crowd exclaimed. The higher-ups in the hall had been alerted as well. The onlookers regained some confidence, and quietly hoped to see Suju suffer a setback. Yun Xian walked into the center of the scene, glanced at the bull-headed strongman, and flicked out a strand of life energy to stop the bleeding and save his life. Only then did he look at Suju, his expression probing. Young friend, you are extraordinary. May I ask where your master comes from? Yun Xian kept his tone extremely low because Suju's strength was not something ordinary people could provoke. Suju pointed at himself and smiled. Me? I don't have a master. My dad is called Ao Yuan. Yun Xian quickly searched his memory, but found no famous expert related to that name. So he assumed Suju didn't want to reveal his identity. Suju then said, My mom is called Elizabeth. Yun Xian froze for a moment. He had never even heard that name either. He thought Suju was deliberately making things up, but the temple did not care about background, only talent. Yun Xian smiled and stopped asking, instead extending an invitation. Young friend, your talent is extraordinarily high. The first round of assessment would only waste your time. Why not go straight to the second round, the talent rating? Suju raised an eyebrow. Can I cut the line? Yun Xian coughed dryly and nodded. Yes, geniuses have privileges. The crowd stirred with dissatisfaction, but no one dared to step forward. The fate of that bull-headed strong man from earlier was still fresh in their minds. Suju agreed, carrying Capybara as he was about to leave with Yun Xian. At that moment, Someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait!" A handsome young man wearing golden armor and wings stepped out. A sun mark blazed on his forehead, and his aura was scorching hot. Ninth level peak of the divine power realm, Apollo, holy son of the light god clan. The crowd whispered that he was one of the top-seeded contenders. Apollo ignored the chatter and stared arrogantly at Suju. After first saluting Yunxian, he looked back at Suju with disdain and said, "You beat someone in the 4th level of the divine power realm and already want to cut in line? You're making far too little of us geniuses. I, Apollo, do not accept this." Suju stopped and sized up this birdman, finding him a little amusing. Before he could speak, the capybara in his arms first complained through mental waves. "New guy, do you really not know what death is? How should I put it? The last one who dared talk to my boss like that had already been gone for ages, and even his ashes were scattered." Suju couldn't help laughing at capybara's complaint. He patted its head to tell it not to make trouble, then turned to the arrogant Apollo and asked in a babyish voice, "You don't accept it? And then what? What are you planning to do?" Apollo clearly froze for a moment, then immediately sneered. "Temple rules. Challenge. Do you dare? If you can withstand 3 moves, I'll let you cut in line. If not, get to the back of the queue." The crowd erupted in jeers. "Holy Sun bro is awesome. This kid probably can't even take 1 move. Apollo's great light judgment scares even great powers. How could this little brat block it?" Everyone was waiting to laugh at Suju, thinking he was finished. Yunxian frowned, but said nothing. The temple's rules were like this. If you dared to challenge, you had to accept. If you couldn't, you were eliminated on the spot. Suju grinned and curled a chubby little finger at him. Don't even mention 3 moves. As long as you can make me move once, you win. Stop wasting time, come on." The whole place went wild. Suju was outrageously arrogant. A cultivation domain realm cultivator actually dared speak like that to a top genius at the 9th level of the divine power realm? It was outright insulting. Apollo flew into a rage. His wings spread wide, golden light erupted, and the great light domain pressed down. The atmosphere in the entire arena grew oppressive. The weak couldn't even open their eyes, and their souls felt as if they were being scorched by light. Apollo roared, "Die, ant!" A giant golden sword descended from the sky, slashing through space with terrifying momentum. Everyone was convinced Suju was dead for sure. At that moment, Suju still stood there motionless, too lazy to dodge, even yawning. Only when the holy sword was about to split his head did he slowly raise his tiny fist. Facing the falling golden holy sword, he casually threw a punch. No laws, no divine power, no true essence. Just the most ordinary punch, containing only the strength of his physical body. Amid everyone's shock, that soft little fist collided with the 100-meter golden sword. Bang! The golden holy sword shattered instantly like glass, turning into motes of light. With one punch, Suju smashed Apollo's strongest divine ability. The advanced Chaos Dragon body was terrifyingly powerful. The divine power was broken, and Apollo spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his eyes filled with shock and fear. His proud judgment sword had actually been blown apart by a baby in the realm opening stage with a flesh fist? Was he even human? His worldview completely collapsed. Suju did not stop. His fist slammed straight into Apollo's chest. Bang! The king-tier armor caved in instantly, cracks spread, and the armor exploded apart. Apollo was sent flying thousands of meters like a broken kite, smashing through an obsidian statue and crashing to the ground unconscious. His bones were shattered, and he was completely laid out. The whole venue fell dead silent. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, their minds blank. Apollo, the peak of the divine power realm and the light god race's holy son, had been crippled by a single punch. Shock turned into deep-seated fear. This was no genius. He was clearly a monster. Suju withdrew his fist and sighed. Too weak. His voice was calm, yet everyone heard it clearly. Someone trembled and knelt first, and then all the geniuses dropped to their knees in unison, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Even the reception envoy, Yunxian, was frozen in place, unable to speak. He had been completely wrong. What potential genius! This was clearly a super monster from the newbie village here to farm fish. He even suspected that if he went up himself, he might not be able to withstand that punch just now. Suju ignored the people kneeling all over the ground and walked straight up to Yunxian, looking up as he asked, "Can I be tested now? I'm in a hurry." Why yes, of course." Yunxian nodded hurriedly in terror, his attitude extremely deferential, even using honorifics to invite Suju inside. If this guy stayed any longer, the entire reception star would be torn apart. Under the awed and fearful gazes of the crowd, Suju, holding the capybara, followed Yunxian into the towering registration tower. The crowd parted on their own initiative, and no one dared block the way anymore. Inside the registration tower, Yun Xian brought Su Ju to a room full of sci-fi vibes. In the center stood a massive testing pillar made of unknown crystal, with runes flashing on it and energy swirling around it. Yun Xian introduced respectfully. Young friend, this is the Heaven-Ascending Divine Pillar, 4 talent rating. It tests attack power, speed, law affinity, soul strength, and more. There are 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, each with 3 subranks. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. With your strength, an A upper rating will be easy. Su Ju merely nodded. Oh, he glanced at the pillar disinterestedly. Just use your strongest attack on it. Su Ju tilted his head. Strongest? What if he blasted the entire planet apart with one punch? So he casually used a bit of force and punched the crystal pillar, not even using 1/10 of his strength. The result, an unexpected mutation. Whoosh! Heaven-connecting divine pillar instantly erupted with the ultimate 9-colored divine radiance, the light piercing through the top of the tower and shooting straight into the sky. Immediately after, a shrill alarm rang out. Warning! Energy input exceeds the limit. The laws cannot be analyzed. The divine pillar structure is collapsing. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Under Yun Xian's terrified gaze, the divine pillar that had withstood countless geniuses' attacks without breaking developed a crack. Crack! The fissure spread rapidly. Bang! The entire divine pillar exploded directly, turning into a sky full of crystal fragments. He actually blew up the heaven-connecting divine pillar with one punch? Yun Xian was completely stunned, his mind going blank. Su Ju innocently withdrew his fist and looked at the dazed Yun Xian, spreading his hands. This thing's quality doesn't seem too good. Do I need to compensate for it? Yun Xian's mind was a mess. This wasn't a matter of whether to compensate or not. The heaven-connecting divine pillar was a treasure of the cosmic divine hall. It simply couldn't be broken, and even if the Saint King came, he might not be able to destroy it. Yet now it had been blasted apart by a 1- or 2-year-old child with one punch. If word of this got out, he wouldn't just lose his job, his life might not be safe either, and even the entire 7th reception star would suffer. This was no longer an assessment accident. It was blatant provocation. It's over. Yun Xian's face turned deathly pale, and he almost knelt down, his mind filled with scenes of being dragged into the soul-eating star prison to suffer. Hey! Su Ju waved his hand to shake him awake. What are you spacing out for? I'm asking how much this thing costs to compensate. Su Ju genuinely didn't know how compensation worked. Since childhood, his parents in the Magic Dragon Star domain had taught him. If you're stronger than the other side, then if something breaks, it's their bad luck. If you're weaker, then what breaks is your own life. What compensation was there to talk about? It was only recently that he had begun to understand concepts like money and compensation from Bank President Wang Fuguwei. Now, he seriously rummaged through the pockets of his onesie, thinking about how he should pay. Would this be enough? He pulled out a 7-colored flaming stone the size of a human head and tossed it onto the ground. 9 flame divine crystal, tier 10, which could warp even space by burning it. An unparalleled material for forging fire element treasures at the saint level. System valuation, 5 first banks in Star River City. Su Ju frowned. Only 5 banks. That didn't seem enough. That crystal pillar just now looked much more expensive than a bank. Yun Xian had already been completely dumbfounded, staring fixedly at the divine crystal on the ground. A tier 10 treasure was just thrown on the ground like trash. But that wasn't all. Su Ju felt it still wasn't enough and continued pulling things out. Well, what about this? He took out a piece that looked like a withered tree branch. 2 withered leaves hung on the dead tree branch, but the moment it appeared, the room was instantly filled with the purest life force. The chaotic energy from the explosion just now was also instantly soothed by this aura. Yun Xian even felt that his cultivation had vaguely increased a little. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detected an overspecification item. World Tree Branch Trunk, Fragment, Grade. Effect. Contains the fundamental laws of creation and life. If planted, there is a 1 in a billion chance it will grow into a world tree again. System valuation, failed. This item cannot be measured in currency. Seeing that Yun Xian was still stunned, Su Ju grew impatient. He felt that talking to humans was too troublesome, so he simply flipped his pocket upside down and dumped out a pile of astonishing treasures. Dragon scales entwined with the laws of time, a demon god's skull carrying an aura of extinction, an unknown beating heart still alive. Any one of them, if thrown out, could trigger a bloody storm across the universe. Enough? Pick whichever you want. Once you're done, I can continue my tests. Su Ju put his hands on his hips and spoke in a babyish voice. Yun Xian dropped straight to his knees, not out of fear, but because he was stunned by these treasures. His whole body trembled, excited and shocked, and in his eyes Suju was basically a walking treasure vault. What compensation? If the temple dared ask this one to compensate, he would be the first to disagree. Enough, enough. Senior, please put them away. Yun Xian was even on the verge of tears. This pillar isn't worth anything. Really, it blew up on its own. It has nothing to do with you. Please, don't mention compensation. I'm not worthy of it. If he kept looking at these treasures, he feared he wouldn't be able to bear it and would just go crazy on the spot. Suju blinked, understood, and nodded. While stuffing the treasures back into his pocket, he wore an expression that seemed to say, "You should have said so earlier." When Yun Xian saw these peerless treasures being put away, he actually felt a little disappointed. At that moment, boom, the entire seventh reception star shook. An aura far beyond that of a king descended from the sky, enveloping the registration tower. Who dares destroy my temple's holy relic? An ancient, furious voice roared like thunder. Yun Xian's face instantly turned deathly pale. It's the Guardian Elder. Elder Foam, the peak of the Saint Realm. He knew he was in for serious trouble. Suju also looked up, curiously glancing at the ceiling. Peak Saint Realm, not sure if he could take a beating? Above, a change occurred, and an old man with snow-white hair and beard, dressed in robes patterned with stars, appeared out of thin air, his aura overwhelming. Feng Qingyang merely stood there, and the laws of space automatically gave way. He was the planetary ruler, the guardian of the 7th division. At first glance, he saw the towering divine pillar shattered into fragments. Even with his composure, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. The divine pillar had actually exploded? This was a holy relic forged by the headquarters. Back then, he had exhausted himself to leave even a shallow mark on it. Who did this? Had an enemy infiltrated the place? His gaze swept across the entire room before finally settling on Yun Xian, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. Yun Xian. Yun Xian was so frightened that he was shaking all over. Speak. What happened? Reporting to the guarding envoy, when this little friend was testing his talent, the divine pillar blew up on its own. Yun Xian pointed at Suju, his voice trembling. He did not dare tell the truth, fearing that Feng Qingyang would kill someone on the spot and anger whatever existence stood behind him. Blew up on its own. Feng Qingyang frowned, clearly unconvinced. His gaze fell on the calm-looking baby Suju, who was even yawning repeatedly. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that Suju's cultivation was only at the Huayu realm, nowhere near enough to even touch the divine pillar. Could he be carrying some forbidden treasure? Feng Qingyang's expression turned grave. In one step, he arrived before Suju, and his soul power swept outward, intending to personally investigate. Suddenly, the golden little man Ling, who had been sleeping inside Suju's hat, was startled and rolled over. In that instant, a supreme aura beyond all things flashed by. Boom! Feng Qingyang felt as if struck by lightning and spewed a mouthful of golden holy blood. He was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped crater. His face was filled with terror and shock. In that instant, he had sensed the power of the source of laws. How could that be possible? How could such a thing exist within a baby? He no longer dared to probe. His expression had completely changed, like that of a mortal gazing upon a deity. Suju blinked. Mister, are you alright? Why did you go and hit the wall yourself? Feng Qingyang struggled to his feet and immediately bowed in apology. I have failed to recognize your greatness and offended your excellency. Please forgive me. His voice was filled with awe. If the people of the 7th reception star had seen this scene, they would have been scared senseless. The guarding envoy at the peak of the holy realm was actually addressing a baby as this old one, and even performing such a grand salute? Yun Xian was already stunned. He felt like the shock he had received today was greater than what he had experienced in 1,000 years. Seeing Feng Qingyang's sudden change in attitude, Suju understood that the one in his hat was causing trouble again. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and said in a babyish voice, "Forget it. Ignorance is not a crime. However, your pillar is too poor in quality. It jolted my hand numb. And you scared me just now. For mental damages, bring me the bill." Feng Qingyang and Yun Xian were both dumbfounded. We jolted your hand numb? And now you want us to compensate you for mental damages? Two old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years were completely stunned. Feng Qingyang even suspected that he had damaged his own brain. Otherwise, why would he be hearing such a worldview-shattering line? A terrifying existence that had blown up the divine pillar and carried a forbidden power on the level of laws was actually speaking to them in a babyish voice and demanding compensation? Feng Qingyang opened his mouth but could not speak, while Yun Xian was almost fainting from happiness. It was simply too stimulating. Suju frowned slightly. What? You're unwilling. Feng Qingyang jolted and nodded repeatedly. Willing? Of course we're willing. At this point, let alone compensating for mental damages. Even if he were asked to hand over the seventh reception star, he would do it. This little ancestor was absolutely an ancient big shot reborn or some worldly recluse in disguise. They weren't even getting the chance to curry favor with him fast enough. Feng Qingyang's mind raced. This compensation absolutely could not be stingy. It had to satisfy the little ancestor. This was an investment, a huge gamble. But what could he use to compensate him? Ordinary magical treasures and pills were not even worthy of a glance. He had seen the dragon scale in Suju's pocket, wreathed in the laws of time, and knew that any mundane object would be nothing short of an insult. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a place and something that might satisfy this one. Feng Qingyang lowered himself even further. Your Eminence, ordinary compensation is beneath you. I would like to invite you to move to a place. Oh, Suju became interested. Where? The Cosmic Temple, 7th Branch, Treasury. Feng Qingyang said each word slowly and distinctly. What? Yun Xian was shocked, his eyes almost popping out. The temple treasury is the most central and heavily guarded area of the 7th star welcoming ceremony, housing countless celestial treasures and divine techniques. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Only the guarding envoy could open it. Now, the guarding envoy actually wanted to take an outsider who had just destroyed a sacred relic inside, and even allow him to pick items as compensation? Yun Xian was completely dumbfounded. The treasury? Suju stroked his chin, feeling that it sounded more attractive than a bank vault. He always had a bit of interest in glittering places like this. Are there many good things inside? Suju asked. Many, of course many. Feng Qingyang patted his chest. Sacred artifacts, 1,000-year holy medicines, and even several broken divine relics. Although they're not worthy of your eye, they can at least amuse you. All right. Suju nodded. Lead the way. Feng Qingyang was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way, trembling with excitement. He had bet right. This lord really was interested in the treasury. As long as he was willing to go, things would be easy to handle. Watching them leave, Yun Xian knelt amid the shattered crystal fragments, wanting to cry but unable to. So destroying a sacred relic didn't require compensation after all, and instead came with a pick anything in the temple treasury experience card. This world was far too absurd. Soon, Feng Qingyang brought Suju to the depths of the 7th reception star's core, in front of a massive bronze gate. The gate was 1,000 meters tall, covered in relief carvings of gods, demons, and stars. Its aura was heavy and immortal, and terrifying formation patterns covered the surroundings. Any single one of them could instantly kill a saint. Your Eminence, this is the treasury. Feng Qingyang introduced respectfully. The Gate of Immortality, refined by the Deputy Hall Master, connected to the earth veins of the 7th reception star. Even a Saint King realm expert cannot open it. Suju glanced at it, and felt that this gate was indeed sturdier than a bank vault in Xing'a City. Open the door. Suju said directly. Feng Qingyang stepped forward, formed hand seals, chanted an incantation, and forced out a drop of golden saint blood, letting it fall onto the center of the gate. Buzz! All the runes lit up, and the giant gate slowly opened a crack. In an instant, dazzling treasure light, dense spiritual energy, and medicinal fragrance poured out. Even standing outside the door, Feng Qingyang felt a slight loosening of his bottleneck. Greed and pain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly gritted his teeth and steadied himself. If you can't bear to part with the child, you can't catch the wolf. Even if he had to empty it, he had to satisfy this little ancestor. Your Eminence, please. Feng Qingyang stepped aside to make way. Suju, holding the capybara, took the first step into the treasury with his short legs. As soon as he stepped through the door, the system began frantically prompting. Ding. High concentration energy environment. Ding. Found the 9 revolutions golden elixir. Ding. Found the heaven-splitting battle axe. Ding. Found the void divine stone. The alerts rang out one after another. Suju's eyes lit up. Looking at the mountain of treasures piled up before him, his saliva started dripping immediately. Paradise. It was like a rat falling into a rice vat. No, like a star beast breaking into a cosmic vault. Suju wiped the saliva from his mouth and turned back to look at Feng Qingyang with an innocent expression. These things, can I try them all? Feng Qingyang's heart twitched, and the smile on his face looked worse than crying. Why yes, Your Excellency, do as you please. Inside, he was bleeding. This wasn't inviting a god, it was letting in a living glutton. Having received permission, Suju could no longer hold back. Like a kid who hadn't eaten in 3 days, he charged into the candy shop. Wow, this one looks really tasty. His first target was the nearest little mountain of source crystals. Tens of thousands of source crystals, with the lowest being rank 7, mixed with rank 8 and rank 9 ones. One piece outside could spark a war, but in Suju's eyes, they were just a pile of candy beans. He pounced directly at them and took a deep breath. Divine ability, devour all things. A powerful suction force burst from his cherry-sized mouth, forming a miniature black hole. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-grade source crystals were sucked away in one gulp. System prompts rang out continuously. Absorbed 123 rank 8 flame source crystals. Flame law affinity, plus 0.03%. Absorbed 578 rank 7 ice source crystals. Ice law affinity, plus 0.01%. Absorbed 3 rank 9 space source crystals. Space law affinity, plus 0.3%. Spatial stability, plus 11%. Advanced chaos dragon body experience, plus 1%. Energy points plus 1, 254, 800. Suju let out a satisfied burp, and a stream of energy scorched a small pit into the ground. Tastes okay, just a bit mixed. Feng Qingyang was already stunned. A baby swallowed an entire mountain of source crystals in one bite? He had seen a ghost. Feng Qingyang had originally thought that simply absorbing the energy from these source crystals would take hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and that one would have to be extremely careful, or else the power of the laws would blow a person apart. But this little monster just swallowed them in one gulp and still complained that the flavor was mixed. Feng Qingyang's worldview collapsed. He couldn't believe this wasn't a glutton, but a black hole, a cosmic singularity. Suju completely ignored Feng Qingyang. Seeing the weapons on the shelves, blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, each one shining with spiritual light, the worst of them being 9th-tier magical treasures, and even some 10th-tier saint-level ones. Suju tilted his head and walked over, casually picking up a huge axe blazing with black flames. System prompt. Demonic Flame Heaven-Splitting Axe, 10th-tier magical treasure. Special effect. Demonic flames burn the heavens, can sever the soul of a saint. Analyze it. Suju silently thought. Analyze. System, analysis successful. Obtained 1 forging blueprint. Absorbed abyssal black gold. Intermediate datafication dragon body. Experience, plus 1.5%. Absorbed the soul of inflamed demon. Flame law, affinity plus 0.2%. Soul law affinity, plus 0.05%. Advanced chaos dragon body experience, plus 0.5%. With the prompt, the giant axe's glow rapidly dimmed. With a crack, the fissure spread, and in the end it directly shattered into metal powder that slipped through Suju's fingers. Feng Qingyang was dumbfounded. A dignified 10th-tier sacred artifact was crushed so casually, as if it were a cookie. His heart ached with pain, yet he was powerless to do anything. Suju was immersed in the pleasure of analysis, feeling as if he were directly absorbing all source information and energy. The more he analyzed, the more addicted he became. Next came a scene of nightmare that Feng Qingyang would never forget. This exquisite little baby was in full stroll-and-eat mode throughout the treasure vault. He walked to the pill shelf, picked up the 9th grade 9 Revolution soul-returning pill, and analyzed it away along with the bottle in a flash. Pill law affinity, plus 0.1%. Then he went to the spirit herb area and analyzed away a 100,000-year-old immortal sacred lotus root and all. Life law affinity, plus 0.5%. High-level chaos dragon body experience, plus 2%. Then he kept strolling, and wherever his hand reached, magic treasures, pills, rare materials, heavenly treasures, and cultivation jade slips all turned to fly ash within 3 seconds. System prompts rang out wildly. Metal law affinity, plus 0.1%. Sword law affinity, plus 0.2%. Ding. Intermediate data enhanced dragon body experience, plus 3%. Ding. Advanced chaos dragon body experience, plus 5%. Ding. Chaos unification law progress increased to 3.6%. It felt amazing. Suju sensed his strength soaring upward, even more exhilarating than devouring the great sage. There was everything here, covering almost all known laws. For his chaos unification that aimed to merge all laws into one, this was practically a feast. Feng Qingyang followed Suju. At first he felt heartache, then numbness, and now complete enlightenment. Watching Suju continuously consume treasures, he felt utterly calm inside, even believing that these treasures being used to nurture a future god was the treasure's honor, and also his chance. After figuring it out, Feng Qingyang proactively stepped forward and kept introducing treasures to Suju. Your Eminence, this piece of starfall tears fell when a star perished. Its stellar power is very pure. Suju touched it. Ding. Star law, affinity plus 1.2%. The stone was gone. Your Eminence, this great dream of 1,000 autumns is a secret manual that can let one dream through 10,000 ancient years and deduce the future. Suju touched it again. Ding. Dream Law, Affinity plus 1.8%. The secret manual was gone. Feng Qingyang enthusiastically introduced them, and Su Ju devoured them with high efficiency. Their coordination was seamless, like the back kitchen of a buffet restaurant. One called out the dishes, the other responsibly cleared every plate. Just as Su Ju was about to empty the treasury, he suddenly stopped. He walked to the deepest part, where there was only a lonely stone pedestal, and above it floated a battered bronze compass about the size of a palm. The compass looked unremarkable and was covered in rust. But the instant Su Ju saw the compass, his eyes lit up, and the capybara in his arms also became alert. The system immediately sounded the alarm. Warning: detected an unknown, extremely dangerous causality type item. Item name: Fate Compass, Fragment January 9th. Effect: possibly points to a mysterious place note. Carries the aura of the fate and reincarnation laws tied to ancient cosmic causality. Recommendation: run. This is not something you can touch at your current stage. For the first time, the system urged him to flee this strongly, even more tense than when facing the Titan's heart. But Su Ju did not retreat. Instead, he walked toward the compass step by step. Because on that compass, he sensed a presence that was both familiar and strange. Su Ju walked toward the bronze compass. Feng Qingyang's expression changed, and he wanted to stop him, but in the end he said nothing. He knew he was not qualified to do so. This compass was the oldest and most mysterious thing in the treasury. It had not been collected later. It had already been here when the temple was first built. Countless powerhouses, including the Vice Hall Master at headquarters and the Saint King, had wanted to study it, but all had failed. It was like a dead object, impossible for anyone to decipher. In the end, it was treated as junk and tossed into a corner, ignored by everyone. Feng Qingyang had also studied it many times and discovered that the only unusual thing about it was that it seemed more like a sleeping living being. Now, Feng Qingyang could only watch helplessly as Su Ju approached the compass step by step, feeling that something huge was about to happen. Su Ju completely ignored him. His entire mind was drawn to the compass, and the closer he got, the more he felt that it was a missing part of himself. He finally arrived before the stone pedestal and reached out to touch that rust-covered compass. At that moment, the system in his mind frantically warned him to stop, but Su Ju remained unmoved, and his hand ultimately touched the compass surface. In an instant, a mutation erupted. The compass burst forth with gray light, surpassing all laws. Within that light, countless ancient scenes flickered by, gods and demons roaring, stars annihilated, the universe born, eras ending. An ancient, majestic aura awakened from within the compass. The seventh reception star trembled violently, the planetary core wailed, the star ring shattered, and the geniuses undergoing the assessment were all crushed down to the ground, prostrate. What happened? What big shot has arrived? This aura is too terrifying. In the treasury, Feng Qingyang was also crushed flat against the ground, his face turning pale with shock. The ancient compass, silent for countless years, had awakened by a mysterious infant. Just what kind of background did Su Ju have? Meanwhile, Su Ju stood at the center of the storm, completely unharmed, simply looking at the compass in his hand. By now, the verdigris had faded, revealing a gray-white metal core with mysterious patterns etched across its surface. The needle spun wildly at the center, all of it the power of fate. Ding! Detected resonance between the host's bloodline and the compass of fate. Activating. Activation successful. Compass of fate, fragment 1 out of 9, has been bound. Passive acquired. Blessing of fate, basic. When faced with major choices, there is a chance to receive guidance. Su Ju toyed with the compass, watching the needle spin erratically. He could sense some kind of direction, but the time wasn't right yet. System, put it away. Stored in the dimensional universe. The gray light converged, and the planet calmed once more. Feng Qingyang slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. The aura from earlier had far surpassed that of all great saints. An infant had actually awakened an ancient relic. Su Ju tilted his head at him. Old man, any other treasures? Feng Qingyang's mouth twitched. He nearly lost it. More? But he didn't dare refuse, and could only say in a trembling voice, "The most valuable thing here is this compass. The rest are ordinary items." Su Ju curled his lip. His laws had just risen to 4.2%, his dragon body progression had reached 38%, and his energy points had broken past 5 billion. The compass was one of 9 pieces. There were still 8 more, so he'd deal with them later. Fine then. Su Ju turned and left, and Feng Qingyang finally let out a breath of relief. Then he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, "Your Holiness, your assessment." Assessment? Su Ju stopped. "I almost forgot. Wasn't that pillar smashed by me? Can it still continue?" Feng Qingyang coughed. Your Holiness, please rest assured. I will personally write a recommendation letter and send you directly to headquarters. There's no need for an assessment. Suju's eyes lit up. That works too. Of course. With your talent, becoming a core disciple won't be a problem. Suju nodded. I'll wait for your news. He picked up the frightened capybara and was about to leave. Wait. Feng Qingyang suddenly stopped Suju and curiously asked him what his background was. After all, there were only a handful of forces in the entire universe capable of nurturing such a monster. Suju only looked back and said, My dad is Ao Yuan. My mom is Elizabeth. As for the force, does the magic dragon starfield count? With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing at the treasury entrance. Feng Qingyang was completely stunned. Ao Yuan, Elizabeth, the magic dragon starfield. Wasn't that the territory of those two legendary Saint Kings, the Starry Sky Magic Dragon Emperor and the Life Dragon Emperor? The Magic Dragon Starfield was even an interdicted zone of the universe. Who would dare provoke it? He instantly understood. No wonder Suju could bring out so many Saint King treasures, and no wonder he could make the Compass of Fate recognize him as its master. He was actually a Dragon Clan prince. Feng Qingyang felt smug about his decision. Trading half the treasury for the favor of a Dragon Clan prince. This was a huge bargain. Thinking of this, he immediately sat down to heal. The power of laws was still causing trouble, but he didn't care at all. Worth it. Outside the treasury, as soon as Suju appeared, he saw Yun Xian still kneeling there. The surroundings had already been cleaned up, and only the fragments remained as proof of what had happened before. Your subordinate deserves death. Please punish me, sir. Seeing Suju, Yun Xian hurriedly kowtowed in apology. Suju casually said, Get up. It's not your fault. Yun Xian was moved to tears. Suju couldn't be bothered to say much. He only wanted somewhere to rest. The battle had just ended, and he needed time to digest the power of laws within his body. Find a quiet place. Suju ordered. Yun Xian immediately sprang into action and took him to the most luxurious hotel, booking out an entire floor. Suju was satisfied and told Yun Xian to leave. As soon as the door closed, Suju collapsed onto the sofa. Only then did the capybara in his arms finally catch its breath, and bloody text popped up on the screen. Boss, were we almost dead just now? Rubbish. With Zero here, who could kill me? Suju shot at a glare. He glanced at the hat. The little golden figure inside was still sleeping soundly, not even waking up from all that commotion. What a sleeper. The capybara asked again in a low voice. Boss, that compass. The system said it's very dangerous. I know. Suju replied calmly. Suju nodded, his tone firm. It belongs to me. The moment he touched the compass, he felt a deep connection to it. What exactly that connection was, he could talk about later. Right now, the priority was to absorb the treasures he had just obtained. He asked the system to bring up the panel. Name, Suju. Race, human. Intermediate data dragon body 68%. Advanced chaos dragon body 38%. Realm, pinnacle of the divine ability realm 3rd layer. Cultivation method, heart scripture, beginner 2.1%. Law, chaos reversion to 1, 4.2%. Energy points, 5,124,780,000. Overall evaluation, has evolved from a daddy's boy into a temple termite. Note, Elder Feng's treasury greatly aided your growth. Next time, it is recommended to target the headquarters treasury. Seeing these numbers, Suju could hardly suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Although his realm hadn't broken through, his strength had increased significantly, especially chaos reversion to 1, which had risen by 0.7%. For an ordinary person, that meant little, but for Suju, it meant he had understood even more of the origins of the laws. Now, even against a venerable, he didn't need any flashy tricks. He could go head-on and fight them directly. Not bad. Suju stretched. Now I just have to wait for that old man Feng Qingyang's recommendation letter. Capybara was a little flustered. Boss, are we really going to the temple headquarters? There are all kinds of hidden powerhouses there. What's there to be afraid of? Suju curled his lip. My mom said the 7th trial is about opening up a foothold in the temple. We might as well look for the remaining 8 fragments of the fate compass while we're at it. He felt the compass was extremely important, and the system had also hinted at a 9-piece set. Since he'd obtained 1 piece, he had to collect them all. Suju suddenly asked, Where are Niu Tuo and Mao Xiaoming? Capybara replied, They were taken away by Lady Elizabeth and thrown into something called the 10,000 Dragon Blood Pool. Suju nodded. Those two were too weak and would only hold them back. Elizabeth might have sounded indifferent, but she had actually helped them out. Forget it, leave them be. Suju stood up. I'm going to take a shower and sleep first. I'll wait for news from Feng Qingyang. With that, he went into the bathroom. Capybara flopped onto the sofa and started browsing the cosmic network. The trending news exploded immediately. Shocking. Mysterious energy erupts at the seventh reception star of the cosmic temple. Suspected Saint King-level powerhouse has appeared. Witnesses claim a baby punched and shattered the sky-piercing divine pillar. Apollo of the Light God clan was sent flying by a mysterious baby, life or death unknown. The whole network was discussing the human baby wearing animal pajamas. Capybara sighed. Boss is going viral again. It could already foresee that various factions would investigate Suju next, powerful figures would take notice, and geniuses would be unconvinced and come challenge him. Then, the ending didn't need to be said, because they all died too miserably. Capybara shook its head, turned off the network, and focused on eating sunflower seeds. If the sky fell, Boss would hold it up. As for a capybara like it, there was only so much it could do. At the same time, the headquarters of the Cosmic Temple. Inside the Grand Palace, several powerhouses had gathered. News from the seventh branch. A human baby shattered the sky-piercing divine pillar. The Golden Chain Man said in a low voice. He was extremely powerful, at the peak of Great Sage. Wasn't that the testing sacred relic given by headquarters? The star-robed old woman asked in surprise. She was also at the peak of Great Sage. A baby can smash it. What is Feng Qingyang doing? Everyone was questioning it. The Golden Chain Man shook his head. Feng Qingyang personally wrote a recommendation letter, saying this baby's talent is unprecedented through the ages, even surpassing that person from back then. Before he could finish, the atmosphere instantly turned heavy. If that's true, the old woman said slowly, we must cultivate this baby as a core talent, at any cost. Everyone agreed one after another. The Golden Chain Man ordered, have Feng Qingyang escort the baby to headquarters and ensure his safety. A black shadow flashed and left with the order. The great hall returned to silence as the powerhouses fell into thought. After a long while, the old woman asked, do you think this baby could be related to that matter? Everyone's breathing stalled. The Gold Chain Man immediately denied it. That matter is sealed in the forbidden ground. The baby can't get near it. But suddenly, he remembered a line in Feng Qingyang's letter of recommendation. This child seems to be able to trigger the Wheel of Fate. The Wheel of Fate is the deepest secret of the temple. Legend has it that if the 9 fragments are gathered, one can control the fate of the universe. The Gold Chain Man looked grave. We underestimated this baby. We must report to the Temple Lord at once. Wait, the old woman stopped him. The Temple Lord is in seclusion, breaking through to a higher realm. He cannot be disturbed now. Everyone understood that alarming the Temple Lord at this moment was too dangerous. Then what do we do? Observe first, the old woman said. When the baby reaches headquarters, we'll meet him personally. If he really can trigger the Wheel of Fate, then the prophecy may come true. The atmosphere grew even heavier. They heard every word clearly, and complex emotions flashed in their eyes. Anticipation, fear, and barely concealed excitement. If the legend was true, this universe would undergo a tremendous upheaval, and they would be the witnesses. At the 7th reception star, in the hotel, Suju finished his shower and fell straight asleep. He didn't know that he had already been targeted by the high-ranking officials of the temple, nor did he know that the casually taken Wheel of Fate was of great importance. He was only waiting for Feng Qingyang's message, wanting to get a good sleep. Zero in the Hat was also sleeping soundly, while only the capybara was still awake, staring at the starry sky. On its quantum core, a line of text lit up. I feel like something big is about to happen. Its premonitions had never been wrong, and this time was no different. Early the next morning, knocking outside the door woke Suju. Your Holiness, Your Holiness, Yin Xian called out anxiously. Suju rubbed his eyes, looking impatient. He hated being woken up the most. What is it? Your Holiness, the garrison envoy wants to see you. The letter of recommendation has been written. Please come over. Hearing the news, Suju immediately perked up, thinking that the old man was pretty efficient. Got it. I'll be there right away. He put on his only animal onesie and went out. Boss, do you want me to come with you? The capybara asked. You stay here. I'll be back soon, Suju said before leaving. When Yun Xian saw him, he immediately bowed. Your Eminence, please follow me. Suju followed behind. Along the way, everyone who saw him automatically stepped aside, their attitude even more respectful than if they were seeing a god. Yesterday, no one had even looked at him properly. Now they were all acting like bootlickers. Suju could only feel how realistic humanity was. Soon, Yun Xian led him to a floating white jade palace. Sacred light flowed through it, and the main gate was covered in law patterns. Just standing at the entrance, one could already feel the terrifying energy. This is the Guardian Envoy's residence, Yun Xian said in a low voice. The 7th reception star. Only a few people are allowed in. It is the highest honor for your eminence. Enough, stop with the nonsense. Lead the way. Suju interrupted. Yun Xian pushed the door open, and a wave of spiritual energy, so dense it seemed almost liquid, rushed at them. Suju took a deep breath, and even his pores felt comfortable. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 100 times that of the outside world. The cultivation effect in this place was astonishing. Suju sighed inwardly and continued inside with Yun Xian. The interior of the palace was enormous, with floating platforms and waterfalls everywhere. In the air, countless runes flickered, incredibly beautiful. Soon, the two reached the center of the main hall. Feng Qingyang was sitting cross-legged. Sensing Suju's arrival, he immediately stood up and came to greet him with a smile, even more respectful than yesterday. Your Eminence is here. Is the recommendation letter ready? Suju asked. Ready, ready. Feng Qingyang hurriedly handed over a golden scroll, written by my own hand, and sealed with a stamp. With this, you can go straight to headquarters without any assessment. Suju glanced at it. It was full of praise for him, so exaggerated it was a little embarrassing. He nodded and took it. Not bad. Then I'm leaving. Wait. Feng Qingyang said anxiously. Your Eminence, if you have a chance at headquarters in the future, could you mention my name? It was obvious he wanted to cling to a powerful backer. Suju looked at him and nodded. Fine. Many thanks, Your Eminence. Feng Qingyang was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Then he said, This old one has prepared the interstellar spaceship, the Holy Light. It's fast and has spatial leap capability. It can reach headquarters in 3 days. Suju was surprised. He had thought it would take a month to fly there. He immediately thanked him. Feng Qingyang smiled with especially fawning flattery, and also said Yun Xian would accompany him the whole way, and that he should feel free to give any instructions. Suju turned and left, and Yun Xian hurried after him. After the two walked away, Feng Qingyang let out a sigh of relief, his heart blooming with joy, feeling that he had made a huge profit. Outside the palace, the silver-white holy light floated quietly in the air. Its surface was covered with law patterns, and sacred light flowed over it, making it look extremely imposing. Your Eminence, this is the holy light, the flagship of our branch. Normally, only the guardian envoy can use it. Today it was specially sent to receive you. Yun Xian introduced. How fast is it? Suju asked. Yun Xian said proudly. 10 times the speed of light, and with a spatial leap engine. It'll take at most 3 days to reach headquarters. Suju nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Let's go. Yes. Yun Xian led the way. The cabin door opened, and golden steps extended out. Suju carried Ling and walked up. The inside of the spaceship was even more luxurious. Soft sofas, floating screens, a fragrant aroma in the air, and it was also equipped with a cultivation room and a training ground. Inside the spaceship, it was practically a mobile palace. Please take a seat, Your Eminence. Yun Xian pointed to the throne in the center. That is your exclusive seat. Only Your Eminence may sit there. Suju was not the least bit polite and sat down directly. The chair was quite comfortable. Depart, Yun Xian ordered. The spaceship started up, rose into the air, burst through the atmosphere, and turned into a silver-white streak of light, flying toward the depths of the universe. At the same time, at the assessment square of the 7th reception star, tens of thousands of geniuses were waiting for the results. No one knew that the baby they had mocked had already boarded the temple's exclusive spaceship and headed for headquarters. They were still waiting anxiously. This is so unfair. In the crowd, a bull-headed burly man said indignantly, A baby breaks a divine pillar and gets directly promoted to headquarters, and we still have to line up. Several people nearby echoed him. Using connections. It's not fair at all. A female elf snorted coldly. I heard that baby is from the dragon race. Upon hearing dragon race, everyone immediately fell silent. The dragon race was a top-tier clan. No one dared provoke them. Forget it. Let's just take our own assessments, someone advised. Though everyone was unwilling, they could only accept their fate. At that moment, a cold snort came from the crowd. What's so great about having a background? Once I enter headquarters, I'll personally defeat him. The speaker was a young man with black wings and black armor. Shadow Kill of the Shadow Race. Peak 9th level of the Divine Ability Realm. His aura terrifying. Someone recognized him. Shadow Kill. The strongest genius of the Shadow Race. Able to kill kings above his level. The crowd looked on in reverence, while Shadow Kill swept his gaze disdainfully across the hall and said coldly, A bunch of trash. His eyes burned with madness as he vowed to challenge Suju. On the other side of the square, a young woman of the Phoenix clan, shrouded in golden flames, smiled faintly. Dragon Clan Prince? Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. There were also many other powerful geniuses in the square, some from ancient divine clans, some imperial heirs, and some lone peak experts. They all had their eyes on that mysterious baby. Some wanted to challenge him, some wanted to defeat him, and others wanted to kill him. A storm was brewing. As for Suju, with so many targets aimed at him, he didn't care at all. Inside the holy light ship, Suju lay on the sofa asleep, with Ling sleeping in his arms. The capybara was by his feet, cracking sunflower seeds and browsing the cosmic web. Yun Xian stood nearby, afraid of making any noise that might disturb Suju. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently. Suju was shaken awake and frowned. What's going on? An emergency report came from the cockpit. Your Holiness, an unidentified ship has been spotted ahead intercepting us. They appear to be interstellar pirates. Suju sneered. Pirates coming to rob him? They really didn't know how to value their own lives. Report. They're requesting communication. Yun Xian, put it through. A fierce wolf head appeared on the holographic screen. The pirate barked. A ship from the Divine Temple? Hand over anything valuable, or you all die. He let out a strange laugh. Yun Xian's face turned cold. This is the Divine Temple's holy light ship. Move aside, or you'll be killed without mercy. The wolf head